Hey everybody, my name is Lux Chopra and I was in your Finance 201 class this past semester. And I figured as a way for myself to study for the finance final, how about I just take all the course, like literally every single concept, and I teach it to you and explain it. So that way, if I can explain it, then I understand it as well. I previously done a very similar thing for accounting. Chances are you're probably watching this on YouTube. You're on my YouTube channel, surf through my videos. You'll find an intro to accounting course. And essentially what that means is I made a 3 hour video recap of the entire accounting course, right? I think it really helped. I found that a lot of people personally got a lot of value from it. I had a lot of people come up to me saying that it helped them get their goal grade. It helped me learn the concepts better. And I figured, might as well do the same thing for finance. And so you're watching this video, you're wondering why should I even listen to this guy? So I want to share some facts. Number one, on the first midterm I got an 82, and number two, on the second midterm I got a 92. Right? I'm not saying this to brag or anything. That is not my intention at all. Please accept these numbers with as much humbleness from me as possible. All I'm trying to say is that hey, I think I have done something right from September 1st to December 12th. Right? I think I have done something right for me to get an 82 and a 92. Allow me to share whatever I think I did right, right? Worst case scenario, I'm wrong and I didn't really do anything right. Best case scenario, I impart you with some tips that allow you to get your goal grade on your final. I've seen the statistics on the final exams, on the finance midterms. We have pretty low class averages, and I would like those averages to go up, and I would want those averages to reflect your true understanding of finance, as the professor says, and I want to increase your understanding of finance. Also, I want to go through a little bit of a disclaimer stuff really quickly. Yeah, also you might notice my video just kind of froze from time to time. Please ignore that. I have no idea what's going on. This has never happened to me before. Every couple minutes my video will just randomly freeze. I've been trying to fix it for the past hour, but that just ate up into the time that I could have spent recording this video. So anyways, throughout the remainder of this video, I'm going to try to limit my hand gestures as much as possible. I'm going to have my iPad here. Essentially, that'll annotate the notes on it, everything. I'll have a cursor on it, so it'll be easy to follow. Hopefully the fact that this camera just for some reason doesn't want to work today doesn't take away from your experience of this video and you're still able to learn from it. But if not, I sincerely apologize. Please learn how to ignore this little corner that's in your screen right now. Anyways, little disclaimer. So this video, it's not meant to replace your learning entirely. It is simply a supplement. This is just one of hundreds of thousands of videos regarding finance that exist on YouTube, right? It is just yet another study resource. Treat it like a textbook. Treat it like your slideshow notes, right? At the end of the day, this video means nothing if you don't want it to mean anything. If you don't take effort to apply stuff and content from this video and use it to increase your mark and whatnot, well then there would have been no point in me making the video, right? You should try to practice on your own. This video is just a supplement. Also, next up, if you're watching this video from start to finish, you are doing something wrong. I have very conveniently broken this video down into various timestamps for you to choose from. Pick your hardest concept, whatever you don't understand first. Watch that part of the video first. And then if you have time, move on to a second concept, then a third concept, right? Watch the video in order of completely don't understand to understand a lot, right? Now, it personally benefits me if you watch from start to finish. I would love for you to watch from start to finish. It helps out the algorithm. It pushes out to more people. It helps my watch time. It gives me my numbers boost, right? I would love it. But, this video, it's for me to serve you. And it's just a study resource, right? I'm simply doing this because I want to provide value to your life. And I understand that watching this video from start to finish might not be the exact goal of providing value to your life. So try to watch as much as you can. I hope I've done a good enough job explaining the concepts to you. And also, I want to talk a little bit about credit. So, credit goes to the University of Alberta. I'm a student at the University of Alberta. I've been able to get my education from there. I think it's a good enough education for me to be able to produce content like this. Next up, I want to give credits to the Fundamentals of Corporate Finance textbook by Ross. Ross and his other co-writers. I think it's 11th or the 12th edition that I used. Next up is, I want you to know that in this video, however long it's going to end up being, I will present you slideshows. These slideshows are not generated by me. My professor for this Finance 201 course at the University of Alberta was Keith Godfrey. I want to make it very clear that 100% of the material that I present in this video is his material, right? 100% of the credit goes to him. I am not deserving of any credit. Think of me as simply a puppet just regurgitating the material that is on the slideshow. That's it. If you want to give credit to someone, give it to Keith Godfrey. Also, I want to talk a little bit about liability quickly, right? Before I do that, let me talk about Pareto's principle, right? I promise this is the last thing. You can probably tell I'm a huge yapper. I just love talking, so I'm sure I'm gonna get to the matter, the main content of the video soon, right? But anyways, Pareto's principle. I got an 82 on the first midterm. I got a 92 on the first midterm. I learned majority of the content a night or 2 nights before those midterms. I did not attend class. I skipped class. Luckily, by the second midterm, the class lectures started getting recorded. But essentially, for most of the midterms, I learned majority of the content the night before. If the midterm was on a Tuesday, I learned the content on a Monday. Like I saw it for the first time, right? That's not good. But what I'm telling you is that, look, I was able to cram and I still ended up getting really good grades, 82 and 92. I mean, they're not the best. They're not probably the most I'm capable of either way. But even then, they're respectable enough grades. I feel like I have done something right. And the thing that I have gotten really good at over the past is determining what is the 20% of effort that I need to put in to get 80% of the results. That is what Pareto's principle is that 20% of the effort that you put in will yield 80% of the results, right? In this entire video, I will try to outline as much as possible exactly what those 20% of contents are that allow you to get the 80%. There might be some random theory piece that it's nice to know from here to there, but it's part of the 80% that yields 20% of results, right? Don't really spend too much value on that. If you're someone who's getting 40% on your midterms or 60%, right? And all you want to do is you just want to get something like a 70%, 80%, right? Focus on what 20% of content do I need to know really, really well in order to get at least an 80% on the midterm above. That is my goal for this video. In fact, to this day, actually, by the way, this is the introduction to the video. I'm recording this after I have recorded everything else. I'm just way more energetic now. I've had like a couple Red Bulls and whatnot. Anywho, right? Yeah, so there's going to be some concepts that I personally, myself, still don't understand 100%. However, I understand them 90%. I understand them 95%, 80%, 85%. For my purposes, I think that's good enough. A lot of the people who are watching this, you just have to take one Finance 201 course in your entire BCom degree. You likely have no intention of pursuing any finance course ever again. You don't have a major or a minor in finance. I personally am minoring in finance, so I have somewhat of an incentive to learn as much of the content as well as I can. But even for my purposes, 80 to 90% will suffice. I personally am an accounting major. I think I owe it to myself to learn 100% of the content in accounting to 100% of the standard of excellence. In finance, I only care about the 80% of content. That's good enough for me. It gets the results I want. It gets the job done. See, again, this video is cutting out. Anyways, please learn to ignore that. Anyways, that's the last portion, the liability stuff, right? There might be a time where I only understand 90% of the content or 95% of the content, and maybe I explained 5% wrong. I want to make it very clear. I am not liable for that, right? Yes, I might have explained the content wrong, even though I think after having recorded this entire video, because remember this introduction was recorded after the video, I think I've explained everything correctly, because I would literally open up ChatGPT to check my understanding as I'm explaining a concept. But anyways, I hope it's all correct. But even if some portions aren't, I want to make it very clear, you are responsible for your own grade. If a company does poorly, if a company just flops, whose fault is it? It's the CEO's fault. If a company does really well, whose fault is it? It's the CEO's fault, because the CEO did the work required to make the company go well, or the CEO didn't do the work required to make the company go well, right? Either you get the result you want because of the effort you put in, or you do not get the result you want because of the effort you did not put in, right? So that's essentially what that means. This kind of ties up to the first point where, it's not meant to replace your learning entirely. You are liable for your own grade. The grade you get is because of interactions of variables that you have controlled. You've either studied or not studied. You've either gotten good sleep before the exam or not gotten good sleep anyways, right? Yeah, so that is my really long introduction. It's probably going to be a 10-minute introduction. Yeah, watch the video at 2x speed if you need to. I personally would do that. If you're watching this video at 5 hours before your finance final, you will have a different strategy of watching it than someone who was watching it on Saturday morning. It is currently 8:36 a.m. on Friday, December 12th. I aim to have this video released roughly by 2 a.m. on Saturday, December 13th. Hopefully that should give you enough time to study. It's about just under 3 hours of studying. 3 days of studying. Yeah. And again, last point I'll stress, 100% of the content goes to Keith Godfrey. I am going to ask the professor to see if he is open to posting this video on Canvas, because I feel like, it's just another resource. I feel like it could be of value to people. And even then, I want to make sure about the liability, right? Uh, Neither Keith Godfrey is liable for your grade, neither I am liable for your grade. You are the one who is liable for your grade. If you're watching the video past this point, you were watching it with that understanding. Don't sue me for a bad grade that you get or something. But yeah, thank you for your interest in this video, and I hope you enjoy it. I put probably 25 hours of work into this, maybe just under 30 hours, and yeah, I hope you're able to walk away with some value from it. By the way, if you have any questions about the video, please just comment it in the description. If you have a question, I'm sure other people will have a question. Also, if you comment something, comment it with the exact timestamp you are stuck on. It will allow me to better address your questions. Please and thank you. And again, I really can't say this enough. These slideshows are from Keith Godfrey. He is 100% deserving of the credit of this material. The credit does not go to me. I'm simply just a puppet going through the slideshows and teaching you whatever I know and whatever I understand. And again, hopefully my video doesn't cut out. It hasn't cut out in the past couple of minutes, but hopefully it doesn't. And if it does, please excuse that part of the video. I'll try to not use as many hand gestures then, so that way it doesn't interrupt your learning. But if the video does cut out, learn how to ignore it. Thank you. All right, so chapter 1. It's essentially just history. I'm not going to go over this part too much because I feel like it is stuff that you can read on your own. And basically, the biggest key ideas that I would take away from this chapter is the fact that the goal of finance is to maximize shareholder value. If you have a company, you have shares in the company. If you want the company to grow, you can also think of it as maximizing the value of those shares. Who owns the shares? The shareholders. So if you maximize the value of the shareholders, you maximize the value of the shares, which means you maximize the value of the companies. That's essentially what the goal is. And some things that you will learn in this course is, should we invest in the project or not? Should we invest in the company? How do you balance whether to invest? How do you balance whether we should fund the project with equity or debt, etc. So corporate finance, you have a couple kinds of business structures. Some of them are a sole proprietor. Well, there's only 3 business structures. One of them is a sole proprietor. The other one is a partnership. Then you have a company. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time on this section of the course. I'm going to go a lot more in detail into the other ones. This is just kind of stuff that I feel like you could do at home as well. But essentially, the reason you want to know about the various different kind of business structures is you want to be able to see what kind of variables you can control with what kind of business structure. One business structure might give you more freedom and control over the other ones. You might want to see how easily or how uneasily you can borrow money. How easy is it to exit the business, right? All of these are various concerns that need to be addressed, and knowing the kinds of business structures helps you do that. Yeah, I'm so sorry, my video is cutting out again. This part is essentially how a business should be structured, in the sense of you have the principals. These can be thought of as the shareholders. They employ people called agents, which are the employees and, more importantly, the managers, and they are employed to do a specific task. These agents are accountable to the principals. They are accountable to the shareholders. And there's something called the agency problem, where essentially you want to make sure that your interests of the manager is aligned with the interests of the shareholders. Because at the end of the day, every single employee's responsibility is to maximize shareholder value. And if the manager does activities that don't maximize shareholder value, well, then it's bad for the shareholder. So how do you fix this? You basically want to align the interests of the managers to the interests of the shareholders. For example, you can give managers and employees some portion of the shares. Let's talk about NVIDIA, for example. When you sign up as when you start working as a software engineer at NVIDIA, you will be given some equity. You'll be given a certain amount of shares. Now, if you perform really, really well, then the value and the shares of NVIDIA goes up, which means the value of the shares that you were given also goes up. This helps align the interests of the employees, aka the agents slash the managers, to the interest of the shareholders. Because if the value of their own individual shares go up, they are incentivized to do good quality work that boosts the overall values of the company. And yeah, these are some ways to reduce that agency issue where, managers kind of want to act on their own, but how you can get them to act in the interest of the company. Monitoring, tell them to achieve certain specific targets. Compensation, this is the part that I just talked about, where you give them shares, etc., in the company. And competition, human beings are naturally competitive creatures. If you have two companies in a similar domain, you want to outperform the other company, so that incentivizes managers to do well. And yeah, I talked about this stuff where you want to create value. Value can be defined in this course as essentially the net present value of a specific project that you do. And there's a couple kinds of financial decisions. Number one is an investing decision. Should we spend money on this project? The answer is determined by whether the project yields money for you or it takes money away from you, aka is the NPV positive or negative. A financing decision is, how do we want to pay for it? We can pay for it with debt. Let's say if I want to run a business, right? I need money to run a business. I can get money in the form of debt by issuing bonds or going to a bank and asking for a loan, or I can get money to run the business by issuing equity, where I can, if I have 100% of the shares, I can be like, hey, here's 50% of the shares, give me money in exchange for that. That's equity financing. So now let's talk a little bit about financial markets and institutions, direct and indirect finance. So there's two kinds of people in terms of markets. There's investors slash lenders, and then there's borrowers slash spenders. These are the people that need money. These are the people that have money. These people give money to these people. How do they do that? Well, one method is called direct finance, where this person directly ties up with this person and they give them some money. Another method is called indirect finance, where essentially the investors, they go through something called a financial intermediary. It's usually some kind of bank, and this person will help connect this person's funds and pass them over to this person. There's two kinds of financial markets. There's money markets, which are short-term cash, and then there's capital markets. And capital markets are further made up of stock slash equity markets, as well as bond and debt markets. And these themselves have further primary and secondary markets. And I'll explain what those are in a bit. But essentially, money markets are something that are current, and capital markets are something that are non-current. 1 year is typically the separator. How I'd like to explain this is, if you remember accounting to 11, on your balance sheet you can have, for example, a current asset account and non-current assets. Something that is current is essentially that is going to be due in the 1 year, or we're talking in a 1 year period. For example, a current liability is going to be rent that you have due next month. It's going to be an interest expense that you have due next month, right? Or in 12 days from now, 6 months from now, 7 months from now. Essentially, 1 year is the separator. Something that is non-current is something that is long-term, which is greater than 1 year. For example, your interest payment that you will pay in 4 years from now, that would be something that's non-current. So I said I was going to go a bit into depth on primary and secondary markets. Let's talk about that. A primary market is essentially when a company directly sells shares or bonds to investors. For example, this is the company, right? These are the people who want to buy shares or bonds from the company. They will directly give these people what they want, either the share or the bond. And they can do this in the form of either an initial public offering or a seasoned equity offering. And we will be covering these in the later part of the videos. And it's essentially a good summary is when the entity gets the money from issuing shares, it's primary. A secondary market is when an investor sells to another investor. This can occur via a stock exchange or privately over the counter or from an institution to institution. So, for example, let's go with the example of NVIDIA. Let's say if NVIDIA wants to go public. Well, they already are public, but let's talk a while back from now. NVIDIA was at some point a private corporation. They wanted to go public, which means they wanted to issue equity. And what they did was they went onto a stock exchange and people could directly buy the shares from NVIDIA. They would buy an NVIDIA share from NVIDIA. Versus a secondary market is, let's say somebody already owns a share from NVIDIA. What will happen is they can sell it to someone else. Now, that share got sold by another person, which was an intermediary transaction. It was on the secondary market. Hopefully you were able to catch some of my hand gestures. I promise I'll try to limit them. And I'm so sorry again about the video. I probably won't stop saying sorry for the entire course of this video. So there's a couple kinds of banks. Number one is a commercial bank. It's essentially a merchant bank as well. It's basically when you go into CIBC, this is what you would call a commercial bank. Or you go to TD or RBC or BMO, these are commercial banks. Then you would have your investment banks. These are people who set up direct finance, right? These are your investment banks. Investors have a lot of money. They want to give money to borrowers. They go through something called an investment bank. So this person helps this person give money to that person. They set up this direct finance. And a commercial bank is something called financial intermediation, where, for example, if you actually have money in a bank, your bank will lend that in the form of mortgages to someone called a borrower. That would be financial intermediation. There's a third kind of bank as well. It's called a custodian bank, and essentially it's when you're exchanging foreign assets, and it's kind of like a currency conversion thing almost. These were some more differences. You can read through those on your own time. And in terms of financial accounting, there's three main types of financial statements. There's a balance sheet, which is essentially a snapshot of the business's financial position. It's also called the statement of financial position for that reason. It is at a moment in time, not during a date range. Next up is your income statement. It's literally all that is. It's all your revenues minus your expenses, essentially. Then your cash flow statement is how does cash actually change. For example, on your income statement, you can report a depreciation expense, but your cash does not change from depreciation. So cash flows adjust for the actual cash changes, versus income statement is basically the incomes minus the losses or expenses. Financial statement analysis, these are essentially ratios that you can use to compare various companies together. For example, a gross margin would be what percentage of their sales are gross profit, right? If you want to compare two businesses, you can't, it's all relative at the end of the day. But the way we kind of make it comparable is through something called ratios, right? There's various kinds of ratios. There's profitability ratios, there's liquidity ratios, efficiency ratios, right? All that kind of stuff. And the only thing you really need to know from this, I would say, is the fact that ratios exist to compare various companies, and a profitability ratio essentially tells you how profitable is that company, right? It's kind of in the wordplay almost. Next up is a liquidity ratio. It's basically the company's ability to kind of pay off their liabilities in a way. Efficiency ratio is for whatever the business owns. How good are they at generating income or profit or whatever metric you want to use? There's something called working capital ratios as well as interest coverage ratios. Again, these are things that you can read through, or if you want to go into them deeper and further, you can do that on your own time as well. But this video will primarily focus on the majority of the stuff that you need to know to get hopefully an 80 or above. There's leverage ratios. And a good summary of essentially what we've covered so far is that there's corporate finance, there's business structures, the agency problem, and the capital markets and their intermediaries, as well as various financial statements and how you use to, what kind of method/ratios you use to evaluate these statements. Next up is financial math. Okay, now we're in the actual bulk of the course. Chapter 1, I kind of just glossed over it. I won't necessarily gloss over things as much now, because now we're in the actual meat of the course, the pretty much the stuff that you need to know to do well on the course. So essentially the only difference that finance and accounting has, well, not the only, but a big one, is the fact that accounting does not account for an interest rate, versus finance, we do account for the time value of money. Essentially, in accounting, if you pay $1 now and $1 10 years from now, in the course of the 11 years, you will have paid $11. In finance, you will have paid a different amount because $1 in the future is worth less than what it is worth today. There's a couple different things that this slide is trying to teach you. Number one, you would likely be given some kind of discount rate that you could use to evaluate the present value of all of these. The present value of this is just 10,000, right? If you think about literally what a present value means, is what is the value of whatever at the present moment, right? At the present moment, the value of $10,000 is $10,000. In a year from now, you would have to divide this by whatever discount rate you're given. Same thing here. Same thing here. Now, this is testing two different concepts where, yeah, technically you could discount $100 million 120 years from now and get the present value of that. But also, practically who is alive for 120 years? Not a lot of people. So the reason you would choose some of these over the others is based on their present value, but also the fact that human beings are finite creatures. We don't exist for 120 years. Arbitrage and the law of one price. Perfect example given right here is gas stations. There are hundreds of gas stations scattered throughout Alberta, Edmonton, etc. Right? How would you determine the actual true price of the gas? Because I could literally open up a gas station and put my price as $50 per liter of gas. No one would buy it, but I could do that. There's nothing really stopping me from doing it. Someone could price it at $1. Someone could price it at $45. Someone could price it at $2. Right? Essentially, what that's saying is that people will price it low. People will price it high. Sorry, people will price it high. People will price it low. Some will price higher than others. Some will price lower than others. Some will price pretty close to each other. Essentially, when you would average out all of these various prices that people attribute to something, you would get the true actual price of what it is actually worth. Concept of something called arbitrage, which is essentially the idea of making a riskless profit by exploiting mispricings. For example, if something is priced lower than it actually is, well, then I can just buy that low thing, wait for the price to adjust to the actual high price, and then sell it and make that risk-free profit that they talk about, right? But the law of one price says that goods in the same market should trade at the same price, and financial instruments or assets with similar payoffs and risks should trade at the same price. Market efficiency is how fast it happens. Speed, right? This is what I was talking about. In a perfectly efficient market, the price adjusts rapidly, like pretty much almost instantaneously. So there is no opportunity for arbitrage. You can't buy low and sell high because whatever the price is right now is the true accurate predictor of whatever it is worth. This is the holy grail of finance. So if you're watching this video, chances are you've done math 30 in Alberta. In high school, you've done math 30. And in trigonometry, there's something called the mother of all identities, where it's basically sine squared plus cosine squared is equal to 1, right? From that one identity, you can derive pretty much every trigonometry equation you'll ever need. This is essentially the mother of all identities for finance. Your future value is equal to your present value multiplied by something called, in discounting, it's called a discount factor. Here, just for simple terms, I'll call it an inflation factor, even though that might be a slightly off-putting name. But essentially what it's saying is my present value is multiplied by something to get to my future value. The something is what prices it accordingly. Your future value, it's, as the word suggests, it is the value of the thing in the future. This is the value of the thing at the present moment in time. And your interest rate per period, this stuff can get real confusing real fast because you have all of those various conversions that can go on, such as this. I have a really simple method to explain this, so don't worry, keep on watching the video, but let me go back to that because this interest rate per period stuff can get really confusing. N is the number of periods. So time value of money with single cash flows. This is simple algebra to go from here to here. If I take this and I divide it by 1 plus r to the n divided by 1 plus r to the n, this cancels out, and I'm left with present value is equal to future value divided by 1 plus r to the n. Now, 1 plus r to the n divided by 1 plus r to the n is the same as multiplying by 1 plus r to the negative n. This is a simple algebra. You might not really use this, but this whole process of getting the present value from some future value in time is called discounting. It's the opposite of whatever this is called. So R and N must be defined in the same period. If your R is talking about the rate for every 6 months, well then your N should be the number of periods, the number of 6-month periods you have. I'm going to go over that in a bit more detailed later on. Let me just get rid of this stuff real quick. So another way of writing your FV is equal to PV equation is, let me just pull up some scrap paper actually. Yeah, let me just get through this stuff really quickly, and I have some scrap paper pulled over to the side so I can explain this. Essentially, this equation is very, very similar to this equation, right? The only thing that difference is the FV, VN, the PV, and V0. All this simply means is if you were to read this in words, What it means is your future value is equal to your present value times some factor. What it's saying is your value at time n is equal to your value at time 0 multiplied by some factor, right? In general, you could use this term. Now, I want to use a little bit of algebra here. If we have Vn is equal to V0 times 1 plus r to the power of n, this is the same as, if I divided by 1 plus r to the n divided by 1 plus r to the n, all I get is my V0 is equal to my Vn divided by 1 plus r to the n. This is not new. This is what's here. This is what should be on your formula sheet over here as well, right? Just this stuff right here. So this does not look new, and it shouldn't, because it's essentially the same thing as this. Now, this can very well be written out as V0 is equal to Vn multiplied by 1 plus r to the power of negative n. See what that means is essentially if my value at time n is equal to my value of 0 multiplied by some factor, well then my value at time 0 should equal my value at times n divided by that same factor, right? This is very clearly divided by. This is also divided by. You just have to be very careful that this is negative n, right? It's algebra. Now, this is very similar to this equation. Essentially, what's happening is my value at time b is equal to my value at time a multiplied by 1 plus r to the power of my time b minus time a. The best way to go over these equations is to simply just assign numbers to them. Let's say if my value at time n is equal to 3 and my value at time 0 is equal to, I don't know, 1, right? Where, hang on, so essentially all that's going on is we want to see from year 1 to year 3, there's a gap of 2 years, right? What is the value after those 2 years? Well, we can assign that very same thing here, where if we have our time b is equal to 3 years and our time a is equal to 1 year, well then all that's going on is my value at time 3 is equal to my value at time 1 times 1 plus r to the power of 3 minus 1, which basically just becomes 2. And I can write this using the discounting way as well, where my value, and I can write this using the discounting way as well, where if I simply make my time 1 and 3 times 3 and 1, if I essentially swap them out, all that's happening is my value at time 1 is equal to my value at times 3, 1 plus r to the 1 minus 3, which is the same as negative 2, right? This is how that whole discounting thing comes from. You can kind of gloss over this because in reality you only need to care about this equation. I just like algebra. I like knowing exactly where equations come from, so I do that. And this is additive versus subtractive interest. Essentially what's going on here is in accounting specifically, we deal with a lot of subtractive interest, but we want to deal with time value of money in finance. Time value of money is only additive interest. The best way I can explain this is, if you go into a store and you want to buy a pair of shoes and it costs $100 and the store is giving you 10% off, so you're going to pay $90 because what's happening is they're taking the $100, they're multiplying it by 1 minus 10%. Minus is why it's called subtractive interest, right? Multiplied by, and so this essentially becomes 100 multiplied by 90% is equal to $90, right? And this makes sense. You've gone through this likely very many times when you're shopping for things. But when it comes to additive interest, things are a bit different. Let's say if I were to ask you the question, if you were to invest $100 today, what would it be worth 1 year from now, assuming you can get a 10% interest rate in the market? Well, I can plug this into my equation very simply. All I need to do is, if I have $100 now, which is my present value, Sorry, I'm going to write out the equation actually. Right? This is my equation. It's not new. If I were to ask you the question, if I invest $100 now at a rate of 10% for 1 year, what would I get? Well, simply my $100 times 1 plus 10% to the power of 1 year, right? And this will essentially be equal to 100 times 1.1, which is $110, right? Now, it might not seem like we've done anything special because over here in subtractive interest, from the original $100, we got rid of $10 to get 90. And it might not seem like we've done additive interest because to go from $100 to 110, we've just added $10. But I promise you, it'll make a bit more sense when I go through this example. If I were to ask you the same question in reverse, if in the future I have $110, what is it worth now, assuming I can invest money at a 10% interest rate? Well, it's the same as saying my present value is equal to my $110 divided by 1 plus 10% to the n is equal to 100, right? This is not new because we've just flipped over that equation. And actually, I'm just going to resize this a little bit so I have more room to work with. But now if I were to ask you, if I want $100 in the future, if I want $100, what would I need to invest today? What should my present value be, assuming my rate is 10% and assuming I only do it for 1 year, right? Well, the way you would go about this is, well, you might think because we're only moving $10 here and there, I only need to invest $90, but this is wrong. Why? Because if I were to do 90 times 1 plus 10% to the power of 1, I can do it on my calculator. 90 times 1 plus 0.1 to the power of 1, I only get $99. I need $100. So the way it would work is 100 over 1 plus 10% to the power of 1. The value this will get me is 100 divided by 1.1 to the power of 1, $90.91. This would be the true answer to this question, right? You would need to invest $90 and roughly 91 cents to get $100 a year from now, assuming you can invest at a 10% interest rate. Notice this is not the same as the $90 from subtractive interest. This is because additive interest includes time value of money. Subtractive interest does not. Okay. And this is the same thing that I've shown you, where I can take this equation and flip it around by making n negative. And this equation is true for all instances. I would personally recommend don't worry about this equation. Just understand the fact that if you're going from the future to the present, you need to have 1 plus r to the n on the bottom. And if you're going present to the future, you need to have 1 plus r in the numerator, which is like your default equation that you're given, which is just simply this one. All right, so a little bit of terminology. We will go over each of these in depth in later courses as well. But right now, interest rate is, for example, I can invest money now at an interest rate of 10% from here. What will it be in the future? That's a common question where you might see the verbiage of interest rate. Discount rate is if the question would say, if someone gives you $100 a year from now, what is it worth today? That would be where the number or the percentage you're given would be called a discount rate. A required rate of return is from the investor's viewpoint, where essentially if they're giving you some money, the amount of money that you give back to them in terms of the interest, it should be greater than what they require. Otherwise, why would they give you money, right? And the cost of capital is from the borrower's perspective, where essentially no one's giving you money for free. What are they charging you to give money? They're charging you a specific rate. That rate is called the cost of capital. So examples of some single cash flow problems. So the way I want to do this is I'll actually bring up my financial calculator, and I've only tried this setup once. Hopefully it works. I have to have a big cardboard box next to everything. If you invest $1,000 for 3 years at 5% per annum, how much will you get at the end? Well, all that's happening is you have your one, hang on, you have your $1,000 times 1.05 to the power of 3. This is the same as saying 1,000 times 1.05 times 1.05 times 1.05. How much will you get at the end? So there's a couple ways you can do it on your calculator. Number one is you can just enter that equation directly, or if I take my 1.05 to the power of 3, and if I multiply that by 1,000, well, I get 1157.63 cents. The next way you can do it is, I'll actually first write it out on paper, is you can do it this 5-button method where you can have your future value, present values, etc. I'm going to see if I can zoom in a bit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so on my paper, I'm going to first write out all the variables. And the way I would go about this is, what is the most obvious variable? Actually, first I'm going to write out, I know at some point my variables will be future value, present value, my rate. And by the way, on your financial calculator, the rate is the same as I over Y. So I'm just going to quickly rename it. I over Y. I have my payment and I have my N. Right? So out of all of these, what would be the most obvious variable? And I'm just going to read the question again. If you invest $1,000 for 3 years at 5% per annum, how much will you get at the end? So some things that pop out for me right now. Number one, the biggest thing that pops out for me is 5%. You know, it sounds like some kind of rate. So how about I just enter 5% as my rate here, right? Next step is, if I invest $1,000 now, right, for 3 years, how much will I get at the end? Because the question asks me what I get at the end, well then it must mean that this $1,000 is now. What is now? Now is the present. My present value is 1,000. Sorry if I'm writing slanted. I actually have my whole iPad set up on a cardboard box to have this thing set up. But anyways, right? My next obvious number is actually, personally for me, it's my future value, because whatever the question is asking me is pretty obvious. It's asking me what I get at the end. Well, that's what I want to know. I want to know what my value in the future is, right? And the next thing that's obvious is my N, right? If I do this entire process for 3 years, right? 3 is my N. And payment, actually, we don't need to use in this instance, because we're only doing the $1,000 investment once. We're not having it recur or anything. So if I was to do this using the 5-button method, how it would work is, you don't press, for example, present value and then enter your stuff, because it doesn't work. You actually need to enter your numbers first and then press one of these buttons. So let's just knock this off the list. So if I press $1,000 into my present value, and if I press 5% into my interest rate, and if I press 3 into my N, and if I press 0 into my payment, I have to compute my future value. Now, before I even do that, I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to be incorrect, okay? I get some kind of value, but hang on, why is it negative? Because if I go back to my 1.05 to the power of 3 times 1,000, well, I'm getting a positive here, but how come I'm getting a negative future value here? Why does that make sense? Well, it doesn't, because the way you should think about present value and future value is that either one of these has to be negative for the other to be positive. And the best way to think about it is, if you were to literally picture your wallet right now, or your pocket right now, what number is going out of your pocket, what number is going into your pocket? For example, if you invest $1,000, right, you are investing it. It is leaving your wallet. If something leaves your wallet, you can just, visualize it having a negative number in front of it, right? So instead, what I should do is, my 1,000 that I'm investing that's going out of my pocket is my present value. My payment is still going to be 0. My N is still going to be 3. My interest rate is still going to be 5. If I compute my future value, I will get 1157.625. Now this makes sense, because this positive number is what is going into my wallet. It's what's going into my pocket. It's positive, right? Best way to think about it is, if it's going out from you, if it's going out of your pocket, out of your wallet, negative number. If it's going into your pocket, it's going to be a positive number. Now, I went kind of slow on this example. I'm going to speed it up a bit. And by the way, so right now I'm going to a new question. In an exam, I would very highly recommend anytime you move on to an exam, press second clear time value of money, right? This just makes all of your things equal to zero. It's really useful to make sure you don't mess anything up. So always just second clear time value of money. If you want just for bonus points, I don't know, you can do second clear work, but second clear time value of money at the bare minimum. So next up, you will receive a music royalty of $1 million in 2 years' time. How much can you borrow against it if interest rates are 4% per annum? So again, what is the most obvious number, right? I'm just going to quickly write out the variables. I have PV, I have FV, I have N, I have R, right? R is the same as I over Y if you're using the calculator method, and you have payment, right? So what is the most obvious number? Well, for me personally, I'm going to say my most obvious number is in 2 years' time, right? That's going to be my N. I always recommend for any time you're doing these questions, always start off with listing out all your variables that you need and list out the most obvious one first, then go on to the second most obvious, third most obvious, etc. until you're left with the thing you need to solve for. So what's my other obvious numbers, right? I see an interest rate some here. I see a number over here. Well, I can assume that's my 4% interest rate, right? And it's per annum. I have to calculate the amount in 2 years. My interest rate is per annum, so that's all good. We're talking about N is in the unit of a year. My interest rate is the unit of a year. Per annum basically means the unit of a year, so I know that's all good. Next up, what's my most obvious number? I know it's going to be something related to a million. I just don't know if it's present value or future value. Well, let's read the question again. You will receive a music royalty of 1 million in 2 years' time. You're not receiving it now. You're not receiving it in the present. You're going to receive it in 2 years in the future. So that must mean, oh, by the way, I'm so sorry. I actually wrote my 4% interest rate into my future value. So it's actually supposed to be in my interest column. But anyways, my future value is going to be $1 million. 1 million. Now hang on. We've learned positives and negatives with future value. If I receive $1 million royalty, is it going into my pocket or out of my pocket? If I receive it, it's going into my pocket. So, it's going to by default have a sign of +1. The next obvious number is how much can I borrow against it? Essentially, what it's asking me is what is it worth today? So my present value is going to be the question mark that I need to solve for. So in this case, again, we do not have a payment. So let's enter this into the calculator again. My N is going to be 2, and again, you press the numbers first, then one of these buttons. So 2 is my N. My interest rate is 4% per annum. Now, typically, by the way, if you're doing the formula method, like you're plugging it into, for example, this formula sheet, when you're talking about R, you would have to do 0.04. When you're using the 5 buttons on the calculator, don't ever enter your interest rate as 0.04. That would be incorrect. Instead, you have to enter it as 4, right? So 2 is my N, 4 is my interest per year. My future value is 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 $1 million in the future. My payment is 0. If I compute, look, I need to press this compute button, compute present value. I get 924,456. Why is this negative? Well, if you think about it, the question is asking how much can I borrow against it? If I borrow money, technically, it's like money's coming into my pocket, but I will need to pay it back at some point. So the money that I will need to pay back is 924,556, right? This is the present value of this. And I'm gonna speed through some of these two. So at what annual interest rate would 10,000 now grow to become 15,000 in 3 years, right? Again, most obvious numbers. And I'm actually just gonna start writing on the actual question. So 10,000 now, this is my present value, right? One of the most obvious numbers in this question. 15,000 in 3 years. Well, this is my future value, right? 3 years, that's my n. It tells me the question. What other variables do I have left? Well, I have my payment amount left, and then I have my interest per year left. At what annual interest rate? It's asking me what interest rate. So that's my R is what I need to solve for, right? My R is my question mark. Payment, again, is 0 in this case. So this is actually a great example where we can use the positives and negatives. So number one, let me get an obvious number out of the way first. 3 is going to be my n. Actually, let me do second clear time value of money. Always, always, always do that. 3 is going to be my n. And it's asking me, at what interest rate would 10,000 now grow to become $15,000? Let's say in this context, you are investing $10,000. You are taking money out of your wallet, you're sticking it into your stocks or whatever you want to invest in to grow. If it's going out of your pocket, is it positive or negative? Well, it's negative because it's going away from you. So 10,000 negative is my present value, which must mean my future value, 15,000, is going to be positive, future value. My payment is 0. If I compute my interest rate, I get 14.471424. And just as a sanity check, let's check this, right? This is my percentage. Let me just divide it by 100 so I can add it to, so I can use it the formula method. So this is for 3 years. This is, if I take this to the power of 3, I get 1.5. If I multiply this by my 10,000, well, I get 15,000. So I know the answer is correct. In an exam, you have very limited time because this is going to be a 2-hour exam by itself. So whatever method you think you can do it faster with, do that method. For me personally, I am always faster using these 5 buttons, so I will always resort to that. Awesome. I'm not going to go through this last one, but I'd say if you were to follow my logic of the negatives and positives, you should be able to get it. And actually, you know what? All this work is done for you in the slideshow as well, including what value should be positive, negative, etc. What calculator buttons. This number 3 and number 4 is done for you as well. So you need to know 4 variables to compute the 5th. This is why I always write out all of my variables, start from the most obvious to least obvious, leave a question mark for the 5th variable that I need to compute. Also, if you notice, if I divide 1 by 3, I get all these 9 numbers. I've done this on purpose because you want more. The more numbers you have, the more decibels, the more accurate you are. If you want to get 9 by default, if you were to buy a brand new calculator, you would only have 2 decimals. You can do second format to enter to go back to 2, because now if I do 1 divided by 3, I only get 2 decimals. Try to be as precise as possible. Always do second format 9 enter, so that way you can have as many decimals as possible. Anyways, little side tangent. And anything that you can do on a calculator, you can do on Excel. Excel is way smarter than this calculator. So this is where positive inflows and negative inflows really, really matter. On the calculator, if you get a negative future value here or there or a negative payment, you can still kind of write a solid enough answer about it. But on Excel, your positives and negatives really do make a difference. All right, interest rates historically. Little history lesson, you can go over them. I actually found it quite interesting. So, little history lesson about interest rates, you can read over that. And now we're going to get into the confusing part about interest rates. Your EAR, effective annual rates, your periodic rates, and your annual percentage rates. So I'm actually going to use these exact numbers to explain what I need to explain. And let me just get rid of my calculator window. I don't need that. And awesome. So I'm going to open up my scrap paper again. Perfect. Okay, so what does it mean, if you do it for 4% per annum or 4% per annum with monthly compounding? What does all that mean? What is an EAR? What is an APY? What is my periodic rate? What is my APR, right? There's so many letters. What do they mean? So let's say if you were to walk into a bank right now, let's say if I'm the bank, you're the person who's walking in to get a loan, right? Let's say you need money from me, and on my paper, on the contract, whoops, I should actually, sorry, let me make my pen bigger, right? Let's say on the contract, it says you will pay me back at 12% per annum with monthly compounding, right? Now, in reality, any contract can be totally unique. It can be 14%, 6%, 2%. It can be per annum, per every 6 months, per every quarter, monthly compounding, weekly, biannual, semi annual, semi weekly, anything, right? But what it essentially means is this 12% is something called a nominal rate. This is what it says on the paper. This is not the true rate you're going to pay. You're actually going to end up paying a different rate. The true rate you will pay is called the EAR, but this is what we'll say on the paper. Now, let's walk through this a little bit. By default, we know that our formula, it consists of 1 plus r to the power of n, right? We have our future value and our present value and stuff in there, right? That's all cool, but your interest rate, it really defines whatever this portion of your formula is. So if we have 12% per annum with monthly compounding, what's going on? So now your contract will say 12% per annum with monthly compounding. What does this mean? Well, in one annum, how many monthly periods do you have? Right? In one annum, how many monthly periods do you have? Well, you're going to have 12 monthly periods, right? This is the valuable portion of the statement. What I have is my n is equal to 12 in 1 year. My r is going to be equal to 12% over 12. Now, actually, I kind of wished I picked better numbers, but essentially what's going on is for 1 month, you have your 12% per year divided by the amount of months in a year is equal to 1%. Essentially, for every month, you are paying 1% interest. Now, what ends up happening is, you have 1 plus 1% per month. How many months are you doing it for? Well, you're doing it for 12 months. What this ends up becoming is 1.01 to the power of 12. And if I were to plug this into the calculator, 1.01 to the power of 12, I get 12.6825 as my interest rate. My interest rate then becomes 12.6825. Notice this number. This is my effective annual rate. This is essentially what I will end up having paid to the bank after 1 year of my loan compounding. So let's say, great. So what does this 12.6825 number represent? So you walk into the bank, let's say you need $1,000. You're asking for $1,000 loan, and your contract says 12% per annum with monthly compounding. You might think that 12% of $1,000 is $120. So at the end of my 1 year loan, I'm gonna have to pay them back my original $1,000 plus the $120, right? Wrong. That 12% per annum would have been assuming that it gets compounded once a year. 12% per annum divided by just 1 is 12%. However, we're considering something called monthly compounding. So we have to take our rate per period, right? We have 12 monthly periods. We need to take our rate per period as 1%, and we do it 12 times. This ends up getting 12.6825. So what actually ends up happening is I walk into the bank asking for $1,000. At the end of the year, I'm going to have to pay them back $126.82, right? It's not the $120 anymore. It's $126.82. So your effective annual rate, as a general rule of thumb, will always end up being greater than whatever rate says on your contract. If your mortgage says 4% rate, and it's by law, any mortgage in Canada is required to be compounded at most 2 times per year. Well, then your mortgage, it will say 4% on the piece of paper, but in reality, you're going to be paying back a whole lot more than 4%. So if I were to explain this a bit more clearly, what's going on is your 1 plus r to the n, your 1 plus r to the n is essentially your 1 plus your periodic rate to the power of n. N is the number of periods, right? What ends up happening is when you go to a bank, you will be quoted something called your APR, your nominal rate. So what ends up happening is your 1 plus r to the n ends up becoming whatever APR you're quoted, APR divided by the number of periods to the power of n, right? So by definition, if all of this thing is equal to all of this thing, well, we have n that's common, we have 1 that's common, that must mean these two things must be common as well. That must mean my APR over n is equal to my periodic rate. This is what I get quoted per month. And if you were to go to your formula sheet, this is exactly what you will find as well. Your R, periodic rate, your periodic rate, is equal to your APR over N. Now in this case, they use M, I use N, essentially the same thing. And you might have noticed that I had like this other sheet. I was kind of like working on explaining this concept a bit earlier. But essentially, I have something called T here. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you took Math 154 at the University of Alberta. There was a unit on how money compounds. They used a very similar formula where they just have N times T. Let's say if I go back to my loan example, if I have 12% per annum with monthly compounding, let's say this 12%, it's for, let's say if I only want this loan for 1 year, well then my N is going to be equal to 12. But let's say if I want it for 2 years, well this thing is going to be equal to 12 times 2. If I want it for 3 years, then this thing is going to be equal to 12 times 3, right? Essentially, that would be 36. Now, the reason that's important is in this context, because it's monthly compounding, this unit, the exponent should always be in the context of months. This should always be in the context of months. Your rate that you assign here in your 1 plus r to the n should always be in the context of months if you're working in months, and this should be in months if you're working in months. If you're working in days, this should be in days, this should be in days as well. Now really quickly, if I were to calculate that per days, we were quoted 12% per annum with monthly compounding, so our periodic rate was 12 divided by the amount of 12-month periods in a year, right? It's 1% per annum. But now let's say that 12%, it was compounded daily. Well, what ends up happening is your 1 plus r to the n ends up becoming 1 plus 12%. Sorry, 1 plus 12%. I'm going to write 12% as 0.12. You can write it as 12%, doesn't matter. Divided by the amount of periods we're talking about. Well, we're talking about 365 to the power of how many compoundings are we getting. If it's compounded daily, how many daily periods do you have in a year? Well, you have 365 of them. So your rate ends up becoming 1.12747. Notice how 1.12747 is greater than the 1.1268 something 5 that we had to give earlier. Well, what ends up happening is when you increase the amount of n, your effective annual interest rate increases as well. So essentially, hopefully this helps you out a little bit. And by the way, both of these are equal to your EAR plus 1, right? Here, technically we need to subtract 1 times 100 to get our actual rate. That's the reason why we have a plus 1 here. Anytime you're doing any of these calculations, always just make sure to either subtract or add the 1 where you need. So this is essentially a big cluster of functions and formulas I personally think if you can commit to memorizing this, where this is essentially your glorified 1 plus r to the n, you should be good, right? But if you'd like, I can quickly go over all of these, right? Your APR was the 12% that we were quoted. How much is it per one period? Well, to go from your APR to your periodic rate, it's just my APR divided by the amount of periods, right? That's my periodic rate. And to go back, you simply just take this, multiply it here, and you get your APR. Now, if you want to go from your APR to your EAR, well, all that's happening is I take my 1 plus my APR over N, this is the same as my periodic rate, and then I raise it to the amount of periods I have, and I subtract 1 from it, right? Because I need to take this 1, bring it over to that side. And I get my EAR, right? And you can do the exact opposite inverse of functions to get to the other point. Now, if you want to go from your EAR to your R, well, you can either first convert it to APR, and you can really easily convert APR to R because it's like a very simple multiplication here, or you can just realize the fact that in this formula, this is basically equal to periodic rate. Awesome. So there we have that. And this is just talking about Canadian mortgages, how I mentioned earlier that by law, they're required to be quoted with semi-annual compounding. Um, so, for example, if you have a 3% mortgage, it's going to be compounded twice. Now, if I were to explain this, this is your 1 plus r to the n. We're talking about semi-annual compounding. How many semi-annual periods are there in 1 year? Well, what is semi-annual? Semi-annual is 6 months. How many 6-month periods do you have in 1 year? Well, I have 6 months and I have 6 months. I only have 2. So the amount of compoundings I have is 2. And if I have 3% for the year, then my amount per period is 3% divided by 2, so 1.5. And so this brings out my EAR to roughly, and then this ends up being my EAR, which is 3.0225%. So essentially what it's telling you is that, on paper, your nominal rate, your APR, it says 3%, but in reality, you end up paying a lot more than that, 3.0225%. Right, so what day count fraction means is essentially sometimes you might need to work out the interest you pay for a specific portion of the year. And the day count fraction is essentially the method that you use to determine what portion of the year am I paying interest on. So for example, if you have something like 30 over 360, what that means is, let's say, from January 1st to April 1st, that's a 3-month period, right, that you're paying interest on. And just for simplicity, let's assume that this is not compounding, that this is just 10% APR. Well, what ends up happening is, you're paying interest for 3 months. If you were to use the 30 over 360, convention method, then what ends up happening is you have your 30 over 360 times 3 over 1, because if this is for 1 month, well, you have 3 months. So then this ends up equaling 90 over 360, which is what you end up using as your as your fraction for your day count fractions. Now, what you could have is actual over 360, where technically, a month is not always 30 days. January is 31 days. February, if it's a leap year or not, is 28 or 29 days. Then you have your March 31st, right? So you have 31 days in March. So actual is, if you were to literally pull up a calendar right now, how many days would you count? Now, the thing about actual is that you need to be cautious of leap years. Technically, 2024 was a leap year, which means February and this period, Jan to April, it encompasses February. So you need to be cautious about the fact that February would have 29 days, so that alters your actual calculation a little bit. And divided by 360 is basically you're assuming 360 days in a year. Then you can have something like actual over 365, right? Where in reality a day has, then you have something like actual over 365, right? Essentially the actual and actual concepts are the same, where you would literally count the exact amount of days. You would literally probably even open up a calendar and you just divide it all by 365. Then you have actual over actual. This divided by 365 does not care if it's leap year or not. You will only use 365, not 366. What actual over actual means is, 2024 here was a leap year, so a leap year has 366 days. Therefore, they use 366 days. January 1st, 2024 to April 1st, 2024 has 91 days, so they use the actual amount of days divided by the actual amount of days in the year. Essentially, that's what day count fractions are. You just need to be very careful about whether you have a leap year or not in your specific calculation. And oftentimes, what could happen is, let's say you're working from let's say this is Jan 1, 20, right? Now, let's say hypothetically this is Jan 1, 2024, and if this is, right, and if this is Jan 1, 2025, and hypothetically, let's say this is Feb 29, 2024, right? This is the leap day that you get. So now let's say, if you were this question, it was only for 3 months, so it was only for like this period, right? So it's very clear that you have that leap year period here. Now let's say if it was for this, well, in terms of actual over actual, you would end up using 366 over uh, however many days it is. But now let's say, if you want to talk about a year, here you would have the leap amount of days. Here you would have the leap amount of days. Here you would not have that. Here you would have the leap amount of days. So you just basically, it really helps if you're able to just draw a timeline like this and see for yourself where exactly that leap period occurs, for you to make sure that you very confidently get the actual versus 360 versus 365, right? Here's an example that you can go through where, if you invest in your SOFR, which is your overnight financing rate in the US for 90 days, and the 90-day SOFR rate is 4% per annum, how much money will you have at the end? Well, if we want, if we invest $10,000, which is our present value, and we multiply by 1 plus R over N, 1 is the same. The N is the amount of compoundings per year. We're talking about 1, right? Your 90-day SOFR is 90 over 360. If you were to talk about the actual amount of days, now if you were to talk about the actual amount of days, it tells you in the question for 90 days exactly. So, whether it's January 1st to April 1st, 2024, actually would be 91 days, but they tell you exactly it's 90 days, so you don't need to worry about that. And essentially, this is how you would compute that part of the calculation. A discount factor. This is our equation. FV is equal to PV 1 plus R to the N. If I want to get my present value, all I need to do is I can take my FV, I divide it by 1 plus R to the N. This is also the same as saying my present value is equal to my future value multiplied by 1 over 1 plus R to the N, right? This is just the way algebra works, where I can break this up into two parts, FV times 1 over 1 plus Rn, or FV divided by 1 plus 1 R to the N, right? And this portion of that equation is called my discount factor, where I have a value in the future. What do I need to discount it by to get to my present value? This thing would be called my discount factor. And there will be different discount factors for different years in the future, right? If you're only discounting for 1 year, well, then your N is 1. If you're discounting 4 years from 4 years in the future, N is 4, right? That's essentially what that would be. And this is what you would multiply your cash flows by in your NPV to get your discounted cash flow, right? That's going to come up later in this video. So if you didn't catch that part just yet, don't worry about it. Essentially, if you have your future values, let's say your future values in the future, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, right? No future value on 0. Essentially, what's happening is, if you wanted to know what $1,000 is worth, what $1,000 in 1 year from now is worth today, well, you would just take this multiplied by this. If you wanted to know what $1,000 3 years from today is worth, well, you would take your $1,000 multiplied by your discount factor. That's essentially what's going on. You can also have part year discount factors where, for example, if you look at this is in the unit of years, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. You can also have monthly discount factors, 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, right, if you really wanted to. And the way you would get R here is this is 4% per annum. You know for sure. In 1 year is 4%. One second year is 4%. Third year is 4%, right? In the months, you would just simply have to take your 4% per annum divided by the amount of months per annum, which is 12, and then you would get that as your uh, R for each amount of months. Cash flow streams and DCF analysis. All that a DCF analysis is I am taking the present value of all of my future cash flows and I'm discounting back all of them to see what they would be worth today, and I'm adding all of them. So I'll just use whatever example they have here, where let's say, in 1 year from now, you get cash flow one. Hypothetically, I don't know, $100,000. In 2 years from now, you get something called cash flow two. It's another $100,000. In 3 years from now, you get something called cash flow three, another 100K, right? Keep on going on. And you will be given something called a discount rate. It will be given in the question, or you might have to compute it. And that is what you would use as your R to get the value of each of these, what they would be worth today, what this would be worth today, what this would be worth today. And whatever those present values are, you would add all of them. For example, this is a little mini example of a DCF analysis. This is today, this is 1 year from now, this is 2 years from now. Let's say you receive 1.6 million in a year, you receive 1.2 million in 2 years, and your discount rate is 9% per annum. Well, what this is you would have your 1.6 million divided by 1.09 to the power of 1 plus 1.2 million divided by 1.09 to the power of 2, or the same as 1.2 times 1 over 1.09 to the 2. This figure is exactly what is this figure. And you can multiply these two to get this. You can multiply these two to get this. These are the values that you would then add up to get to this value. Awesome. So I want to go over something called proportionality, right? If this is my equation, right, let's only look at one of these for now. PV is equal to cash flow 1 over 1 plus R to the n, right? Actually, that's just our default equation. You have proportionality. So let's say if you want your present value to go up, well, your present value is directly proportional to cash flow 1. What that means is if cash flow 1 goes up, your present value goes up. If cash flow 1 goes down, your present value goes down, right? A good way to think about it is this is whatever is you want to compute. If it's on the numerator, if it goes up, this goes up. If it's on the numerator, this goes down, then this goes down, right? If it's on the denominator, it's going to have the complete opposite effect, where if the denominator goes up, this thing goes down. If the denominator goes down, then this thing goes up, right? Proportionality. Another way to express it is PV is directly proportional to cash flow 1. PV is directly proportional to 1 over 1 plus R to the n. This is the same as saying PV is inversely proportional to 1 plus R to the n, right? Essentially what that means is if 1 plus R to the power of n goes up, PV is going to come down. If 1 plus R to the power of n goes down, PV is going to go up, right? So then you can further break this down into R. What that means is if you want your PV to go up, then this whole thing now you can take the same logic and apply it to R, where essentially if your R goes down, then this whole thing goes down, right? Because if you have a lower discount rate, well, 1 plus something lower is still lower, and no matter how much you compound it, it's still going to be lower. So if your R goes down, well, then your present value goes up. So that means if these two arrows are opposite, well, then that must mean they're inversely related, which is exactly what the summation says, right? Or let's say if you have a higher discount rate, well, then the value of the denominator will go up, which means the value of your present value will go down, right? Earlier cash flows have a greater impact than later cash flows because later cash flows get discounted more. What this means is, let's say if Actually, you know what? Now is a great time to pull up my Excel sheet. So I have this little thing, just making sure you can still see that. Awesome. So let's say if every single year, this is year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many years, right? Let's say every single year you're receiving $100. And this is what I have computed with my discount factor, right? It's simply 1 divided by 1 plus r to the power of n. N is the amount of years. And just for a simple math, I've used a discount rate of 10%. This is same for all of the years. What I get is my discounted cash flow when I multiply these two, right? It's simply this times this. Now, my slideshow said that earlier cash flows have a greater impact than later cash flows. Well, if you look at this, my total present value, if I want to get my present value, I can sum up all of these. And the contribution of year 1 to my present value is $90.91. In year 4, it's $68.30. In year 47, it's $1.13, right? Earlier cash flows have greater contributions, like, they're worth more, they contribute more to my present value than later cash flows. Why? Because they get discounted more, right? This is my discount factor. It's raised to the power of 27. It's discounted 27 times as much as my year 1. Therefore, it's worth slightly less, right? If I want to go with this for many cash flows, like look at this. This is 406 years later. This is 1.562 times 10 to the negative 15. This is literally 0.00000000000001562, whatever that is. That's ridiculously small. That has absolutely pretty much negligible value to your cash flow. That's essentially what that slide was saying. I hope I was switching through my layouts. I hope you guys were able to get that portion. Changes to R will affect later cash flows more, right? Because later cash flow is discounted more. I just showed you this in my Excel where if I were to change my discount rate from 10% to 11%, well, in 1 year from now, that 1 extra percent of going from 10% to 11%, in 1 year, it won't really matter too much. In 2 years, it might matter slightly more, but really not too much, right? No one's going to lose their minds over it. In 417 years from now, that 1 extra percent will make a huge difference because cash flows later from now get impacted more by having even the slightly higher R. Yeah, so my video just froze again. Again, I'm so sorry about that. I hope I could figure that out. Okay, so special cases of cash flow streams. So let's talk about perpetuities and annuities because this is essentially what it brings us to. So a perpetuity is when you have a constant period of cash flows forever. An annuity is when you have cash flows for a specific amount of time. How much time? Well, it's n periods. Growing perpetuity is essentially when the cash flows grow year by year, and growing annuity is when the cash flows grow year by year. Again, I'm going to pull up my Excel sheet. So here I've kind of mapped out a perpetuity for you where, I've just made my Excel sheet run on for pretty much infinity. This is essentially just me modeling a perpetuity, right? Like I'm on year 2360 right now. It's going to keep on going forever. Literally until I can't go anymore, until my Excel sheet runs out. And by the way, you can look at just how little my cash flows are. It's such a small number, Excel can't even compute it. It's that small. This is how negligible of an impact your cash flows have after 16,000 years of compounding. But anyways, my perpetuity would be the sum of all of these cash flows till the end, right? What my annuity is let's say if I only want to do this for 10 years. Essentially, all I'm saying is after 10 years, this stuff doesn't matter anymore. This is simply what my annuity is. If my perpetuity ran on forever, my annuity is only going to run for 10 years, 11 years, 12, whatever amount of years I want, right? But an annuity at some point is going to end. That's all that means. A perpetuity never, ever ends. All right, I'm just going to make that go back to the way it was. And actually, so in this case, my cash flows every single year are 100% right. They're not growing, they're not decreasing value. So it's not a growing perpetuity. It's just a regular, simple, good old perpetuity. Same thing with annuity. My cash flows are the same every single year. It's not growing. It's not a growing annuity. It's just a normal annuity. Awesome. Back to the slideshow. Cool. So a perpetuity is a regular payment forever, right? I modeled that using my Excel. And an annuity is a regular payment for a specific amount of time. 10 years, 5 years, 6 years. For example, your home mortgage is an annuity because at some point you want to stop paying your mortgage because you know you don't want to have debt on your head forever. Car loan is some kind of annuity. So a value over perpetuity is equal to the payment over R, right? What the hell does this mean? I can show it to you using my Excel, right? I'm essentially going to explain to you the but why portion. And remember at the start of the video, I was talking about, how I pretty much crammed for my midterms and I still ended up getting like an 82 and a 92. This is because I'm able to understand this question in any course really, really well. I don't care about doing practice problems. I care about understanding this question. If I can understand this question, I'm confident in my ability to do well on the exam. Now let me show you with my Excel. And by the way, for something like, actually, you know what? I have to go to my Excel first to show you my Excel. But okay, this is my Excel, right? All I'm doing is I have infinite amount of years. Cash flow is the same, right? It's $100. This is my discount factor. This is my DCF, right? My value of my perpetuity, according to my formula, right? According to my formula, my present value of my perpetuity is equal to my payment divided by my R, right? Well, my payment here is $100 and my R here is 10%. So technically I can take my $100, I can take my $100, I can divide it by my 10%, and I get the value of my perpetuity, which is apparently $1,000. Do I want to trust this? I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just a formula. How can I be sure this is true? Well, I know all of these are correct, right? Because, this past hour that you've been watching this video, you've been learning the math where my discounted cash flow is just my present value times is my future value divided by 1 plus R to the n, right, for all these years, or simply my cash flow times my discount factor. So we know these are true. We've learned the math and theory behind this. So technically, could I just take the sum of these? Now look, as I'm dragging these, you'll notice at the bottom of my Excel, you'll start getting the sum. So if I just keep on dragging this for infinity, notice what happens to my sum, right? By year, hang on, let me make this a bit clearer, right? Look, 173 by year 2. By year 3, it's 248, 316. Look, as I'm adding more years, my present value is approaching something. And look, it's like 970s, 980s, it's only going up by like $1 now. If I keep on doing that, my present value is approaching something. Look, it's like $999 and something. $999.99.99. It's like it just keep on doing that until I get to infinity, right? Which is basically just going to be the end of my Excel sheet. Now, my Excel isn't perfect. It stops like calculating values at some point. But essentially what I'm showing you is that if you were to take the sum of all of these cash flows for infinity, see, like actually Excel just gives up after like halfway. But essentially what I'm showing you is that the sum is approaching a value is equal to the present value, which is 1,000, right? That's all I'm doing. I'm taking the sum of all of these in here. And that's so funny because if I were to select this whole thing, usually it should give me a sum, but these numbers are so small that it doesn't even work for Excel. So it should actually serve a great point as to show you how little of an effect discounting years into the future has. But essentially, yeah, the sum of all of these is equal to my present value, my perpetuity. This makes sense. This is the same number I'm getting that the formula told me to get, right? This again is just me entering the same formula. Now, let's say if I want to use something called the NPV function, right? I can do my net present value. My rate is my discount rate. Let's say if I want to discount all of these values. In your net present value function, you don't enter any discounted cash flows. You just enter the straight up normal cash flows. And this makes sense because your net present value is supposed to return the value of these, right? So let's just go up to like here. Look, I get $1,000. My net present value of all of these infinite cash flows, right? Like it goes on forever, discounted at 10%, is equal to 1,000. So essentially what I've done for you now is we're given this formula. Can we trust it or not? The answer is yes, because according to Excel, according to the pure math and the theory we've learned, this formula is valid. This is what I was talking about. I modeled it in Excel. I was able to understand it. Right? You can read over this if you want to. I personally believe, since you've watched my Excel demonstration, you would be able to excel at this topic. Little pun there. Awesome. So, value of an annuity. Value of an annuity, right? Screw this formula. Forget this. It's already on your formula sheet. If you really want to just memorize formula, go for it. It's right here, right? But why? Again, this is the question. This is my favorite question. This is what everything in finance is built around. Look, if I go back to my Excel sheet, I'm just gonna get rid of some of these numbers here. Cool. So let's quickly look at what my annuity was again. It's basically my annuity is basically just the sum of all of these cash flows for like 10 years, right? I think it's safe to say that my present value of an annuity for 10 years, assuming I get $100 every single year, and if I discount it all at 10%, my present value should be 614, right? There's many different ways I can prove this. I can do it by the sum of this, right? I get 614. I can do net present value 10% of these 10 cash flows. I get 614.46, right? So we know this is the value, but why is this the value? Now, what you can do is if all of this thing, if all of this thing is my perpetuity, this infinite thing, well then, isn't my value of my annuity just this entire thing minus this entire thing, right? Let me quickly draw this out for you on my iPad, right? If this is all of my perpetuity, like infinite, right? All of this is infinity, and if I only care about like 10 years, right? 10 years, then is it safe to say that I can just simply take my perpetuity, subtract everything from like after 10 years, right? Hang on. Yeah, like if I can just take my blue line minus my red line, I should get this line, right? I think it's pretty safe to say that if you have all of this stuff and you take away this thing, well, then you should be left with this thing, right? Even visually, it makes perfect sense. These two things add up to this giant thing, right? These two things add up to that giant thing. So therefore, this giant thing minus this thing should equal to this thing. That's essentially what my annuity is. I can go onto my Excel, right? Hang on. Yeah, so I can go to my Excel, and all I need to do is I can do my sum of my entire perpetuity, and just bear with me, because I can't do it forever because Excel doesn't work that way. But anyways, right, I can take the sum of my entire perpetuity and I can subtract from that the sum of that tail I was talking about, is equal to the sum of this entire thing right? And if I take that entire big thing minus that longer tail, I should get my 614567, which is what I have gotten before. I think I accidentally deleted that, but no biggie. I can calculate it again. Boom, right? I'm getting the same thing. So essentially, it's very safe to say that your value of your annuity is equal to your value of your perpetuity, present value of my perpetuity, minus some infinite portion. Cool. Well, let's let's label this as my perpetuity, and let's call it my deferred perpetuity. I'm deferring my perpetuity for 10 years. My entire perpetuity minus my deferred perpetuity should equal my annuity. I know my perpetuity is worth payment over R, and my deferred perpetuity is my payment over R times 1 plus R over N. And I can explain why that is the case. Let's go back to the Excel, right? My perpetuity is worth that entire thing, right? Is equal to my payment over R. And my deferred perpetuity should be the present value of all of these cash flows. So I can take this as my payment over R multiplied by my discount rate following this 11 portion, right? And now let me just derive for you exactly what that is. If my present value of my perpetuity is equal to payment over R, and my deferred present value is equal to payment over R times 1 over R plus N is equal to payment over R times 1 over 1 plus R to the N. Well, then I can simply take this thing, copy, paste, minus this thing, copy, paste, right? Now, doing a little bit of quick algebra here, I can factor out payment from both of these things, right? PMT over R, factor that out, we get 1 minus, this cancels out with the 1, this cancels out with the payment, so we just get 1 minus 1 over 1 plus R to the N. This is my formula for my annuity, right? Payment multiplied by 1 minus 1 over 1 plus R to the N. It's right over here, right? I've just derived this formula for you. This is why I think algebra is important, and if you were able to derive the formulas at least once when you see a formula, if you can derive it from the original formula, you understand the theory. You understand this question. Awesome. So this is just a little bit of a theory portion for me to explain the concept to you. You can probably, throw all of this out of your head right now because you're given the formula. But anyways, thank you for watching that portion. And this is a little worked example. And for this, I'll do it a couple different methods. Let me get my iPad camera situation set up again. Awesome, hang on. So let's move that there. Let's get the camera out there. Make it a bit bigger. Financial calculator. Awesome. So turn it on real quick because I don't know if I did it before or not. Always second, clear time value of money. Second, clear work, just to make sure, right? Let me zoom out a bit, sorry. Yeah. Cool. So the question says, suppose we buy a car for $20,000 and we take out a loan for the full amount over the course of 5 years at 4% per annum with equal payments, and although annual payments are not very realistic, right? So, oh my gosh, hang on. I don't know what I've done. Okay, yeah. So, real quick, let me just hide all of this work for now. I don't want to give you the answer. Cool. So, I know I know this is an annuity, number one, because it's not going to go on forever. I'm not going to be paying off my car loan forever. Hopefully I would want it to end at some point, right? So literally just looking at my formula, what variables do I have? Well, I have my present value, my payment, my R, and I will have a future value of some point. So let me write out my variables, right? I have my present value, I have PMT, I have R, I have future value, and I have N. Awesome. So again, work from the most obvious number you see, right? You are walking into a bank. You need a loan. How long do you need the loan for? 5 years, right? In my opinion, the most obvious one is 5. And in my opinion, the second most obvious one is, what is the question asking you? How much is the annual payment? Your next most obvious is literally just a question mark for payment. Cool. So now we only need to figure out what the other 3 variables are. So, okay, I'm really glad my video here is working. I'm the bank. You come to me asking for money, right? You want to buy a car for $20,000. You need money to buy a car. Your pocket, it's empty right now. You want to ask money from me. So I give you the 20K, right? Guess what happens? That 20K, it goes into your pocket. So 20K is going into your pocket. That's a positive, right? Because we've previously defined if money goes out of your pocket, it's negative. If money goes into your pocket, it's positive. Therefore, I know that this present value is going to be 20K positive, right? Now the next most obvious number is, in my opinion, R, 4%, right? It says it's asking for the annual payment and it gives us 4% per annum. That's fine because we're in the same units now. If it was asking for the monthly payment, then we would need to do a little bit of compounding, but this is just the basic step of the question. Cool. Now, well, I still have one variable that I haven't defined. It's my future value. But what is the future value of a loan? You get 20K from me. At the end of the 5 years, how much would you want that loan to be? $0. Because ideally, you would have paid back your loan, right? You walk into the bank right now, I give you 20K. By the end of the 5 years, 1 year, you would have given me some money back. In the second year, you would have given me some money back. Third year, you would give me some money back. In the fifth year, you would give me money back and you would essentially have a loan balance of 0. So these are my numbers. Now let's calculate this. Now let's calculate this using, actually, you know what? Let's use the formula first, right? So my formula is essentially my PMT over R multiplied by 1, just double checking, 1 minus 1 over, okay. 1 minus 1 over 1 plus R to the N. Cool. So financial calculators, really, really, really messy to do these kind of functions on. So there's a very specific way you need to do it. You need to start with the innermost bracket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 1 plus 0.04. All right, I got 1.04. Cool. I'm going to move on to this. What is my N? My N is 5. Right, so I'm going to raise this y to the x, right? This is how you raise something, this button, to the power of 5. Cool, I get that. So now I need to do 1 divided by this whole thing I calculated. This thing that I'm doing right now, this is that. This thing is this thing, cool? So I need to take 1 and I need to divide that by this thing. Well, there's a weird way you have to do it where essentially first you got to take this, you got to divide this by 1. Oh wow, you get the same thing. Then you got to take 1 over x to this. This essentially just takes this value, right? Takes this value and divides it by 1. So you kind of got to press this button, 1 over x. So you get that. Cool. So now you're at this step. Next, you got to take 1 minus this thing. Cool. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to first subtract 1 from here. I get a negative value. That's cool. I'm just going to flip the sign, right? At the end of the same thing, right? 1 minus a is the same as negative a minus 1. That's all I've done. This is just a simple math identity. Then what I need to do is I need to multiply it by payment and I need to divide it by r, right? Well, the thing is, my payment is what I'm trying to calculate. So actually, I forgot to write the full function, right? So now that I have this thing, I want to get to my payment. What I'll do is I'll divide my present value with my thing that I've calculated, right? So again, weird way you have to do this. You first have to take this, divide it by your 20,000 present value. Then you have to inverse it, right? And this entire thing, that this number that we have right here is equal to your what is it, 112,313.5 is equal to PMT over R. To get payment, we just got to multiply this guy with R, right? Times 0.04. The payment we're getting is 4492.54. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 4492.54. Awesome. So I'm just going to quickly write that down. PMT is equal to 4492.54. Great. So we did it using this weird calculator like number method where we actually just typed out the formula itself. Cool. Now let's try doing it this 5-button method, right? And I didn't use time value of money, but just for peace of mind, I still always like to do it. So I'm gonna start by entering the number. So 5 is my N. Interest rate is 4. Notice how I don't enter it at 0.04. I enter it as 4. My present value is 20K. Remember, it was positive because it's going into my pocket. My future value is going to be 0 because I don't want to have a loan over my head at the end of the 5 years. I'm going to press compute, then I'm going to press payment. 4492.54. Now, really quickly, this is a negative number. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. Because if I get 20K into my pocket at the start and I need to make payments away, well, I'm going to take a payment. I'm going to take it out of my pocket, give it to the bank. I'm going to take another payment. I'm going to take it out of my pocket, give it to the bank. I'm taking stuff out of my pocket. It's negative. This number, negative, it's totally valid. This is, in fact, exactly what you are supposed to get. And yeah, 4492.54, exact answer we're getting. So now this is the next thing. If we were assuming a monthly payment, so same situation, same 20K loan, same 5 years, same 4% per annum, but it's monthly compounding now. So remember what we have to do. We have our 1 plus R to the N, right? N now, we're working in months. Previously, we were working in years. Now we're working in months. R, we were working in years. Now we got to work in months again. 1 plus, what is my rate per month? It's going to be 4 over 12, 4% over 12. How many months do I have this loan for? Well, if I have this loan for 5 years, how many months are there in a year? 12. How many months do I have this loan for? 60. That's essentially what's that going to look like, right? Now, you know how long it took me to do it the formula method. In an exam, as long as you know how to use the function keys, you're good. Second, clear time value of money, all right? The rest of the stuff doesn't change. It's the same 20K loan. It's still going into my pocket, so the present value is still positive 20K. At the end of my loan, I still want to have a balance of 0 because if I'm paying monthly, if I'm paying annually, if I'm paying weekly, I don't care. I still want a balance of 0 at the end, right? The amount of N doesn't change the fact that I want my value of my loan to be 0. So 0 is still my future value. Payment is still what I'm trying to compute. That's fine. Now, here's where the trick is. 4 divided by 12. That number exactly is what I will enter into my I over Y. So let's do that, right? Why do we do 4 divided by 12? Is because now we're working in months. Next up is N. Previously we entered 5 as N. That's wrong because now we're working in months, so it's actually supposed to be 60N. Cool. If we do compute payment, the answer is saying 368.33 per month, 368.33, and of course this is negative because it's money that's going out of our pocket to pay off the loan. Perfect. So approach, how do you do the approach, right? I've kind of walked through it by now, but essentially, my approach is, you know what? I'm not going to go over this slide. I'm going to just quickly recap my approach. Number 1, read the question, obviously, right? But write out all of the variables. Start with the most obvious one, right? Whatever it is. Second most obvious, right? Make sure you put a question mark around what the question is asking you. Literally read it a couple times to make sure you actually get what the question is asking you. Here, the question is asking us, what is the monthly payment? It wants the PMT. It doesn't want the PMT annually, it wants the PMT monthly, right? Cool, that's that. Great tracer practice, awesome. Um, by the way, after you have watched this video, what you can do is you can go onto keithgodfrey.net website. That is where you can find your midterm one. Um, Redo that entire midterm, like literally set a 1 hour timer, right? Because you can access the questions. Yeah, it'll give you a solution, but you know, it's what it is. Try doing that midterm again after having studied, just to see if the studying you've done is actually effective or not. If you got a 50 on the first time and you studied for 12 hours and you get a 50 the second time around, did you actually study? Chances are probably not. All right, this is financial math 2.8. Now let's go over 2.B, amortization. This one is a relatively short slideshow. And you know, I'm just gonna keep my setup like this. So I actually have a little cardboard box that's hovering my iPad, so that way there's enough space. But okay, anyways, side tangent. So this section is essentially time value of money for cash flow streams, interest rates. All right, cool. Um, you know, recap. This is the holy mother, the holy grail of the identities. Uh, what a general DCF is, you're going to have your present value. It's going to equal to all your cash flows discounted by whatever your period you're working in is. Just 1 second. All right, another recap is perpetuity is a regular payment forever. Your annuity is a regular payment for a specific amount of time. Mathematically, your perpetuity is equal to your present value. Mathematically, the present value of your perpetuity is whatever your regular payment is divided by the interest rate. And you know, you can do some algebra with this to get whatever you want. And your annuity, um, this is essentially the formula you're looking for. My recommendation, you know, try if it's like a very quick calculation like this, go ahead, use all of this. If it's something complex like annuities, where you know it just takes a lot of time to enter this, then that, then that, just learn how to do this, right? In an exam, especially these exams, like it is a time crunch. You will be fighting for time. Learn how to save as much time as possible. Saving 20 seconds might not feel like a lot, but it can be a lot because you know it compounds. Do this method so much faster. Know how to do both. In practice, use the more efficient one. And you know, this is the recap that we just did. All right, annuities due and an annuity deferred. For example, your car loan is an annuity, is an ordinary annuity. What it means is today is time zero, right? I have my first payment due 30 days from now. If I have my first payment due today, well then what's the point, right? If I'm getting 20, let's say hypothetically, my loan is worth 20K and every month I have to pay 500, right? Well, if I get a loan for 20K today, next month I pay 500, then 500. If I have to make my first payment today, well then why wouldn't I just get a loan for 20,500, make my first payment today, and then continue to do that, right? Doesn't make sense. So something like your car loan, your mortgage, etc., is going to be an ordinary annuity where your payments start not today, but after one period. An ordinary annuity is your payments happen today. For example, rent, right? January 1st, let's say on January 1st, you hunt for an apartment and you find one. Your first payment is going to be due on January 1st for the entire month of January. Then on February 1st, your rent payment for February will be due. Why is this important? Well, it's just going to be a slightly different formula at the end of the day. It's just going to be your, let's look at just perpetuities and annuities, right? An ordinary perpetuity, we know this formula, it's not a stranger. An annuity formula, it's not a stranger. All you got to do for an annuity due is you got to multiply this guy by 1 plus r. You got to multiply this guy by 1 plus r. That's it. It's super simple. Let me go to my formula sheet. This thing is the same. You just got to multiply by 1 plus r. This thing is the same. Whoops. This thing is the same. You just got to multiply by 1 plus r. Cool. Right here. Awesome. And a deferred is basically where your first payment is not going to be due today. It's not going to be due next period. It's going to be due after a couple amounts of periods. This is a useful formula to know. It's on your formula sheet. However, this is used for essentially determining how much balance on your loan you will have due. That's a very popular type of question, and I'll go over one of those examples. Um, there's a better way of doing it, and it's using these 5 buttons. Cool. So a growing perpetuity and growing annuity. So an alternative to constant payments is, if you go back to the Excel, it was just $100 payments every single time. If it grows, if it's 1 year 105, then 110, 100, whatever, right? Then that means it's growing. For example, you buy 10 shares of a stock that last paid a dividend of $2 a share, and we expect the dividend to grow at 5% per annum forever. Then the income stream would be cash flow one would be $210. Then it would grow by 10% to 220.05. It would then grow by 10% to 231.525, etc. In general, your cash flow at time initial plus 1 is equal to your cash flow initial times 1 plus G. G is how much it grows per period. Then the cash flow at the next is equal to 1 plus G percentage of the current. Mathematically, if the cash flow grows as CF of initial plus 1 is equal to 1 plus G over CF initial, well, then the present value of a growing perpetuity is just that cash flow divided by this rate. Well, the present value of growing perpetuity is whatever the cash flow is divided by the discount rate minus G, right? And if you wanted to calculate R, you could do a little bit of algebra, whip it around, and you get cash flow 1 divided by the present value plus G. Now, this is really useful for when we do dividend discount models and stuff, which will come in the future, but I believe there might be an example here and there. And the value of a growing annuity is essentially this formula. You can derive this, but I realize I've already been recording for 2 hours. I'm not going to spend more time deriving formulas, except for maybe one. If it's listed on your formula sheet, frankly, and if you're just trying to get an 80% on this exam, it's listed on your formula sheet. Go for it. It's right here. Worked example, a growing perpetuity. So, would you rather have $1 million per year forever, or $600,000 in the first year and then 4% more every year? Cool. So let's do it a couple different methods. Method one is, let's say if we just have $1 million per year forever, and assumption A, if the discount rate is 10%. Well, it's safe to say that my present value of my perpetuity is 1 million divided by my discount rate, which is 0.1. This perpetuity is valued at $10 million. Cool, right? And this is what I have here for my lecture notes. And the 600K, right? Versus if you have 600K in the first year and then 4% more every year. So what that calculation looks like is 600K divided by 0.1 minus 0.4. Sorry, I did something wrong. 600K divided by 0.1 minus 0.04. There you go. It's still equal to $10 million, right? Cash flow 1 is 600K. Oops. Cash flow 1 is 600K divided by my discount rate minus G is equal to 10% minus 4%. It's still equal to $10 million, right? So at the end of the day, if you had this option, you could honestly go with either or, because the present value is still equal to $10 million. Now let's go with the assumption that the discount rate is 5% or 4% or 3%, right? So, and then there's a subsection of do 4% and 3% makes sense. So let's just go with the $1 million for now. $1 million, right? A discount rate of 5% would value this at $20 million, right? A discount rate of 4% would make this $25 million. 3% would make this 33,333,000, whatever, right? Cool. So all it's saying is that as the discount rate goes down, and my present value will go up. Also, by the way, a good way to think about your discount rate is your opportunity cost. I'm just gonna float that out there, right? It doesn't have to mean anything just yet, but in the future, in the next couple hours of this video, that statement of your discount rate being your opportunity cost will make a lot more sense. So I'm just gonna float that out there, keep that on the back burner of your mind. Cool. So now let's do our growing perpetuity examples, right? My 600K divided by if my discount rate is 5%, and it grows at 4%, well, then I have $60 million, right? So essentially, let me phrase it this way. My opportunity cost is 5%. I am getting 4% of that opportunity cost back in the form of growth. Just think about it that way, right? It doesn't have to make sense just now. I promise it will. Well, then I can value that as $60 million, right? Now, let me write it this way. 600 divided by 0.05 minus 0.04, right? Here, I still have 0.01. That makes sense. But now let's say if I have a discount rate of 4%, right? I take my 600K divided by 0.04 minus 0.04. 0.04 minus 0.04 is 0. If I press enter, I'm going to get an error, right? And why that exists is 600K divided by 0%. You cannot divide by 0. It just goes to infinity, right? And that's what it's asking you. If you were to mathematically graph this out, if you divide by 0, it would just shoot up to infinity. And that doesn't make sense because you can't have infinite money necessarily. 3% will not make sense either, because you would have 600K divided by negative 0.01, and you can't really have negative money either. So essentially what it's saying is that in this thing called the Gordon growth model, they should say the name of it somewhere. But anyways, even if they don't, just know that this thing is called the Gordon growth model, right? You cannot have a G that is greater than your R. I'll make it make more sense when we get to WACC calculations. Anyways, amortization of loans. This is the bulk of this little sub chapter. Essentially, you get a loan. When you pay it back, that's called the amortization. So let's go over a car loan example. I believe these are the numbers we used in class, right? So let's say and I'm just gonna go back to my other layout real quick. Right, so hang on, let me just explain some theory portion of loans. Essentially what happens is you will get a loan, right? Let's say in our example, our loan is $30,000, right? And let's say you get it for 5 years. What's going to happen is every year for 5 years, you're going to make some amount of payments, right? That's not a crazy concept to think about. Let's just draw it out, right? Imagine each one of these boxes is 1 year. We're going to have this for 5 years. Cool, right? So we have a $30,000 loan. We're going to pay back over the course of 5 years, right? And let's say our interest rate is 4.5 because that's what was used, right? And per annum with equal payments. So essentially, what's going to happen is I'm going to pay back this $30,000 loan in 5 equal payments, right? And my interest rate will be 4.5%. So how does the structure of the first payment look like? It's going to look like this, 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 this. What the heck does this mean, right? What it means is that in all of my equal payments, I'm going to have my very first payment, and actually, hang on, let me label this. This is payment 1, payment 2, payment 3, payment 4, payment 5, right? In my first payment, this much is going to be interest expense. This much is going to be principal. Principal essentially means the $30,000, right, that you've borrowed. For example, let's say if I'm the bank, you come to me for a $30,000 car loan, and let's say hypothetically every single year, I tell you that you need to give me $5,000 of my principal back, and essentially what this means is, let's say I'm the bank, you need a car loan, I give you $30,000, right? What I say to you is you need to give me the $30,000 back bit by bit, right? what you're doing is you're paying off that principal. Now, the logic is if you pay back my principal, right? I give you 30K, you give me 30K back. Have I, as a bank, made any money? No. I gave you 30K and you gave it back to me. What was my profit? Zero, right? So the way banks make money is through interest, right? Let me quickly fill out the rest of this diagram and I'll explain exactly why it looks like this, right? Interest, 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 and then the rest of this, I'm just going to label it with P real quick because it's principal, right? Now, the way it looks like this is if you had the option to, would you want to make as little money as slow as possible or a lot of money as fast as possible, right? Obviously, you don't want to make a lot of money as fast as possible, right? So if you look at this, the principal, the bank doesn't make money off of this. The bank does not make money off of this, this, or this. The bank makes money off of this, 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 and this. So in the first year, they make back a large portion of their money. In the second year, they make back, a fair bit, but not as much as the first year. Not as much as the year before that, like that. So essentially what's going on is in the first couple years, they're making back a lot of their money, and then in the last couple of years, they're making back less money, right? And the reason this is structured is like, this is only 5 years, but your home loans are typically 25 to 30 years amortized, right? If I, as a bank, have to wait like 25 years before I even start seeing back my money or my profit, then what's the point, right? Let's say, I don't know, hypothetically, in this example, it's only 5 years, but if something happens and I don't know, you die past year 2, well then at least the bank would have made, a pretty sizable chunk of money here. At least they don't give up on whatever profit here, right? And same thing in your amortization of home loans, right? If it's 25 years and you're 10 years into your loan and you die for whatever reason, in those 10 years the bank would have made a lot more money than those later 15 years. This is why it's structured like this. They want to make as much money as fast as possible. And this sucks for you because you're paying back the loan little by little. Eventually you start paying more and more and more, but your first payment, it's very little principal. And you can imagine with like a $600,000 loan from the bank for your mortgage, it's going to be like, $10, $15, $20 at most, maybe something that you're paying on your principal, right? I don't know how accurate my math is on that real quick. You could probably verify it. But anyways, this is how your payment structure is going to look like. Now notice, the sum of all of these, interest plus principal, it's going to be the same. It's going to be equal, right? It's just what portion of it is interest, what portion of it is principal. That is what is going to change. So the question says, we get a loan for $30,000, right? Now remember, $30,000, it goes into my pocket. It's a loan. So my PV is 30K positive, right? And, because it's a loan, at the end of the 5 years, I would want to have a balance of 0 of my loan. So my future value is going to be 0. My N is going to be 5 because I'm making 5 equal payments over the course of 5 years. My interest per annum is equal to 4.5%. The only thing I need to calculate is PMT. And let's quickly do this using our financial calculator. Right? Right, second clear time value money. 30,000 is my present value, 5 is my N, 4.5 is my interest, 0 is my future value. Compute my payment. My payments are going to be PMT is equal to $6833.7491 every single year. Cool. Now let's just determine the annual payments. We've done that. It's going to be $6,833.75 roughly, and show how much of each 5 of these annual payments is amortization. Cool. So if you were to look at this, this is the way we did it in class. I'm personally not the biggest fan of this method just because when I was learning this content, this method clicked more conceptually in my head. So I'm going to continue using this method, right? And actually, I'm just going to quickly resize this a bit just so I have a lot more working room. Okay. And I'll zoom in where needed. Awesome. So I know my I know my payment is 6833, right? It's 749, call it 75, right? Who cares? Cool. So I know this thing is 6833. What portion of it is interest? Well, what I need to do first is how much. Hang on, I'm just gonna actually resize the rest of this stuff as well. Actually, I hope you're okay if I delete this. I just need the space. If you're not okay, just rewind a bit. Cool. But anyways, right? How much of a loan balance do I have at here? How much do a loan balance have at over here? Well, I just got my loan. I have 30K of my loan balance. I know my interest rate is 4.5%. So what I need to do is, by the way, I'm just gonna quickly. And by the way, I'm just gonna bring over my calculator again. Right. I know this is the payment I calculated. I'm just gonna take this. I'm gonna store this in number one, right? Just so I can recall it later where I need to, because I'm gonna have to use this a lot. Anyways, I have my 30K loan, and my interest rate is at 4%. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna multiply it by 0.045. My interest payment in the first year is going to be 1350. Well, if I know that my payment, if I know that this entire thing is 6833 and this portion is 1350, well then this portion must be 6833 minus 1350, right? Recall my payment minus 1350 is my principal in the first year, right? So my interest is 1350. My principal is 5483.75. 5483.75. Cool. So at year one, at year zero, at the start of my loan, I had 30K that I needed to pay. I've paid back this much. How much do I have left? Well, it's super simple. It's just going to be 30K minus 5483.75. Now, I'm just going to do it a bit different on this calculator because it kind of sucks. Minus 30,000. I'm just going to take the negative of that. So, I know at the start... Whoops. Sorry. So, I know at the start of this year now, I have a balance of 24516.25. Cool. What is my interest payment for the second time? Well, it's just going to be that multiplied by 0.045, right? Then my interest payment for the next time is going to be 1103.23. Again, this thing is 6833. If this thing is 1103, well then this thing must be, whoops. Well, then this thing must be 6833 minus 1103, right? I'm going to kind of do it fast on this calculator, but I'm going to do minus recall 1. I'm going to take the negative of that. So that means my principal here is 5730.51. Sorry, I should do that in a different color. Yeah, I've been doing my principals in blue, 5730.5, and my interest was 1103.23. And I'm sorry this is getting a bit crowded, but I hope you're getting the idea of it. Cool. So I've paid back this much more of my principal. Well, I know at the start of this year my principal was 24516.25. I've paid back this much. That means I need to pay back this guy minus this guy. So I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to do 24516.25 minus 5730. I think it was 51. Cool. So now at the start of the third year, my principal is 18785.74, right? And then the same thing, I take, if I want to calculate my interest payment for that, I do that by 0.045. I get my interest payment. And notice how, in the first year, my interest payment was 1350. Then it became 1103. Now it's 845.35. That's exactly what's supposed to happen. My interest is decreasing per time to time. And look, my principal, it was 5483 before. Now it's 5730. It's increasing over time. Essentially, that's what goes on. And now if you keep on doing this for 5 years, you should get your final balance of 0. This is the way I did it. Let me show you the way it was done in class. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. I just prefer doing it my way. Actually, this one might be a bit more organized. But yeah, essentially, we're getting the same numbers. In the first year, interest was 1350. Then it was 1103. Then it was the 845 we calculated. Right? Our amortization is the same. Essentially, you keep on doing that and you will get a balance of 0. The way it works here is this is what you start with. This is how much interest you're paying. This is your total payment, right? This guy is equal to this thing minus this thing. Amortization of the loan is equal to your payment minus your interest. Cool. So this is what you started with. This is how much you paid. This is what you end with. This guy moves over here. This is what you started with. This is how much you paid. This is how much you're left with. This guy moves over here. This is how much you started with, how much you paid, you're left with. And then this guy moves over here. Start with, paid off, left with. This guy moves over here. And at the end, your last year's opening balance should equal how much you paid off, because you want a balance of 0. You don't want to have any more debt on your head. Awesome. So now, that's essentially amortization. There is one concept of it that I am going to go over. Let's say if the question is, how much of a balance do I still have after a certain amount of years? Let's say if the question asks you, what is the balance remaining after 3 years? Well, it's asking you for this figure, 12797. You can calculate it by making this whole table, right? You can calculate it by making that whole table or making this whole table, right? And in this situation, there's only 5 years to go through, so it's not too bad. But let's say if it's a 25-year home loan with, monthly payments, well then you have 300 rows of this to go through. That's too much. You can only do it in Excel with, if you want to do it fast and you don't get Excel on this exam. So how do you calculate, this figure without having to go through all of this? Well, it's actually not too bad. So essentially what the question is asking you is, with the exact same previous car loan example, calculate the amount remaining after 3 years. There's 2 methods we can do it with, and I'll teach you both methods. Let me open my scrap paper again. Awesome. So if I were to draw the way my car loan is laid out, essentially what's going on is, and I'm just going to get rid of this part. Essentially what's going on is this is time 0, time 1, time 2, time 3, time 4, time 5, and okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna rescale everything a bit. Sorry about that. You can probably just skip that part of the video. Right, time 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no 7, but I'll just write it. Cool. So essentially what's going on is you are getting 30K here, right? At the year 1, you have paid off a specific amount, and actually I'll do it a different way. In year 1, you are paying off this much. In year 2, you have paid off this much. In year 3, you paid off this much. Year 4, you paid out this much. Year 5, you have paid off this much. This is relevant, right? This is going to be equal to this in size. As in, by the end of the 5 years, you have paid off 30K that you have gotten. Of course, there's interest expense associated with each of these. Let's just ignore that for now, right? What we need to do is we know that our present value today, the amount of money that we got in our pockets, our PV is equal to 30K. All right? And this is, of course, positive because it goes into our pockets. We also know our payment. Cool? Because we calculated it before. It's 6833.75, right? 6833.75. We also know our interest. Our R is 4.5%. We also know our future value is equal to 0 because we don't want a loan over our heads. We also know our N is equal to 5. Right. How you are able to take these variables into answering this question is actually quite simple. All that needs to be done is it's asking how much are we still going to have remaining. In the future, I will have an amount remaining. What is that future value? Did I just answer my own question? Yes, I did, because I literally just said, what is that future value? Question mark is that future value. That is what you need to calculate. And this is the method going forward. I'll explain what that means. Just hang on, watch this part, right? That future value is going to be something. After how many years am I going to get that future value? Well, the question wants after 3 years, so my N, I'm going to update to 3, right? And this is where the positives and negatives really make a difference. Because if you think about it, I'm going to have a payment of 30K that comes in, right? I have to essentially take negative 6833, so my payment is still going to be negative, and I'm going to get a specific future value. Now, let me move this over. Let me bring this to the side. Let me bring out my camera. Okay, so in my time value of money, I'm actually not going to clear it this time, although I could, but I already have payment in here, right? Right. All I'm going to do is my 4.5, that's still going to be my interest rate. My present value is still going to be 30K. My future value this time is not going to be 0. I had previously entered it as 0. Instead, it is the question mark. This is what I want, which means I must enter N. Previously, N was 5. Now, N is 3. Now I need to compute my future value. I'll get a number. I will get negative 12797.34. What it's saying is that 3 years into the future, you're going to have to pay back some money. What is that money worth? That money is worth $12,797.34. Let me go back. Let me go back to my sorry guys, I'm just a bit discombobulated today. Yeah, let me go back to this amortization table. Oh well, would you look at this? It tells me after 3 years, the amount of balance that I still have in my principal is 12797.34. Exactly what we calculated. Awesome. So this is how it looks like going forward. What that means going forward is, we started at year 0, we went forward 3 years, we wanted to know this. We can also work backwards, right? If we go forward 3 years, we can go backwards 2 years, right? The logic is very simple. What's going to happen is you want to compute a PV here and you want to have your future value here. What's going to happen is, look, my N is simply going to become 2, right? If I go forward 3, my N was 3. If I go backward 2, my N is 2, right? N is 2. Very simple. Interest rate isn't going to change. It's still going to be 4.5, right? My payment isn't going to change. It's still going to be whatever that was. What I need to do now is I know at the end of the 5th year, I will have a 0 balance. My future value is going to equal 0. So then, if I know my payment, if I know my IY, if I know my N, if I know my FV, the only thing left is my PV, compute present value. I get 12797.34, right? Now, this mathematically works. I would always recommend what you do is pick one method and stick to it, right? You might be one of the people who was watching this at 4 a.m. Uh, the day of your final, and your finals at what, 8:30 a.m., right? So if you're cramming this, then pick one method. I personally just like the future method, like going forward. It just, I don't know, clicks in my mind more. Maybe it's the first one I've learned, so I have some bias. Anyways, right? Pick one, stick to it, just to make sure that you can always consistently get your desired answer. Now, if you're on an exam situation and if you're just cruising through the exam and you have a lot of time left, well, then do it both methods, right? Because if you get an answer using one method, you might be right. If you get an answer using two methods, chances are you're even more correct. If you get an answer using three methods, then the chances of you being correct are extremely high, right? Now, let me go back to the slideshow. You can do the same situation using a monthly payment instead. Um, I can run through it super quickly. I'm not gonna explain it too much though, just for the interest of time. If you want like a, if you can watch, you can rewatch this part of the video, slow it down, whatever you need to do. So all I'm gonna do, number one, is I'm gonna second clear time value of money, right? So now we're assuming a monthly situation. My present value of the 30K loan, that is not changing. My 4.5 interest rate per annum is gonna change to 12. Is divided by 12 is gonna be my interest rate. Now we're working in 60 months, not 5 years. So my end is gonna be 60. My future value is 0. So I'm going to compute my payment. Cool. Now that I get my payment of 55929, which is exactly what is in my lecture notes. Now, if I want to know what is left after 3 years, simple logic again, right? All I need to do is, I know my N is going to change to 36, right? Why? Because 3 years times 12 months is 36. My IY is still going to be the same. I don't need to change that. My present value is still going to be 30K. I don't need to change that. All I need to do is, if I compute my future value, I'll be left with 128137. Now, hang on. Previously, we got 12797.34. Now, how come I getting 12.813? Well, the answer is simple. It's because when you increase the amount of compoundings, the amount of interest overall that you pay is increased. I'm sorry, I think my hand hit the mic and probably, it sounds horrible for you right now. Anyway, sorry. When you increase the amount of compoundings, so when N increases, the amount of the total interest you pay will increase. So if I'm paying more interest, I'm paying less principal, right? Simple to understand. If one goes up, the other goes down. So in here, I have still to pay a lot more principal than this one. Right here, I only have 12,797. Here I have 12,813. And just for fun, let's just quickly calculate it, what it would be like to have this interest compounded daily. Although it's very, why would you ever have a car loan compounded daily? That's just stupid. Monthly makes sense. Annually does not make sense either. Monthly is usually most common. Bi-weekly is still common. Anyways, right? My 4.5 interest rate is not divided by 12 anymore. It's divided by 365, right? That's going to be my IY, and 365 times 5 is the amount of days that I'm having this loan for, is going to be my N. 30,000 is my present value. Future value is 0. Compute payment. I get this as my daily payment is $18.35.7, right? Then what I need to do is, how much is left after 3 years? Well, 365 times 3 is my N. Compute future value. Well, then I have 12815. Now, this is only $2 more than this, and it's because at some point the effects of increasing N negate, right? Going from annual compounding to monthly, it's a pretty huge step. Going from monthly to daily, not too huge of a step. You could go from daily to hourly, it does not make sense. There is something called continuous compounding. It involves E, like the E to the power of whatever. So that is like compounding continuously, like literally every millisecond pretty much it compounds. Not too many practical applications for that, except for maybe calls and options and stuff, which I will cover in a little bit. But anyways, yeah, this is amortization portion of loans. Cool, we're done with that slide set. Now let's go over to bonds, financial math, and then we'll be done with that. Bonds is the last portion of it. Sorry, no, I lied. Actually, We have 2C left. All right, yeah. Sorry about that. Forget what I said. All right, this is a recap of interest rates, inflation. Um, this is essentially your inflation in terms of nominal inflation and your actual inflation, right? So people like to think that I can just add interest rates together, right? If something compounds by 10% and then it compounds by 2%, people like to think it compounds by 12%, but in reality, it's going to be 1.1 times 1.02, which is 1.122. So it's close to 12%, but in reality, it's 12.2%. That's essentially this concept. And this is going to be on your formula sheet. Frankly, I'm not going to explain this one too much because, yeah, it's actually just right here on your formula sheet. I'm not going to explain this concept too much because I think it would take away value from this video. I'm already at like just under 3 hours, I think. So this is what I said, where 7 plus 3, it's roughly equal to 10, but in reality it's 1.07 times 1.03, right? Nominal versus effective. If you go back to the loan example, 12% nominal quoted, 12% nominal interest rate is what it says on my contract. Effective annual interest rate is going to be something else because it will be compounded. And real versus nominal discounting. Essentially, this is going to be your future amount in today's dollars, and this is going to be the future dollars divided by, and you're going to discount this by inflation. The amount of money you get in the future discounted by your inflation rate is the amount of money in today's dollars. Pretty much all you need to take away from this slide set. This is a little work example. I'm not going to go over this. Yield curves. And so I'm actually going to go over this a bit more into bonds. I don't know why it's in this slideshow. It'll come up in bonds. So stay tuned for that. A little bit of theoretical explanation for this shape. Now, at the start, I talked about Pareto's principle, 80-20. This is part of the 20% this is part of the 80% that you don't really need to know, right? There's only 20% of the concepts in this entire course that you need to be really, really, really good at to get an 80%. This is not part of those concepts. Therefore, I'm not going to waste my time explaining it to you. It would be great if you consider yourself like an academic scholar or whatever to learn this concept by yourself. If not, don't worry about it. This is a really quick example that I'll go through. It's essentially where you can invest your money into something called a GIC, which will give you some kind of return. A 60-day return is quoted at 2.5% APR. 180 days is 3.25%. You could invest into the 180 days directly, get your money after 180 days at 3.25%. Or you could first do a 60-day GIC and then do a 120-day GIC. What it's asking you is, what does this rate need to be at this point for this route and this route to be the same, right? This is the slideshow notes from that. Essentially what's going on is you're going to have this 2.5% interest from day 0 to 60, right? So let's calculate that real quick. It's just going to be 1 plus 0.025 times, now keep in mind, day count fractions. It's not going to be for the whole year. It's going to be for a fraction of a year. What fraction of the year? Well, 60 days over 360 days. Now, keep in mind, this is 60 over 360 because it, well, I don't think it told us, but we're just going to assume it. You know, in reality, it could be actual over actual, 60 over actual. It doesn't matter, right? And essentially, this is the amount of money we will have in our portfolio at this time. We are going to have to multiply it by some other factor to get to this value. Well, we're going to have to multiply it by this factor, 1 plus a specific rate times 120 over 360. What is this going to be equal to? Well, this is going to be equal to what you would have had if you just went this original route. What is the value of this original route? It's just 1 plus 0.0325 or 3.25% times 180 over 360, right? All that's going on is you know this is equal to this guy times this guy. So you do a little bit of algebra, you can solve for the rate. And I don't think I did this enough in this example exactly in class, but yeah, I hope you were able to understand that. Again, this is probably part of the 80%. that is gonna get you like the remaining 20% of grade. So it's your choice if you want to focus on it or not. All right, so internal rate of return. All right, really quickly, we're gonna have something called discounting using the yield curve and internal rate of return. So essentially, you can discount cash flows using a specific rate, and if we have a discount rate or IRR for all terms, right? And we can also discount using the yield curve rates, R1, R2, R3, where RT is the zero rate or spot rate for maturity T. Anyways, I'm going to quickly go over what the internal rate of return means. For that, I'm going to pull up my Excel. Awesome. So this is a little like DCF analysis that I drafted, right? Ignored this part. I'm actually just going to black it out because this was for a whole other question. It's actually going to be irresponsible of me to leave that up there. Anyways, year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Discount rate 10%, right? This actually is going to be a little bit of chapter 5, but I'm assuming that you're kind of able to catch up to speed with it because likely you've done some part of chapter 5, so it should be fine. Basically what happens is, let's say if you have an investment where every single year for 4 years it's going to pay you 30K. Your cash flow is positive 30K for these 4 years. And let's say in order to get this investment, you have to spend $100,000 today at time 0, right? Cool. So what is the present value of these cash flows? Well, year 1 you discount it by 1 over 1 plus r 10% to the power of n is just 1. In year 2 it's just going to be that. In year 3 it's just going to be that. Year 4 it's just going to be that, right? And if I were to add up all of these present values, well then my present value is just 95,000, right? It's just the sum of all of these. So if I'm paying $100,000 and I'm making back $95,000, it's safe to say that I'm losing $4,900, right? There's a couple different ways I've calculated this, where I can either do the NPV function as well. I get the same thing, right? And what I'm doing is my NPV is going to be equal to my cash flow 1 plus this present value, right? This is something that is also in your formula sheet. I'll quickly pull that up. Right? My NPV is equal to my cash flow initial plus my present value. This is my cash flow initial plus my present value, right? So essentially this project is losing me $4,900. What the internal rate of return is, now I'm just going to make sure my video is on for this because it really matters, right? What my internal rate of return is I'm going to be discounting using a specific rate, right? What rate do I need to discount by such that my net present value is equal to 0? It's best to illustrate this with using Excel, right? So my discount rate is 10%, and now going back to proportionality, we know what happens if I discount by a larger number, right? Let's say if I discount by 11%. Well, then my denominator will increase, which means my PV will decrease, which means I should be losing more money, right? And that's true, because before I was losing like 4,900, now I'm losing 6,900, right? So I want to move closer to 0. I know increasing this number is not helping me, right? Like it just went to 8K. I don't know, 15%, right? Increasing this isn't helping me. So I need to decrease from the original 10K. Let's say if I make it 9K. Whoa, I'm moving closer to 0. What if I go 8K? I'm moving even closer to 0. What if I go 7K? Whoops, I've crossed 0. Let me go back a bit. I don't know, like 7.5. Oh, that's too much. So let me go a bit higher. 7.7. Really close actually. It's only 30K off. 7.8. Whoops, overshot. Maybe 7.75. All right, only 80 off. 7.73. $36 off, 7.771. Hang on. Awesome. Essentially, I can just like play tug of war with this, right? I can do a little bit of trial and error. Eventually, I'm going to get to some rate where this value is going to be equal to 0, right? I can also just calculate that by doing IRR of this. Whoops, what did I do wrong? Oh yeah, sorry, I need to do my all cash flows. Right, Excel has this really neat feature. So I'm just gonna format this as a number, as a percentage. All right, so technically, if I make my rate 7.713847, let's see what happens. Wow, I broke even. That is exactly what your IRR is. It is simply, whoops. Hang on, what's going on? Yeah. That is exactly what your IRR is. It is simply the discount rate that makes your net present value equal to 0. Now, here I did a little bit of trial and error. I did a little bit of guessing, right? Of course, there are functions and formulas that help you calculate it exactly, which is what I also did. Your financial calculator also helps you do it. When we get to the NPV section, I will teach you exactly how to use this guy to calculate this guy. Awesome. So let's move on to the next portion. So let me go back to my iPad. All right, IRR, a little bit of that. And yeah, so that's 2.C of financial math. Now let's go over to bonds. Awesome. So bonds, I have a good way of explaining this actually. Essentially what's going on is we're going to go over a little bit of terminology real quick. So a bond is a financial instrument, right? What happens is that a bond is kind of like a variety of debt. What happens is if you were to look at, actually I'm going to go over this part first. Bond, debt versus shares or equity, right? I'm a business. I need money to run a business. There's a couple ways I can get money. I can get money through issuing debt, or I can get money through issuing equity. How can I issue debt? Well, I can go to the loan. Well, I can go to the bank and get a loan. I can also issue bonds. Bonds are a way of issuing debt and getting money, right? The bond market versus the share market. The bond market is significantly bigger than the share market. That's just a little fact, right? So a little bit of terminology. You have corporate issued bonds and sovereign issued bonds, and then you have long-term ones and you have money market. Again, money market is short-term. Think of it as the 1 year separator. If it's something that is greater than a year till expiry, it's long-term. If it's something that's less than a year, then it's money market. So if a corporation issues a long-term bond, then it's called a commercial bond or a debenture. If a corporation issues a short-term bond, it's called a banker's acceptance or a commercial paper, something like that. If a sovereign issue, like if it's issued by government and it's long-term, then it's a treasury bond and a treasury note. Again, specific timelines, right? Timeline. If it's a government that issues a short-term bond, it's called a treasury bill. So who buys and sells bonds? Pretty much anyone who needs money. Governments, corporations, institutional investors, individuals, market makers, traders. Let me skip over this part a little bit. Yeah, essentially what a bond is it's a piece of paper. Like back in the day, what used to happen is if you bought a bond, you would be given this piece of paper, and what would happen is you would pay them like, $1,000 in this example, and the person who you paid the bond to, this is 9%. So what happened is, by the way, bonds are done semi-annually, which means if this is a $1,000 face value bond times 9% times 1/2, because it's done twice a year, is $45, which is exactly this, right? So essentially what happens is you would buy this piece of paper, and the bondholder, what you would do is the bondholder is you who has this piece of paper. You would cut out this little snippet like this has cut out here, and you would mail it to whatever the address says over here, and they would then mail you a check for $45. And now it's done all digitally, but essentially this is exactly what it is. How do you value bond? Is essentially the value of all of this. It's the value of what you paid to get the bond, plus the present value of all of the payments that it will receive. In this case, it'll receive all the payments, and here it'll receive these many payments. Awesome. Bond terminology. Maturity date is at what date the bond is going to mature, right? Something called the face value. If you bought a $1,000 bond, you could have paid a different amount depending on if it's a discount or a premium. But the face value at the end of all the terms, what you will get back is this, right? It's also called par. It's called the principal. It's called the residual. It's like, same stuff. Then you have coupon interest. In this case, it was 9%. And these are literally like your coupons, like your coupon payments. Issuer, the holder. I'm the company. I need to issue, right? The issuer and the holder. I'm the company. I need money. I will issue a bond to you. You are the holder. You hold the bond. You literally hold this piece of paper that they call a bond. So separating the cash flows. So for example, you could theoretically, if you had bonds that are worth the same value approximately, you could take all those coupon payments apart, strip them, add up all the similar present value bonds, and you get something that is roughly the same. And this supports the idea of this whole arbitrage thing we talked about. Zero coupon bonds is essentially something that does not pay a coupon, which is basically has an interest rate of zero. And characterization of bonds. So there's fixed rate bonds, floating rate bonds, inverse floaters, right? Essentially, this is a part of the 80% stuff that you don't likely need to know. So, and we will learn later, sometimes companies do want a specific amount of debt, so sometimes they will, go opt in for bonds. There's callable bonds, puttable bonds. All you need to know is that there's, a lot of bond varieties out there. So how a bond cash flow works. I'm going to say something. It might not stick, but I'll make it stick. A bond is kind of like a loan. Kind of, right? Emphasis on the kind of. What happens is with a loan, you'll get money. You have to pay back a little bit and a little bit and a little bit and a little bit. And at the end, you will have paid back all your money, right? Now, what happens is each of these payments consists of something called an interest payment and then a little bit of your principal, right? Now, at the end of the day, your principal payments will have equaled the amount that you bought your bond for, and your interest payments is essentially how you pay the bank for the service they provided you. A bond payment is what happens is you will buy a bond from someone, right? You will be the holder of the bond, and let's say if you buy a $1,000 bond, you will purchase $1,000 here. What you will get is you will get interest-only payments, right? Only interest payments, and then at the end, the bond issuer will give you the final interest payment as well as what you originally paid, which is just this guy over here. So it's kind of like a loan, but instead of having your payments being some interest, some principal, it's just interest, all of the principal instead of, and then, so your loan is interest, principal, and then done. Your bond is interest, principal. It's pretty much like that. So how do you value a bond? A bond price is denoted by B. It's also denoted by present value, right? It's essentially your payment over R. Now, payment is what the bond is paying you. This is your coupon payment amount, right? Multiplied by 1 over 1 plus R to the n, plus the future value of divided by 1 plus R to the n, right? You can derive this formula using these formulas, right? Like these formulas. It's given to you on your formula sheet, so you might as well just kind of use it here. So actually it's not actually given on your formula sheet. So it's not actually given on your formula sheet, but You can think of it as essentially, what is this portion? This is my annuity, right? Because my bond at some point it's going to expire, and then I have to add to it whatever my future value of my last uh, bond face value is going to be, which is just this, right? FV is my face value, right? Think of this as the future value of, think of this as the present value of all those interest only payments, and this is the present value of that big lump sum face value payment, and you just make sure all of these are in today's value terms by discounting, and then you add these two to get your present value of your bond. So let's go over a worked example, and this will help simplify things a bit. So we're considering buying an XYZ 8% 2028 bond, right? So how this is denoted, we are buying XYZ. This is just a company, right? It could be Apple, it could be Microsoft, it could be XYZ. An 8% bond. This is what percent interest the coupon payment is paying, right? This is not your discount rate, right? Your discount rate is here. This is simply to determine PMT, right? That's all you're going to use it for. 2028 bond, which means, the question tells you it has 4 years remaining till expiry. Similar bonds are yielding 6% APR. How much did you pay per $100 of face value? So 8% leads to the coupon payments, right? It's not going to be your discount rate. So what a payment is, it's going to be your coupon rate divided by 2 times FV, right? So we're buying $100 worth, right? We want to know what the price of that should be. Well, my coupon payments are going to be $100 times the 8% per annum, but I'm getting 2 of these per annum. So each coupon payment is going to be $4, right? 8% over 2 times 100 is going to be $4 of coupon payments every 6 months. Awesome. 6% yield leads to the 6-month discount rate R, right? Now keep in mind, 6% is APR. APR equals 6%, N per year equal to 2. So my rate per period equal to 6% over 2 equal to 3%, right? Hopefully that was legible. But anyways, my rate is my 6% over 2 is equal to 3%. So what I have now is I have my payment of 4, right? I was able to calculate that. I have my discount rate of 3%. I have my face value, future value of 100, right? And this is actually really easy to remember, where in your bond, the future value of your bond is equal to the, right? Future val is equal to, right? Your future val is equal to face val, right? FV equals FV is an easy way to remember. So my future value here is going to be $100, right? My present value is what I need to compute, and my N, you need to be wary of that. It has 4 years remaining. How many times is it going to pay you in those 4 years? It's going to pay you 8 times because it pays you twice a year, right? You can do this using your financial calculator. I won't use it. Fine, you know what? Might as well. Okay, so second, clear time value of money, right? $4 payment. Keep in mind, this is what's going into my pocket. It's going to be positive. Future value is 100. It's positive. It's going into my wallet. My N is going to be 8. My interest per year. This is my discount rate. Remember, this 8%, I will not use it after I've computed my payment. I'm done with that. 3 is going to be my interest rate per term. Compute present value. $107.01. look, this is negative because it is what I will pay from my pocket. It's going out of my pocket in order to eventually receive stuff. I am paying that $107 from my pocket. And you can do it using the formula. You can do it using these 5 buttons. Just think about in an exam, if you want to save time, this is the way you would do it, the 5 buttons. Now, if you don't have a financial calculator, no worries. You can very easily do it using a scientific calculator. Just know it will take a bit longer. My personal recommendation is if you're going to minor in finance and whatnot, right? Like I am, just get one of these. I think I got it for $40 because it was like a sale or something. I would recommend it. You could probably even buy one from like Best Buy right now. When you're done with Finance 201, if you want to get rid of it, just sell it on the marketplace. You won't sell it for full value, but you'll get some value out of it. This saves you a lot of time during exams, and saving time during exams is really important. All right, so we measure bonds in face value. If you buy a $1 million of a particular bond, that means when it expires, you get $1 million back. Bonds can trade at premiums. They can trade at discounts. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you pay today. You're still going to get $1 million whenever it expires, right? And let me talk to you about when you would buy a bond for a premium and when you would buy a bond for a discount. Let's say if the market is returning 6%. Let's say my bond as a company, it's giving you 8%. Well, you, the person who needs to buy something, you can invest in the market for 6% or you can invest in me for 8%, right? I'm giving you the benefit. So I'm going to give you the bonds at a premium, which means, let's say if, when the stuff expires, let's say if I'm going to give you $100, well, today you're going to pay more than $100 because it's a premium, right? You're getting value investing in me. So you're going to invest more than that. You're going to invest, I don't know, 103, 102, right? If it's trading at a 4% premium, you're going to pay 104 for the bond. Similarly, you can have bonds that trade at a discount. Let's say if the market is giving 6%, right? But my bond is only giving you 4%. You will earn more money investing in the market. So how do I incentivize you, right? I need money. How do I get you to give money to me? Well, what I can say is, hey, I'm only giving you 4%. I know you can get 6% in the market, but, when the bond expires, you're going to get your $100. But today, you don't have to pay $100 for it. You can buy it at a discount. You can buy it at $98, $97, right? If it's at a 3% discount, you're going to buy it for $97. If it's trading at a 5% discount, you're going to buy it for $95. That's pretty much it. Yield to maturity. You know how I did that whole thing with my Excel? This thing? Think of this internal rate of return as the yield to maturity for your bond. A little bit of data for you if you'd like. Awesome. One last part about bonds, and then we will have covered everything that was from the start of the course till midterm 1. Now, I am recording this and I am at 3 hours and 6 minutes. From what I estimate, it will probably end up being at least a 7 to 8 hour video. Make sure you watch this at you could watch it at 1 time speed, if you're watching this on the weekend. This video will be released on Friday. If you're watching this at 6 hours before the final exam starts, I don't know, watch it at 2 times speed or whatever. But anyway, sorry. Last portion about bonds. And then I think I have to take a break so I can charge all of my stuff. All right. Okay, so today, this slideshow is essentially the relation between the price, coupon rates, yields, duration, and convexity. So the yield to maturity, we talked about this. This is kind of like the internal rate of return for your bond. And bonds, so essentially their face values, they will suffer from interest rate risk. For example, let's say all of a sudden the market starts returning a bit more, right? Well, then your bond will be valued less because the market is what someone else can invest in. If that's returning higher, well, then your value will go lower because why would they start investing in you, right? And the prices move in opposite directions to yield. For example, if the market returns more, my bond value goes down. If the market returns less, my bond value goes up. Why? Because the market's returning less, which is something that someone else can invest in. they can invest in me and I'm returning more, so my value will crank up the price a bit, right? So this is essentially what a price yield curves look like. It's downward sloping like that. And what happens is, hang on, where's my pencil? Yeah. What happens is, if you have $1,000 face value, this is going to be the value. The y-axis is the value of your bonds. The x-axis is the various yields that the market gives. Okay, this is not your coupon rate. If you're buying an 8% bond, which means it gives you 8% per, it gives you 4% per period. That does not mean this, right? This is your discount rate essentially. Okay. Here we're talking about a 10% coupon rate, which means $50 coupons every 6 months. That's not going to change at all. Once you've calculated that, that will not change. This is the discount rate that will change. Okay, so if your discount rate is 10% and your bond returns 10%, well then the value is going to be 10, right? The more you move in this direction, the lower your value goes. The more you move in this direction, the higher your value goes, right? So let's say if you wanted to graph $100 bond, both return 5%. One has 4 years until maturity, and the other has 10 years until maturity, right? Same coupon, same par, but different tenors. Tenors essentially means the years till maturity. And you want to kind of graph it with sharp attention to detail. Let me pull up Canvas because I actually don't have a copy of this. Finance modules. Okay. So this is essentially the graph that's going on, and all right, so this is essentially the graph that's going on. And by the way, this is directly from the lecture slides and the notes. So once again, credit goes to Keith Godfrey. So both have 5% coupons, right? Both have a 5% coupon rate. One has 4 years till maturity. Bond A has 4 years till maturity. Bond B has 10 years till maturity, right? And you can work out the value at a 0% discount rate. You'll have something that looks like this, something that looks like this. And if the market is yielding 5, then their value is going to be at par, right? Right. So it's pretty easy to determine why bond B is priced higher than bond A. Well, bond B has 10 years till maturity, right? On average, not even on average, you will get more payments, more interest coupon payments from bond B than you will from bond A. So it will be priced more, right? Now, the reason why bond B decreases in value compared to bond A after this is because, look, if this is technically your discount rate, right? As we learned from my Excel, discounting later, right? Like all this stuff will start to eventually, discounting later will start to eventually add value at a decreasing rate, right? So because you have so many more years till maturity, the coupon payments of bond B will provide less and less value to the total present value. Therefore, when the discount rate exceeds the coupon rate of the bond, you will eventually decrease in value when you have a bond that matures later than the original bond. Awesome. So when a bond trades at par, the present value is the future value, right? The present value is the future value when trading at par. Bonds trade at a premium above face value, discount below face value. I talked about this when I gave my little example there. Coupon to issue: your company wants to raise $1 million of debt capital in the form of. This was this one example done in class. I unfortunately did not attend that class. So recent market behavior. So something unique about a bond curve is I'll use this extra space. Basically, bond yields. You can look at a bond yield. A typical bond yield should look like this. Why? Because this is your rate. This is what the bond is returning, right? This is your time. So when your time is less, right? Like let's say 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, right? You would expect your rate to be lower because your money is only locked up for a year or two at most. Versus when time is like, I don't know, like 12, even 30 years, right? You would expect, right, dot, 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 you would expect a higher rate because your money is locked up for a higher amount of time, right? The chances of a government going broke tomorrow, a month from now, a year from now, likely it's low. So it's less risky. So the rate will be less. But no one knows what's going to happen in 30 years, so you will expect a higher rate because with more time, there is more uncertainty. This is why the typical bond yield will look like this. Now, there might be a time when a bond yield might start looking like this. This is a great predictor of a recession. So accrued interest, where basically, you would typically buy a bond. Let's say if you were to buy a bond the moment they are, released into the market, well, you would have a purchase, then you would have regular interest payments, and then a big face value payment, right? But let's say if, I don't know, because, well, bonds are a commodity, they can be exchanged on markets, right? It doesn't mean you have to buy a bond at exactly this coupon payment. You could buy a bond at, halfway through coupon payment. Well, the person who you bought the bond from, they were supposed to get this coupon payment, but naturally they sold before they got it, so they're entitled to some of this, right? How do you calculate some of this? This is exactly what accrued interest teaches you. So there's something called a clean price and a dirty price. We can value the bond as if on coupon day, right? This is called the clean price. Then when we add the accrued interest, the portion of the next coupon to the previous owner, that is the dirty price, right? So this is the clean price. This is the dirty price. This is accrued interest, right? Let me make that cleaner. Clean price, dirty price, accrued interest. Clean price plus accrued interest equals dirty price. Awesome. So, today's September 1st. You're buying a 6% corporate bond maturing on December 2026. The clean price is quoted at 102, so it's basically trading at a 2% premium, right? 2% premium. How much are you going to pay for 100 par, right? U.S. corporate bonds use 30, 60 day count fractions. So something that's a bit weird about this notes is that it says September 1st here, but when you pop over to like the written slideshow, for some reason they use August 1st, right? Right over here, August 1st, which is why in my calculation I've also used August 1st. So just bear that in mind, right? I should probably just scratch this out. August 1st. Awesome. So this is August 1st, right? It matures on December 1st. Remember, bonds pay 6 months before. If it matures on December 1st, that means, its payments are going to be June 1st, December 1st, June 1st, December 1st. How you get that if it matures on December 1st, well then 6 months before that is June 1st. 6 months before that is December. So June, December is when they pay. But if someone buys on August, right? Well, what happens is, June 1st to July 1st, July 1st to August 1st, you technically owe the other person 2 months worth of interest that there rightfully is theirs, right? So what goes on is, so that your payment in this period, every period, you're going to get a payment of $3, right? How do I know this? Well, if it's a 6% corporate bond, right, it's going to be $100 times 6% over 2 is equal to $3 payment, right? We know that. I'm going to get paid $3 in here. This is for 6 months. This is 2 months. This is 4 months. So intuitively, out of the value of 6 months, I have to owe someone value of 2 months. So 2 over 6 is what I owe them times $3, right? It equals $1, right? 1/3 times $3 is equal to $1, which means if it is quoted at 102, the clean price, right? The clean price at this price, at this date, we need to add to it our accrued interest to get the dirty price. So it's 102 clean price plus accrued interest of $1 is equal to dirty price of 103. This is what you would pay for that bond because it compensates the person who you're buying it from for those 2 months of interest that they're missing out on. Legal construction. So essentially, quick summary, bonds have terms and conditions. Welcome to everything related to numbers. Bond ratings. So essentially, really good bonds, absolute worst bonds. There's something below this, D-rated bonds. These are called default, which is basically if someone defaults, they do not fulfill the financial obligations they signed up for. If you default on your mortgage, you fail to make payments. Anywho, best to worst. Best, worst. A little more data about the rates and whatnot. So duration. So Macaulay duration is essentially the weighted time to receive discounted cash flows. Look, you will receive a cash flow in, like, let's say for the next 5 years, right? The cash flow that you receive in year one, well, you're getting more of the money back because it's only being discounted for a year. Cash flows after, like, I don't know, year 10, 15, they're being discounted 15 times over, right? So what is the weighted average of that? Well, that is your Macaulay duration. Usually a question should give you your Macaulay duration. Modified duration is the slope of the price yield curve, right? But negated so it is positive. Convexity is essentially the second derivative of a price yield curve. So Macaulay duration, this is the formula. I doubt you need to know this. No. So Macaulay duration is like, for example, a 5-year zero, right? If it's a zero coupon bond, that means you're not going to get any interest payments, which means on average, if it's a 5-year expiry bond, you're going to get your money after the 5 years, right? And that makes sense because the question is, what makes Macaulay duration less than the expiry? Look, if it's expiring in 5 years, right? If I'm getting some money back in interest payments, that means my 5-year average is slowly decreasing, right? A 5-year coupon bond, right? Whatever this interest is, at some point it'll be like 4.135, hypothetically. I don't know, right? I don't know exactly where this line is, but because you have some interest payments, this starts to tread this way, right? A 5-year amortizing bond. So that's basically that. So modified duration. This is essentially the slope of the negative slope of the price yield relation, right? Remember, the price yield relation looks like this, the slope. That's what they're asking for. So this means, so essentially what it's asking you, so what does that slope mean in practice though, right? What it means is essentially how much would the price of a bond change if the yield changes by 1 unit. It goes up or down by 1 unit, right? So essentially it's asking you, if the yield goes, if it, let's say, decreases by 1 unit, how much would the bond price increase by, right? And this makes sense because remember, price and yield have an inverse relationship. When yield decreases, price increases. So it makes sense that if if your yield decreases, your price will increase, right? So all that modified duration is asking you is by what value will it increase, right? You will be given the change in y, you will be given the slope and everything, and you need to calculate what the change in the bond price will be using this formula, which I believe is given to you right over here. Yeah, so when you talk about duration, you almost always mean modified duration. Macaulay duration is on average how long it takes for you to receive your cash, and modified duration is the slope. So 1.1%, 0.01. 1 basis point is 1% of 1%. So it's mathematically 0.01% or 0.0001, right? This is how the yield curve is essentially. This is how the yield curve is basis points are what we use to determine the price changes in the yield to maturity, because you know bond yields don't really fluctuate by like 2 or 3% daily. They might fluctuate by a couple basis points daily or even weekly, monthly, right? So this is why we have a smaller unit that we use. So you can take your Macaulay duration, which remember is your weighted average of how long it takes for you to get your cash flows. You can divide it by 1 plus the bond yield over 2, and you can get your modified duration. Again, this is just a formula. It's simply just plug and play, which means the professor is very less likely to test this because it is plug and play. Example using duration. Let's say you have a 20 million bond portfolio with a duration of 6.78. Suppose interest rates unexpectedly rise by 25 basis points. What is the expected change in portfolio value? So the bond change is going to be the duration, negative duration actually, which is negative 6.78, times the 20 million portfolio times the change in Y. Now look, 25 basis points is 0.25%. It's 0.0025, right? And look, if interest rates rise by whatever, well then we expect our bond portfolio to decrease by whatever, right? And this makes sense because if this is our yield curve, right? If the rates, let's say if this was the rate, right? If the rates rise by a specific amount, right? Well, then we expect our portfolio to decrease by a specific amount. And that specific amount in this case is this. A little more duration theory. Now your convexity is essentially your second derivative, and it's basically the slope of the slope, right? It's the rate of change of your bond prices. Awesome. All right, so we have now covered in this video, we're roughly at the 3.5 hour point. I'm probably gonna crop out some stuff. So this is everything from start of the course up until midterm 1. This is midterm 1 content. You have now watched this just to test your understanding, right? Maybe do a couple more practice problems in Grade Chaser, use some of the methods and tips that I've given you, and then redo your midterm 1 on the keithgodfrey.net website, and just to kind of see how much your understanding has increased by. Okay, I'm going to pause. I got to charge all of my technology real quick, and I'll be back and I'll make a video for the rest of the content. All right, let's go into the midterm 2 material, and we're going to start off with stocks. So this is stocks part A. It has 2 parts. All right, so we're going to go over something called holding period returns. How do you value a stock? The reason a stock can grow. Various approaches of a discounted cash flow, such as the discounted dividend model, free cash flow to the firm, free cash flow to the equity. Essentially, just keep on watching. We'll figure out exactly what I'm going to do. So, recap number 1, right? We want to compare debt and equity. Debt is typically a less risky level because anytime a company issues debt and equity, they will be paying the debt first. The debt will always get paid the first. Therefore, you can think of equity being a riskier position to hold because, what if the firm does not have enough money left over after they've paid the debt to pay off equity? The shareholders who have the equity, they're putting themselves in a riskier position that way. So typically, you can expect a higher return for equity than debt, and your equity will cost more than debt, right? Debt typically does not give you any voting rights. Predictability of income, for example, interest is more predictable, dividends can be less predictable. You only give a dividend if you have enough money to give a dividend, and the amount of money you have might not always be the most predictable. Also, something that's interesting is that your debt is a tax deduction, as in you get some portion of the taxes you pay in interest expense back. That's called a tax shield. All right, recap number 2. So buying and selling shares, right? Primary markets is when the company directly issues the shares and they sell them to the people. And a secondary market is when people themselves are selling and buying shares amongst each other. So some of the major stock exchanges, you probably know these already. And how do we trade on a stock exchange? So there's various brokers, and there's something called a bid-ask spread, where basically, let's say someone wants to sell a stock for $10.02. Somebody wants to buy a stock for $9.98. That bid-ask spread is 4 cents. All right, so holding period returns. Essentially, if you hold a stock, how do you value how much you got from the stock, right? So the return of equity, by the way, when talking about return of a stock, you're talking about the return of the equity, because the stock is your equity ownership in the business. It's essentially the new price plus the dividend divided by the original price minus one, and we just subtract the one to bring it down to like a return that is tangible, right? Because this already includes one, so we need to take away one to get the return of this portion, right? You can think about here, this is actually a better way to explain it, right? A plus B plus C divided by D is equal to A over D plus B over D plus C over D, right? This is a mathematical equation, identity, and it holds to be true, right? Same thing over here. And again, my video just paused. I'm sorry about that. So look, all I'm doing is I'm separating this and bringing it out, right? My P1 plus D1 over P0 minus P null over P null, and this just equates to 1, which is what's here, right? And similarly, the way I brought this out, I can also bring my dividend out, right? And what happens is that this is called a capital gain yield, where essentially this is what I had paid for the stock. What is the new price of the stock? Like basically, what is the gain that I have experienced divided by what I originally paid? And it tells you for every dollar that you had originally paid, how much gain are you experiencing, right? And then this portion is called the dividend yield. For every dollar of the stock that you purchased, what portion of it is coming back to you in the form of a dividend? So examples of a holding period returns. Like basically, you could calculate if you were to hold this specific stock, Domino's Pizza, for a day, a week, a month, 2 months, etc., how much your holding period return would be. I would recommend this is simple enough math. Just do it on Grade Chaser. I'm not going to spend time going over it. So arithmetic and geometric returns. Really quickly, this is easy to get. This is hard to get. I mean, like, if you want a 10% arithmetic return, it's not too bad. It's not too difficult to get. A 10% geometric return, that's the more difficult one. And that's why it's called the truth. The truth is always hard to get. So I'll just go over this worked example real quick. Let me open up my scrap paper. All right. So let's say, we bought a stock called XYZ, and we invested $1,000 into it 3 years ago, and over those 3 years, their returns respectively, what that means is 8, -3.5, year 1, year 2, year 3. That's essentially all that means. How much is the stock holding worth now? So it's really simple, right? Time initial, time 1, time 2, time 3, 1,000 times 1 plus 8% times 1 minus 3% times 1 plus 5%, right? Let's bring over the calculator. Okay. Right, what you want to do is you take your $1,000. On the first year, it grew by 8%. In the second year, it grew by 97%. So it grew by 97% or it decreased by 3%. It's the same thing. Times 1.05. Essentially, your stock is $10.99.98. And let me just make sure that this is correct. Yeah, I'll have like the handwritten examples just by the side, because yeah, $10.99.98. That's correct. All right, so we want to calculate what the arithmetic return is. So all we need to do is we have our 1.08 times 0.97 times 1.05. All right, so now we need to calculate our arithmetic return. All that is we take our 8% return and we add our 3% negative return and we add our 5% return, right? Over the 3 years, we got a sum of this return. If we divide it by 3, it's the same as saying that on average, your money grew by 3.33%. However, I just want to show you what the math of this looks like is Let me just put it into a 1 times form, where if I divide this by 100 and add 1, just so I can like do math with it. If I was to take this and cube this times 100, notice how it's not the same as my 1099. It's actually a bit higher, right? This is overinflated. This is not how it's supposed to be done. What we need to calculate is our geometric return, right? And how you do that is, what was the return we had originally experienced, right? 1,000 times 1.08 times 0.97 times 1.05, right? This is what we got. You can think of this being your future value, right? So what's happening is, I'll put this in my future value. This is money that I am getting into my pocket. How am I getting into this pocket, right? How am I getting money into my pocket? I must at some point have taken money out of my pocket. When did I do that? I took my $1,000 that I had invested, remember, negative. I can put that as my present value. And this stock, it's not paying me anything. Let's just call it payment 0. My time is 3. And we can compute the interest rate. 3.227 per annum is the geometric return. And this way, if I were to do that same divided by 100 thing, divide by 100 plus 1, now I can do math with it. If I were to cube this times the original 1,000 investment, I get exactly the correct answer. Now notice how when I tried doing that with the arithmetic return, right? Like the arithmetic return was 3.33 and the geometric return is 3.227. Now on paper, let's say if you're an investment manager and people want to go to you to manage their portfolios, this looks really nice on paper compared to this. You're getting what, like a 0.11% extra return. That sounds really nice. But in reality, this is the truth. This is what is harder to get. If you can maximize this that you were able to provide, you would be considered a winner compared to anyone who isn't. All right. That's that. So terminology, there's a couple. All right, so there's essentially 3 kinds of terminology for valuing a stock. Number 1 is your book value. This is what you will find on your balance sheet, etc. Essentially, it's the total amount of shareholders' equity divided by number of shares, and this is updated, periodically. Like, let's say if you update your balance sheet every week, well, then your balance sheet will roughly have, a book value that's updated. Now, the market value is what is the person willing to buy the share at right now, like as we speak at this specific moment. This is what a perfectly competitive market will tell you. This is what your stock markets will estimate to tell you. And liquidation value is, if you were to sell everything, what is the stock worth, right? So in general, you would want your market value to be greater than your book value, because it tells you that, your shares are worth more in the market now. That means you can, sell them for a profit, essentially. So terminology from trading: shares outstanding, market cap, PE ratio or price earnings multiple, and then there's trailing and forward. There's price to book ratio, market to book, dividend yield, earnings yield, etc. Right? So these are terms. We'll be going over an actual example, but essentially, yeah. So a couple approaches to valuation is using something called comparables, right? You have your price earnings ratio and your price book ratio, essentially ratios, right? If you remember back to all the way from chapter 1, we use ratio to compare things, right? For example, this stock is for Canadian Tire. It gives me a price earnings ratio of 15.3, right? The industry average for this is 27.8. Well, it tells me that this is roughly undervalued, right? So, and by the way, when I said it's roughly undervalued, I meant it can be undervalued, assuming everything else is the same, right? Like assuming the industry average and the actual company, they have the same amount of risk, or roughly the same amount of return, etc. Right? So another thing is you can have discounted cash flows, which you will be able to compute from like your dividend yields, etc. But I want to go over some of these things. So number 1, you will have PE ratios. What is a forward PE ratio? And what is, okay, is there even a trailing PE ratio here? Anyways, right? But one thing I do want to highlight here is a PE ratio. So There can be two, but okay, there's essentially two kinds of PE ratios. There's trailing and forward. Let's say this is the time, right, on a timeline that you essentially define or calculate the PE ratio. This would be your trailing PE ratio. This would be your forward PE ratio. Essentially, what your PE ratio is your price of the share divided by the earnings, right? Now, if you were looking at your forward PE ratio, you would typically expect it to be smaller than your trailing PE ratio, and this is for good reason. It's because, you want your stock to earn more in the forward year than it did in the previous year, right? And your PE ratio is literally this. If it earns more, then the PE ratio decreases. So typically you would want your trailing PE ratio to be larger than your forward, because essentially, let's say if this is your timeline, this is when you calculate the PE ratio. This is the earnings from the previous year. This is the earnings from the future year, right? Your PE ratio is your price of the share divided by the earnings. So if you would typically want that in the coming year, your business earns more than it did in the previous year, right? That's ultimately the goal of a business. You want to make more next year than you did this year. So if next year if you expect your earnings to rise, well, then your PE ratio will decrease, right? It's simple inverse relationship. If your earnings decreases, well, then your PE ratio increases. This is why the trailing ratio of the previous year is typically larger than or at least you want it to be larger than your future PE ratio, because you would want your earnings to increase in the future. So let's look at comparables. Essentially, comparables is pretty much any kind of ratio. You can calculate a variety of kinds of ratios to compare various businesses. You can compare these ratios with the industry average to see whether they're overvalued, undervalued, etc., right? So we talked about trailing and forward PE ratios. Enterprise value multiples comes from ratios such as the enterprise value divided by EBITDA. And if you're using enterprise value, there's a formula for that. It's also on your formula sheet, where the market value is equal to the enterprise value minus debt plus cash. It's right over here. Right? Equity value is equal to EV minus debt plus cash. And equity value is equal to EV minus debt plus cash. All right, so there's a couple ways you can use DCF analysis to value the price of a stock. Number one is a dividend discount model, and it's kind of similar to the Gordon growth model. Actually, it's very, very similar. If you look at your Gordon growth model, this is what it looks like, right? You have a cash flow you receive divided by the discount rate minus the growth rate. The price of your stock will be the value of the dividend divided by the discount rate minus the growth rate. So let's say if your dividend does not grow, well, you have a growth rate of 0. So it's still D over R minus G, but G is just 0, right? So it's just D over R, which is what this is showing. And if it's a growing perpetuity, then it's just D1 over R minus G. Growing annuity, same formula. This is your formula for a growing annuity, right? Pretty standard. Sorry, I keep on clicking the wrong thing. Yeah, but there's something very specific though. You have to notice how your dividend that is here is D1, right? So you have a growing stream of dividends such that your price of your dividend of time n plus 1 is equal to essentially your growth factor multiplied by the current price, right? The future price is equal to the current price multiplied by the growth factor. Pretty standard math. But oftentimes what we need to do is we need to readjust this D1 because we are given D0 in the question. And this is an example of such, right? Whenever you see in the question, they just paid a dividend of whatever, just assume D0 is just now, right? So going back to this formula, D of 0 plus 1 is equal to 1 plus G times D of 0. Well, this just means D1 is equal to 1 plus G D null. So this is exactly what we need to do in these situations. So your company, they just paid a $2 dividend. This is D null. This is today's dividend. We expect this to grow every single year at 4% per annum. and our discount rate for this specific company is 10% per annum. So how do we value this? Right? We can use the Gordon growth model. It's just at the end of the day, a growing perpetuity, and we need to have D1 divided by R minus G. Now, this is where the careful part needs to happen. Your D1 is your D null, right? D1 is equal to D0 times 1 plus G. So we take our $2, we times it by the growth rate, which is 1.04, which is also 1 plus 4%, right? 1 plus G. And we have to divide this by R minus G. You have to divide this by 10% minus 4%. And we get an answer of 34.67. So this is essentially the value of the stock that we have computed. And so at that price, what would the dividend yield be, right? So today at this moment, you're paying $34.67 for a stock that returned you a dividend of $2, right? So what you can do is, in the future, your stock will pay you a dividend of $2.08, right? D1 is equal to 2 times 1.04 is equal to 2.08, right? Your essentially your dividend yield is just D1 over P null. So 2.08 divided by 34.67 is equal to 6%. Awesome. Where does the G come from? So if a company earns a specific amount of earnings, it can pay back some stuff in dividends and reinvest, plow back the rest of it, right? So B is the proportion of earnings that is given back to the company, right? Let's say if a company has, at the end of the day, this much earnings, right? What they'll do is they'll take maybe this much of it, they'll give it out as a dividend, and what they'll do is they'll take the remainder of it and they'll put it back in the company. The company will then do its thing, they'll earn money, and then they'll spit out a new earnings for next year, right? So how does G relate to B? Well, if you think about it, G is what my company grows by. B is what I have to give away to my shareholders in terms of dividends. Earnings, I can retain earnings. I can simplify just by 100%. If B is what I give away from that, well then 100% minus whatever percent I give away is equal to how much my company is growing by, because that's what I'm using to invest back into my company for it to use that capital to spit out more earnings anyways. But this is what that cycle I just described is you'll have your book equity per share times the amount of return on equity, right? It's basically for every dollar worth of shareholders' equity, how much return earnings are you getting for that? And your company will grow by that. And this will give you your earnings per share, right? For every dollar of share, how many dollars of earnings is that company earning? Very easy to conceptualize there. From there, this is that same box I drew above, right? It'll split up into two categories. One of it will be how much is that company reinvesting into stuff. We'll get to that later, but one of the main categories is the dividend. It's essentially whatever this is, earnings per share, multiplied by how much they might multiplied by 1 minus how much they don't give away. 1 minus what they don't give away is basically what they give away, right? Simple math. And so this will yield you your dividends per share. This will be what is your earnings per share, and it will be transferred back to your book equity. And this is the growing cycle. That's essentially the cycle, They'll earn money, give away some, reinvest the rest. So how does book equity change? The book equity at a future point is equal to the book equity times book equity. So how does the book equity change? The book equity at a future point is equal to the book equity at a current point multiplied by 1 plus how much the company keeps for itself times how much the company grows by. So the book equity is basically 1 times the growth, right? Don't think about this one first. What you can think about it is, if this is my book equity today, in the future it will be worth something, right? What will it be worth? It will be worth however much it grows by, minus 1. So I can just add that 1 back here, and I have my G here, and this is the same. This is the same. That must mean these two are the same. That means G must be the same as B times ROE. And that's how you get that. And I believe this should be on your formula sheet as well. Yeah, over here. So if your G is equal to your 1 minus B, right? We have established that, right? G is equal to 1 minus B. All right, so there are a couple ratios now. So you can have something called earnings per share. It's essentially your earnings after tax divided by the amount of shares that the company has. It's essentially for every dollars of shares that you have out in the world, how much earnings is that dollar of shares producing? Dividends per share. For every dollars of shares you have out in the world, how many dollars of dividends is that $1 getting back? Plowback ratio is essentially for every dollar you earn, how much dollars of earnings is being put back into the firm for it to grow. It's also known as how much you earn minus what you give away divided by how much you earn, right? And then you can have your payout ratio, which is essentially how much you pay out as dividends divided by how much you earn. For every dollar you earn, how many dollars are you giving away as dividends? Also, dividends per share divided by earnings per share. So how does G relate to B? If your return on equity is the earnings after tax divided by your book equity at the start of the year, then that must equal your earnings per share divided by book equity per share at the start of the year, right? Your this part is the same, so that means your earnings after tax is essentially your earnings per share. And actually, no, the reason these two are the same is because look at the units, right? Earnings after tax, book equity total. Earnings after tax of the share, book equity of the share, right? Sorry for that little confusion. All right, now let's go over this question. So it's basically saying that the earnings per share for the past year were $3, your dividends per share were $1.80, and your book equity at the start of the year was 15. So let's draw a little timeline here. This is now. This is start of the year, right? Start of the year. So for this past year, the earnings per share were $3, right? $3 here. The dividend was $1.80, 1.80. But the book equity per share at the start of the year was 15, which is over here. And keep in mind, now is equal to time 0. Technically, start would then mean time -1. Which means, my earnings per share at time equals 0, which is right now, were $3. My dividends per share is equal to $1.80 at time 0. That means my book equity per share at time -1 was $15, right? So let's see how I calculate my return on equity. My return on equity is equal to my G over B, and if I have B here, I can also get G. So let's quickly see how that is done, right? My return on equity is essentially, actually a better way to think about it is, for every dollar of equity, how much was I able to get in return? All right, now let's see how ROE is calculated. Essentially, what return on equity stands for is literally, if you just go through the words of it, what is my return on equity? For every $1 of equity, what is the return that I'm getting on it? How many dollars of equity do I have? I have $15 of equity. What is the total return I'm getting? 3. And by the way, these are both per share, so the per shares cancel out, the ratio would be the same. You could, theoretically, if you were given the earnings, like the total net income of the entire company divided by the total book price of the entire company, book equity of the entire company, you would get the same ratio. But essentially, you get 3 over 15 is equal to 20%. So let's see what my B is. B is essentially my my stock, like whatever much I give, right? right? So now let's see what my B is. Essentially, my B is how much am I earning minus how much am I giving away compared to total how much I am earning. Essentially, what it means is what is the number that I am keeping to reinvest back into the company, right? So in total, I'm earning $3 and I'm giving away $1.80, and divided by $3 just to get a ratio out of it. That means my B ratio is 40%. And if I go back to that little cycle thing here, essentially means I'm giving away 60% of the stock in dividend. I'm keeping 40% of it to reinvest back into the company. So I know my growth ratio is equal to my B value multiplied by ROE. So I know my return on equity is 20%. I know my growth is, I know my B is 40%. If I multiply these two, I get 8%. So what this means is I know that I have a company, or I have like a stock that is growing at 8%. So I know I have my D0. I can get the D1 by doing 1.80 times 1.08, because this is the 8%. And I can divide this by whatever discount rate they gave me, which is 12%, minus the growth rate, which was 8%. So if I do this math, I get 4860. Awesome. So the growth and company life cycle. So let's say if you have a really young company, right? It's a startup. They don't really care about paying their shareholders, right? All they want is they want that young company, that young startup to just explode, shoot up in value, because that would be ultimately the best way for them to benefit the shareholders, right? The shareholders yet don't care about receiving, I don't know, $1, $2 dividend. They don't care about $2 here and there. They care about having that, whatever share price just skyrocket in value. So therefore, their B, how much essentially their plowback ratio, what portion of their earnings are they, putting back into the business? It might be close to 1, right? 100%, right? And the growth can be large, because if they have a high return on equity, well, it's basically return on equity times how much they're putting back into their business, their growth can be really, really large. But for income stocks, right, something that is well established, like Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola is well established. It's not a startup. It's a pretty well reputable company. They pay pretty handsome dividends. So their B might be closer to 0. And which means, if you have a smaller B, right, G is equal to B times ROE. Proportionality, remember, G is directly proportional to B. If B decreases, G decreases, right? So B might be closer to 0, as in it's decreasing, which means G might be small. And that makes sense, because if it's a mature company, and if you are an investor who just wants to value income from that stock, from that company, well, you might not really care too much about its growth. You only might care about its income. So PE ratio and PE multiples. So let's say you are given a present value of a stock, and you define it using the dividend discount model of the value of the dividend that it will give divided by the discount rate minus the growth rate, right? And recall how you can have your earnings per share, right? Earnings per share multiplied by 1 minus B, which is essentially what you're not putting back into the company, and you get your dividend. That's where that comes from, divided by RE minus G, right? What you can do is, if you wanna like manipulate this using a little bit of algebra, what you get is your present value is essentially the price of the stock in the market today at the present, the present, right? Divided by forward PE, my earnings per share at year 1. Remember, timeline. Today is time 0. This is time 1, right? I don't know what I was drawing there. So this is my EPS1. This is my PV0. This will help me compute my forward PE ratio. So what you can deduce is that your PE ratio is essentially of the form of what you are not, the percentage that you are not putting back into the company divided by your discount rate minus the growth rate. So again, in terms of proportionality, if you have something that is high growth, right? Okay, so PV over EPS, right? This is a ratio. It is directly proportional to 1 over RE minus G. As in, if this guy increases, this guy decreases, right? So if you want to increase your PE, you have to decrease this. RE minus G should go down. Well, if you want to decrease that, you can increase G. And this makes sense. If you have a company that is growing at a higher rate, that means it will give you a higher price. That means you want to pay more for it, essentially, right? It means for every dollar that company earns, you're willing to pay a higher price for it, price to earnings ratio, because it's a growing company. It has a high growth rate, and something that is less risky, right? If you have a lower discount rate, well, then same thing. If this guy goes down, then this whole thing goes down, which means again this thing goes up, right? If it is less risky, then you're willing to pay more for it, because if it's something that's very, very risky, it's worth less to you. If it's something that's less risky, it's worth more to you. And there's not really a way to quantify this using math. I mean, you can assign numbers to it if you want to. It's kind of just a conceptual thing you have to understand. People will pay more for something that is less risky. Next up is a higher payout ratio, meaning if you have a higher PE. Next up is a higher payout ratio, right? Which means lower B. Remember, B is what you put back into the company, which means your payout ratio is what you give to the people. Essentially, the reason comparables should work is that companies in the same industry should roughly have a similar growth, right? They should roughly have a similar return on equity. They should roughly have similar risk, which means they should roughly have similar PE multiples, right? Now, this is pretty much an oversimplification. Going back to that Canadian Tire example we saw, it was, undervalued compared to the industry average, but that could be for other reasons. But this is assuming you have multiple other variables that are same, such that when you change one variable, it will undervalue it. So the value of growth opportunities. Essentially, let's say hypothetically, if you have a company that was not growing at all, right? Which means R minus G, right? G is equal to 0. Sure. Well, you could compute that value, right? We can very easily get earnings per share using any of this data, any of the data presented here, right? And we will be given a discount rate, and we can also calculate the discount rate. So we can get that, right? However, the present value will likely be different. And the reason it will be different is because it must have some present value of future growth opportunities. As in, people look at the stock and be like, hey, you know what? If I were to assume that this company does not grow at all, this is what I would pay for it. But people are paying higher for it, which means there must be some growth value to it, which means that if I purchase it, I will be likely in a better situation because the price of the stock should rise. So in other words, and this is net present value of growth opportunities. Doing a little bit of algebra, you can get the net present value of growth opportunities, which is equal to the price of the stock currently divided by your earnings per share over the discount rate, right? And this has to be positive, because let's say hypothetically if it's negative, right? Well, why would it be negative? It means that your current price is less than your earnings per share perpetuated, right? And what that means is, if the current price is less than what it will in perpetuity earn, well, that means it's way undervalued, which means you should buy it. But it can also be that the firm's growth opportunities are destroying value, as in that the company is not going to grow at all. It's just going to actually decrease. And in that case, that's when you would have to do your own little individual research. And that brings us to the end of 4A. So now 4B is a little bit of a recap. We talk about DCF analysis here. So what cash flows do we discount? This is if you discount your dividend discount model, then you will get your equity value. If you discount your free cash flow to the firm, you get your enterprise value. And if you discount your free cash flow to equity, well, then you get your equity value. Essentially, what it's saying is, let me go to a specific slide. And essentially what it's saying is that, hypothetically in 1 year, let's say a firm's free cash flow was $97K and a firm's free cash flow to equity was 90K. Well, if you discount these using, let's say, a discount rate of 10%, well, then you would get the enterprise and equity value of the firms respectively. Now, what do all these things mean, right? Don't worry, I kind of skipped ahead. Let me explain everything from kind of scratch here. So let's write out our accounting statement. Our accounting statement. So let's write out our accounting income statement, right? Essentially, what you have is you have sales minus COGS is equal to gross profit. Cool. And then what you have is you take your gross profit, right? It's also your operating revenue. Subtract that operating expenses, and you get something called EBITDA. Essentially, your earnings before EBITDA. Essentially, it's your earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. And then what you want to do is you take your EBITDA and you deduct depreciation and amortization to get something called EBIT, earning before interest and taxes. Cool. Well, then you can deduct your interest expense and you get something called EBT, earnings before tax. Cool. Then you deduct something called tax, right? And you get something called your net income. It's also called net profit after tax, right? Net profit after tax. Awesome. So this is essentially the accounting income statement. Now let's see how this translates into the two things that we use in finance. And by the way, if you're writing on an exam, I would always recommend starting out by writing this full accounting statement. Work your way from sales to COGS to get your gross profit. Subtract your operating expenses to get your EBITDA, get rid of DA to get your EBIT, get rid of I to get your EBT, get rid of tax to get your net profit, net income, right? I feel like this helps me a lot. And if I go to my formula sheets right now, I get my free cash flow to equity is equal to my EBIT times whatever plus whatever minus whatever, right? And this is really nice because it tells me from what point in my accounting income statement do I need to use a specific value to compute something else, right? And this is exactly what this is showing you. As in, you'll compute your accounting statement. From this point, you'll use this to get free cash flow to the firm, and you'll use this to get free cash flow to the equity. All right, so let's go into this a little bit. What free cash flow to the firm is essentially, right? You'll take your earnings before interest and taxes, right? And I just think about what that means. It is my earnings before I have accounted for interest and before I have counted for taxes. Now, what is interest? It's essentially I've borrowed money and I need to give a reward to the people that I have borrowed money from. That is interest. What is taxes? It's something that the government takes away from me. Cool. That is your earnings before interest and taxes. Now, I want to stress interest is essentially how you choose to pay for your firm. Okay? Keep that in mind. It'll come in handy a bit later. But you take your EBIT and you'll multiply it by 1 minus your tax rate. Now, you might be thinking, okay, but how come we just go from EBIT straight to the tax calculation? Where do we count for interest, right? Hang on, let me explain that in a second, right? What you'll get here, this is also called something called NOPAT, net operating profit after tax. Now, the reason that's important is because, in a future slideshow from now, in the later part of the video, I will be going over the fact that it does not matter how a firm chooses to fund it, essentially, right? But essentially, you'll have something called your NOPAT, right? Which is just your EBIT times what is left after taxes. And you'll add back depreciation and amortization, and you'll subtract capital expenditures, and you'll subtract change in working capital. This will get you something called free cash flow to the firm. As literally, how much cash is being left over for the firm to do stuff with, right? And let's talk about why we add back depreciation and amortization. Let's say, and we're talking about in the accounting world right now. Let's say if I'm a business, right? I have an asset in my hand. It's $100 bill. I go to the market and I buy $100 worth of machinery, right? So, as per my balance sheet, this is my balance sheet. This is cash. This is machinery account, right? All that happened is my cash decreased and my machinery increased, right? Sorry, that messed up my calculation a bit. That's my diagram a bit, right? But anyways, what's happening is that my asset side has not changed because one asset went down, the other asset went up, so it's basically zero effect, right? Now the thing is, depreciation. My cash did go down though. That's what matters. And here we're talking about cash flows, like actual cash. If you were to talk about your cash flow statement in terms of the accounting world, then that would absolutely account for the fact that you have used up cash. However, now let's look at depreciation, right? Depreciation and amortization, these are expenses. These reduce your net income on your income statement. Every year you're able to claim a certain amount of depreciation, and this deflates your income, right? We want to talk about cash flow, like literally in terms of cold hard cash, right? Whether it's sitting in the bank account or in terms of like actual cash that we have. And the thing is, our net income as per accounting gets reduced a bit due to depreciation. However, we don't want that. We want to bring our net income back up after depreciation had knocked it down because we're already accounting for the fact that the $100 we paid was for something called a capital expenditure, and we are already subtracted the $100 from that. So we already account for it. Working capital is essentially, let's say if my entire business is a cash register, and at the start of the day, I need to put some money in the cash register because let's say if I have zero money in the cash register, somebody gives me $100 bill and they only bought $60 worth of stuff. How am I going to give them $40 change, right? I need to have some of my own money, some of my own working capital tied up in the business for me to run that cash register, right? And this includes stuff like inventory eventually. This will include stuff like, cash itself. And so we need to subtract the change in working capital because it's literally the subtraction of cash. And this will give you something called free cash flow to the firm. Now, earlier I mentioned something called NOPAT, right? And essentially the logic is that if you wanted to compare two businesses, right, in terms of who is more profitable in a way, right? And profitable is a loose definition for this. Essentially, you want to see is which company is giving you more free cash flow to the firm, right? Let's say one company is funded fully by equity and the other company is funded fully by debt. Well, the person who is funded by debt, they will have to pay a lower interest rate, which means their WACC, their discount rate will be lower. Also, they will be getting some portion of a tax shield, right? So that means their cash flow to the firm will be higher than the equity equivalent, right? Now the thing is, we don't care about that. We want to see what is the firm's net operating profit, assuming it has zero financing at all, right? Which is why we don't account for interest here. Sorry, we don't account for interest here. We just skip that step entirely. Later on, we'll include the change in interest when we see what the shareholders get. Essentially, what's going on is the free cash flow to the firm. Think of it as after they've gone through their sales minus COGS to operating revenue minus operating expenses to EBITDA minus D&A, and they minus D&A, and they get to their EBIT. Essentially, what they're talking about is after they pay tax and they adjust for the fact that cash goes in and out. How much cash does the firm get to pay off its lenders or creditors or the people essentially involved in debt, and how much is left later to go into the equity portion, right? And that's essentially what free cash flow to the firm is. Now, your free cash flow to equity, that's what it suggests is your firm, there's a couple people involved. There's the people who are the creditors to the firm. These are the people who have lent you money. These are the people who the firm owes money to. There's also the shareholders. These are the people who own a portion of the business. Now, your free cash flow to equity is essentially how much cash flow goes to the shareholders. And how you would calculate your free cash flow to equity is it's nice that if you're able to run through your entire accounting income statement, because the very last thing called net income, you take this, it's also called your net profit after tax, right? And it's essentially equal to your earnings before tax minus your tax rate. And to this, you will add your depreciation and your subtract capex, and you'll change your working capital. You subtract the change in working capital. And what you want to do is you want to add back debt capital. For example, essentially it's your change in debt. For example, let's say if you issue 10 million more in debt, well, that means someone is giving you 10 million cash, right? So essentially your cash flow is increasing by 10 million, and that's why you would add that change in debt capital. And this will give you something called free cash flow to equity. Now, what this portion means is discounting. Let's say if we were able to, have a discount rate of 10%. What that means is if we take this value and if we take it to perpetuity at a discount rate of 10%, well, then we will get something called our enterprise value. Same thing here. If we take this to perpetuity with a given discount rate, we will get our equity value. And this is the same as if you want to go from enterprise value, you will have to subtract the debt and you will have to add the cash, and you get something called equity value. Where does this show up? So, by the way, we have minus change in working capital. At the end of the day, this is the same as you take your cash, you add inventory, add accounts receivable minus accounts payable. This is working capital. And free cash flow to the firm. This is the same calculation that I went through on the previous page. Free cash flow to equity is the same calculation we went previously. And this is the thing that we saw, NPAT plus D&A minus capex minus change in working capital plus debt capital, right? Or there's another way to do it. It's basically you take your free cash flow to the firm and you subtract your 1 minus T times interest, and you add back your debt capital. This is also equal to free cash flow to the firm. And let's see what your formula sheet says. So what the formula sheet says is your free cash flow to equity is equal to EBIT times that plus D&A minus capex minus working capital. Free cash flow to equity is equal to your NPAT plus D&A minus capex minus working capital minus debt capital. Cool. So that's what's going on there. And free cash flow to equity, if you discount it, you will get enterprise value. And this is equal to the market value of the equity, right? Which is just this discounted. And you would add debt and subtract cash. And we often want equity to add to the enterprise value, because if we discount free cash flows to get equity value, we value equity using the EV minus debt plus cash. Same thing, right? If we want this, well, we have plus debt, we can just minus debt. We have minus cash, we can just plus cash. So we get this value, this equation from this equation. Awesome. So worked example, right? Let's say if we use, right? Let's say if we go through this example real quick. I'm going to pull up a canvas. Okay, so essentially what's going on is we have a company and their sales are 2 million, their costs are 700K. We are given a depreciation, we're given interest, we're given tax, and we're given the net profit after tax. And so if these remain constant for each year in perpetuity, and if the discount rate that we are given is 10% per annum, what is the enterprise value and equity valuation, right? So let's go through this. Remember the same accounting income statement format. We have our revenues of 2 million and we subtract our COGS of 700K to get an EBITDA of 1.3 million, right? We want to get rid of this D&A to get our EBIT. So we subtracted 200K D&A to get 1100K, or just 1.1 million of EBIT, right? Then again, like you could pretty much stop here, but just run through the whole accounting thing. And then from our EBIT, we subtract our interest expense and we get our earnings before tax of 1 million. I wrote 1,000K, but 1 million is whatever, right? And in the question, we are given a tax rate of, well, it's 300K, which is, we can assume that it's a 30% tax rate, because if we're making 1 million before tax and we pay 300K tax, then 30% simple math. And this will give us a net income of 700K. All right, so what we want to do is, the question asks us to get the enterprise value and equity value. And what we need to do first is we need to get the free cash flow to the firms and equities for us to be able to discount them using the 10% rate to get the enterprise and equity values. So let's first focus on the free cash flow to the firm. If we remember from our formula, free cash flow to the firm is basically you run through this and you want to take your EBIT, you want to multiply it by 1 minus the tax rate, and you get 770K, right? You add back depreciation amortization, which is 200K. We had no change in working capital and no change in capital expenditure. So our free cash flow to the firm is 770K. Cool. So now what we can do is we know this equation. We know this portion of that equation. So let's work out the rest, right? So my equity value is equal to my enterprise value, and I'll have some more portion of it. Sorry. So I know my enterprise value is basically my free cash flow to the firm discounted by my 10% rate. So I get 9.7 million is my enterprise value. And there's another way you could do it is instead of just calculating your free cash flow to the firm, we can also do FCFE, free cash flow to equity. And remember, if we go through the formula, which is also listed over here, it's essentially your NPAT plus D&A minus CapEx minus change in working capital plus debt, and you would go through these numbers, add them up, and what you get is a 900K free cash flow to equity. So if you were to take these in perpetuity, what you get is your free cash flow to equity divided by R is equal to 900K divided by 10% is equal to 9 million, right? And the relationship is that your enterprise value is your equity value plus debt minus cash. So I know in the question it tells me that my cash is not changing, right? Like the question just does not have a number for change in cash, which means if I know that my enterprise value is 9.7 and if I know that my equity value is 9, then that means my debt portion must be equal to 700K, right? And one way we can check this is that we are paying how much in interest? 100K per year. What is our tax rate? 30K. So we pay 100K in interest, but because the way tax shields work is we get 100K minus the 30% of that, and this will give you a 70K total, essentially the debt payment. And you take this to perpetuity using 10% interest rate, you get a 700K value of debt in perpetuity. Awesome. And efficient market hypothesis. Essentially, what this means is that there's three kinds of efficient market hypotheses. There's a weak form, semi-strong form, and a strong form. I think it's best if I can explain it to you just using the graph that is given on Canvas, or like how this was done in class. So look, market efficiency is essentially how the price of a stock changes compared to an announcement of a specific stock. What weak form inefficiency suggests is that the past history of the prices is built into the new history. So what weak form market efficiency suggests is that the future is not predictable, only the current price is important, and the past history of how it got here is relevant. For example, let's say if you were to look at this, it's been going up, right? So you might say that, hey, if it's been going up, why wouldn't it continue going up, right? However, what weak form efficiency suggests is that this being here versus going here, it does not matter because the previous history does not suggest. Now you could make the argument of momentum that, hey, it's been going up and up and up and up and up and up, which means it's not really likely to go like that, which means it'll probably go like that. Or if it were to go down, it'll only maybe go down like this much, right? That's what weak form suggests. And so they have the argument of momentum. Awesome. And then you have, let's go over some of these examples. So essentially what you have is, I'm just going to open this in the note-taking app. Awesome. So what you have here is, let's say if you have semi-strong form efficient, right? this is the price of a stock. It's happening, right? And something happens, right? Maybe Wall Street, they make an announcement. What happens is instantaneously the stock price will rise up, right? And this isn't necessarily a bad thing because it just means it's an efficient market. Of course, this means that there's not too much of an opportunity for arbitrage. The only thing that happens is, like, as long as you bought here, your value of the share will go up, but you can't predict the fact that this will go up. Next up is semi-strong, inefficient. What it means is, the price of a stock is here. A time, like the announcement is a given, right? What happens in semi-strong form inefficient is, well, number one, notice how semi-strong form efficient. Remember, efficient market is instantaneous result in the market. Inefficient means that it just isn't happening as fast. What happens is that, hey, news is given about the stock, likely good news. So slowly over the time, I don't know, maybe even this could be a week, this could be a month, this could be a couple hours, right? The price will start to go up, and eventually it'll settle at a new price, right? This can look all sorts of way. It can go up at a less price, right? It can only go up a little bit before it tapers off. It can go up a lot before it tapers off, right? It can go like that before it tapers off. Right? There's a lot of different shapes that it could take. Then we have strong form efficient, and this is undesirable because look, in all situations, the stock price started at like whatever the same amount, right? And then we had a time in the market, and then we had an announcement in the market, right? The time is when the announcement occurs. Now, if you look at the two desirable options, the price starts changing after the announcements, right? Leading up to the time of the announcement, the price was the same. Leading up to the time of the announcement, the price was the same. Here, the price is the same after the announcement, and leading up to the time of the announcement, the price increases. What this means is that this suggests there is insider trading. Basically, what is insider trading? It's essentially someone has extra information, someone knows something about the company that you don't, so they invest in the stock, which naturally causes the stock price to go up at times, and then they benefit from this. Then they dump all of their shares, and then the stock price will go back down or whatever. What this suggests is that how can someone predict that the stock price is going to go up before good news has hit the market? This suggests insider trading, and this is undesirable because insider trading is bad unless you're a rich politician. All right, this is extra resources you can go through. Cool. So that was stocks. Now we're gonna move on to uh, probably the bulk of midterm two, which is gonna be uh, investing and DCF analysis and all that stuff. So let's get those notes pulled up. All right. All right. Now let's do the three sections of chapter five. So this is essentially going to be capital budgeting and how you should decide whether a project is worth investing in or not. So there's a couple of ways that you can evaluate whether a project is going to be worth it, right? A couple of decision rules include your ARR and payback, as well as the financing methods. These are the accounting methods. These are the financing methods. Accounting 211, finance 201, best way I can explain it. So project relationships as well. The various relationships between projects will affect whether or not you will invest in a project or not. Essentially, the main question to answer is, should I take a project or not? Now, let me quickly whip up my Excel that I was sharing. Quickly, if I go back to my Excel, right, if I have a project where it gives me 30K consistent cash flows for 4 years, and if it costs me 100K to get into this project, assuming my discount rate is 10%, right? Just really quickly, would you invest in this project, yes or no? Well, the answer is no, because you are losing $4,904 by getting into this project. This is something that you would call NPV negative. The goal is to not invest in NPV negative projects and to only invest in NPV positive projects. And you could rank the various projects as well in terms of greatest NPV to least NPV. Pick the one and start ticking off the list as per the greatest NPVs. All right. So investment decision rules, accounting based, right? Let's go over these ones first. Each approach has its own decision rules, and they can give you various kinds of results. Essentially, each one will have a pro and a con. kind of pick the decision rules that give you the least amount of cons or the cons that you can work around. So essentially, accounting rate of returns, super simple. Your expected average annual profit after tax, right? Annual profit after tax. This is essentially your earnings, right? How much do you expect to earn, right? And what are you weighing it against? So average is investment of capitalization, right? Return on capital. Return on equity is average book equity. Return on assets is average assets. Essentially, what it's saying is for every dollar that you have invested, how much return in terms of dollars are you getting? For every dollar of book equity, what is the return per dollar of that? For every dollar of assets you get, how much return in dollars are you getting, right? And there's multiple ways of getting these averages. So a little accounting rate of return calculation is, let's say if there's a plant that you want to invest in, and the new plant, it's going to cost 2 million right now up front. For the next 5 years, it's going to earn 200K, and at the end, the plant will have depreciated to 1.4 million. Cool. So how it works is your expected annual profit after tax, this guy, right, is 200K. Your average investment, right? Average investment is how much you pay now, what you get, how much it's worth, how much it is worth now, plus how much it is worth in the future, divided by 2, is on average during the duration of the 5 years, how much is it worth, right? It's on average worth 1.7. So 200K divided by 1.7 is 11.76. So you could say that this will give you an accounting rate of return, or roughly a return on capital of 11.76%. Now, what you would do is, various projects, they'll have various costs and various returns, right? Essentially, you would compute this number for every single project, rank them in order of the best return to the worst return, and tick off the list, right? If you can do multiple projects, then you would do the one with the best return, then go on to the next, then go to the next. If you can only do one project, then obviously you would pick the one with the best return. All right, so good points, right? I didn't even have to whip out my calculator to explain this math to you. It's super simple. It's literally like a 2-step formula, 1 and 2. However, these are accounting figures and not cash flows. For example, I earn 200K every year for the next 5 years. Well, accounting does not consider the time value of money, but finance does, right? If I have a discount rate of 10%, right, or even forget the discount rate, right? Literally inflation, my 200K 4 years from now is going to be worth less than it is today because of inflation. So this does not consider for something called time value of money, which hopefully you know about now. And also single year averages instead of multi-year projects, right? Next up, you have something called payback periods. Essentially, how long is it going to take for you to get your money back, right? Let's say if your initial investment is 100K and the expected after-tax income stream is year 1, you'll earn this much. Year 1, you'll earn this much, then this much, then this much, then this much, then this much, right? What is the payback period? Essentially, how long is it going to take you for you to get your money back? Super simple way to calculate this. 100K is what I am putting in. What does it mean for me to get my money back? Well, it means that if I need to get back 100K, after I have gotten everything back, the amount that I need to get back is 0K, right? Super simple. So in year 1, how much money will I get back? I'll get back 20K. So which means at the start of year 2, how much money do I still need to get back? 90K, right? 90K minus 20K. So in year 2, I'll earn 30K. That means at the start of year 3, how much money do I need to get back? 60K, right? 90K minus 30K. So that means in year 3, I earn 40K, right? And if you're confused where I'm getting these numbers from, it's just right over here. That means I will, at the start of year 4, have to earn 20K more. Now look, in year 4, I earn 50K, right? If I do minus 50K, well, I can't just have negative $30, right? Negative money doesn't exist. So what I can think about this is, straight up just draw a timeline. January 1st, December 31st, if in this entire year I earn 50K and I only need to get back how many? 20K? If I only need to get back 20K, well, what percentage of this year will I earn my 20K in? The math is super simple. It's just going to be 20K divided by 50K, right? 2 over 5 is equal to 0.4. That means, actually, a better way to think about this is 100% of this year, I will earn 50K. In 50% of this year, I will earn 25K. In 40% of this year, I will earn my 20K. So that's all it's going, right? That means in year 3.4, I will have earned my 20K, right? And then 20 minus 20, I get to my 0. And that will give me my answer of 3.4 that they have outlined here. This is essentially what I've done. The thing is, and this is essentially what I've done is essentially what you are making minus what you have paid, how much you have left, right? And you want to have 0 left, so you essentially have that little gap there. Look, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of numbers looks confusing. Super straight and simple in my opinion, right? Draw that timeline. It's this guy divided by this guy is gonna get you this guy. How much, like, it's gonna get you like this guy. Awesome. Payback period, right? So what's nice about this is you can compare it with other known projects. Let's say if project A will on average pay you back in 2 years, but project B is going to pay you back in 3 years. Well, you might go for the project A, right? However, actually something what's nice is like this is really easy math as well. It's just subtraction, maybe one division, right? Now the thing is, this is also bad because it ignores time value of money, right? Also, it ignores income after the payback period, right? Now, this is what was given to me in the question. Let's say, hypothetically, in year 6, this project is going to give me $100 million, right? I know it's a crazy, wicked number, but let's just say hypothetically that was the case. Well, this project will pay me back in 3.4 years versus let's say if I have a project, in year 1 that will pay me 100K, 110K. So technically, actually, let me make this a bit better. Right? This is project A. Let's say project B, year 1, it pays me, 55K. Year 2, it pays me 55K, right? Well, technically, in year 1, in project A, I will have made my money back in 3.4 years. In project B, I will have made my money back in 2 years, right? 55 plus 55 is 110. So, based off of this payback period rule, I should go with project B. But it's ignoring the fact that project A, hypothetically in year 6, it earns me $100 million, right? So who cares if I'm getting my money back a bit later, right? Who cares if this is an extra, 1.4 years, if it means I can get $100 million back or whatever that is discounted, right? And this is relative comparison only, there's no absolute decision. And next thing you could do is a discounted payback period. And essentially what that is how for all of these, we subtracted 20K, 30K, right? Essentially, you would just subtract the discounted version of those. But all that does is that only gets rid of this bad point. It still ignores these bad points. So these are the accounting-based ones, right? These are the funner ones. This is what Finance 201 is about. All right, so we've gone through this many times today so far. It's essentially the net present value of something is equal to the present value of all of the future cash flows it will generate, right? If you net those up, to net something is to add them up, right? Net present value, add up present value. That's literally the derivation of the words and the language and whatnot, right? So now what we have to do is, all we got to do is, we have this PV. Cash flow 0 is what we have to pay today. Cash flow 0 will be negative, right? This is what we will get. This is the benefit. This is the cost. It's negative. And essentially, your net present value is what you pay today plus the present value of what you will get. So this is a PV. Your net PV is net of what you pay today plus what you will get. So This is on your formula sheet as well. Hopefully you don't have to memorize this. It should be conceptual enough, and that would be my goal as well. But sorry, wrong sheets. Okay, yeah. Cash flow one is typically negative, right? We buy something to get something. There's no such thing as something for nothing. And CF0, you can also call it your initial investment, right? CF0 is just a fancy name for it. All it is really just your initial investment, which means um, if CF0 is going to be negative, well, then you can just write NPV is equal to my present value minus my cash flow 0. Again, cash flow 0 is just initial investment. That's how you get this little formula here. Cool. So the decision rule, right? If the NPV is positive, that's good. You want to do that project because you're making money. After netting up what you pay and what you get, you will have made money. That's a good thing. You want to make money. You're in the business to make money. If the NPV is negative, why would you even do the project? You're losing money even after accounting for the fact that you will receive some money back, right? However, I don't know, maybe someone's holding a gun to your head and you just have to pick a project. Well, you would pick the project that loses the most. Project A loses you $100. Project B loses you $20,000. Project C loses you $100 million. Go with Project A. If you're gonna lose money, might as well lose $100 instead of like $100 million, right? So the good points of NPV is that it links with the idea of maximizing shareholder value. Essentially, how you maximize shareholder value is you provide more money to the retained earnings than you take away from it. So if your NPV is positive, you're adding more money to retained earnings. And NPV uses time value of money because you're discounting, right? There's so many R's here. Also, it gives you an absolute decision, as in if like literally as long as my net present value is even 1 cent, it's worth doing that project, right? The only bad thing is that NPV doesn't really consider the amount of capital tied up. For example, the more capital you have tied up, you can say that it's a riskier project because you have to get all that capital back. And let's say if a project has $100,000 of your capital tied up and it has an NPV of $100 versus another project has $50,000 of your NPV tied up, but it returns you $200. Well, if the original project has 50K extra, what extra could you have done with that 50K, right? I think I might have switched those around there, but essentially, you don't want to have you want to try to get as much value without giving as much, right? That's the goal of cost benefit analysis. Essentially, you want to have minimal cost, as much benefit. When you have a lot of capital tied up, you are increasing your cost. Cool. So, sequence of analysis. Number one, you want to work out the expected after-tax cash flows, right? You know how this slide says not necessarily easy? Let me show you why. Let me quickly go over to my Excel sheet. This was that like clean air industry example. This is nothing new. This is just an NPV analysis. However, I'll have my cash flow, then I have tax, then I have to do my net cash flow. Like this wasn't the hard part. But then you have sometimes depreciation, so there's like a undepreciated cost something, then there's like your tax shield and working capital, all that stuff, right? Essentially, at the end of the day, you would want to calculate the net cash flow of all of this. So it's not necessarily an easy thing to do. Awesome. So something else is that we want to decide what the discount rate is, right? Now, in the later part of the video, you'll learn how to choose and calculate the discount rate. It's called your WACC, your weighted average cost of capital. And it's, there's things that can go wrong with it if you mess up. So it's not an easy thing to do. Also, you want to compare projects on an equal time frame. If project A is over the course of 3 years and project B is over the course of 2 years, well, you're comparing apples to oranges then. You want to compare apples to apples. So you want to bring them to their course of 1 year. There's a couple different methods to do this. We'll go over that. And next step is you want to decide whether to accept or reject a project or not. And the way you would do this is for an independent project, you accept if the NPV is greater than 0. And what that means is that, let's say if I want to do 2 projects, A and B, right? If those 2 projects are independent, that means if I choose project A, it does not take away from my ability to choose project B, right? Or vice versa. And so what that means is as long as those both projects are NPV positive, then I should do both of them. Mutually exclusive projects mean that if I choose project A, then I can't do project B. A really quick example is, let's say both projects, they require 100K initial investment, 100K initial investment, and if I only have 100K, well then I can only really pick one project, right? And I would pick the one that would give me the greatest NPV, which I would eventually calculate. And again, or least NPV if you must, right? What that means is if both projects are going to lose money and for some reason someone has a gun to your head, you would pick the one that loses the least money. Internal rate of return. I have gone through this concept over here. It's essentially what interest rate makes the NPV 0. So I believe in our case it was 7.71384, right? Cool. So yeah, so hang on, okay, fine, I'll just enter the exact value. 7.7138473. Awesome. All right. Okay, what did I do? All right. So this is essentially your internal rate of return that would make your NPV 0, right? I'm sorry, it says 1 cent. Get over it. Anyways, if your if the project return so let me whip over to my Excel real quick. Right, next up, internal rate of return. I did go over this concept. Let me whip over to my Excel. It's essentially the discount rate at which your NPV equals 0. And I believe for this specific example, I have calculated it's 7.7138473. Okay, yeah. So essentially, it cost me 0 money. It's losing me 0 money. It's gaining me 0 money. So the IRR is a discount rate that makes the NPV 0. Let me go back to my slideshow. And remember that my NPV is equal to my present value minus my price. So this is essentially a little curve. What happens is this is a function of my NPV, right? What's going on is initially I'm losing money because I have an initial investment, right? There's going to be some points that I'm gaining money, some points that I'm losing money, some points that I directly break even. What I want to know is what is the rate of return at which I break even. And by the way, the units on the x-axis is the rate of return. Now look what happens. When I increase my rate, I lose money. When I decrease my rate, I gain money. And this makes sense because if you want this to increase, then if R increases, well then the denominator increases, which means this decreases. If R increases, right, if R increases, this increases, which means this guy decreases, which means this guy decreases, right? And I've shown this before. I can whip over to my Excel again, right? This is the IRR. If I make it 10, if it increases, I should expect my money to decrease, which it does, right? Or let's say if my IRR decreases, I should expect to make money. Let's say if I make this 7%. Great, I've made money. That's essentially what that's showing. Whoops, sorry. Awesome, cool. So some notes is you get, now this should look familiar. It's a bond yield curve at the end of the day where it looks like one, and the IRR is essentially what makes it equal to 0. So the thing is, this would be for something called a conventional cash flow, where you only get one IRR. You can have something called unconventional cash flows, where you might get multiple IRRs, right? So if you want to see whether a project is worth it or not, you can compute the IRR and see the return you get compared to it. However, it stops working when you have in unconventional cash flows. What unconventional means is, year one negative cash flow, then positive, then negative, then positive, then two positives, then another negative, right? Essentially, if every couple of years my cash flows is going to be a positive or a negative. So let's look at this, right? I think this is your initial investment. Let's say for the first 3 years you have positive cash flow, then you're losing money for a year, then you're gaining money again, right? Essentially what this gives you is you can have up to 3 IRRs. Anytime you have a change sign, you could have an IRR, right? You go from negative to positive, right? This is one sign change, this is another sign change, this is another sign change, right? So you could have 3 potential IRRs. Well, if you do have 3, which one are you going to choose, right? Doesn't make sense anymore. So if you have unconventional IRRs, right, and that can happen during occasional years, right? Like, during COVID, a lot of restaurants lost money, so they likely had an unconventional cash flow situation. What would happen is we would then need to do something called incremental analysis, right? Where we analyze the differences in the cash flows between two projects. This is, in other words, the difference between two conventional cash flow streams can be an unconventional cash flow stream. So IRR and our concept. Okay, IRR is what the project returns for you. Internal rate of return, right? I'm the company. Internally for the company, what is this specific project returning me? R/K is what I need, what is my cost of capital, right? So let me explain this to you very simply. Let's say my cost of capital, let's say someone is giving me money at 10% interest, right? As in they gave me $100 million, I'm going to have to give them 10% interest, which is, I don't know, 10 million, right? That's my cost of getting money. Now let's say if I do a project and my project is returning me 12%, well then that's great, because if I'm paying someone 10% but I'm making 12%, you know what happens to the extra 2%? I keep it in my pocket. I keep that money, right? And that's great, because if I have a project where the internal rate of return is greater than what it costs me, it's NPV positive. It's good for the business. I should do more of that. But if I have a situation where my internal rate of return is less than the cost of capital, well, that's a bad thing. Like, again, I'll use my hand gestures again. Same situation, right? It costs me 10% to get money, right? Whatever money I get, I have to pay them 10% interest, right? But now let's say if I do a project and the project is only giving me 7%. Well, I'm getting 7%, but I'm paying someone 10%. I'm losing negative 3%. That doesn't make sense. Why would I do that? If I'm losing money, why would I continue doing it? The goal of a business is to make money. The goal of a business is to have your IRR greater than your cost of capital, and you can pocket that spread, right? If your IRR is here and your cost of capital is here, this spread, you keep it in your pocket. So if your IRR, so a little summary, if your IRR is greater than your R, that's good. NPV positive, accept project, vice versa, reject project, it's bad. This is only for conventional cash flows, right? Because you can only use IRRs if you have a conventional cash flow. If you have unconventional cash flows, you cannot use IRRs. Why? Because you can get multiple IRRs. So the question becomes, which one do you use, right? Right? So actually something that I want to suggest to you is there's two different methods you can use to evaluate whether a project is worth it or not, right? You can use IRRs or you can use NPV. Let's say if you're watching this and there's like a couple hours left before your final, you do not have the luxury to learn both methods. Use the method that is guaranteed to give you a clear answer, NPV. Always, 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 if you can do this method of seeing what your cash flow one is, adding it to the discounted cash flows of all your future cash flows, and seeing whether this number is greater than, less than, or equal to 0, this NPV analysis will always give you the correct answer. So if you're low on time and you only have time to practice one method or one way of doing things, do the NPV method. And this brings me to something called the profitability index. It's essentially what ratio, essentially a cost-benefit analysis, right? It's how much benefit are you getting for cost. For every dollar of cost you're putting into this business, how many dollars of cost are you getting? How many dollars of benefit are you getting? Sorry, let me rephrase that. For every dollar of cost you're putting into this project, how many dollars of benefit are you getting, right? And your profitability index is equal to your present value of your cash inflows divided by the present value of your cash outflows, right? Super simple to understand is whatever money I get, in today's dollars, divided by whatever money I have to give away in today's dollars. It's my profitability index, right? Cost benefit analysis. So the relation between the profitability index and the net present value. So let's say if you have conventional cash flows, which remember again means your cash flows are positive every single year. So your cash flow your cash flow zero is going to be negative because you have to pay money for your initial investment. Cash flow 1 to infinity are all positive or at least zero. What happens is your profitability index is equal to your present value, right, which is the present value of these guys, divided by the positive of cash flow zero. It's just like the magnitude, right? PV over absolute value of CF0. That's the best I can explain it. So remember, NPV is equal to PV minus initial outlay, right? Remember, initial outlay is also just CF0. CF0 by definition is negative, so you just subtract it. So that means you can get a new profitability index value or ratio of 1 plus NPV or initial outlay. Now, why does this make sense? Here, I'll just do it algebraically. I'll just do it algebraically. Testing. Okay. So PV over, I'm just going to say IO, just for simplicity, initial outlay, is equal to my PI, right? Well, I know my PV is NPV. I know my NPV is PV minus initial outlay. So what I could do is I could do my NPV plus initial outlay. At the end of the day, this thing and PV equal the same, right? All I did was I took initial outlay, I moved it over to this side so I could have PV on one side and NPV plus initial outlay on one side. And remember the identity A plus B over C is equal to A over C plus B over C. All I'm doing here is I'm going to make this NPV over IO plus initial outlay over initial outlay. This guy becomes 1, so I just get NPV over initial outlay plus 1. Perfect. So the decision rule, right? Decision rule using this thing. If my profitability index is greater than 1, that means my NPV is greater than 0, which is good, right? 1 is the threshold, right? This is 1. If it's greater than 1, awesome. Why? Because NPV positive. If it's less than 1, bad, because NPV negative. You don't want that, right? NPV and PI give you the same decision. So you know how I said stick to the NPV method? You could stick to the profitability index method as well, but look, your profitability index method requires you to calculate an NPV. So might as well just calculate an NPV instead of having to do 2 different things. And why do we use PI? It's essentially, it gives you the same decision, but it's easier to rank it, right? Like, let's say if my initial cost of project A is 100K, right? Let me write this down. Project A versus B, right? Let's say if my initial cost, right, my cash flow 0, let's say in both projects I have to spend 100K, right? Negative 100K. And let's say this project will return me 200K, right? Present value. And let's say this project will return me 300K, right? Well, the numbers I picture, it's pretty obvious to say this will, after you pay 100K cost, you make 200K, so essentially your profit is 100K. Here, your profit is 200K, right? If I were to do the profitability index calculation, it's essentially going to be my PV over initial outlay, right? So here my profitability index would equal 2. Here it would equal 3. And this is true in both methods, whether you want to calculate it this way or this way. Awesome. So yeah, so there are 2 different definitions. You could either have PV minus initial outlay, um, and this would be 1 plus NPV over initial outlay, or you could have just the NPV minus NPV over initial outlay itself. Essentially, in this one, this is 1. As long as it's over 1, it's good. If it's less than 1, it's bad. Here, this is 0. If it's greater than 0, bad. If it's greater than 0, good. Less than 0, bad, right? Good, bad. Good, bad. They literally mean the same thing, right? They give you the same ranking. It's just 1 is centered around 1 is centered around 0. Right, so project relations, I explained this. Independent is you can take any one of them without affecting any of them. And dependent is if you take one project, it affects whether or not you can take the other one. And mutually exclusive is you can take only one of them, right? So capital rationing is how do we prioritize, right? Let's say if my projects are independent, well, I would first rank them in order of which one gives me the best NPV. Pick the best one, right? Or best profitability index and rank them. Pick the best one, right? Comparisons, right? If I have more than 2 projects, I would calculate the net present value or IRR for each of them and choose the best one. I would go with either the highest IRR or highest NPV. Highest NPV, it's easier to visualize. Project A makes me 500K, project B makes me 2 million. I'm going to go with project B, right? In terms of IRR, remember, my cost of capital, let's say if it's 10%, right? Project A gives me 11% IRR, which means, I'm getting 11, I'm paying 10, I'm keeping that 1 in my pocket. Or project B, let's say if it gives me 15% IRR, so my video froze, hang on. Let me wait for it to unfreeze. Sorry, my video froze, but essentially, let's say project B gives me hypothetically 15% IRR. While I'm getting 15, I'm paying 10, so it's like I'm keeping that extra 5%, right? And in terms of IRR, I would keep the one where I would have a higher IRR. Awesome, that's that. Timing decisions. So this is essentially when should we replace specific equipment, when should we retire specific equipment, when should we close the mine, and the typical approach is to choose the maximum NPV of the timing choices, right? So this brings me to something called unequal lives, mutually exclusive projects. To compare projects with unequal lives, we must first give them equivalent lifespans. There's 3 methods of doing this. There's the constant chain of replacement, also called the NPV to infinity. There's the lowest common multiple of years, as well as the equivalent annual value. This is called the EAA, EAB, EAC, EAV, doesn't matter. Equivalent annual, whatever, right? Equivalent annual, whatever, equivalent annual, whatever, equivalent annual, whatever, equivalent annual, whatever. Anywho, there's 3 methods. Let's go through this. So, we need to choose between 2 maintenance programs. We can spend, in option 1, we spend $2 million right now upfront, and we get 2 years of work from it. In option 2, we spend $2.7 million upfront right now, and we get 3 years of work from it. So which one of these is better, assuming our discount rate is 10%? So let's do it 3 different ways. Cool, so what happens is CCR, we'll do it the constant chain of replacement, is essentially constant, right? You're constantly replacing it. What that means is you're going to take the NPV, you're going to take the present value of this to perpetuity. So you can think about this as a perpetuity due with payment of 2 years, right? Year 0, 2 million upfront cost, it lasts you for 2 years. Then you do a 2 million upfront cost, lasts you for 2 years. 2 million upfront cost, lasts you for 2 years, right? Keep on doing this forever. The second option is 2.7 upfront, lasts you 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. 2.7 again, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. 2.7 again, 1 year, 2 year, 3, right? Forever. Cool. So let's do it for the first one. So I know my present value because it's a perpetuity due. Remember, perpetuity due is when my payment is due at time initial, at time 0. So if I literally just use my formula sheet, perpetuity due, this is my formula, 1 plus R over payment over R. Mathematically, this is equal to payment plus payment over R. If you'd like me to derive it, I can. If not, you can just You know what? Just plug in the values, right? It's basically, um, let me open up my calculator, right? It's simply just going to be, you can do it, there are two different methods. You can do your 2 million payment plus your 2 million divided by 0.21. And let me show you how to get the 0.21 actually. Sorry, before I even do the calculator stuff, right? Look, this is my interest rate per year, 10%. This is my interest rate per year, 10%. So in the 2-year period, I'm paying 10% twice. Therefore, it's going to be 1.1 times 1.1, right? Essentially, this is what's going on. 1.1 times 1.1. This is also equal to 1.1 to the power of 2, which just so happens to be equal to 1.21, right? I'll do it on my calculator. 1.1 squared, 1.21. And just take away 1 from this, times it by 100. This is what your EAR is in a percentage. So we need to get this to an EAR form, by the way. Anywho, what we can do is 2 million plus, and I'm using this formula real quick, what the professor told us, plus 2 divided by 0.21, you get that, 11.52 million, right? 11.52 million. Or we can just use the original formula that's listed here, right? I personally would just go ahead and use that. So it's 1.21, this portion, times a 2 million payment, times that, divided by this, divided by the 0.21, same thing, 11.5 whatever million. Cool. So now we got to do it for option 2, right? Remember, 10%, 10%, 10%, 1.1, 1.1, 1.1, 1.1 times 1.1 times 1.1 is equal to 1.331, right? If I were to subtract 1 times 100%, essentially my EAR is 33.1. I can also get it this way, 1.1 to the power of 3. Boom. Minus 1. Cool. So what I'm going to do now, straight up just use the exact same formula. Add this to 1, so I get this portion, and then times it by my payment, which is 2.7 million, divided by my 0.331. Hang on, I think I did it wrong, sorry. 1.331 times 2.7 million divided by 0.331. There we go, yeah, sorry, 10.857, I typed it wrong before. So essentially, by the way, the reason both of these are negative is essentially you pay 2.7 million, you pay 2.7 million, you pay 2.7 million. You're just paying each time. You're paying 2 million each time, right? What's happening is that both of these are negative. You can either pay 11 point whatever million forever. Sorry, you can either pay 11.5 million right today. That's the present value of this, or you can pay 10.85 million. If you had to choose between paying 11.5 million today versus 10.8 million, you of course put 10.8, right? I mean, you're still paying a ridiculously high amount. However, it is still less than what you could have had to pay. Awesome. This is one method. Let's go over the LCM method. Essentially, what this means is, this is over the course of 2 years, forever. This is over the course of 3 years, forever. There must be some point where they line up. And this is exactly where that is, right? This project's going on for 2 years, right? It'll keep on going on. This project, it'll keep on going on every 3 years. There must be a point when they line up perfectly, right? When they line up perfectly. And this happens to be the lowest common multiple. Simplest way to calculate it is literally just do 2 times 3, you get 6, right? Hopefully this is a simple enough calculation you can do in your head. But for example, between a project that has, for example, let's say if this wasn't 2, if this was 15 and this was still 3, well, then the lowest common multiple, believe it or not, would still be 15, right? Because 15 divided by 15, you get 15 is a multiple of it, is a factor of itself. 3 is also factor 15. Anyway, sorry, this is beyond the point. Screw that, right? Anyways, 6 is common between all of them. So what you can do is you can see what is the NPV of this and the NPV of this, and see which NPV would be better for you, right? So the NPV of this is, 2 million here plus 2 million divided by the discount rate, right? Which is 1.1 to the 2, right? 1.1 to the 2. Plus you're paying another 2 million here, and then you don't have to pay anything here because it just gets cut off, right? Cut off here and there. So this plus this discounted plus this discounted is equal to 5.018 million that you are paying. 2.7 million plus 2.7 million discounted is 4.728 that you are paying. So if you have to pay one of these amounts either way, would you rather pay 5 million or 4.7 million? Obviously 4.7 million. I mean, still, it's a pretty huge amount to pay, but at least it's not as bad as 5 million. Therefore, B is better again. This is the LCM method. Lastly, there's something called the equivalent annual value. Essentially, what's going on is we want to see what the value we get for 1 year is for each one of these projects, and seeing which value we get is better or at least less worse. So what happens is we can just use the 5-button method. Present value today, you're paying $2 million. Your future value is 0 because you're not going to be paying anything. And there's 2 periods. Your rate is 10%. You want to compute your payment, right? Present value, I am paying 2 million. It's going out of my pocket. This negative is my present value. 2 is my N. 10 is my interest. 0 is my future value. Payment is my 1.1523 million, right? This is my expected payment value per year. Versus in the second one, 2.7 million. Negative is my present value. 3 is my N. 10 is my interest rate still. 0 is my future value. Compute my payment. Well, my payment per year effectively that I'm paying is 1.085 million. So again, B is better because, I can either pay 1.1 million or 1.085 million. Of course, I'm going to pay the lower amount, right? And notice something. In our CCR, which is till perpetuity, right? 115,238. 115,238. 108579. 108579, right? 108579. Why? Well, if you look at what a perpetuity is, it's basically present value over perpetuity is equal to pay MT over R, right? Well, we computed this previously. We know what this is, so we can get this. All we got to do is, we have our original cost that we calculated was 11.5238 million. If I just multiply it by my 10%, will I get my payment per annum? Awesome. So that's that. And that's actually the end of this. Moving on to 5.2, which is computing the actual cash flows. All right, let's go over 5.B now. So essentially, we're going to be going over how to actually compute the various cash flows because it's a difficult part. So essentially, how you do a capital budgeting process is, I'm going to quickly go over this because I've gone over this before. You work out the cash flows, you discount them, you add them all up, and you decide whether NPV is greater than 0, right? So what cash flows do we discount? So we can calculate free cash flows, which, we have previously done using the formulas given. This is also essentially the cash flow that can go to repay the capital financing, the debt, and the equity. Essentially, think about it this way. You run a business, you generate cash flows, right? After tax, stop worrying about interest, stop worrying about equity, but after tax, how much cash flow do you have to actually take care of your debt obligations and take care of your equity obligations, right? That is what free cash flow to the firm is, right? This is FCF. it's also the same as FCFF, free cash flow to the firm. People just don't like the extra F at the end. But anyways, what you do is you can add up the incremental cash flows after tax as a result of taking on the project, right? Both approaches should give you the same cash flows, which eventually will give you the same NPV, which eventually will give you the same IRR and profitability index, right? Awesome. So, really quick recap how you get to free cash flow to the firm is you run through your accounting statement. I would always recommend going all the way to net income, but after you get to EBIT, you take your EBIT, times it by whatever is left after tax, you add back depreciation, you get operating cash flow, and then you subtract capex and change in working capital, and you get FCF, free cash flow. Cool. So depreciation, there are two types. Depreciation is in the accounting world, right? In the accounting world, depreciation, which you would have done in 211, is basically you pay $100 for something today. You get $100 of, let's say, I don't know, machinery today, right? Today, that machinery is still worth $100. Tomorrow, or actually no, not tomorrow, like maybe a year from now, let's say if your protocol is that you can depreciate 20% of the asset per year up until the asset is worth zero, there's different rules. There's straight line depreciation. There's a bunch of different rules, right? But let's say next year, 20% gets depreciated, so the asset value is sitting at $80. $20,000 has gone on the income statement as an expense for that year that you have depreciated. Now, depreciation for tax purposes, this is what you want, right? Essentially, when you have an expense, okay, so you pay taxes, right? When you have an expense, you can use that as something called a tax deduction, which allows you to get whatever your tax bracket you're in back, right? For example, in terms of personal finance, if you invest money into your RRSP, you will get a tax refund. It's essentially equivalent to whatever your marginal tax bracket is. Let's say if you invest $1,000 into your RRSP, and on average in the year you pay 25% tax, well, you will get $1,000 times 25 back to you as a refund. The CRA will give this to you. You'll get $250. Smart move is to take that $250 and then invest in your TFSA, so you're growing both accounts. But anyways, that's beyond this. Maybe I'll bring it up in personal finance, in like that unit. Anyways, sorry. The capital cost of allowance, CCA. In Canada, this is what it's called. The concept is the same in a lot of different countries. In America, they're going to have something like this. In Canada, they have something like this. They have something like this in Australia, as our professor has brought up many times. Essentially, the point is that this is not the only way. So, you know what? This is crossed out. I'm not even going to go over it. You know how at the starting I said 20%, 80%? This is part of the 80% that you don't need to know. Cool. So, CCA and UCC, right? The half-year rule. So essentially, one of the possible rules is that in year one, you can depreciate, your multiplier is 0.5 and then 1. So let's say you bought $7,500 worth of a machine, right? In year year zero, your capital expenditure, how much you expend on capital expenditure is $7,500, right? So in year one, your opening balance must be the closing balance of the previous year, right? Now, what happens is that you can depreciate 30%, right? For example, let's say if your CCA rate is 30%. Well, then 30% of opening UCC is $2,250. In the first year, you can depreciate half of this, 0.5. So this is your capital cost allowance, which means your undepreciated cost is this guy minus this guy equals this guy, right? Now, the way this works is closing cost of year one is equal to opening cost of year two, right? Closing cost of year two is equal to opening cost of year three. This is essentially how this flows. All right, so same thing. This times 30% is what is your UCC that you can depreciate. How much can you depreciate from this UCC is 100% of this. So it's 1912, and then it's this guy minus this guy is equal to this guy. Carry this forward until however many years, right? So this was before 2018, where you could do 0.5 of it, right? And then they had something called, and also, by the way, different machines have a different rate. For example, The CCA rate is 30%. This will be given to you in a question. For example, these things are worth 20%, like a car and all that stuff, right? But a building, well, typically you would expect a building to lose less value than something like a car, so it would have a lower rate, which means you can depreciate less of it. And application software, small tools, etc., 100%, right? This will be given to you. Now, incremental cash flow. If the company only does one project, then okay, sorry, ignore that. So essentially, we want to analyze the cash flows that change if we decide to take on the project, right? There are five main categories of cash flows, right? Cash flows that we do not count at all. For example, let's say if, right, so there are five main kinds of cash flows, right? Number one is cash flows that we do not count. This makes your job easy because we just don't have to count for them at all. Something like this would be a sunk cost or an allocated cost. For example, let's say if, you know, you have two projects that you want to do and you want to research about those projects. So you spend $10 researching each project. Well, that $10 is a sunk cost. You're not going to get it back, even if you decide not to do the project. So you might as well ignore it, right? That was a bad example. I'm sure you could find better examples through ChatGPT or watching the lecture recordings. Anywho, cash flows that we count 100%. This is your capital expenditure and your change in working capital, right? I would personally, like, frankly, just go ahead and memorize this if you aren't able to understand it conceptually. Again, understanding it conceptually is part of the 80%, not the 20%. The 20% is what you want to focus on. So, cash flows that we multiply by 1 minus T. This is your revenues and your expenses, right? If you make $100, your post-tax income will be whatever your 1 minus tax rate is. If you make $100, tax rate is 30%, then your revenue will be 100 times 0.7 because 1 minus 30% is revenue, right? Cash flows we multiply by T is a tax shield. For example, well, I guess interest on debt could count as this, but depreciation or your CCA. Next up is cash flows with other tax flows, right? So salvage with capital gains. This would be like we'll go over this point, and this is going to be essentially like when you're talking about this stuff, your salvage, recapture of CCA. Anyways, so let's go over each one of these, right? Cash flows we don't count, sunk cost, already spent, right? Whether you do the project or not, that cost has already been spent. Good decision makers ignore sunk costs, ignore them. Next up is allocated cost, right? Let's say if a good example is factory rent, right? Let's say if you own the factory that you're going to do either project A or project B in. Well, even if you do project A or project B, regardless of whatever project you do, you're still going to have to pay rent on the factory, right? You're still going to have to pay the factory manager salary. You're still going to have to pay heating expenses for the factory, right? These are allocated costs. Regardless of if you do project A or B, they will be spent. So ignore them. Don't count them. Next up, cash flows that we count 100%, right? So capital expenditure, if you buy a machine for $1,000, congratulations, you have a cash outflow of $1,000, right? Change in working capital. The working capital formula is here. You will be given this, and you can just calculate that. Next up is cash flows that we multiply by 1 minus T, revenue. For every dollar of revenue attracts 1 times T of tax revenue. Now I want you to look at that carefully. T, let's say, is 30% taxes, right? For every $1 of revenue, you attract 30 cents of tax, right? This is 1 times T, right? 1 times 30% is 30 cents. For every $100 you make, you will attract $30 of tax, right? Therefore, you have 1 times 1 minus T. 1 times 1 minus 30% is equal to 1 times 0.7 is equal to 70%, right? Expenses. So each additional expense is deductible against your other income, assuming you have sufficient other income. So you get 1 times T off your tax bill. Therefore, you have 1 times 1 minus T after tax. If I spend $100 on light bulbs, well, whatever my taxable income was, I get to take $30 off of that because I can take 1 times T off of that, assuming my tax rate is 30%. cash flows that we multiply by T. This is your tax shield. So this was the whole CCA thing that we calculated over here. Whoops. Right? These are your cash flows. This is a tax shield because it reduces our tax, right? Assuming we had other tax to pay. If you were in a situation where you did not have tax to pay, well, then the depreciation that you have, there's no point of using it as a tax shield because you're not going to pay taxes either way. And so CCA, it's calculated, and there's a couple different formulas for it. Essentially, it's the amount, CCA, capital cost allowance, is how much you can depreciate in a particular year. CCA times the tax shield, the times cash flow, is the amount of cash flow that you have saved in that year due to getting a tax credit back in the form of a tax saving / tax shield. The present value of a CCA tax shield. So the CCA amount is going to grow at a rate of rate minus D each year. D is the diminishing depreciation rate for the asset, right? And this is different for different types of assets. So your CCA times your tax savings also grows at rate minus D. And we can value the present value of the tax savings. The Gordon growth model is essentially D1 over R minus G is basically CCA times TC over R plus D. That's how we get that. Cool. So what the hell are these formulas? Don't worry, I'll teach you. So PV, the present value of your capital cost allowance of something with 150% accelerated investment incentive. Remember, 150% investment incentive is when, well, here it's 50%. If this was 1.5, it would be 150%. If it was 100, it would just be 1. So what this is you're going to have a couple things in your formula, right? I'm just going to pull up that formula real quick. Hang on. Yeah. So essentially this is your formula, right? You're going to have two things in your formula. You're going to have this one for sure no matter what. You can have this one or this one. You can have this one or this one. You can have this one or this one. You're going to have two things for sure. You will always have this guy. You can have either this or this or this, depending on whether the question specifies if it is 100% depreciation multiplier in the first year, if it is a 50% depreciation multiplier in the first year, or if it is 150% depreciation multiplier in the first year. Awesome. So let me just go back to that notes. So what this is my initial investment multiplied by the rate that I am allowed times my tax shield discounted by whatever my cost is plus my rate that I am allowed. And you know what? I'm actually going to show you my favorite way to study this kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is, first, let me just take a screenshot of this formula. Right? I'm going to go over to this. So I have a little chat window open. I'm going to screenshot the formula. Walk me through an easy numerical example to understand this formula and the variables associated with this formula. I said I crammed the nights and 2 nights before the midterms. I use ChatGPT for learning everything. I have very specific methods that I use, and yeah, I think it's been able to get me some good returns. So essentially, like, let's say we buy a machine for 100K, right? Cool. So a 100K machine, that's going to be my I0, right? If you're watching this video, I encourage you to pull up your formula sheet just so you can like map this out. And actually, I'm not going to do it over here, but your CCA rate is 20%, right? Now, let me very quickly just go back to this, right? Your CCA rate is what the CRA allows you to diminish per year, right? You will be given this in the question. You won't have to calculate that. Awesome. So now going back to this, right? My corporate tax rate is 30%. This is easy to visualize. and my discount rate. Remember, discount rate is in these applications it will be my WACC. It will likely be given to me unless you have to calculate it in the final, which I will teach you how to do in the later chapters. Anywho, my I0 is equal to 100K. My D, which is the rate that I'm allowed to depreciate at, is equal to 20%, and my tax rate is 30%, right? Which also means my K is my discount rate. Now, if you were to look at the formula right now, every year you deduct a CCA from taxable income. The CCA is a declining balance, therefore it starts off big, then it shrinks year over year, but it never really hits zero, right? So instead of discounting every year by one, finance gives you a shortcut formula. This is going to be our numerator. Our denominator is how fast the value disappears, essentially how much we're discounting by. Think about discounting as you're making value disappear because it'll be worth less in the future. This quantifies exactly how much it will be worth less due to discounting. K discounts the future cash flows, and D shrinks the depreciation base every year. So you need both of them. This means that my present value of my CCA is equal to $20,000, right? Sweet. So I pretty much understood what that is. And, based off the context of the rest of this material, I can conclude that whether I'm using a 1.5 multiplier, sorry, it's just updating. Yeah, whether I'm using a 1.5 multiplier or I'm using a 0.5 multiplier, that will be determined. Well, the question will tell me which one to use, and I will use either one of these formulas. Or I will just simply have it times 1, right? Because remember, my formula sheet, I have an option of multiplying it by 1, the 50%, or the 150%. All right. Yeah, so this is just a more detail as to that formula. Next up is a depreciated asset. So there's two kinds of cash flows, right? A cash flow that we receive from a sale and a tax cash flow due to the difference between the sale amount and the undepreciated amount, right? This is that thing. So I'm going to go over this with numerical examples. And I'm actually going to draw my own thing just so it's a bit more clear. Awesome. So, I buy a machine. What does it cost me to buy the machine? Well, it's going to cost me the acquisition cost, right? And oftentimes the acquisition cost, let's say, if the machine itself is worth 100K, well, I'm going to have to pay the 100K. I don't know, let's say like 5K for shipping, right? You know what? Better numbers. Let's say the machine costs 95K and I have to spend 5K for shipping, right? Anyways, my ACB, which is my adjusted cost, right? My cost to get the thing is going to be equal to 100K, right? Cool. So I'm just going to make a little chart here. My ACB, and it was at 100K, right? Let's say this is where it is. Cool. So what'll happen is every single year I will depreciate a little bit. I'll depreciate more, right? Eventually, this is going to be my undepreciated cost. As in, in year 1, I depreciate this much. This is how much I have yet to depreciate. This is what I start off with the next year, right? So essentially, my undepreciated cost is what I still can depreciate should I so choose to. And that's exactly what this portion is, where eventually you will, you'll start to depreciate some every year, until you get to a value called the undepreciated or unclaimed capital cost. Cool. Next up, so these are essentially the only two things, right? You have how much it cost you, and in some sense, how much it's worth, right? This is the benefit that you've gotten, right? Because remember, when you depreciate something, you get a tax shield on that. So you've actually gotten benefit from this. This is value that has been added to your firm. All right, cool. So actually, I'm very happy with this color scheme. Sorry. So now let's say you want to sell this thing, right? Well, there's three scenarios. I can either sell it above this line, in the middle of these two lines, or below this line. There's only three scenarios. Let's work out each one of those scenarios. So let's say best case scenario, right? And by the way, POD is the proceeds of disposition, right? How much proceeds do I get for disposing of something, right? The proceeds of disposition, sale value, basically, how much I sell it for. Let's say if I sell it for, right, my POD, let's say if I sell it for 120K. Cool. So this is where my asset is sitting at right now. I just sold it for 120K. I need to do something about this value, right? What's going to happen is, look, the CRA is going to be like, hey man, you got this much benefit as a tax shield for me. I'm going to need that back. Cool. So you're going to pay the CRA all of that back, and then you will have something called the capital gains tax, because originally your asset cost 100K, but it got valued at 120K. So the CRA is going to be like, hey man, not only do you have to pay this back to me, like the benefit that you used, you're also going to have to pay me capital gains tax on this extra 20K, right? That's one potential situation. Next up is, let's say your proceeds, right? Let's say you sold it for, and you know what? I'm just gonna make my UCC amount just for simple math. Let's say 80K, right? So let's say if I sold my machine now for 90K, this is a whole different scenario. Well, what's gonna happen is the CRA is gonna be like, hey man, like, this is how much it's worth. You already got this much benefit from me, right? So the CRA is gonna be like, hey man, this is how much it's worth. You got this much benefit from me, but you got this much benefit from selling it. So what I'm gonna need you to do is I'm gonna need you to give this back to me. I'll let you keep this benefit, because like it belongs to you, because you bought it for here, and you're selling it for here. So naturally the benefit that you should have gotten, I'll let you keep it. But the rest of this benefit I'm gonna need back to me. So you're gonna have to give the CRA your tax shield back. All right, next up, last scenario. Let's say if your proceeds of disposition is 70K. All right, well, what happened is you bought it for 100K. You sold it for 70K. So technically, there's a 30K difference here, right? Well, you already got benefit of this 20K, so you will get a little bit of benefit from here, right? What happens is that this is called a terminal loss. You can subtract this from your taxable bill because at the end of the day, it's just an expense, right? And this is how it works in Canada. For example, in Australia, again, you can totally not worry about this because I likely won't be tested. Probably just a theory that there's other ways that countries do it. But essentially, in Australia, what it works is like you're gonna have your UCC here. If you sell it here, capital gains. If you sell it here, it's a loss. There is no middle ground. There's only two scenarios. You either have a gain or a loss, right? So I would argue the Canada system is better, right? Because you can at least get some benefit if you sell in the middle here, right? You can at least keep some of your benefit instead of giving all your benefit back. But yeah, that's essentially how this works. Now, let me show you how this becomes this giant formula. All right, and I'm actually just going to use my numbers here. Cool. So what this is asking me is my cash flows after tax. So this is going to equal to my proceeds of disposition minus my tax rate times some value. Don't even worry about that right now. It's going to be some value minus 50% times my tax rate times some value. Don't even worry about that value. All right, so Let's just figure out what that is, right? Let's say if let's take this example, right? How would this look in this formula? I'm just gonna get my red pen out over on this side, just so I can show it to you better. Awesome. So let's go with this scenario. So my cash flow after tax is going to be my proceeds of disposition, right? It's this value minus my this value, right? What is that value? Okay, let's look at this. So it's going to be the minimum of ACB and POD. So by the way, before we even look at this formula, what's going to happen, right? Here we're going to have to give back this benefit plus capital gains tax. Cool, so let's look at that. So what is my minimum of my ACB and my POD? Well, my ACB is at 100K and my POD is at 120K. Between these two, this one is smaller, right? So in this one, my minimum is my ACB. Cool. So I'm going to take my ACB of this 100K. I'm going to subtract my UCC of 80K, right? So what I effectively get is this 20K little spread I have here. So what's going to happen is, let's say my tax rate here was 30%, right? Well, what's going to happen is I'm going to have to take this value minus this value, and I'm going to have to take whatever my sale of proceeds are. I'm going to subtract this tax shield that I got. Look, okay, I know that got confusing. Essentially, look, from the CRA, I took this benefit. I need to give this benefit back to them, right? Do you understand that? If not, rewatch that part of the video, right? Essentially, I have to give that benefit back. How do I calculate this benefit that I have to give back? Well, it's just going to be this difference times the tax rate, right? Times the tax rate. This difference times the tax rate. Awesome. So that's that. And so, okay, so we're done with this part of the thing. Cool. Now let's talk about this part of the thing, right? So from our proceeds of disposition, we already took care of that. Awesome. Now let's take care of this. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 50% times the tax rate of some value. Now let's work out what this value is. Remember, I am going to have to pay capital gains tax on this. So what is my maximum between my proceeds of disposition and my acquisition cost? Well, is 120K larger or 100K larger? Obviously, my 120K is the maximum. So what I'm going to do is, what is the maximum between my POD minus ACB and 0? Look, my POD is 120K. My ACB is 100. This difference, this value is 20K. Is 20K larger or is 0K larger? Obviously 20K. So this is the value I'm going to go with, right? So what's going to happen is I'm going to take my 120K POD. I've already subtracted this thing, right, which I calculated over here. Now I need to subtract my capital gains tax. Capital gains tax, the way it works in Canada, if I have a capital gains tax of $100, I only have to pay capital gains tax on $50 of it. So 50% of it, right? So I've calculated the spread as $200, right? This maximum value. I'm going to take my tax rate, multiply it by this thing, and I'm going to multiply it by 50% because I'm only paying taxes on 50% of it. Cool? That's how it's going to work. And effectively what will end up happening is I'm going to have I'll do this in orange. Yeah, effectively what will end up happening is I'm going to take my 120K that I got from selling the thing. From that, I'm going to minus, I don't know, a 30% tax rate. That sounds fair. 30% tax rate times this benefit that I took back, right? From the 120K that I got, I'm going to have to pay this benefit back. What is the value of that benefit, you might ask? Well, it's just going to be 30% times my minimum of ACB and POD. So it's 100K minus 80K, right? Times 20K. How did I get that? Well, it's just my minimum of this guy minus this guy. My minimum between these two minus this. So it's going to be 100K minus 80K. It's 20K, right? From this, I'm going to subtract 50% of my capital gains tax, which is taxed at 30%, times my maximum of this thing, which is 20K, right? Crunching the numbers on this, what it ends up looking like is I have 120K minus 30% times 20K minus 50% times 30% times 20K. So effectively, I will have $111,000. Awesome. I know it's getting tedious. This was just one scenario. If we sell here, now let's go over this scenario, right? It's the same exact formula, and what's beautiful about this formula is the fact that it can work for any situation. All right, so now let's say if we sell over here now, right? So I'm still gonna have my proceeds of disposition, right? It's gonna be this thing. I'm still gonna have to give back, and actually a great way for you to think about this formula is how much I got when I sold minus how much I have to give back of this little benefit that I have minus any capital gains tax. All right. Now, for this question, for this scenario, I'm actually going to do the capital gains tax first, right? What is my, hang on. Yeah, what is my maximum of POD and ACB, right? This is my ACB, this is my POD. What is maximum of that? It's going to be my, sorry, you know what, take that back. All right, you know what, for this question, I'm actually going to do this part of the question first, right? The capital gains tax calculation. Essentially, how this equation works is how much you get minus how much you have to pay back in your CCA benefit minus any capital gains tax. Cool. I'm going to do this part of the equation first. So what happens is, what is my maximum between this value and this value? Cool. So I have 90K is my POD, my ACB is 100K. My POD minus ACB is 90K minus 100K equals negative 10K. Cool, that's this value. This value is equal to negative 10K. So between negative 10K and 0, what is maximum? Well, it's 0. So this whole thing is going to be equal to 0. Well, 0 times my tax rate is still 0. 0 times my capital gains tax is 0. Essentially, what this part of the function of the formula guarantees is that, look, over here, we don't have capital gains tax. We sold between these two values. Therefore, this entire part of this equation is going to be equal to 0. So this actually makes our work even easier because we only need to worry about this portion. Awesome, so let's do that. So first we're going to take our POD, right? We have that. We're going to subtract from that whatever our minimum between ACB, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Our minimum between ACB and POD is, right? So we're going to have our minimum of ACB and POD is 90K, right? Because 90K is smaller than 100K. 90K is the minimum of 100K. Cool. We're going to take the 90K. We're going to subtract the UCC, which was 80K. So this bit is 10K, right? So we're going to take this 10K. We're going to multiply it by the tax rate, which is 30%. And we're going to take our proceeds minus this, right? I'm not going to write out the equation, but essentially what I'll have is my 90K minus my 10K times 0.3. This is essentially going to be my value at the end of the day. Awesome. Great. Now the last scenario where let's say we sell here. So I'm going to do it a bit quicker this time. Look, we've already established this portion of the equation is for capital gains tax. When you're looking at selling over here, am I paying any capital gains? No, because look, I sold over here. I don't even cross that line, right? This is where capital gains are. This is where CCA recapture is. This is where a loss is, right? So I know I'm not even going to have any capital gains tax. I can just, take care of that immediately. Cool. Well, then what I need to do is my POD minus this guy, right? Cool, let's do that now. So between ACB and POD, what is negative? This is my, what is the minimum between ACB and POD? Well, 70K, right? I'm going to do my 70K minus my 80K as my UCC. Cool? Let's work that part of the function up. I'm going to have my minimum 70K, right? Again, remember, minimum ACB POD, POD ACB, this is minimum 70K minus my 80K, right? This is a loss at the end of the day. This is going to be negative $10,000. I'm going to have this multiplied by my tax rate. So I'm on this part of the equation now, 0.35. This gets subtracted from my 70K POD. So what ends up happening is, look, I have my 70K, right? What's this value equal to? Well, it's 0.35 times, sorry, by the way, I actually used the wrong tax rate. It's supposed to be 0.30. I don't know why I'm on my 3.5 mode today. Anywho, so 0.3 times 70 minus 80. So this value itself is negative. So what ends up happening is I have my 70K minus my negative 3K. It becomes 70K plus 3K is equal to 73K. Essentially, what ends up happening is, let me remind you again of the logic. Yeah, let me remind you again of the logic. When you have a loss, you get some benefit from the CRA, right? The CRA, think about it this way. When you have a loss, the CRA pities you. They're like, hey, you know what, man, don't even worry about it. Let me see what I can do for you. Let me see if I can give you some benefit from that loss, right? That's essentially what the CRA is thinking. So, you sold for 70K, but the amount of value you got is 73K because this loss, you were able to claim some portion of it. So I'm going to quickly go back to my formula and essentially, hopefully I was able to demystify this formula for you, right? It's confusing formula for sure, I'm not going to lie. But all you need to understand, it's basically my cash flow after tax is the value after tax, right? It's equal to how much I sell it for minus whatever I pay in CCA recapture minus whatever I pay in capital gains tax. So if I sell it for here, once again, it's going to be my cash flow after tax is equal to this minus whatever I pay in capital gains tax minus whatever I pay in CCA recapture. If I sell it for somewhere between these two lines, like over here, it's just going to be whatever I sell it for minus what I pay in CCA recapture. If I sell it for here beneath this line, it's going to be equal to this value plus whatever benefit I get from the fact that I lost money, right? I'm happy that the CRA took pity on me because I was able to get some value from it. Awesome. So I hope that clears that up a little bit. Let's move on to whatever's next. So cash flow and tax on sale, right? So let's say if you buy something and this is just going more in depth into that function. Cool. So now let's say if this is the value of your CCA. This is not a stranger function, right? Whoops. Right? We are familiar with this. Now what happens is, let's say if you want to sell it at some future point in time. Well, what's going to happen is, your present value of CCA is all the value you get when you depreciate. But let's say if you plan on having this machine for infinity, right? Well, your PVCCA is the value of all of your tax benefits of depreciation from now till infinity. But let's say you want to sell it after year 5. Well, it's going to be essentially the value of infinity minus however much is left at year 6 onwards. That will give you year 5. And again, let me draw it the way I did it before, where, you know, this is the entire PV. This is, let's say, value after year 6, right? This guy minus this guy is equal to this guy. That's pretty much it. And how you would do that is there's a formula for it. Essentially, you subtract the value of your sale price times the rest of this stuff. It's common. And this is going to be discounted by however much it is worth at time n, right? This is going to be a simple plug and play formula. And by the way, remember, this is how much you paid for it. This is how much you sell for it. That's the only difference in the variable. Cool. So this is an example of disposal. You can go through this. You can model this in Excel if you'd like. And essentially, let's say if we sell this during year 5 for 300. Our tax rate is 38%. CRA allows 50% capital gains tax reduction. Your after-tax cash flow, well, in year 1, you get this much benefit from depreciating because you depreciated this much, so you get this much cash flow. In year 2, it's this much. 3 is this much. 4 is this much. And so remember, UCC at the start of year 5 is 1414. This is essentially how much value the asset has left. In year 5, let's say you sell it for 300. Well, if I just go back to this, my UCC is 1414, and if I sell it for 300, I mean, I paid 7,500 for it, so that's all right. Essentially, what do I have to pay to recapture it? Now, I'm not going to have capital gains, but what do I have to pay to recapture it? That's what that calculation is going to be. Right? CRA is going to take back the recapture of this, which is 602. Cool. So I'm going to make this much minus what I have to give back is equal to my cash flow, and this is the total incremental cash flows. You can then run a DCF on all of these. Okay, so this is the last example. It's called Clean Air Industries. Now, before I go through this example, I want to walk you through incremental cash flows. So I'm going to pull up my Excel again. I'm going to go to, let's say if I go to just like this random thing, right? Let's say if I'm deciding whether I should do project A or B, right? Let's call this project A, right? Let's call this project B, right? Hypothetically. Let's say, I have year 0. Sorry, if I have year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Hypothetically. Let's say my discount rate is 10%. Let's say my cash flows are in year 1, I have to pay, let's say, I don't know, 100K, and in year 0, I have to pay 100K. In year 1, let's say if I make 45K, 80K, 30K, 150K, hypothetically, right? Well, what I can do is I can do my discount factor, which is going to be equals 1 over 1 plus R to the power of N. Just going to extrapolate this, right? That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. And then my discounted cash flow is going to be this times that. Hang on. Is equal to this times that. Essentially, this is the present value of all of my cash flows. And then what I can do is, if I take the sum of these, I get that. sorry, the sum of these, I get that. And if I do this plus my, or minus my cash flow, essentially this is my NPV, right? And just for a quick verification, I can also do NPV, 10% discount rate, these cash flows. Sorry, NPV, discount rate, these are my cash flows. And to this, I have to add this, right? Great, so I'm getting the same answer no matter what. Perfect, so I know it works. Now, let's say, I'm just gonna copy all of this. And let's say now I have project B. Cool. Well, now let's say project B, it costs me $80,000, and in year one it returns 30K, 25K, 60K, and 18K, right? I don't know, these are all just hypothetical numbers, right? Same discount rate, and the only thing that changes is my present value, and just to verify, these are the same. So how do I decide which project is better? Well, from here, it's pretty obvious to say that project A gives me an NPV of $132,016.26. Project B gives me a net present value of 25307.01, right? So it's safe to say that this one is the better one, right? But now let's say if you wanted to do it using something called incremental cash flows. Well, what you would do is I can do project A minus B, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, essentially these zeros, right? So all I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to take the cash flows of project A minus the cash flows of project B. Cash flow project A minus the cash flow project B. Extrapolate that, right? My discount rate is the same. It doesn't change. Then what's happening is, now I'm going to have sometimes a negative NPV, I'm going to have sometimes a negative cash flow, then a positive, and then a negative, right? So essentially now what I'm going to do is, these are my incremental cash flows. Discount factor equals 1 plus R to the power of N, right? Cool. So now I can do my discounted cash flow is equal to this times this equals the sum of these equals this plus this, or just for verifying once, NPV 10% rate, these cash flows plus this, right? Yeah, just to make sure my model is correct and everything. Yeah, so all this works. Accounting. Awesome, right? So now what's going on is I can either, compute these cash flows for both of these projects, right? And I can see which ones is bigger. It's cool, right? So I can see that for sure project A has a bigger one. Now this is a relatively simple case, so it's easy. But now I can also define it doing a different way. For example, if I just take all the A cash flows, all of the A cash flows minus all of the B cash flows, these are my incremental cash flows. I can run a DCF on these cash flows, and as long as this NPV is positive, I know I'm in the green. I know that project A is better than B, right? Let me write it out for you in English. If project A minus B NPV greater than 0, that means project A better. If project A minus B NPV less than 0, project B is better, right? And now what I'll do is I'll change this up, right? Like, I don't know if I make this 80K, and if I just hypothetically make project B better, Right, I'll just like add more cash flows and whatnot. Well, look, if I do it my normal way, my project A NPV is 132. If I do it the normal way, my project B NPV is 183. And if I do it this way, well, I'm getting a negative NPV. That means in my project A minus B, if it's less than zero, which it is, project B is better. And in this case, it literally is, right? So this is what incremental cash flows are. And I'm just gonna make this go back to the way it was because I want to show you something cool. What I can do is, what is this value, right? What if I just take my NPV of project A minus my NPV of project B? Oh wow, I get the same thing, right? So essentially what this is saying is my NPV of cash flows A minus cash flows B is equal to NPV of cash flows A minus cash flows, minus NPV of cash flows B, right? Because look, my NPV of cash flows A minus cash flows B, so cash flows A minus cash flow B, my NPV of this is this thing, and I can also just take my NPV of all of cash flows A minus my NPV of all of cash flows B, and equals this, right? Yeah, this was just a cool thing, but essentially this is the main thing, right? This is what you want to remember from this part of the video. Awesome. So that's what this whole incremental cash flows thing is. And you will use something called incremental cash flows to go through this little example, right? They do it on Excel here. I have also done it on Excel. And by the way, I will make a copy of this Excel sheet and I will link it in the description of this YouTube video. Feel free to download your own copy, tinker with it as much as you want. I think learning using Excel is really valuable for a course like finance. But I have the very first slide is actually just clean air industries. Essentially, what's going on is I'm not going to go through in depth with this. If you have questions about it, you can ask me in the comments, right? Oh, and by the way, anytime you have a question about any single thing in this video, feel free to ask me. No shame asked. No shame or anything. If you want to, you can make a anonymous YouTube profile, anything. But if you want to ask me a question, go for it. Do it in the comments and do it publicly. That way, everyone else can see it and they can learn from each other's questions. Also, please, please, please include the timestamp that you have a specific question of. It just saves me so much more time when it comes to answering your questions. Anywho. Right, this is the question. All I'm doing is option A is I'm calculating the NPV. Option B, I'm calculating the NPV. Then I'm doing the NPV of A minus B. Would you look at that? It's positive. Then I'm doing so I know that project A is the better one, right? That's awesome. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare project A with project C. So what ends up happening is project C has my NPV of where is it? I think it's this one. That means if I do my project A minus C cash flows, I get a negative NPV, which means project C is better, right? Going back to this thing, if A minus B NPV is less than 0, project B is better. If A minus B NPV is greater than 0, project A is better. That's what happened here. Because my project A minus C NPV was less than 0, my project C was the best choice. This is a perfectly functioning model of this thing, and it is adapted very, very heavily from these Excel sheets that I've shared. Sorry, I wasn't sharing. Now I am. Yeah, that Excel model is very, very heavily adapted off of this, that, and that. So, feel free to tinker with that. And essentially that's 5B. All right, let's do 5C. So this is essentially options, real options in project analysis. So there's a couple ways you can kind of do a what if analysis. Essentially, it's basically, if I do this, what is going to happen, right? So a sensitivity analysis is essentially if I change one input at a time and see how the output changes. For example, let's say if all of my costs go up by 10%, right? What's going to happen to the NPV? Essentially, what you're seeing is if I change my costs, how does the NPV change? If I change my discount rate, how does my NPV change? If I change my tax rate, how does the NPV change, right? Essentially, you want to see the effect of X on Y. Y is the NPV. And there are a total of, so essentially, however many DCF valuations you need to run is, well, number one is whatever the base case is. And then let's say if you have your variables as one of them being tax and the other one is, I don't know, your costs, like your heating bill, etc., right? You would do one calculation if tax goes up, one if tax goes down, one if costs go up, one if costs go down. So these are a total of 4 DCFs you would run, plus the base case of whatever is given to you in the question. So this is how you get your 2n plus 1 equation. Scenario analysis, right? If we change a bunch of things together, how is that going to affect the NPV, right? This is sensitivity because we want to see the effects of one input at a time. And scenario analysis is we want to basically run various scenarios, right? Each scenario can have 2 different things, 5 different things, 12 different things, it doesn't matter, right? They can have a variety of different things from each other. For example, if sales go up and costs also stay up 10%, right? And this isn't necessarily linear because you can have various kind of variables, because it's essentially, think of linear as just one variable that you are changing at a time. With this, you're changing multiple variables at a time. Simulation analysis. Essentially, a computer changes all the inputs randomly, but according to a chosen distribution for each input. For example, like, this is your probability distribution. Let's say this is your probability distribution for costs. Well, you're, roughly, 65% sure that this is where your costs will end up being like. So this is how you would run a simulation. Then your NPV break-even analysis. This is essentially how far can we change an input until the NPV just changes, right? And the goal is to be on the positive side of that variable. So, for example, let's say if you buy a plant for $1 million and you depreciate it straight line depreciation for 8 years, which is basically 1 million over 8, and that's your CCA rather than just doing the diminishing value. This is just for simplicity. And so let's say if it keeps earning a steady amount forever, how much must its annual pre-tax income be if your discount rate is 10% and the tax rate is 30%? So essentially solve for the EBIT that makes NPV across 0. Well, I'm going to first show what is on Canvas. So essentially this is the solution. I'm going to walk you through it. What happens is, you have a couple components. Number one, you're going to have whatever you pay today. So today you're going to be paying $1 million, right? And this is what time is. Next up you have what is called your depreciation tax shield, right? And that is what your DTS is. So, 1 million over 8 years this is your CCA, and you can get 30% of this back, right? So you're getting 77,500 back each year for 8 years. What is the PV of that? Well, if I were to pull up my financial calculator, I can do this. So, right, so number one, second, clear time value of money. And what's going on is 8 is my N, that's obvious. And my discount rate given in the question was 10%, right? So I know eventually I will depreciate to the point where it will have a value of 0. So I know my future value is going to be equal to 0. What I have to do is I need to calculate what payment is. So I know that my $1 million is the cost of the asset. This is my CCA per year. Now, what will I benefit from this? I will get back whatever my tax rate is, which is times 0.3. This is my payment effectively that I will benefit from. Because I'm benefiting it, because it's going into my pocket, it's positive. So this is my payment. If I compute my present value, I get 200,059.73, which is exactly what is here. So this is effectively the present value of my depreciation tax shield. Next, what I need to do is I want to calculate my EBITDA, right? And the thing about companies is that we like to think that companies run forever. For example, Steve Jobs has died, Apple is still running. Tim Cook will eventually step down as the CEO. Apple is still going to continue to run. It will likely run for many tens of years, many decades. Hope probably likely hundreds of years, assuming the world doesn't go under. Anyways, we need to calculate our EBITDA. So our present value after tax is going to be equal to whatever our EBITDA is times however much we're saving in tax, right? And 1 minus 0.3 times our EBITDA is our annual payment divided by discount rate of 7. Divided by discount rate of 10, sorry, right? And what I can do is I can take this multiplied here, so I essentially get 7 times EBITDA. Now all I need to do is, look, I have my $1 million is my cost of the asset. That is what I am paying today. However, I know that because I'm depreciating it, I will get some value from that. What is that value equal to? It's equal to this, right? Next up is I'm going to add this value to whatever my EBITDA will be in perpetuity. In perpetuity, my EBITDA will be 7 times EBITDA. Now, all I need to do is I want to make this equal to 0 and solve when EBITDA equals that, right? So all I can do is negative, 0 is equal to negative 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, plus 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 59.73, plus 7 times EBITDA, right? So all I need to do is I'm just gonna store this in a number. So 0 minus negative million is just a million, minus my recall 1 is that, divide that by 7. That is my EBITDA per annum after tax. Sorry, no, not after tax. That is just my EBITDA. Sorry about that. Ignored that part I said. Awesome. So now we're going to go over real options. Now, I am going to talk about essentially what an option is when it comes to financial derivatives. However, a little bit of a hint is essentially an option is when you have the right, not the obligation, but a right to do something in the future, right? And in the future, you will decide based off of information that is not yet available. So a financial option is the right to buy or sell something in the future, and the real option is the right to undertake a business activity or not in the future. So we usually pay something up for this right? And this is called the options premium. For example, if let's say you crash your car, right? You have the option to sell your vehicle to your insurance provider for whatever agreed upon sale price, right? Let's say 20K. Now, it seems like a pretty nice service. No one's going to give it to you for free. You're going to have to pay something called a premium, which is literally your insurance premiums, right? So in terms of real options, in terms of business activities, there's a couple kinds of them. Number one is expansion. You can decide or decide not to expand. You can decide or decide not to abandon. You can decide to do it now or do it later, which is timing. You can decide to do it in a specific way or a flexible way, right? For example, let's say if you are building a new freeway, right? You're going to build bridges across the freeway. Should you build the bridges just the right size for 2-lane freeway? Or should you build them longer so that way you can expand the freeway to 3 lanes easily, right? Do you pay more now to save it? That is essentially the question that you were trying to answer, right? Today's decision. So should we build short or long bridges initially, right? This is essentially what you want to work out. What should I do today? This is the whole point of working out and of backtracking the value of options, right? The future is unknown. Whoops. Right? Is the road going to be busy or quiet, right? Which is why we can assign probabilities. This helps us compute kind of like a weighted potential. Future decision is what we will compute based off of this. Awesome. So let's go with some data, right? If you want to build a short bridge, it will cost $120 million. If you want to build a long bridge, it will cost $160 million. And if you want to knock down an old bridge, it's going to cost $20 million, right? So for example, let's say if you build a short bridge and you want to tear it down and you want to build a long bridge, well, you're going to pay the 120 to build the short bridge, 20 million more to knock it down, and then 160 million more to build a longer one. If you're going to widen the road surface, it's going to cost $40 million. And the cost to society of not widening a busy road is $150 million, right? Essentially, traffic would be the cost to society. Assuming all of these are already discounted, now in real life, you would probably have to discount all of these. What should you do, right? Also, for the unknown, let's say 80% of the road is going to be, there's an 80% probability that the road will be busy and 20% probability that the road will be quiet. So what you're going to do is you're going to draw a decision tree, right? Mine is a slightly messy compared to the one done in class. So let's go over this, right? This is what you were trying to work out, today's decision. So today, you have the option to either build a long bridge or a short bridge, right? Pretty simple. What is the cost of bringing a long bridge? You can, actually, you know what, we'll get to the cost later, right? So you can build a long bridge. Now what happens is, let's say 80% the probability that there is a busy road. So what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to expand this, which is $40 million. Or you can do nothing, which is $150 million. And the reason why is, if you expand the road, you're going to pay 40 million, but if you don't expand the road, you're going to pay 150 million, which is the cost to society, right? And let's say this was assuming it was a busy road. If it's not a busy road, if it's just a quiet road, well then our additional cost is zero, because this is what we want. We have zero cost here. Cool. Now let's say we build a short bridge. Again, 80-20 probability that it's going to be a busy road versus quiet road, right? Let's say the busy road, if it's a busy road, then if we choose to expand, then first we're going to have to pay 20 to knock it down. Then we're going to have to spend 160 to build. And we're going to have to then spend just 40 million to widen, right? So 220 million. Or the option is to do nothing, which again, 150 million cost to society. Next up, 20% probability that it is a quiet road. In that case, this is what we want, so we do nothing. So then what we want to do is we want to backtrack anytime we need to make a decision. So if you had the option to, would you rather pay 40 million or pay 150 million? Obviously, you'd pay 40 million, right? So this is where that comes from. Over here, you're only paying $0, so this just becomes that. Awesome. So now backtracking this from here, there's an 80% chance you're going to pay 40 million. There's a 20% chance you're going to pay 0 million. So you would do something called a weighted average, which ends up looking something like this. %, chance you're paying 40 million plus 20% chance you're paying 0 million. So essentially the cost here becomes $32 million. Awesome. So now let's work on this portion. Essentially, your costs are your options here to either pay 220 million or pay 150 million. Well, of course, you would want to pick the lowest cost, so you choose to pay 150 million. Over here, you're just paying 0 million. So now this becomes your 80% probability of paying 150 million times your 20% probability of paying 0. So this is 0.8 times 150 million plus 0.2 times 0. So this is just going to equal 120 million, the cost here. Awesome. So now, today's decision. You can pay 160 million and then pay 32 million, right? The path of this is going to be 160 million and 132 million. Your total cost is 192 million. Or you can pay 120 million and then pay 120 million again. So it's 240 million. Now, of course, you want to choose the cheapest option, which is this one. So you would choose top path, which means it is better to pay the $40 more initially, right? This is 160 million, this is 120 million. It is better to pay $40 more initially to build the longer bridges. Cool. So that's that. Awesome. And so we're done. Chapter 5. This one is a pretty bulky chapter. I would really recommend doing all the rate changes and whatnot. And then we're going to move on to risk and return. Awesome. Risk and diversification, I mean. This one is a very, very theory-heavy chapter. There is going to be some math to it, but the math you'll find is relatively simple. However, I want to try my best to explain the theory because I actually really liked the theory of this. It reminds me a lot of other courses, and I feel like the theory of this is where people will get stuck. 80% of the content here that you don't need to know is probably going to be the math if I had to pick. 20% of this material that will be tested that you will derive 80% of marks from is the theory. So really try to understand the theory. I'm going to try my best to explain it as detailed as I can, but again, you should always do your own research if you're interested in it as well. All right, so risk and return and diversification. There's no first class, second class. I'm just going to be going over it all. So basically, these people have money. These people need money. These people give money to these people. Pretty straightforward. These people get money from these people. From their perspective, they are paying an interest rate. From their perspective, they are receiving something. And this is essentially, for the borrower, this is their cost of capital. For the investor, this is the interest rate they get. We will figure out how to decide this in the later chapter called WACC. This is essentially, this is a little ad to invest in the S&P 500 because it will make you rich. All right, so the annual rates and returns in the US, right? So common stocks, long T-bills and T-bills, right? You'll notice that T-bills have roughly the same, right? And honestly, it kind of looks like they're roughly all the same average, right? In reality, they're not because T-bills have been rough, like probably 3-ish%. Stocks have been returning like 8 to 10%, or at least the market. But anyways, risk aversion. People in general want to avoid risk. They're averse to risk. That means that if you are participating in something that is more risky, you want a higher compensation for it, right? For example, if project A is 10% risky, if project B is 50% risky, well then this one has 5 times as much risk, which means I would expect probably 5 times as much compensation from the riskier one than the less risky one, right? People can be risk averse, which means you want compensation for higher risk. Risk neutral is you don't need compensation for risk. You just do it kind of for the love of the game, as in you're probably just a psychopath. Risk seeking is basically the opposite of risk averse, where you want compensation for a lower risk. All right, so a risk premium. It's essentially the amount of compensation needed for people to take on risk. For example, let's say if your T-bill is returning a 2%, right? For example, let's say if your T-bill is returning 2% per annum and the stock market is returning 8%, well then something called an equity risk premium is equal to 6%. It's essentially your return from the market minus your risk of the risk-free rate is equal to your risk premium, right? Your risk-free rate is 2%. The reason it's risk-free is because a government T-bill is pretty much a way to get 2% interest with zero risk, right? The reason it's zero risk is because, if the government defaults, then you'll have way bigger problems than worrying about the government defaulting. And the risk premium is also called the excess return. For example, the stock market is returning in excess of 6%. Next up, we want to find the relationship between risk and return, right? How much return should investors expect for the risk they're taking on, and what will be the cost of capital for a company engaging in a particular level of risk? So how do we even measure these things, right? How do we measure return? Well, if you remember holding period return from the dividends and stocks chapter, it's essentially the value of the price today plus the dividend of the price today minus how much I originally paid divided by how much I originally paid, right? And how do you measure risk? Well, the short answer, how do you measure risk, is through sigma. This is essentially the standard deviation of the returns, right? And the reason that this matters. So let's say if you were to flip a coin for heads and tails, you get specific amounts and various amounts, right? Now, the way I'd like to illustrate this is, let me just bring up a blank page, is so we're going to plot this as the percentage, right? This is the return, right? How much do you on average expect from this, right? And this is going to be the value, right? Whether it shows up heads or tails, etc. So what's going to end up happening, right? What will end up happening is, let's say if something is less volatile, let's say, it moves roughly like this, right? What ends up happening is the average of this is going to be equal to this. Now let's say if something is slightly more volatile, it has slightly more risk. Well, one day it could be this, it could be that, it could be that, it could be that, it could be that. It might be that for 2 days in a row, it might be up for 2 days in a row, right? It could be essentially looking like that. Well then, this will have the same average. However, notice how you're taking on more risk. And by the way, this axis here is time, right? Or essentially like the number of observation, right? And now let's say an extremely risky case, right, where your returns are all over the place. Now, on average, yeah, your return is roughly the same. However, notice how much more risk you have to take, right? The fact that the price is going all over the town versus the price is relatively stable, right? It's only going up and down a little bit. You get the same average return, roughly, but notice how little risk and how high of a risk. So this is why standard deviation is an important statistic. And it's essentially, this is the formula for it. Hopefully, if you're watching this video, you are likely a Finance 201 student at the University of Alberta. If you are watching this video, you have likely 2 days ago taken your Management Science 212 final at the University of Alberta. That was basically just the entirety of this course. So I'm going to explain some of this course with respect to that. And you do get a formula for like your standard deviation. This is of the population and this is of the sample. So a population standard deviation example, if you have 10 stocks in your portfolio, you would calculate the STD of the sigma of your portfolio using this. Versus, let's say you only want like 5 years of your favorite stock. If you have 10 stocks in your portfolio and you only want to do the standard deviation of 1, then you would use this one. So, risk and return diagrams, right? This is essentially what it looks like. Now, let me explain this. You have return plotted here and you have risk plotted here. What it's saying is, actually, you know what? I'll explain it this way. Company ABC and XYZ, they are returning 2 different things. XYZ is returning better than ABC. Which one would you want? Now, they're giving you the same amount of risk, right? Well, if they give you the same amount of risk, well, you would want to invest in XYZ. Now, in terms of DEF, this one has less risk, this one has more risk, but they're returning the same. So if they're returning the same either way, if no matter what, if you're going to get this value either way, well then why not try to reduce your risk? It goes back to this diagram that I've drawn, right? If you're going to get the same average value either way, well then why not try to reduce your risk? And this is how it works. And I'm going to talk a little bit about domination. So, for example, if you were to look at this stock, right? XYZ dominates ABC in terms of return, right? For the same amount of risk, you get the same return. But DEF dominates ABC in terms of risk. For the same amount of return, you get the same risk. Now, neither stock dominates either one in terms fully. However, something that does is, I can just make something that says, let's say this is the new plot and I don't know, like QRT. Well, stock QRT completely dominates stock ABC because not only do I get a higher return, but I also get it for less risk, right? I'm getting something better than this. This is risky for me. This is less risky for me. So essentially, if you have 2 plots, the one that is on the top left is the one that completely dominates, right? If it's either above or directly across, it will dominate in one category, not the other. Even if it's something like right here, because it's like to the top left, it's like a triangle, it will dominate, right? This technically is a triangle, so it dominates. All right, so the concept of the efficient frontier, right? These are just 4 graphs, right? At the end of the day, I can draw as many like little dots as I want, right? So essentially I have a little cloud of dots. Now, what will end up being the efficient frontier? If I divide this into quadrants, what is the top left? It's this guy. This is going to be what is my efficient frontier. As in, this set of stocks will dominate any of these stocks. Anywhere else is not efficient. This is the maximum efficient line. This is the maximum efficient line. Awesome. So in terms of diversification, if you only have one stock and it tanks, well, then you're kind of screwed. If you only have one stock and it goes up, well, that's great. But what were the chances of that? But if you have 5 different stocks, one of them goes up, the other goes down, the other goes down really bad, the other one goes up really well. Well, and guess what? You're getting pretty good return, and you're reducing your risk. When you diversify, you reduce risk. Simple to remember. So we usually have a portfolio of stocks. Very rarely do people only have one stock. And what you want to do is, what is the expected return of that stock and the sigma of our portfolio? We're going to learn how to calculate this. Where does it sit on the diagram? And how does it relate to the expected return and the sigma of the individual stocks that make up our portfolio? So calculating ER is easy because it is linear, right? Sigma gets messy, but in this course, you will only be expected to do it for 2 stocks. For example, let's say if you have 2 stocks, neither of them dominates the other, because here you get more risk and more return, but here you get less risk and less return. So it's like none of them are dominating each other, right? What you'll do is something called weights, as in, out of the total value of my portfolio, how much of it is made up of stock A, how much of it is made up of stock B. These are called weights. These 2 weights will always equal to 1, because at the end of the day, your portfolio is 100% of your portfolio. You could have, like, if this is 5, in total you have $10 worth of stocks. Well, then your weights will be 50% and 50%, right? And you can have 5, 7, 8, 9, 100 stocks, right? And the weights will just get distributed proportionally. But in this course, we'll likely just focus on 2 stocks. Now, the return of a 2-stock portfolio is essentially the return of stock A times its weight plus the return of stock B times its weight. This ends up being a linear line. Now, in terms of the volatility of 2 stocks, right? Volatility is basically just the sigma over the portfolio. What it's going to be is going to be the weight squared times the sigma squared of stock A plus the weight squared times sigma squared of stock B plus 2 times the covariance of A and B times the weight of A, sigma of A, weight of B, sigma of B. So this is only for 2 stocks. Imagine how messy it will get for 3 stocks, right? Which is why you will likely have very high functioning Excel models, or you use some kind of like Python script or something to calculate that portfolio sigma. But here, we're only doing it for 2 stocks. So, quick summary. This is this formula. I believe it is given to you on the formula sheet. Yep, it is. You just kind of have to be careful of how it's calculated. Just do as many practice problems as possible, frankly. And this formula is directly given to you. Awesome. So correlation, what it means is perfectly positively correlated is that A and B go up in unison. If A goes up in one, then B goes up by 1. Or negative correlated. If A goes up by 1, then B goes down by 1, right? 0 correlated. If A goes up by 1, B just does this whole other thing. So something that is perfectly positively correlated would have a correlation of 1. Something that is perfectly negatively correlated would have a correlation of -1, and it ranges from 1 to -1. The mathematical definition of correlation is the covariance of two entities divided by their 2 respective standard deviations. You can calculate this using Excel. I doubt you will have to calculate this in this course because it doesn't really provide much value except for just knowing. Essentially, you can roughly see that for every increase in X, there's a decrease in Y of roughly 0.8, right? Or for every increase in X, there's roughly a 0.8 increase in Y. But you can't really say it because, from here to here, there's a 1 unit increase, but there's value that are going up, there's value going down. It's all over the place. So this has a correlation of 0. It just kind of looks like a big cloud. Awesome. So correlation matrix. These two things will always have a correlation of 1, right? If x goes up by 1, well, x will also go up by 1. It's just saying like that. Same thing with this, right? If y goes up by 1, y goes up by 1. It's just a weird thing to say, right? But these two are what you want to focus on, and you will be given this, right? Two stocks in the same industry in the same country are likely to have high positive correlation. For example, Excel gum and I don't know, Dentine gum, right? And they're both American companies, I think. So they're likely to have a similar correlation. Or Coca-Cola and Pepsi, likely very similar correlation, right? Stocks in different industries tend to have less correlation. For example, an AI stock and a water bottle stock, right? Stocks in different countries also tend to have less correlation. So choosing weights for a 2-stock portfolio, right? So, we're given returns. We want to decide how much of each stock I should have in a portfolio. That's essentially what assigning weights means. So now let's talk about if something is perfectly correlated. That means for every decrease of B, I have an increase of A, and my increase in my portfolio return is very, very predictable, right? If it's uncorrelated, it'll look something like this. If it has a correlation of -1, it'll just be a sharp curve, right? So it'll start off like this, it'll start to curve a little bit, then a little bit more, then a little bit more, and then it's just be like a sharp, like Phineas and Ferb, like the guy's nose from that. This is a bit more of like a better diagram. So you have Coca-Cola and Intel, right? They are in pretty different industries, so you would expect like an actual correlation curve to look something like that. Now, what's going on is that sometimes weights are efficient, sometimes they're not efficient, right? How you want to calculate the weights is basically, first, you're going to have your portfolio, you're going to have your risk and return of B, and you're going to have your risk and return of A, right? Then you want to see what their correlation is. And then you want to start shifting their weights a little bit by little bit until you get to a point where you get something that is efficient, right? This is kind of like that efficient diagram we talked about before. And essentially what it says is that if you only hold B and you know A exists, well then you should buy some of A, right? And vice versa. These are efficient portfolios, these are inefficient portfolios. Think about it this way, right? Like, let's say if I just draw a line like this, and if I just, it's a vertical line, if I just move it right until I start touching the graph, oh, I touched the graph there, boom. Anything upwards of this point, efficient, anything downwards of this point, inefficient. Cool, so what happens is, this is only for like 2 stocks. You can have the correlation of D and C, of D and B, D and A. You can have the correlation of C and B, C and A, of B and A, B and C, B and D, right? A and D. Essentially, it's like the more stocks you add, like it'll just look like a big line, and same situation. It's like this, right? And you want to move this point closer and closer until it touches the graph. These are considered efficient. These are inefficient. So diversification with the risk-free assets, right? In addition to buying a portfolio of stocks, you can also borrow from a risk-free asset. For example, a T-bill. The government is very likely to pay you back, because if the government defaults, if the government of America defaults, you'll have much bigger problems, right? And something like a risk-free asset has 0 volatility, which is 0 risk. So that means for 0 risk, I'm getting a return. Well, that means, I can just have a straight up line that goes like this towards my various stock portfolio. And before I had individual stocks, now I'm just going to have my risk-free rate and the return of my stock portfolio. Now, what's going to happen is this is something called a capital allocation line. And we will come up with something called a Sharpe ratio, which is going to be the angle here, but I'll explain that. But number one, why is this cal a straight line? So previously we knew that it's a curved line, but the reason it's straight is, well, the sigma of your risk-free rate cancels out because it's just 0, right? The risk-free rate sigma is 0. and which means your correlation is 0, which means this is 0 again. So essentially, it's just going to be your weight of your portfolio times the sigma over your portfolio. So it becomes linear. Now what happens is, let's say this is your friend P, this is your friend Q, this is your friend Q's stock portfolio, this is your friend P's stock portfolio. Now what happens is, if you were to draw that line from the risk-free rate to the expected return of your P friend's portfolio, it is said that this portfolio dominates this portfolio. Why? Because any point here, you can have a higher return for a lower risk. For example, let's say, what's the best that Q can do, right? The best that Q can do is here. Well, guess what? Look at its risk and look at its return. All right. Well, let's see what that is in a straight line. Let me do that again, right? Let's say this is the best that Q can do. All right. Well, this is Q's risk. What is Q's return? Sorry. What is Q's return? Q's return is roughly over here. All right. Well, let's see if P can do better. Guess what? P can do better. This is where it intersects. Look, P is getting that literal same return for much less risk. And you see how this is on the top left of this? This is why when you have a capital allocation line that is above something else's, it is said to be dominant. Any point on this graph can dominate any point on this graph. Cool. So now let's go over something. Hopefully you guys remember a little bit of triangles from back in the day. Right? Look at this angle of my portfolio Q. It's kind of small. Look at this angle of my portfolio P. It's pretty big, right? So I can say that, the greater the angle, aka the greater the slope of the CAL line, the more dominant it is. And this is exactly what a Sharpe ratio is, right? This is my slope. This is also my slope. My slope is essentially, the high school definition was it's rise over run, right? Rise over run. Well, how much is this rising? It's rising by the return of my portfolio minus the risk-free rate, right? This is its rise. RP, return of my portfolio, minus the risk-free rate. Cool. Well, if that's a rise, what's the run? It's basically 0 sigma and the sigma of my portfolio, right? It's going to be my sigma of my portfolio minus 0 sigma, which is obviously just sigma of my portfolio. So essentially, my Sharpe ratio is going to be my rise over my run, and it's also my slope. The greater the Sharpe ratio, the greater the slope, the better your capital allocation line is, the more it can dominate other portfolios. Cool. So theoretically, you have all of these stocks that ever exist, right? They'll eventually form something like this, right? This is the market portfolio, right? The market as in every single stock that ever exists that anyone can buy into. Well, you can have that as a return. You can plot it against a risk-free rate. Theoretically, this is the best capital market line because you would choose the weights of every single stock in such a way that maximizes this slope, right? Now, the thing is, you can have a stock like the S&P 500, which is essentially America's market, right? Its goal is to try to get as close, hang on, let me dry it out. Its goal is to try to get as close to this line. It will never ever pass it because that is theoretically impossible. Because this line itself, this line itself is already the theoretical best line. You can't get better than this. You can have slopes that look like this, like that, like that. You can have slopes that look darn near close to the capital allocation line, but it will never ever ever cross over because this is already the best. This is already as good as it gets. Cool, so that's that. So yeah, I mean, if this is all if this is the best thing possible, then why isn't everyone doing it? Well, the thing is, it's really, really hard, right? Like you probably need, there's no way we will probably ever be able to develop a computer strong and powerful enough to be able to compute the exact slope of this line and the exact location of this, right? And the exact components of this market portfolio. How many commodities do you think exist in the world, right? There's tens of thousands of stocks, and then you have tens of thousands of bonds options to choose from. There's so many different things that you can do. So if you were to theoretically have an omniscient investor, omniscient as in that they know everything about everything that there is to know, well then yeah, they might be able to get close to here, but again, no one theoretically can. You can, as I said, you can kind of model it using like an S&P, but of course it will never ever ever cross the line. That's essentially what this says. So this is heading essentially between the link between investing and financing, right? We're going to use this to talk about the required rate of return, and the ER is the cost of capital. So let's talk about something called CAPM, systematic risk. So if you add more and more stocks to your portfolio, the sigma keeps on reducing in theory, but in practice, the sigma of a well-diversified portfolio hits a limit of the sigma of the market, right? We cannot diversify this risk because it's systematic. So for example, let's say, by default, this is the best portfolio that exists. Obviously, it's going to have some risk, right? If this is risk-free, obviously it's going to have some risk, right? This is called, let's say, the sigma of the market. Now, if you only have one stock in the portfolio, you have very high risk. If you add another one, you're going to have a little bit of risk. Third one, a little bit less risk. Seventh one, a little bit less risk, right? Eventually what will happen is this will decrease at a decreasing rate. And eventually if you add like 40,000 stocks or something, it'll be very, 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 very close to this, but it will never ever touch it because touching this is theoretically impossible. And yeah, so this is going to be your systematic risk, which is also the risk of the market. And this is your unsystematic risk, which you can control, which is diversifiable. So you can see how it's like you're really, really, really close to this, but it will never ever touch it. If you can get it to touch that risk, then you've made a lot of money because you're the best investor that has ever existed. So in terms of terminology, you can have company-specific risk, right? Diversifiable risk, which again is this, and non-systematic risk, which again is this, or you can have market risk, which is again is this, right? It's also non-diversifiable risk, which again is this. It's also called systematic risk. Boom. All right. So the question becomes is how much market risk do you actually have in your portfolio? So we measured this risk using something called beta, which is systematic risk. So we have two measures of risk. We have sigma for volatility and beta for systematic risk. Okay, so beta essentially means, like, a really good analogy to think about it is for every 1 unit that the S&P increases, let's say 1%, what is the expected increase of your specific portfolio, stock, whatever it might be, right? So let's say if something has a beta of 1, right? Let's say the S&P 500. The S&P 500 should have a beta of 1 because it's essentially trying to beat the market. If the market goes up by 1%, the S&P 500 should try its hardest to go up by 1%. Now let's say you talk about a beta of 0, which means it's just, it's doing its own thing. For example, let's say if you have a bond, right? If the market goes up by 1%, the bond doesn't care. The bond's going to keep on giving the same percent. If the market goes down by 1%, I said, the bond doesn't care. It's keep on going to give it whatever its coupon rate is, right? So whether the market goes up or down, it doesn't matter because the bond is always going to stay at the same level, right? Now, if you have a beta between 0 and 1, you have less systematic risk on the market. Now, this is something called a defensive stock, right? From 0 to 1. For example, if the market is doing really, really, really well, hang on, I'm just going to wait for my video to clear up again. Sorry about that, just give it a sec. Okay, it looks like it's good. Yeah, so let's say if the market is doing really, really, really well, people are still going to have to brush their teeth. People will likely still drink coffee. If the market just completely tanks, people are still going to brush their teeth. They're still going to use toothpaste. They still might drink coffee, right? So something like hygiene stock, essentially, it's called a defensive stock, and it has a beta of 0 to 0. It has a beta of 0 to 1. What that means is essentially it is less related to the market. The slope of the stock is less related to the market. And I'll explain why I said the word slope, because your CAPM, which I'll explain again, is technically just a linear regression model. I know I just said probably a bunch of alien words. I'll explain it all. Anyways, aggressive stocks is like high tech, right? where basically if your S&P goes up by 1, these stocks are going to go up by 2, 3, 4, right? For example, an AI stock, right? It's very high tech, it's very high risk as well. Treasury bills, right? Again, this was the beta of 0. It's a bond at the end of the day. A casino winning, it doesn't affect whether the market goes up or down. And then something, if a beta has less than 0, it's opposite to the market. For example, if you short an index, right? Or a temporary reversal, such as like gold, right? Oftentimes people like to invest in gold when they think that the market is going to go down because they believe that the gold will go up. Hence the beta is less than 0. Hence the beta is -1. Or sorry, just negative in general. So mathematically, beta is the covariance of the stock and the market divided by the variance of the market. Now, hang on. This looks very familiar. Well, if you have taken Management Science 212, if you've done a linear regression model at all in Excel, beta is just the slope, right? B is the slope, which we define by linear regression. Your CAP-M equation is just a linear regression model. For example, let me see if I can pull up some kind of Excel from my Management Science class. All right, so I have a linear regression model. Essentially, what I'm doing is, funny enough, this is related to stocks in general, but essentially, if I have net asset value as my X variable, and if I have Y as my 5-year average return, if I run a linear regression on this, I'll get something that looks like this. You see that little dotted line? That's essentially my linear regression. Now we get a few values, right? Y is equal to my slope of X plus an intercept. Y equals mx plus b. Hopefully that sounds familiar. Let me see if I can go into this. This is actually running the thing, right? My slope of net asset value. Now I've ran this against many different things, but hypothetically, if I only ran this against one variable, this would be my beta of my net asset value. Hypothetically, if I were to take my return of market, let's say that's my X variable, return of stock is my Y variable, right? If I have, like tons of data regarding this, tons of data regarding this, I can go to Excel, I can click on data, I can click on data analysis and go to regression, right? It should give me something like this, where I'll have a Y intercept and I'll have my slope, right? I will get the slope of my, right? The slope that I get is going to be equal to my beta of the stock. Now, let me just exit out of this and let me go back to my slideshow. So, my beta is the slope, which are defined by linear regression, right? What you have essentially is the excess premium of the stock is equal to the slope times the excess premium of the market, right? Now, what you can do is, by the way, this is just kind of what I've explained, but a bit more in theory. Your regression line, slope is B. Your CAP-M is just linear regression, right? Y is equal to, hang on. This is Y, which is the return of the stock, what you're trying to get. We are regressing it against the return of the market, the excess premium of the market more specifically. And your intercept is your, just like the risk-free rate, also, your intercept is your risk-free rate, and then your beta of the stock is essentially just the slope of the stock. So I'm going to write down a couple things. Y is equal to B0 plus B1x. This is what you would see in your statistics class. Y is equal to mx plus b. Now I'm just going to quickly rearrange this because it's actually in this format. It's b plus mx. This is what you saw in high school. Y is equal to b plus mx. That's pretty much that, right? Y is equal to my constant plus my a constant times my systematic risk. All right, cool. This is essentially what will create your security market line. And what this will end up doing is, if you were to essentially graph this, it becomes a linear relation, and anything that is above this is something called positive alpha. What positive alpha means is, let's say if your stock earns 12% and the market returns 12 is returning 10%, well then your alpha would be 2, right? If your stock is returning 8% and the market is returning 10%, right? Stock 8, market 10, well then your alpha would be negative 2. So theoretically, if you wanted to build a good portfolio, first you would want a stock that gives you low sigma, because that way you'll at least have a better guarantee of getting a good average return. Then your next few stocks you would want low correlation. That way, if one stock goes up, at least the other one it'll go down. Or if one stock goes down, at least the chances of the other stock going up are high. Next up, to an already well diversified portfolio, you want to find low beta stocks, basically less risky stocks that have a positive alpha. By the way, if something is positive alpha, it's undervalued. The goal is to buy here. Whoops. The goal is to buy here and ideally hold as long as it's beneficial to hold. But buy here, sell here. When people talk about buy low, sell high, buy low, sell high. All right, cool. That is chapter 6. That is technically all of the material you have needed to know for midterm 3. So I'm just going to quickly take a break, charge all of my electronics, and then I'm going to start recording all of the material that we have covered past the final. And just so you know, the final, I'm going to talk about derivatives and options, the cost of capital and how WACC is derived, the various ways you can structure capital, raising capital itself, right? How, your seasoned equity offerings, etc. And personal finance a little bit. We'll touch on that. But essentially, take a break. Hopefully you've enjoyed the video so far. Hopefully you aren't falling asleep. But yeah, see you soon. All right, let's start talking about financial derivatives. So derivatives, options, forwards, futures, that's most of the terminology you'll be hearing for the next however long. And I'll be splitting them to you. So a derivative is a financial instrument whose value is essentially derived from underlying assets. For example, let's say if you work at NVIDIA, oftentimes they will compensate you using something called equity options, right? Or stock options. What that essentially is that they will give you the right to buy the share at a specific price, right? And the way it works is that option itself is a financial instrument, right? How you value that option is based off of what the actual shares of NVIDIA are worth, right? There's the actual shares of NVIDIA. There's the stock options that the NVIDIA employee owns. Whatever those options are worth are based on whatever NVIDIA shares are worth. If those NVIDIA shares are worth nothing, well then the actual, the option is worth nothing. Right? So for example, the example that was done in class was basically if two people had agreed in 3 months' time from now to one person would supply coffee and the other person would buy coffee, well then that would be something called a forward, right? And a future is essentially if many people, if there was a special marketplace just for coffee and people would agree to buy and sell coffee from time periods from now, well then that would be something called a future. Right, and essentially there's mixed opinions regarding derivatives and options, etc. And there's going to be 4 major types of derivatives. The ones that will be focused most on this course are the first 3: forwards, futures, and options. So essentially, what is a forward versus a future, right? A forward is over the counter. I can literally go to a friend right now and negotiate a forward with him. A future is traded on exchange. My forward with my friend will likely only be that one contract. With an exchange, there can be hundreds of thousands of those contracts trading per day, right? Every single aspect of that contract can be customized in the forward because it's only one-on-one. But now the fact that there are many people who are engaging in those contracts, they want to have some level of standardization because if one contract, let's say if it's trading at 990 barrels of oil, the other one is 992, the other one is 2,000, right? Well, you essentially have 200,000 unique contracts instead of 200,000 of the same contract, right? So price, it is settled at termination. and the future, it is settled daily. Essentially, the value of that future is going to be settled daily. It will be updated daily versus the value of that forward will be settled at the termination. Security, none. Sometimes you might have collateral, but in the future you will be required to have a margin account, and we'll be going a bit into that. Counterparty risk is basically borne by both counterparties, but with futures, there's borne by a clearinghouse. Essentially, clearinghouse is the middleman that sets up the exchange of futures between someone who holds it and someone who sells it. In terms of liquidity risk, a forward has no easy exit. If you want to exit the current one, you need to make a new contract, right, to offset the old one. And futures are very easy to offset because at the end of the day, it's a financial commodity, and because of supply and demand, there likely is that there will be someone who has a demand to buy it at the price that you're selling it at. And in terms of most typical exposure, forwards are usually delivery or cash settlement. Like, for example, if you have a forward contract to deliver 3 pounds of coffee in 3 months, then that contract, that forward will be closed by you actually delivering that coffee. And or you can try to negotiate out of it by just straight up paying a cash settlement price. And then with futures, they're offset prior to delivery. For example, speculators, right? These are people who just want to profit on the highs and the lows on the futures. All right, so types of options. There are two types of options. They're called calls and puts. So I'll be going over them pretty slow. A call is the right, and so essentially, what's common amongst both of them? The right, but not the obligation. As in, it's an option, right? You have the option to do it, but you don't have to do it. It's just an option at the end of the day. A call is the right, but not the obligation. So essentially, it's the option to buy a pre-agreed quantity of the underlying asset for a pre-agreed price, which is the exercise or strike price, by a pre-agreed date. And put is the direct opposite, which is just to sell. Now, let me go an example. Let's say if you own an option, let's say if you own a $60 option for Apple, and it expires in 2 months from now. And let's say 2 months from now, the actual trading price currently, if you were to search up Apple price on Google, let's say if it's $80, right? Well, then essentially what's happening is that in the financial market, you can buy that Apple stock for $80, or you can exercise your option. Your option gives you the right to buy them at $60. So, your option says that, hey, that Apple price, the Apple stock, you can buy it at $60. Versus if it's in the market trading at $80, well, it's a steal. If it's worth 80, you can buy it for 60. That's awesome. You pretty much almost made a $20 profit because you can then sell it for 80, right? A put is the right to sell something for a pre-agreed quantity. For example, let's say if currently right now, if you purchase an option of Apple, let's say Apple is trading at $100, right? And you purchase a put option on Apple, which gives you the right to sell that Apple at the current price, right? Sell Apple stock. So let's say what happens is, today your Apple stock is worth 100 and your put option is worth 100, right? Is at $100, sorry. And let's say 3 months from now, Apple stock just plummets. Let's say it hits $70. Well, then what your put option says is, hey, in the market, that Apple stock is worth $70, right? Someone would buy it for $70. You would end up selling it for $70. But because you own this put option, it allows you to sell it for 100, right? That's great as well because, hey, you could have sold it for 70, but now you're selling it for 30. That extra $30 is what you keep. So a little bit of a difference between options and forward/futures. Forwards and futures are basically the same thing, except futures is what is traded on an exchange. So with forwards and futures, there's only one price, right? And it is agreed upon at the start. However, with options, there's a choice of a strike price. The cost of entry for a forward/future is none, but with options, there is usually a premium, and it's based on the strike, and we'll go into the premiums. And as per the commitment, with a future/forward, you have the obligation, like you have to do it. If you don't do it, you're in deep trouble. You probably might get sued if it's worth enough, right? You have to deliver/receive. Versus with an option, you have the option to do it. It's literally as the name suggests. You have the right to choose whether or not to exercise, right? For example, going back to that call thing where, let's say if it's trading at $80 and you have the option to buy it at 60, you would exercise it because you make $20. Versus, let's say if that price had plummeted, you have the option to buy it at 60, but the price is worth 40. Well, why would you buy it for 60 when it's worth 40? Like you can just buy it in the market for 40. Why would you buy it for 60? So therefore, you would not exercise that option. You would just throw it out the window and you would just buy it for 40. So real option is essentially what we covered previously, where you have the option to pursue or not pursue a specific action. Pursue or not pursue a specific action, and a financial option are the rights to buy or sell. So the holder is the person who buys the option. The writer is who sells the option. Now, a little bit of verbiage. If you sell, you are shorting the option. If you buy, you are long on the option. So easy way to remember, if you're selling it, you're shorting it, right? S and S, they line up, and that just means that B and L, you're going long on the option. This is so weird. Like, how do you get L from B? It doesn't make sense, right? So this is the one that doesn't make sense. This is the one that makes sense. That's how I like to remember it. So you have call options and you have put options, and you have buyers and sellers of each, and you have buyers and sellers of each, right? So technically there's 4 possible entities. You can have a call holder, someone who has purchased the call option. You can have a call seller, someone who has shorted the call option. Someone who is a put holder, someone who has purchased the put option. Someone who is a put shorter, who has shorted the put option, who is essentially selling the put option. Now, the way the terminology works is the person who purchased the call option, they have purchased the right to buy. The person who wrote the call option, the person who's shorting it, they have sold the right to buy. The person who is holding the put option has bought the right to sell. The person who is selling the put option has sold the right to sell. For example, I'll go with the put scenario, right? Let's say if you have a car insurance, let's say you buy collision insurance from your insurance company, right? And by the way, this example is directly from class. Credit goes to Keith Godfrey. Let's say you crash your car, and what you can do is if it was originally a $20,000 car, you crash your car, it's worth nothing. It's worth pennies. It's worth at most $1,000, and probably for scraps. Well, that insurance that you purchased is essentially a put option that you have purchased, because it gives you the right to sell your car for $20,000 to the insurance company. The insurance company, conversely, has sold you the right to sell. What is the price that they have for selling you the right? Well, it's your insurance premium that you are paying monthly. Options and volatility risk. So essentially, the more volatile that the underlying asset of the option is, the more value the holding the option is, right? So let me explain it in terms of this. Sorry, let's use my pen. Right? Let's say we have the price of the stock, right? And I don't know, this is time on this axis. Well, let's say if you have a really, really volatile stock, right? Its price is going all up the place, right? And let's say your option is priced exactly at, 50, right? And the prices range from 0 to 100. Cool. So what ends up happening is, because this is super volatile, let's say if this is a call option, which means you have the right to buy at 100. Well, if it is currently $100 and you have the right to buy at 50, and I phrased that wrong previously, sorry for that. Basically, if it is worth 100 and you have the right to buy at 50, well, technically the profit you made is $50, right? Because you can buy it for 50 then and then sell it for 100, right? And then versus, let's say if it's worth, 0 is too extreme. Let's say if it's worth 10, right? Well, you have the option to buy it at 50, but in reality, you're not going to do that. You're just going to buy it at 10. So what happens is, because it's so volatile, this would be amazing for you. You'd make so much money. This would be, worst case, you just lose a little bit of money in the premium because you're not going to exercise this option. You have to pay a premium for an option, but you don't have to exercise it. So worst case scenario, you just lose the premium, whatever that is, right? And let's conversely um, take an example where, hang on, right? Let's hypothetically say if the stock wasn't as volatile, right? Where if the stock price was relatively consistent. Well, like what might this be like? Probably what, like 51 at most, right? 51, this might be what, 49, right? So, you can buy it for 50 and then sell it for 51. Congratulations on your $1, right? It doesn't really make too much sense, right? Or you can buy it for 49, but you had the option to buy it for 50. Congratulations, you just, you didn't lose out on $1. It doesn't really make too much sense. Versus if this was totally through the roof volatile, the value of this option increases more. And essentially, the underlying explanation is the fact that you take advantage of favorable situations and you walk away from unfavorable, because the cost of walking away from unfavorable is the same for any unfavorable price. No matter, basically, the cost of walking away from an unfavorable position is the same no matter how unfavorable the situation is. So, over the counter options versus exchange traded options. So, these are traded privately over the counter through an exchange. Like, I buy my stocks on Wealthsimple. I have the if I want to, I can buy options on Wealthsimple. And this is very similar to the futures forward slides. So I'm gonna skip over this, but this is again for your own reading. So open interest, it's essentially the number of contracts that are outstanding. However much volume is going on in the market in a specific day. When two parties enter two sides of a forward, right, futures or an open position, a contract is created and the open interest increases by one. When a party closes and another party takes over the position, the open interest remains the same. And when two parties close both sides of a contract, the contract is closed and the open interest decreases by one. So underlying assets, what can they be? Well, they can be the stock, they can be a commodity, like you can trade soybean futures or options, um, precious metals, interest rates, future options such as oil futures, gold futures, treasury bond futures. And so options on future contracts are often preferred to options on the underlying physical commodity. For example, it is preferable to buy a gold futures option rather than a gold option. Why? Because with a gold option, well, how is it closed, right? Like, let's say if you do exercise the option, someone's gonna pay you, like someone's gonna literally give you a brick of gold. How are you gonna verify its accuracy? There's costs to that. Versus with an oil futures option, let's say if you do exercise that, well, you just win the oil or you just win the gold future, right? And this itself can then be traded very liquidated. This itself can be very easily liquidated on the market. So that's all good. And by the way, let me just go through a specific example from Canvas. Okay, it doesn't look like it was shared, but essentially it's how it's how the margin account moves. Where essentially, let me just draw it for you. This is your exchange. This is your party one. This is your party two. These are the people who are exchanging in the contract, in the forward. And what ends up happening is, let's say this person agrees to sell, buy. Let's say this person agrees to sell something at $1,000. That means this person must have agreed to buy something at $1,000, right? What will happen is they will both have something called a margin account. Right? And there will be certain amount of regulation as to how much you need to have for it. The amount of money you need in a margin account changes from option to option, or changes from, sorry, I want to make that verbiage very clear actually. The amount of money that you have in a margin account changes from forward to forward / future to future, right? Not options. Options don't deal with margin accounts. I completely missed on my verbiage and I want to make that very clear. Okay, so what happens is, let's say, both of these, this person, let's say if the actual commodity is worth 1,000, great. Well, this person has the obligation to sell for 1,000. This person has the obligation to buy for 1,000. Now, let's say what happens is, let's say the price of the commodity is $900 now. So what happens is, assuming these people did not have the contract, assuming the contract did not exist, if this person wanted to buy from this person, they would buy for 900. This person would receive 900. But because they're in an obligation to transact for 1,000, this person actually ends up benefiting by $100, because normally they would have only gotten $900, but now because they're in an obligation, this person would have gotten $100. So what ends up happening is, let's say originally, if both of these margin account balances were 500, right? Again, it will be different for each contract. It will be set by the trading and the clearing house. This is the clearing house, they're the intermediary. But what ends up happening is, this person's margin account balance now becomes 400, and that $100 gets transferred here. So now this balance is 600. Now what ended up happening? This person got $100 richer. This person got $100 poorer. They're still agreeing to transact at the same price. And conversely, if we were to do that same example over again, but the opposite, let's say this commodity is now trading for $1,100. Well, who's happy? This person. So the buyer is, if they did not have this contract, they would have to buy it for 1,100. But because they have the contract, they can only buy it for 1,000, which means instead of buying for 1,100, they can buy for 1,000, which means they're getting basically $100 discount. So this person's happy. This person's screaming at the top of their lungs. What ends up happening is, now this person gets $100 richer. If their original margin account was 500, well, now it's going to be 600. And if this original margin account was 500, well, now it's going to be 400. That's essentially how this margin account trading works. And eventually what will happen is, if this person, if this was a forward, there's no exit out of this. If this is a future, well, what's happening is, there isn't just one transaction that's occurring, right? There are hundreds, possibly thousands of parties on each side who are willing to buy and sell, etc., at various prices. Now what ends up happening is, if this person is unsatisfied with this price, they'll just swap with someone, right? Someone will buy their contract for a bit, and that money will be transferred elsewhere. So risk management. What is the difference between business risk and financial risk, right? How can derivatives help manage financial risks? So hedging. So let's say a hedger is someone who has genuinely an interest in the underlying commodity. For example, a rice farmer probably has an interest in trading rice futures. A speculator is basically someone who just wants to buy low, sell high. All they want to do is buy low and sell high. It doesn't matter if it's a rice future, gold future. It doesn't matter if it's Tesla stock options. It doesn't matter if it's whatever, right? They just want to buy low, sell high. They don't care about the overall actual commodity. So if we wanted to talk about transferring risks, let's say if there's a rice farmer, right? How can he use derivatives to decrease his business risk, right? Business risk and financial risk. Actually, those are two separate things. Number one, business risk is how good are you at doing business, right? For example, if you're mining oil, and or if you're like a gold miner, right? A business risk might be that you're just not good at figuring out which gold mine is profitable, which one is not, which gold mine actually contains gold, right? That's a business risk. You can decrease that by getting good at your craft. And then there's a financial risk, right? What if the price of gold changes, right? What if you were planning on selling it for $1,000 and all of a sudden now it's worth $800? Well, you're kind of losing out on $200. So that's exactly where futures and forwards and options can play into effect. Let's say, a grain farmer, let's say the current price of grain is $50, right? This person thinks that, hey, you know what? I've seen where the world is heading. I think the price of grain might fall for whatever reason. So what they can do is that they can buy a put option, which gives them the right to sell at 50, which is the current price, right? Let's say, 2 months from now, the price falls to 30, and that means instead of having to sell for 30, they can now sell for 50. So this allows them to reduce some of that risk, and this helps them to make some more profit than they originally would have. Now, in reality, that strike price of $50 would not equal the market price. It would be slightly lower. So just getting some of the verbiage right. Basically, if you're long underlying, you hold the asset, but if you're short underlying, you need to buy the asset. If you are long on a call, you hold the right to buy something, but if you're short on a call, you have sold the right for someone to buy something, and if they exercise it, then you might be forced to sell it. If they don't exercise, then then nothing happens to you. You can also be long in a put, which means you have purchased the right to sell something at a specific price, and the opposite would that be being short on a put, which means you have sold the right for someone else to buy something at a specific price. The most important variables of an option is essentially the strike price or the rate, which is basically like, if the price of Tesla is trading at 60, then your option might say you have the right to buy it at 30. Whatever your option says the right is, that is the strike price. Then you have something called expiry date, right? It can expire in a year from now, 2 years from now, a month from now, 6 months, it doesn't matter. It'll have some kind of expiry. Then there's American and European. And actually, hang on, before we go on to that, let's talk about vertical and horizontal, right? Where if you have two options, right, and they're both trading at the same price, one just expires one just expires in October, the other expires in March, well, then that's called a horizontal spread, right? They're both at the same price, they just expire a couple of months away from each other. And then a vertical spread would mean they both expire on the same exact day, but they're trading at different values. So this would be called a vertical spread. So exercise style. American option, European option doesn't mean it doesn't mean an Englishman is holding the option. It doesn't matter, American is holding the option. That's not what it means. An American option means that, if it expires in 3 years from now, within those 3 years, you can exercise that option any day you see fit. You would likely exercise it on the day that, it has the most value, which you could probably compute. And then a European option is if it expires in 3 years, you can't exercise it at all for the first 3 years. You can only exercise it at the end, right? At expiry. E for European, E for expiry. A for any day, A for American, right? And then you have Bermudian, which is like certain days, like, I don't know, maybe the 15th of every month or something like that. And then Canary might mean is like, for a specific amount of time, you can't exercise at all. After that, you can exercise at any time, right? These are essentially the various exercise styles. These are the most common ones, and these are the ones that we will be working with. So, example, payoff from a $60 call. So let's say if you were to buy an option today, right? And let's say if the stock price today is $50 and it expires in 1 year and it has a strike price of 60. Now, hold up. $60 call. You have the right to purchase it at $60. It is currently at $50. It's at $50. You have the option to buy it at 60. Why would you use your option to buy it at 60 when you can just buy it for 50? So, let's say if the strike price is 35, right? And this is for a call. You can buy it for 60 or you can buy it for 35. So, you would obviously buy it for 35, which means the value of this option is 0, right? Same thing here. Why would you use your option to buy it for 60 when you can just buy it for 50? That means the value of this option is 0, right? This is when it gets a bit more interesting. You have the option to buy it at 60 and it's trading at 60. Congratulations, still 0. Now this is where it changes. You have the option to buy it for 65. It is worth, I take that back. You have the option to buy it at 60. It is worth 65. You would exercise this because you're gaining $5. Like the payoff of this option is $5, right? Or let's say if the stock is worth 80, but you have the option to buy it at 60, the payoff would be $20. And if you were to graph this, essentially what's happening is starting from this is the price of the stock. This is this on this axis, and this is the payoff on this axis, right? This is the strike price. When the stock price is less than or equal to the strike price, you can expect a payoff of 0. It's not going to be worth it. Why would you exercise it, right? And as your stock price increases, the value of your call option increases proportionally. and it increases linearly actually. So the payoff here is ST minus K, the current stock price minus the strike price. So the payoff from writing a call option, right? So this whole thing was for buying a call. This thing is for selling a call. So think about it this way. You sold someone the right to buy at 60. That means you currently have $60. I mean, you currently own the asset, right? They can buy it from you for 60. So right now, if it's trading at 35 and they have the right to buy it at 60, well, they wouldn't exercise their option. You're out of the picture. It doesn't affect you at all. So your payoff is also zero, also zero, also zero, right? Next up, let's say if the stock price is $65 and they have the option to buy it from you for $60. Well, they would do that. Now, the thing is, you end up losing $5 because, that share, it's worth 65 in your portfolio now, but they're buying it from you for $60. So you lose $5. Same thing here, you lose $20. Now, what happens is if you were to graph this, right? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, negative linear, and the writer's payoff is negative. It's essentially, if you remember, this is what the graph for buying a call looked like. The payoff here was ST minus K, right? It's the same here, it's just negative. So the payoff from, now let's look at the payoff from buying a put option, which means you have a right to sell. For example, let's say if currently the stock price is $20, but you have the right to sell it for $60, right? $60 is your strike price. Well, that's great because you can sell it for $60 and you will have made a $40 profit. This is your payoff. This is for buying a put. Now, I want you to think about what would the graph look like for selling a put. But before I ask you, if this is for buying a call and this is for selling a call and this is for buying a put, what do you think it might be for selling a put, right? If it looks like this and this and this, what do you think this last portion might look like? Hopefully you guessed right. And if we were to look at this, actually, yeah, if we were to look at this, here it very clearly tells you these are your calls, these are your puts, and this is your strike price. Here it doesn't explicitly tell you, right? All you know is that, on one side you're going to have one set of those, and the other side you're going to have another set of those. Now, let's look at the car insurance example, right? Let's say if you get into the wreck and you have the option to sell your car that's pretty much worth nothing for $20K. You would be paying some kind of premium for sure. But now let's say you have the option to sell it for $25K. Well, you'll get higher money. You'll get $5,000 extra dollars. So essentially it's better for you. But because it's better for you, that means your premium must increase as well, right? What you can think about is you look at your bid price. This is essentially what someone is willing to pay for it, right? Now, look, here, number, it increases. It increases here. That means, they're willing to pay a higher premium for a higher strike price. This is the same as the car insurance analogy because your car insurance is essentially just a put option. So when these numbers increase, as well as these numbers are increasing, then you know that this is put. Conversely, if this decreases, well, then these are calls, right? Let's see what we can do with let's see what information we can work up from here then. This is a strike price, right? 6,300 cents, 6,500 cents, 6,400 cents. This is increasing, right? What was the last price that this was traded at? 78 cents, 67 cents, $1.13, right? These numbers are increasing. These numbers are decreasing. That must mean these are your puts and these are your calls. Okay, so the terminology is If you own an option on a stock, it's called a stock option. If you own a future on oil, it's called oil futures. If you own an option on gold futures, it's called a gold future option. Gold future option. Cool. And the payoff diagrams, we covered this, we covered this, we covered this, we covered this. If you're still unsure of why each of these look the way they do, I would strongly recommend rewatching that portion of the video and try to work it out for yourselves. Bonus points, for this course, I really liked working on Excel because it allowed me to conceptually understand everything. Literally like make a table of all of this stuff and just graph this stuff. This will be your y-axis, and this will be your x-axis. Literally just graph these lines. You should expect something like this. Do this for short puts, long puts, short calls, long calls. Now the thing is, these are what the graphs look like, right? That's fine. However, these are assuming zero premium. In reality, your options will have something called premiums, right? Because options are beneficial for you. There is no such thing as something for nothing. You can't receive benefit without giving something up in return. The thing you are giving up in return, it's money. Well, that money has a term. It's called premium. So essentially, at the end of the day, when you buy something, you are paying a premium, right? You pay a premium. Who does the premium go to? It goes to the seller. So it's safe to say that anytime you are buying something, your profit is equal to whatever you would have made minus that little premium, right? And it's safe to say that for a seller, their profit, their loss is equal to, number one, they don't make a loss if the buyer doesn't exercise. If they don't exercise, then the buyer, they just kind of give that premium over to them. But their loss is equal to exactly the negative value of whatever the profits for the buyer are. Same thing here. If the buyer does not exercise, then they lose their premium. It just goes to the seller. And the seller's loss is directly equal to the magnitude of the buyer's profit. Cool, so there's a couple terms. In the money, at the money, out of the money. So essentially, if you're out of the money, you will not exercise. If you're in the money, you will exercise. Think about it this way, that NVIDIA example, right? If the NVIDIA stock price is currently at $60 and you have the option to buy it at, you have a call option to buy it at $40, 60 minus 40, your payoff is $20. You are $20 in the money, right? I'm so sorry my video is freezing because it was really helpful to do the hand gestures. But anyways, out of the money, right? Let's say you have your option to buy the stock at $40, right? You know what? I don't need the hand gestures. I'll just draw it out. In the money is the stock is worth $60 and you have the option to buy at 40. Well, guess what? This is called profit because you can buy at 40 and then sell it for 60. You are in the money now. But now out of the money is essentially, your option strike price is 40. That hasn't changed. But now let's say the shares are trading for $20. Well, you wouldn't ever exercise this, right? Because why would you buy it for $40 when you can buy it for $20? This means you are $20 out the money, which means you will not exercise, which means you forfeit your premium that you would have paid. At the money is when these two lines are directly equal. So it's just like, it's trading at 40 and your strike price is at 40. So that same thing is, there's no point of exercising. Well, actually, no. There is a point of exercising that option because you might as well exercise it, because if you don't exercise it, you lose your premium. So your payoff would actually be like 40. So actually your cost would be like 40 plus whatever the premium is. So the likelihood of exercises. So in actuality, 85% of exchange traded options expire worthless. I mean, as in that they expire out of the money. They expire in this range, as in people would have lost money exercising the options, so they don't exercise them. And the premiums are inevitably set to compensate the occasional large payouts that may potentially occur. Let's say if you are in the business of exclusively just writing options, right? Well, sometimes what happens is, 15% of the time, as the statistic suggests, 15% of the time what's going to happen is you're going to have to pay a lot of money, right? Because people exercise options when it's beneficial for them, which means I'm losing money if I'm writing the option, right? But 85% of the time, that guy isn't going to exercise the option, which means 85% of the time, I'm going to get my premium payments. So it roughly offsets, right? The losses that I experience should hopefully ideally be offset by the number of premiums I receive. There's a couple of trading strategies you can do. So hedging is essentially trying to reduce your risk exposure. We talked about how the rice farmer can reduce their risk exposure by buying a specific put option to sell at a certain price when the price decreases. Speculation is essentially want to increase your exposure. So you want to increase the amount that you can buy low, sell high at. Arbitrage is essentially, so markets tend to be efficient enough that arbitrage opportunities don't exist. But if you're lucky enough, then what you'll end up doing is something is worth 40, but you find it listed for 30, you'll buy it for 30, then you'll sell it for 40. So option strategies, there's something called a covered call and a protective put. So the verbiage is, pretty simple. Essentially, you are buying the right to. So a covered call is pretty simple. Essentially, what's happening is that you are writing a call option. Someone has the right to buy something from you at the underlying on the underlying asset that you hold. So usually, I can buy an option without I can buy a Tesla option without owning a single piece of Tesla stock, right? Now that would just be a call. But if I actually own Tesla stock and if I sell a call option on it, that would be called a covered call, right? You are selling a call option. You are selling someone the right to buy them from you, and you actually own the asset. So what ends up happening is that so essentially with a covered call, what's going on is, let's say if the share is worth 50 and someone buys it from you for 50, well then no biggie. You've not made anything, but you've also not lost anything. But now let's say if the stock is worth but now let's say if the strike price is at 35 or something like that, right? And the stock price is at 50. Well, it's worth 50 in your portfolio, but someone has the right to buy it for 35. You're basically losing $15 here. But the opposite true here, where if the strike price is at $75, then and if your option is at $50, well then it's $15 here. And the way it works is and now let's say if you are getting a $4 premium from someone because if you write something then you get the premiums, and let's say if the strike price is at $56. This is essentially you're shorting a call. We've gone through this graph before. If you were to take the sum of all of these, if you were to take the sum of all of these, what you end up getting is a graph that looks like this. Does it look familiar? Well, it looks like your profit from a short put, right? A short put. So essentially, you've been able to synthesize a short put by doing a covered call. And the protective put is pretty much the same situation, except it is designed to simulate the profit from a long call. So there are some other strategies you can go through. If you were to if you were to write a call and a put with the same strike, well, what ends up happening is this thing. You will make profit here. Basically, what you're saying is that I believe that the price is going to be somewhere in the range of $14 to $24, and if that's the case, then you will make profit. Otherwise, you will lose profit. And the other thing is called and then option pricing. So what is a fair price, the premium of a call or put option? So this is where it gets a bit tricky. So we know that the price of the underlying asset is S null. We know that the accreted bond strike price is the variable K. We know that the time to expiry is time T and the risk-free rate is R. We also have the sigma of the underlying asset, right? right? So if you were to look at the price of an option prior to expiry, let's say this is the time at which strike price occurs. This is initial time. Well, let's say if you have a stock option at Nvidia and it expires in 4 years from now, that will be worth more than a stock option that expires in 1 month from now. Why? Because 4 years is greater than 1 month, right? In 1 month from now, I can, kind of have some expectation as to where the stock will be, right? There's probably going to be just a very little bit of volatility. But in 4 years from now, that's way too big of a that's way too big of a time horizon, right? The stock price could go all the way up and down, right? Like there could be so much more volatility. There's so much more risk. Well, we previously learned that with more volatility, the value of an option is worth more. Therefore, as you approach the time, your option price starts to rise a bit. And eventually, after you've hit the strike price, it will just continue at a straight line. So I'm actually going to skip over this because I don't think it has too much value. I will use this in a different method when talking about these two methods, right? You will still walk away from this video having learned what this means, but I believe I can teach it better by first going through these two. So, option pricing. A higher stock price makes the calls more valuable and puts less valuable. Well, this makes sense because, if the stock price is really high, then it gives you the option to buy something, the call to buy something for a lower price, right? LOW. Versus if the stock price is really high, it makes the puts less valuable because a put is the right to sell something and you wouldn't want to sell it for less than what it's worth, right? Choosing a high strike price makes calls less valuable and puts more valuable. A higher risk-free rate makes calls more valuable and puts less valuable. Longer time to expiration makes both of them more valuable because if you think about it, right, as time goes on, I will have more volatility as compared to just like a month, right? Therefore, the more volatile it is, both calls and puts will have more value, as well as just volatility in general. When you increase them, both calls and puts will be valuable. So, dividends reduce the overall price of call options because they reduce the stock price and they increase the value of put options, right? Think about it. I'm buying a stock. This is what the stock is listed for. This is what my call option is, right? This is my profit. This is my payoff. Well, dividends reduce this price, so my payoff decreases, so it reduces the value. Versus with put options, I have the right to sell here, and if this is a stock price, well, if this is my profit, if this thing goes down because of the dividend, well, then I will have made slightly more money. That's why that happens. All right, whoops. So, this is probably one of the most difficult parts of this entire unit. However, don't worry, I have mapped this out in Excel. I will teach it to you using Excel, and I promise you will have walked away knowing how to do these kind of questions. So, what's going on? We have the initial price, and then the probability of if it goes up, and the probability of if it goes down. Then we have the probability of going up, up factor times the initial stock price, and the probability of going up, right? Essentially, these are basically various potential stock prices that exist, right? All of these are stock prices that might exist, right? Up is essentially called your up factor, down is essentially called your down factor, and the probability of an up move is this. The probability of a down move is 1 minus all of this, right? How you value the call is the value of a call is equal to the probability of going up times the payoff of the call going up plus the probability of going down times the payoff of it going down. And of course, so basically, think of this as a discount factor, right? This is pretty much your 1 plus r to the n. However, in calls and options, we have this continuously compounded, right? For example, compounded every single day would look like 1 plus r over 365 to the 365, right? If you were to compound it every hour of the year, 365 times 24, well, it would look like 1 plus 1 plus r to the 8760 over 8760, right? Essentially, we want to see what continuous compounding is. You don't have to know the math, you just have to trust the fact that this is continuous compounding. This is the same as 1 over e to the r delta t. This is how continuously compounding works. And we just multiply by the negative, so that way it just moves to the denominator. So this will not make sense just yet. I will make it make sense. So number one is, you might look at this, right? What is n equals 0, n equals 1, n equals 2, n equals 3? What the hell is that, right? What it means is, this is what the price is right now. What n equals 1, 2, 3 means is essentially, we are going to value the stock price three different times. 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, okay? And if you look at this, you'll notice that, sometimes we'll have an up factor to the power of 3 to the 2, then just a 1d. There's a no d here, right? 1 up, 2 down, 3 down, right? It gets really confusing. I'll teach you how to make it simple. So if you look at your polynomials, right? These numbers reminded me a lot of this, right? If you have a plus b to the power of 0, it equals 1. A plus b to the power of 1 is a and b. A plus b squared is a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. A plus b cubed is a cubed plus, you have an a squared and b, and then a and b squared, and then b cubed, right? A plus b to the 4 is a to the 4, a cubed b, a squared b squared, a b cubed, b to the 4, right? That's pretty much what's going on. That's what all these up and down factors are worth. What happens is, n equals 0 is the stock price that is currently right now. S null, right? At the time interval 1, what we have is just 1 and 1. At time interval 2, we have 2, 1, 1, 2. At time interval 3, we have 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, right? And essentially what's going on is, if you look at n, the amount of boxes you have is n plus 1, right? Here my n is 0, the amount of boxes I have is 1. Here my n is 1, the amount of boxes I have is 2, right? n plus 1 equals 2. Here I have 2, I have 3 boxes. N is 3, I have 4 boxes. N is 4, I have 5 boxes, right? The amount of boxes is just equal to n plus 1. Cool. So now what I want you to look at is, all you want to do is, if you want to figure out what your up factors and down factors are worth, what you got to do is first write down n equals 4, right? If n equals 4, then I know I'm going to have 5 boxes underneath. I'm just literally going to draw empty boxes, okay? I'm literally going to do this on my exam. Next up is, I know my n equals 4, so all I'm going to do is, for my up factors, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start listing up to the 4, up to the 3, up to the 2, up to the 1, up to the 0, and this just equals 1, right? If my n equals 4, I'm going to start from 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I'm just going to list them downwards. And that means for my d factors, I just have to list them upwards, right? If n equals 4, I'm going to start from 4, work my way up to 3, 2, 1, 0. That's all that's going on here, right? If you look at n equals 3, they did 3, 2, 1, u to the 0. And then they worked their way up. 3, 2, 1, u to the d to the 0. Now, the reason this is important is because you will be given something like this. This is directly a screenshot from our practice problems in Grade Chaser, right? Well, and they wanted to ask, what would be the probability of going down at this, right? Well, this tells me very easily it's just d to the cube. But how do I get that? Well, first I'll write n equals 0, n equals 2, n equals 1, n equals 2, n equals 3, right? Then I know this is 4 boxes, and it's asking me for kind of like the up and down factors of this. Well, then I know it's just 3, 2, 1, 0, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's all I'm doing. So I know for this one, it's going to be u to the 0, right? I'm just going to write 3, 2, 1, 0, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's all I'm doing. This just helps you write down the up and down coefficients and the factors for all of these. All right. Now I'm going to teach you in theory, in practice, how this works. And for this, I'm going to go to my Excel. All right, so I'm whipping over to my Excel, and essentially what's going on is I'm evaluating a 4760 European call option and expires in 2 years. Stop. What does that mean? Well, it's a call option, which means it's the right to buy something, okay? So I have the right to buy it at 4760. Cool. Now what does European mean? Does it mean that a British guy is having this call option? No. European call option means is that, there are multiple steps at which we evaluate it. However, we can only exercise at this final step. We can only exercise when it expires. It expires in 2 years. I can't exercise at 1 year. I can't exercise at 6 months. I can only exercise at 2 years. Cool. This is a non-dividend paying stock. We don't really need to worry about that portion. Next up, we decide to use a 3-step binomial model. Essentially what that means is we will be valuing it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times in the course of the 2 years that it takes to expire. So the stock is currently trading at 43.71. Pause. So this is a European call option, which means you have the right to buy it. If it is currently worth 43.71, are you going to buy it for 47.60? No, because why would you spend more money for it, right? If it is trading at 43.71, why would you buy it at 47.60? Why would you lose that money? So you would not exercise this option in this case, right? Its volatility is 32%. This is the sigma, and we are given this in the question. We are assuming continuous compounding, and the risk-free rate is 2.18% per annum. Again, continuous compounding. Determine the price of this option using a 3-step binomial model. Cool. So what I like to do is I have my formula sheet right here. All I'm going to do is, by now you should know that I love listing all of my variables and just their values. Anything that is green is something that is directly given in the question. Anything that is red is something that I have gone ahead and calculated using the formulas. The yellow thing is what I'm trying to solve for, okay? So how it works is, I have my strike price of 47.60. I'm given that. I have my sigma of 32. I have my risk-free rate is 2.18. Years till expiry is 2, and my binomial steps is 3, right? 3-step binomial model. Cool. Well, let's calculate my up factor, right? My up factor is e to the power of sigma divided by delta t. Well, look at that. What's delta t? Delta t is simply years till expiry, 2 divided by binomial steps, 3. 2 divided by 3. Cool. So if I go over to my up factor, all I have is e to the power of my sigma, which is C10, times the square root of delta t, which is C12 over C13, all that to the power of v. I get this as my up factor. Well, my down factor, I'm just following the formulas here. It's 1 over u, so I'm going to take this guy, 1 over this. I get this is my down factor. Great, now the probability of going up. Well, the probability of going up is e to the power of r delta t. Again, r delta t is just 6667. What's going to happen is I have e to the power of risk-free rate, r, times delta t, right? All that to the power of e, minus my down factor, which is C15 over here. So all of this thing is my numerator now, right? E to the r delta t minus d. I'm hovering my mouse over it. Next is my denominator, which is just the up factor minus the down factor. Cool, so I get this value. Now, this is the probability of the up factor. It's equal to this. That must mean that the probability of the down factor is just 1 minus this, right? And I have done that here. 1 minus probability of going up is the probability of going down. Cool, and this is given to me in the question. The stock is currently trading at 43.71. This is the stock price. Now, my discount factor. So the thing is, I am valuing my payoff at 3 different steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3. But these occur in the future. So I need to discount it because it's continuously discounting, continuous compounding. This is my price of my call, and I have to times it by my discount factor, e to the negative RT. E to the negative R, negative 2.18 times delta t. Cool. So now let's look at this layout. Does this look familiar? Well, it should, right? It should look familiar because this is what I'm trying to emulate. Awesome. Going back to the Excel, I have essentially the price of the call at time 0. I have the price of the call times the up factor, price of the call times down factor, price of the call of up and down, 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 up, down, 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 down. Cool. So a European call option. What I'm doing is I have to essentially compute the stock price, okay? So I'm giving my initial stock price is 43.71, okay? My stock price at the last point is equal to my 43.71. Look, over here, it's going up 3 times. So I have to multiply it by my up factor of 3 times, right? It's just my initial stock price, S0, times up factor to the power of 3. Let me go back to my slideshow. This guy is equal to this times up to the cubed. Great. Let's go back to Excel. Awesome. Over here, it's just my initial stock price times 2 times the up factor, right? C up times down. That's exactly what's going on here, right? My initial stock price times up times down. Here's the same thing. My initial stock price times down times up now, right? Because it's times up once and then down twice. Great. Now the very last point. It's just my initial stock price times 3 times down. Down 3 times. Cool. So these are now my stock prices at my very last step of my binomial model. Notice how I did not have to compute this for any of these because in a European call option, I only exercise here. I only care about this value. Really quickly, in an American call option, look, I need to compute those values every step of the way because I have the option to exercise every step of the way. However, in European calls, you only have the option to exercise at the end. So I only care about the value at the end. This value is the payoff of my call. Now look, if I have the option to buy it at 47.60 and it's trading at 95, well, my value is, the 95 minus the 47.60. In reality, it's going to be the maximum of this and 0. We'll see why. Next up, $56 is the stock price, right? This is the probability, this is the stock price after it goes up twice and goes down once. Well, it's at 56.76 and the price is currently trading in the market at 43.71. So it's trading at this, but I have the option to buy it for cheaper. So this is kind of my payoff, right? Next up, and this is why we use the max function here, is basically this is the price of the stock after it goes up once from the initial and goes down twice, right? It goes up once, then it goes down twice. Cool. So what this is essentially I have that stock price here and my payoff is going to be the maximum of this minus this. Now in this case, 33 minus 47, it's going to be a negative number, which is why I need the maximum of 0. The reason I need the maximum of 0 is because I would not exercise my option over here. Why would I buy it for $47 when I can buy it for $33? And the same logic applies here. Why would I buy it for $47 when I can buy it for $19? Therefore, the payoff of my option is 0. Now, you'll notice that this is simply this value, right? I've just extrapolated that here. Now, so basically I need to get this value. In order to get this value, I need to work out these values. In order to work out these values, I need to work out these 3 values, right? And so on and so forth. I've already worked out these values, so let's figure out how I can get this value. Well, my formula suggests my call option, right? This thing right here is equal to the probability of going up times the payoff if up plus the probability of going down times the payoff if down, right? All of this gets discounted. Essentially, it's equal to, hang on, right? What I have here is I have my discount factor. I'm just multiplying that first. But basically what I have here is this entire inner part of the function. I have my probability of going up, right? Probability of going up multiplied by the payoff if I go up, plus the probability of going down, right? Probability of going down multiplied by the payoff if I go down, right? It's simply take this value, let me see if I can draw on this, right? This value is equal to what I get when I win times the probability of winning plus what I get when I lose times the probability of losing, right? And then you just have to make sure you discount this to today's values, and you discount it by using e to the negative r over t, aka your discount factor. Awesome. So now the way that these formulas are laid out is actually quite neat. So now the way these formulas are laid out is essentially I could literally copy this formula, like copy this, I could paste it here, and I should get the same answer. And I do, because I just laid this out nicely enough that the formulas carry on. But essentially what's going on here is I have this value is equal to, this is what I get when I win, times the probability of winning. This is what I get when it goes up, times the probability of going up, plus what I get when I lose, when I don't get when it goes down, multiplied by the probability of going down. All of that just gets discounted, right? Same thing here. Now this is actually a very easy case to work out. If the stock goes up, my payoff is 0. If the stock goes down, my payoff is 0. So if my payoff is 0 either way, well then this payoff is also going to be 0, right? That thing I explained here, you have to do the exact same thing for these two, right? So I'm not going to explain that anymore, because if you don't understand it, you can just rewatch that part of the video. But anyways, this is the last part. So it's simply the same formula. Like literally the formula has not changed. All I'm doing is that this value is equal to the probability of going up times the payoff if up plus the probability of going down times the payoff if down. All of that gets discounted to today's value. Awesome. So this was European options. And very similarly, actually, let me just tell you the American put options, right? Super similar, except it's a 4360 American put option. It expires in 3 years, and I have a 3-step binomial model, right? The stock is currently trading at 56.95. Its sigma is 38, and the risk-free rate is 6.73. Determine the price of this option using a 3-step binomial model. And remember, the American option can be exercised at any step. Now, recall, right? If this is a put option, I have the right to sell it at 43, even though it's worth 56.95 in the market. So would I do that? Of course not, because why would I sell for 43 when I can sell for 56.95, right? Anyways, all I'm going to do is same layout pretty much. The things that have changed, I'll explain what those are. But anyways, my strike price I got directly from the question. My sigma is directly from the question. Risk-free rate directly from the question. Years till expiry directly from the question. Binomial steps directly from the question. Right, so all of these are from the same question, right? Now my up factor, it's again, I can use my formula sheet, right? All I've done is I've used my formula sheet to compute my up factor. My down factor is just 1 over up factor. My probability of going up is here, and my probability of going down is 1 minus probability of going up. Stock price is directly from the question, and my discount factor is e to the negative r times delta t, which is here. Cool, so now what I gotta do is, you remember here, I had the call payoff layout. Now I have a put payoff layout, and above is the put structure layout, which I'm trying to emulate over here, right? Next up is above are the stock prices. So the thing is, in my American call, I could only exercise at the end, so I only needed to evaluate the strike price at the end. Sorry, the stock price at the end. However, in my American put option, I can exercise at literally any one of these steps. I can exercise here, I can exercise here, I can exercise here. So I need to determine the payoff at every single one of these steps. Now, what that will equal to is, let's say if my stock price is equal to this, and I got this by taking my original stock price times my probability of going up 3 times, and I basically take the UUD multiplied by the S null, similar to the previous one. I do that for all of these, right? Like for example, for this one, it's just my, for this one, it's just my stock price times 1, right? Essentially, that's how I'm getting these, right? Here, it's just my stock price times up and up. This is just my original stock price. This is, so I'm dividing by 1.4, or I can just take this times 1.4. It's the same thing at the end of the day, mathematically. But anyways, what I'm doing here is I'm calculating my payoff. Now look at this. I have the right to sell for 43. Why would I sell for 43 when I can sell for 178? Therefore, my payoff is 0. Why would I sell for 56? I'm mistaken that. Why would I sell for 56 when I can sell for 178? So my payoff is 0. Why would I sell for 56 when my payoff is 83? When my stock price is 83, so my payoff is 0. This is where things get interesting. I can sell for 38, but I have the option to sell for 56. This will make me some profit, right? It's going to be 56 minus the 38. Sorry, it's going to be my strike price, right? So now I'm going to be calculating my payoffs. I have all of my stock prices, right? So I have the option to sell for 43, but I can sell for 178. Why would I sell for 43 when I can sell for 178? So my payoff is 0. Same thing here. Why would I sell for 43.60 when I can sell for 83? Therefore, my payoff is 0 again. This is where things get interesting, right? The stock price is trading at 38, right? If I had the stock, I would be selling it at 38. However, I have the right to sell it at 43, right? So I can sell it at 38, but I have the option to sell it at 43. So I would make some profit, which is basically 43 minus 38. Same logic here. It's trading at 18. I can sell it for 43. Obviously, I would do that because I would make some money. And these formulas are essentially how I got these. So again, same thing here. This number is just equal to this number. I just didn't want to write it twice, so I just copy pasted. So you remember how this was the formula? And actually, you know what? I'll just quickly copy paste this. Right? Remember how these were the formulas? Well, turns out that the formula for valuing a put is pretty much near identical to the call, except wherever you have the payoff of the call, you just make it the payoff of the put, right? Payoff of the call down is equal to the payoff of the call of the put down, right? So what I'm doing here is it's literally my same formula from before. What I'm doing is actually there's been one updated thing. So let's say there's two options, right? I can either have this thing or I can have something called intrinsic value. I'll explain both of these concepts in detail in a bit, but this part is what we're already familiar with, right? Where basically we have our discount factor, which is here, multiplied by what we get if we go up times the probability of going up, plus what we get when we go down times the probability of going down. Cool. Same thing here, right? This part of the equation is the same. This part of the equation is also the same, right? Now, why do we have that whole max thing? So, look at this. I can either value it at that, or if I know my stock price here is trading at 121, right? If my stock price is trading at 121, and my strike price is in cell C9, right? Then I need to take the greater of those values. However, if you look at it, my price here is still 121. So why would I sell for 43 when I can still sell for 121? Thus, this is 0 as well. This one is the more interesting one. It'll make more sense. So again, the first part of the equation is the same. What I get when I win times the probability of me winning plus what I get when I don't win times the probability of me losing. All that discounted, right? That's just equal to this part. However, if you notice here, the stock price is $56.95. Right? The stock price here is $56.95. So, whatever this value is, I'm going to take that and the max of 4360 minus J29. Now, 4360 here, again, this one doesn't make sense, right? Why would I sell for 43 when I can sell for 56? This one, however, here my stock price is 2663. Why would I sell for 2663 when I would sell for 4360? This is the first instance where the strike price is greater than this thing. Therefore, the value I get with just this portion, it's not too large. Let's see what it was. Right? The value of just pricing the put from here was only $14. However, from here, I make $16. Therefore, I would rather exercise here than value my put from these two. Same concept here, right? It doesn't make sense for me to exercise the option because why would I sell for 43 when I can sell for 83? Versus this one makes more sense because why would I sell for 38 when I can exercise my option and sell for 43? This is the point also where this one minus this one will be greater than all of this. Awesome. And then lastly, the same formula. By the way, I'm literally using the exact same formula. I can copy, hang on, look. I will copy this cell and I will paste it here. And because I'm confident that everything will work, hang on, copy, paste, right? I know I get the same answer. It's the same 4.73 thing. And that's essentially what you're doing. And the reason I'm doing that is to show you that it's literally the same formula here that you use in all of these. So this tells you that this is your price of the put that you would price it at essentially. All right, this was super confusing. Again, I will put a copy of this entire Excel in the description for you to tinker around with. I feel like doing it on Excel helped me understand the theory portion of it. And the theory portion of it was all of this stuff, right? This stuff, it seemed like, why am I doing all this? What's the value of this? Well, doing it through Excel and doing all those formulas and stuff helped me figure it out. Same thing here. This was when I was talking about that max function stuff. I want to go over the next concept while we have the momentum. Essentially, this entire thing that we did, this is assuming that there are, specific steps, right? Like step 1, step 2, step 3. This is assuming that we are valuing the stock price at only these steps. However, in reality, stock prices change pretty much continuously, right? Like just as we have continuous interest that compounds, we also have the stock prices that change continuously. Here is pretty much just a formula plug and play game, right? You'll notice that the formula is pretty much the same. It's essentially my D1 is one variable, D2 is the other variable, and the price of my call is the stock price times a specific proportion minus the strike price discounted times a specific proportion. Here it's simply like just write out your variables and be able to solve the question. Let me show you a question actually. So this is a grade chaser question. Let me pull up grade chaser. Financial derivatives. This is Black-Scholes pricing and pricing European call options. No. Yeah. Awesome. Perfect, right? So essentially what's going on is this is my grade chaser question. Right? I am considering a European put option with this strike price. It expires in 5 months, right? This part is just a red herring. You don't need to worry about that. We decided to use the Black-Scholes Merton model to price the option. The stock is currently trading at 57.14. Its volatility is 22% per annum, continuous compounding, and the risk-free rate is 3.88% per annum, continuous compounding. What is the option price according to Black-Scholes model? So, let me screenshot all of my formulas and I'll put them directly into my Excel. Awesome. So these are now my formulas. Look, first I'm going to list out my variables, right? My stock price, it's trading at 57.14. I know that's all good. My strike price is 59.40. I know I can enter that. My risk-free rate, which is R, is 3.88. I entered that. My sigma is 22%. My months till expiry is 5 months, right? Now the thing is, we want to put this in terms of years. How many years is 5 months? Well, 5 months divided by 12 months is, hang on, it's got to format this as a number, right? Five months is roughly 42% of a year. This is that ratio I'm getting. Cool. So you basically just want to put the time, the t variable here in all of these equations is just going to be a ratio per year. Cool. So now all I'm doing, look at this equation, right? This is literally just me writing out this equation. That's all I'm doing. The natural log of my S over K plus my risk-free rate plus sigma squared, which is variance over 2, times my ratio of months to years, which is just a B6, divide this by this thing. Basically, it's just a plug and play game, right? I get D1, I get D2. Now, D2 is equal to this really long function, or you can just do D1 minus sigma square root T, which is what I did. Cool, so now I have D1 and D2. Great. Now, this is a European put, which means I got to use this formula, right? I calculate my D1 probability using this, right? First, dot n means normal distribution. Now I have to use negative D2. So my D1, so this portion, my n minus D1, I calculate by using normal distribution of negative whatever D1 I get, and I have to do true because I want cumulative probability. I will very quickly show you how to do this on your calculator as well. D2 probability, same thing, standard normal, negative B9, etc. And these are the probabilities that I get. Now my put price is simply this formula, right? My B2 is my K price, right? K to the power of E to the power of negative R times delta T. This is all of that, right? That's just that part of the function. Times it by this thing, which is just this thing, minus this times B1, which is my stock price, right? S times this portion that I've calculated here. And look, this is the exact answer in Grade Chaser. Let me see how accurate this is. If I were to do a new attempt, right, my strike price is 58.6. My it expires in 3 months. Cool. Stock is currently at 53.36. My S is 53.36. Volatility is 30% per annum. 30. The risk-free rate is 3.67. 3.67. Awesome. And what is the option price, right? Well, technically my option price should be just this. So if I were to enter it, 6.19677, I get it correct, right? Now, I'm not saying this to tell you that, I am a god at Excel and, this is awesome or everything. Basically, now, I'm not saying this to tell you that in real life you're going to have Excel Now, the only reason I'm showing this is to simply tell you that these kind of questions are just a plug and play game, right? What I've done on Excel, I could very easily do on a calculator. It's just simply plug and play. All that matters is how careful can you be. Now, I said I would show you how to get these values using a calculator. Let me pull that up. Also, I'm just going to quickly write down these values, right? Okay, hang on. Let me switch over to my iPad. Let me paste that from my MacBook. Awesome. Basically, like, so unfortunately, your financial calculator will not be able to calculate like the normal distributions and whatnot. However, your scientific one will. Now, on your exam, you will have the option to bring in a financial calculator, which you 100% should, as well as a scientific calculator and a graphing calculator potentially, right? Just make sure your graphing calculator is unprogrammed. Now, how you would want to go about calculating basically probabilities on this is there's a couple different ways. Well, you're given this sheet, you can calculate the probability using this, right? I personally like doing this method because if I have a calculator to do it, well, why not use it, right? Now, the thing is, this is the normal scientific calculator, right? Well, it was just the first one that I picked up when I went to the store. This is the Casio FX-991 ES Plus C, right? Random calculator, doesn't matter what it is. Essentially, what happens is that this calculator by default is in computation mode. I need to change it to statistics mode. So I'm going to press this mode button, right? I go to number 3, which is stat, and I go to 1-4, right? All that does, and I can AC this out. I don't need that, right? So let me show you how to do that again. Right? So essentially, hang on, let me show you how to do it again, right? You walk into an exam, you have your calculator, you turn it on. What you're gonna do is you're gonna press mode, this button right here, mode. You're gonna do 3 to go to stats mode. You're gonna do 1, just because you need one variable. You're gonna press AC, you don't want this menu. Cool. Now your calculator, right? It should say you are in stat mode. What you're gonna do is you're gonna press shift and this opens the statistics and distributions menu. Cool. I am looking for distribution number 5, so I press 5. I need a probability distribution, so I press 1. Boom. Now it says that the value I should insert here is going to be 0.683. So let's see if I just entered that directly. Hang on, you know what? My formula, if you were to look at my formula, it says to enter negative D1, so I'm actually just going to do that instead, right? So D1, if I enter negative D1, which is negative D1 is just a 0.488329197. I should be getting 687339098. Boom, 6873, and then it just like rounds, right? So I personally like doing it on my scientific calculator because with this I can just shift store the value, and boom, I can just like recall it whenever I want. So it's convenient for me. If you have the availability to do this, awesome, do it. Otherwise, no problem. You can always do it using this method, right? For example, we were looking for negative, hang on, what was the number? Yeah, so if you press negative 0.48, but we want to go for the positive of that. So if I go to just 0.48, right, 0.48, we got 6844. In reality, it was 6873. So, it does the job. It's good enough. I just personally like my calculator because it gives me a much more accurate answer as to what I need, right? And same thing, just to show you how quickly I can do it once you get good at it. And again, this is not to brag or anything. This is simply to show you, right? I'm in my normal computation mode. First, you're going to go to mode 3, 1 variable, AC, shift 1, 5, 1. And if I enter 0.638329197, I should get my answer, which is Whoops. I should get my answer, which is this thing I'm looking for. 0.73837. Awesome. This is exactly what I'm getting, right? So become a demon on your calculator before any exam. That is probably one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give you. I know how to work the ins and outs of this. I know how to work the ins and outs of this. My TI-84, I know how to work the ins and outs of as well. Get really good at using your calculator. Cool. So that's Black-Scholes theorem. Essentially just valuing your puts and calls, assuming infinity as like your compounding period, which is really just continuous compounding. So Greeks are essentially like some Greek letters that you use to assign some attributes to your calls and options, right? Delta is essentially the slope with the underlying, so the rate of change of your option compared to the change of your underlying, right? So how much does your call change compared to your underlying asset? That's basically what that is, right? Gamma is the curvature with the underlying. So if you can think about delta as the first derivative of your call option price or put option price, then your gamma is your second derivative of that. You don't really need to go too much into those. It's essentially just a little extra bonus. It's not intro to finance. It's like later finance classes. And implied volatility is essentially the fact that, and now implied volatility, essentially what it suggests is that, this is the volatility at the money price, right? When you're in the money, you are expected to increase the volatility because it becomes increasingly out of the money, right? Because if it goes out of here, well, then there's a chance of it going back into here, which increases the volatility. Exotic options were basically like sometimes you can trade options as per the weather and other non-assets. So, it's just like a little fun fact kind of thing. And these are some practical examples that you should practice. So these are some pieces of data that you can look at. All right, that is chapter 7. Now we're going to move on to chapter 8, which is WACC. Also, really quickly, I wanted to show you guys an example using your calculator. This was the sample of that DCF analysis that I did on my MacBook on Excel, right? Let me just rotate this a little bit. Yeah, so I just essentially wanted to teach you how to further use your calculator, right? This was my DCF analysis. Essentially what's going on is, oops, wrong calculator, right? Okay, perfect. So in your exam, essentially what would happen is you would be given your discount rate, and in this case my discount rate is equal to 10%, right? You would be given these cash flows. Sorry, I'm going to make this clear. Is equal to 10%, right? You wouldn't be given these because this is what you have to calculate, right? Just for this example, I'll unhide them. Essentially, your question could very easily look like you are paying $100K for an investment. It will give you consistent cash flows of $30,000 for the next 4 years. What is the NPV of this project, right? Well, there's a couple ways you could do it. Number one is you can take 30,000 divided by 1.1. Whoops. You can take 30,000 divided by 1.1, right? Let's say you just stored that value. Let's say you stored that in 1. Awesome. Then you take 30,000 and you have to divide it by 1.1 squared. You get that value. You have to store it as well. Let's say you store it in value 2. Then you have to take 30,000. You have to divide it by 1.1 to the power of 3, right? You get that number. You can store that as well. Then you have to do it one last time, right? Divided by 30,000 divided by 1.1 to the power of 4, right? And that's the last number you get. 1 second. 30,000 divided by 1.1 to the power of 4. Cool. So that's the last number stored in number 4, right? So essentially I'm just doing a DCF analysis, right? All I got to do is recall 1 plus recall 2 plus recall 3 plus recall 4, right? I am paying $100,000, so I'm going to do minus 100K. Cool. So I got my net present value of negative 4904.036, right? This is exactly what I'm getting here. That's cool, but notice how long it took me. What I can do now is, there's another way I can do it, is I can press this button called CF. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to second and clear work, right? Just to make sure everything's clear. Your financial calculator will have a cash flow button, right? So I guess it didn't clear properly. I'm just going to do second and clear work again. Cool. So if I go to my cash flow button, everything should be reset. This is cash flow 0. What's my cash flow 0? It's negative 100K. So let's enter that. 100K negative. I'm going to press enter. Then I'm going to scroll down to my cash flow 1. My cash flow 1 is 30K, right? And this is positive, remember? I'm going to press enter, going to go down. I don't care about frequency, so I'm going to go down again. Cash flow 2 is 30K. Enter, down, down. Cash flow 3 is also 30K. Enter, down, down. Cash flow 4 is also 30K. Enter, whoops. Enter, down. Awesome. So I don't care about the frequency, right? What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go on to my NPV button, okay? I'm going to click on NPV. I'm going to click on my interest rate as 10%, right? Because my discount rate is 10%. Then I'm going to go down to enter. I'm going to click enter actually. I'm going to go down to NPV, and if I press compute, I will get my NPV of negative 4.904036, right? This is perfect because I only pressed a few buttons and I got my NPV exactly, and it gave me the perfect sign as well, right? This is yet another way of doing it, but I will teach you the third way of doing it because, you know, there's only 4 cash flows here, not a big deal, right? But let's say there's 100 cash flows, you're not gonna do this forever, right? You're not gonna keep on doing that forever. So instead, what you can do is, I'm just gonna clear all my work again, and I'm also gonna go to second, clear time value money just in case. What I can do is, so I know something that's really obvious about this number, about this DCF. Number 1 is my discount rate, right? I know that's just 10, right? So I'm going to enter 10 as my over Y. Next up, what's the most obvious number? It's going to be the fact that I have 4 cash flows, right? So I'm going to do 4 as my N. Cool. Next up, I know that my payment amount is 30K consistently. 30000 payment, and this is positive because it is coming back to me, right? Really quickly, if I was to show you the formula for NPV, right? It's basically cash flow 0 plus PV. PV is what I need to calculate, right? So I'm going to leave PV as a question mark. And what is my future value? My future value is going to be 0. Why? Because at the end of all of this, I will have $0 left that I will essentially be getting, right? So if I press on compute and present value, I get this thing. If I go back to my formula sheet, while I have my present value, I have my cash flow 0, I can very easily get my NPV. Now the thing is, my present value got returned as negative 95K, right? And that makes sense because this is money that is going out of my pocket. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the negative of that, which is just positive, and to that I'm going to subtract my cash flow 0, which was 100K, minus 100K. Boom. Same answer. So I have now shown you 3 methods. One of them was literally calculating all those cash flow values, storing them, and then adding them all up, and then subtracting 100K from them. That is very tedious. Next up, a process that you might want to use is, this thing, the CF0, CF1. What's nice is this allows you to calculate the internal rate of return really well. Let me quickly show you that. 100K, enter, down. Cool. Well, what I can do is I can click on IRR, compute, and 1 second. Oh, sorry, I forgot to enter the cash flow 4, right? If I click on IRR and if I press compute, I get 7.71384. Does that number sound familiar? Good, it should, because remember, there was a certain amount that I got as my IRR, 7.71384. So what's really neat is that this method allows you to calculate your IRR. This was method number 2. Method number 3 is essentially you enter your 5 buttons, you compute your present value, and to that you take the negative of that and then subtract your 100K cash flow to get your NPV. All 3 scenarios give the same answers. Some of them are better than the other because it allows you to compute everything faster. Some of them are better than the other because sometimes you're able to calculate IRR, sometimes you're able to get something else out of the equation. So essentially, there's 3 different methods. Try to learn how to do it the fastest one the best, right? In my personal opinion, if I was writing an exam, I would always do this 5 button method. Why? Because if I have 25 cash flows, if I have 10 cash flows, I don't care. It's going to be the same amount of work for each of them. If I use my cash flow method, well then, my work increases. But if I could literally have 20 million cash flows, and my 5 button method will not disappoint me. All right, that's essentially that. Hopefully that provided some value. All right, chapter 8, WACC. We have 8, 9, 10. I don't think I'll end up going over chapter 11, maybe only the math portion of it. But anyways, we're, about 2/3 of the way done. So your WACC. You know how for the past, couple hours we've been using something called a discount rate? Well, guess what? Your discount rate is equal to something called WACC. I know it sounds like a whole lot of whack, right? But your WACC is essentially what it costs you to get the money to run the firm. I'm a business. I want to make money. I don't have money, so I need to get money, right? There's a couple ways I can get money. I can get money by issuing debt, or I can get money by issuing equity. I can do either one of those, or I can do a mix of those, which is typically what a lot of firms end up doing. Now, the thing is, no one's just going to give me money for free. They're going to want to take something in return, right? That thing is a specific interest rate. The person who's giving me money, essentially, you can think of it as the money that they give me, I'm going to be giving them their money back plus some interest. Think of that as their interest that they get. Now, if I'm giving them interest for money that they gave me, it's what it costs me to get that money. It's my cost of capital. The borrower's cost of capital is equal to the lender's interest rate that they get. Simple way to say that. So, essentially now you will be able to learn how to compute your discount rate. You'll be given a bunch of different information, and instead of just using some random discount rate like 10% or 8% or whatever, you'll actually be able to compute it. And this is what I hope to teach you in the next however long it takes. Cool. So this is what I've talked about, required rate of return, cost of capital, potato, tomato, same thing, it doesn't matter. Cool. So, these are the people who have money. These are the people who need money. These are the people who, this is the money that they give them at a specific interest rate, right? The money that these people pay back to these people is called the interest rate. The money that these people lend money to these people at is called the cost of capital. WACC, weighted average cost of capital. Firms raise capital through 2 different methods. Through debt, so they can either get money from a loan, like a bank loan, or they can issue bonds, right? I am issuing bonds, people are paying me, I am the bond issuer, they're the bond holder, I get a whole bunch of money from the bonds, and at the end I will give them back the bond payment called the face value, as well as regular interest payments throughout. Remember that whole thing from a couple hours ago? Cool. Equity is the new portion. Equity is essentially you own a portion of the company itself, and this naturally has its own interest rates associated with it. So the thing is, previously bonds, we were expressing them as semi-annual payments, right? And don't worry, that's still going to be the case. However, for WACC, think about any single number, any interest rate you see, just always you got to convert it to EAR, the effective annual rate. It just makes things easy, right? It's just the unit, it's the default unit that we use. Cool, so your WACC becomes the discount rate for the firm. Think about it this way. I have previously alluded to your discount rate ending up to essentially be your opportunity cost, right? What is the opportunity cost of me getting a whole lot of money from investors or people who are buying equity from me, right? I'm getting a whole lot of money, but of course there's no such thing as something for nothing, so I must be giving up something. What am I giving up? What is my opportunity cost? My opportunity cost happens to be the total interest rate that I paid them, the weighted average of it at least. That is my opportunity cost. It is my cost of capital. It is my cost of getting the capital that I need to run my business. It is my weighted average cost of capital. It's my discount rate. It's so many things, right? So, debt is basically you have an obligation to make fixed periodic payments, and a failure to pay it is called a default. If I am the bond issuer and you're the bond holder, and I like mess up and I stop giving you regular interest payments, or if I'm unable to pay your face value bond, I am in default. You could probably sue me, right? And as long as I keep on paying you your interest payments, right? And if you're only a debt ownership in my company, you should not be caring about any of the equity stuff, right? Keep the equity guy separate, keep the debt guy separate. That's essentially the way it should go. And the thing about equity is these equity guys, I don't really have to pay them a consistent amount any single time, right? If I give them a dividend, think of it as like the kindness of my own heart. I don't have to do it. No one's forcing me to, right? The only thing I have to make sure though is that these people are giving me money and they're expecting something in return. All I got to do is make sure that whatever they expect in return, I give it to them. Capital structure. This is essentially how a company is financed, right? A company can get debt, a company can get equity financing, right? A company can get two kinds of debt, couple different kinds of equity offerings, right? So capital structure is what portion of a company's total financing is from what. And this is what we hope to figure out. Cool. So what Fisher's theorem suggests is that the goal of any firm is to maximize its value regardless of the preference of the firm's owners, right? Let's say if you own a firm, right? I don't know, maybe due to some beliefs, you might think that debt is not good and that only equity is all right, right? However, a person's, the managers of the firm, the agents of the firm, right? Their goal is to maximize shareholder value. As we will soon learn, having some level of debt allows you to actually boost the equity value of your company. So it actually does provide shareholder value. Now, if a shareholder doesn't like debt, who cares? As long as you are able to maximize shareholder value, possibly by issuing debt, then you better do it, right? Fisher's theorem suggests that these investing decisions should be completely separate from the preference of the firm owners, right? And as long as the value of the firm's investments are separate from and the values of the firm's investments are separate from the mixture of the ways the investments are financed. Right? Essentially, the financing decisions, keep them separate from the investing decisions. Investing is basically, if I'm a company, I invest in a project, it will give me some IRR, right? That's the investing decisions. Financing decisions is how do I get my money to invest in those projects, right? Those two decisions should be separate. That's Fisher's separation theorem. Next up is the notation for WACC. So typically throughout this past course, we've been using a specific interest rate and we've been denoting it as R, right? This can be all kinds of stuff. This can be like R over M, right? APR over M, right? Or like EAR, or essentially anytime, we've just been seeing R. Now for WACC, same concept. The R just becomes a K. In fact, for pretty much all of these calculations, you could literally just replace K with R and it should still make sense. So remember, K is the same as R. It's just from a different perspective, right? So what we do is we write K as the cost of equity. We have KD as the cost of debt, and KA is the cost of the assets overall, which is also WACC, right? So you can think about You can think about KA being a weighted average of your KE and your KD. How do you get WACC from D&D, right? This is talking about those weights, and let's show how those weights are calculated. Do you remember from chapter 6 when we were talking about risk and return, we were talking about portfolio weights? This is literally the exact same thing. Let's say if I have my dollar's debt, let's say hypothetically it's, 100K, right? Sorry about the color switch, right? Dollars D, right? Let's say I also have 100K in equity. Well, how much total debt and equity do I have? I have 200K. How much total debt do I have? I have 100K. My weight of debt is 50%. My weight of equity is also 50%. Now I can either literally just do 100K over 200K, or I can do 1 minus WD is equal to WE. It should all make sense. And by the way, we always use the current market value. Now, debt tends to work out to its current market value always, but equity doesn't necessarily. So sometimes you're doing accounting and your balance sheet might have a specific value for equity. If your balance sheet is outdated by like a couple months or even a couple years, then that's bad. You need to update it to the fair market value today. WACC equation from DE. So I wanna highlight the point that when you pay debt, you get a certain amount of tax back essentially, right? The before tax cost of capital is KD. However, KD times 1 minus T is after tax. Because if you think about it, let's say if let's say my interest payments are 100K per annum. Now let's say if my tax bracket is 30%. Well, what happens is I pay 100K interest expense, but I get 30% of it back. So it's the same as me saying I'm just paying 70% of my interest expense, right? How do I get my 70%? It's just my 100K times 1 minus my 30%, right? That's essentially what's going on. This is why we have the interest in any kind of debt situation. So my WACC is my weighted average of my cost of debt times my 1 minus interest rate, 1 minus tax rate, sorry, plus my weighted average of my equity times my cost of equity. There's a couple other ways you can write it. If the value of my total firm is equal to my debt plus equity, well, my weight of debt is equal to D over V, and my weight of equity is equal to E over V, right? Proportion of equity, weight of equity, proportion of debt, weight of debt. RD is the cost of debt, RE is the cost of equity, right? REKE, RD, KD, right? R is just K from difference perspective. That's all you need to know. So worked example, right? There's a couple examples that we'll actually end up going through is, let's say if a company has issued 100 million in bonds, which are trading at 3% premium, and it has issued 60 million in shares, which are trading at 2.16 per share. Let's say the bonds are yielding 5.06% EAR, and the shares are paying dividends of 18 cents per annum with a 100% payout ratio. What is the firm's weighted average cost of capital if the corporate tax is 30%, right? So let's go through this example. Let's do the bond stuff first, right? We have $100 million in bonds. This is what we have issued. This is going to be my face value because this is what I'm going to have to pay back at the end, right? They are trading at a 3% premium. This means, likely my bond is going to be giving more money to someone than the market does. Therefore, it's worth more, right? So essentially, someone is giving me $103 and I'll be giving them back $100 later. Many people are giving me $103 million now, and I'll be giving them back $100 million later. That's essentially what the bond is going, right? My future value is 100 million, and my present value is going to be 103 million. How do I calculate my interest rate? Well, I know that the bonds are yielding 5.06%, right? So I know my interest rate is equal to my cost of debt before tax, which is also equal to 5.6 EAR. My cost of debt after tax is equal to 5.06 EAR multiplied by whatever money I get back, whatever money basically I have left over after the fact I get back tax, which is also just times 70%, right? 1 minus 30% is equal to 70%. That's essentially how that works. Now, what's really nice is the fact that this calculation, they already gave us the bond yielding in EAR. Usually it's going to be something like, the bond yields 5% per annum with semi-annual coupon payments, right? Compute the EAR. You would then have to do the EAR from that. Luckily, this question gives it to you right off the bat. Awesome. So now you have the cost of debt after tax. That's cool. And We will eventually calculate the weight later, but first we need to do the equity portion. Let's read the equity portion again, right? We have issued $60 million in shares, which are trading at $2.16 per share. The shares are paying dividends of 18 cents per annum with a 100% payout ratio. Where's the firm's WACC, right? So basically, 60 million in shares is what we've issued. They're trading at this much, and we give this much dividend per annum with a 100% payout ratio. Cool. So if I pay out 100% of the money, how much money do I have left over to reinvest into the business? Think about it this way. Plow back ratio is equal to 1 minus payout ratio. If I give out 100% of my money, 1 minus 100% is 0. So my plowback ratio is 0, which means my B is 0, right? Because B is essentially the plowback ratio. Cool. So if my B is 0, well, what's my growth? My growth is also 0. Why? Because according to my formula, my growth is equal to my B times the ROE. I don't care what my ROE is, because as long as I know that my B is worth 0, then my growth must also be worth 0. Cool. So I know that I am being given an 18-cent dividend. And the thing is, this is a constant perpetuity because, the fact that it is growing is 0. And also, this is a company, and, companies typically last forever. That's why it's a growing perpetuity. So what we have is our present value is 60 million shares times the amount of shares outstanding times the dollar price per share is 129.6 million. Now, our cost of equity is essentially for every dollar of share that someone owns, how much return are we giving them? 18%. We are giving them 18% return. Oh my gosh, my video's frozen. We are giving them 18% return, right, on their $2.16 ownership. This is the same as saying for every dollar that they own, we give them 8.33% back. So I can think of this 8.33 as the return of equity that my that my creditors get. Or I can also think of it as the cost of me having these people who own, the cost of me having these shareholders, right? The cost of me having these shareholders is the fact that I have to give them 18 cents over however much they own. Essentially, I have to give them 8.33% back of whatever they own. That's how I like to think about it, right? So cool. So now I have my cost of equity, right? I have my present value of equity. I have my present value of my debt, and I have my cost of debt after tax. I can do my WACC now. My WACC is going to be equal to my weight of my debt times my cost of debt times 70% plus my weight of equity times my cost of equity times nothing actually. So yeah, let me do this using my TI-84. So what is my weight of debt? My weight of debt is 103 divided by, what's my total amount? 103 plus 129.6. So my weight of debt is that much. That must mean that my weight of equity is 1 minus my weight of debt, which is that much. Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'll take my weight of debt, I'll multiply it by, what is my KD? By 0.0506 times the fact that I get 1 minus 0.3, after tax, plus my weight of equity times my return per equity, right, which is 0.083333333. I get times 100% real quick. I got 6.21163. 6.2116. Awesome. This is exactly how it's supposed to go. Cool. So components of cost of capital, right? So those were just two things that we looked at. We looked at bonds and we looked at shares. So each component of debt and equity, we have to calculate a specific cost of capital. It can be a cost of capital of equity, cost of capital of debt, whether it's a loan or a bond. It's for sure going to be a KD actually. And we're also going to have a 1 minus T thing there. And if it's shares, it's going to be KE times WE. weight of equity, right? So a couple examples, right, that they've gone through. Number one is your cost of capital of loans. So loans will typically be quoted with an interest rate and a compounding rate. So, for example, if it's 5% per annum with monthly compounding, what does that look like? You have 5% per annum with monthly compounding. How many 12-month periods do you have in a year? Well, you have 12 of them. Sorry, how many 1-month periods do you have in a year? You have 12 of them, right? So my 0.05 divided by 12. This is my periodic rate. It's going to add this to 1. I'm going to take this to the power of 12. I'm going to subtract 1. I'm going to times by 100. This is my cost of debt per annum, EAR, right? And we also need to multiply this by 1 minus t. So, 5% per annum, monthly compounded, how does this look like in the WACC? Well, if we have a $10 million outstanding loan, this is the PV, right? So it's essentially going to look like, WACC is equal to we already have our cost of debt times it by 1 minus 0.3, right? Because tax rate is 30%. So it would look like 58133 8133 times 10 million over 10 million plus equity, other debt, etc., plus whatever other components there are. That's essentially what it's going to look like. Cost of capital of bonds. So again, bonds you need to convert to EAR. There's also going to be a debt portion. So let's say if a firm has issued $100 million in 6% semi-annual bonds, which has 5 years remaining and is trading in the market today at a discount of 2%. So it's priced at 98. So your PV is going to be 98 million. Your future value is going to be negative 100 million. Basically what I'm doing is first I need to calculate the interest per year that I'm getting, right? Second, clear time value of money. I know that my present value is going to be 98. 98 million is positive actually, because it is what's going into my pocket. But at the end of it all, when I have to pay back my bonds, I'm going to have to pay back it out of my pocket. That's my future value. Now it says they expire in 5 years. Why am I using 10? Well, it's because bonds pay twice a year. So 5 times 2 is 10 payments. That's my N. And I know what my payment is going to be, right? And I can calculate this by doing my $100 million par times my 0.06% divided by 2. This is my payment per period. This is negative because it's going out of my pocket. Let's compute the interest rate. 3.2373. All right, so we need to make this EAR, right? EAR would mean making it over the course of the year. This is the 3.237, 3.237. These two need to get multiplied with each other. So number one, divide this by 100. Add this to 1. Square that. Minus 1 times 100. Cool, this is now your EAR. This is your cost of debt, cost of bonds, right? Now, this is before tax, so we need to make it after tax. So it's going to be basically this times 0.7. This is your cost of debt after tax, and what it'll end up looking like is, you'll have your 98 million of bonds over 98 million plus whatever other components. Sorry, WACC is equal to that, multiplied by what rate you got? 4.6055, sure. 4.6055% plus the other components. All right, cool. Preferred shares. So preferred shares are typically when we pay a fixed amount of dividends for some period of time, after which they convert to ordinary shares. We typically calculate as the fixed rate was continuing forever. The dividends are typically paid after tax, so we do not need 1 minus t. If they're set up to pay interest, then we would need the 1 minus t. Now the thing is, usually in most cases, you don't need 1 minus t. If for whatever reason you do need 1 minus t, your terms and conditions of the preferred shares will explicitly state so. All right, so work example preferred shares, right? 2 years ago, a company issued $20 million of shares for for $1 per share with a fixed preferred dividend of 5% per year, right, per annum, for a minimum of 10 years. Today, these shares are trading at $1.25 per share. The company tax rate is 30%. Assume the costs of issuing any new shares are 2%, both 2 years ago and now. How does it look in the WACC calculation? Well, in the WACC calculation, I'm just going to make it clear by saying every single one of them is going to be WACC is equal to some other terms plus the PV of this term over the PV of this term plus all the PV of other terms times the cost of equity of this specific instance plus whatever other terms, right? Now let's look at how this is done in practice. So originally, we issued $20 million shares for $1 share. So that means at some point we had $20 million that came to us. Now what we did is we started issuing 5% dividends, and these are fixed. What this means is once I decided originally that my dividend was going to be 5% of the $1 per share, so it's going to be 5 cents, my dividends will not increase from 5 cents, right? That means if my share price is $1 and my dividend is 5%, well, that means I pay 5 cents a share. This amount is fixed. It will never increase. 50 years from now, it's still going to be 5 cents. Today, what you have is the fact that the share prices have risen, right? That share that was $1 is now trading at $1.25. So remember, WACC, everything has to be done in fair market value. What is the fair market value of this? The book cost of these shares were $1. However, these shares are trading in the market for $1.25. Therefore, you need to update your book cost to reflect the new market cost. What's going on is you have $1.25 per share times 20 million shares is $25 million of equity essentially that you have for your shareholders. Now what you need to do is you need to calculate the dividend rate, right? Essentially your dividend rate is for every dollar of share price, how much dividend you are paying, right? So for $125 of share price, if I'm paying 5-cent dividends, well, that must mean for $1 of share price, I'm paying 4-cent dividend, right? So essentially my dividend rate is now 4%. Cool. And by the way, all of this is from the shareholder's perspective, right? So now what happens is, let's say today, hypothetically, if you were to issue new shares, they wanted to know the cost, right? All we were doing right now, this was kind of just the backstory stuff, right? This was just kind of getting us set up for the more important part of the question. The more important part of the question is hypothetically today, if you wanted to issue more debt, how much would it cost? So essentially, what portion of WACC would it be? So number one, we're going to have to realize the fact that there is a 2% cost to issuing new shares, right? So what happens is if the share price is $1.25 and there's a 2% cost, well then, the person isn't going to pay like 2% extra. They're not going to pay like, $1.27 or whatever. I'm going to have to take that 2% cost and I'm going to have to less it from my side. The person is still going to pay the $1.25. I'm just going to have to incur the cost. So instead, I'm actually only going to get 98% of whatever share price there is. That's what's going to go to the firm, right? So if I sell for $1.25, I only receive 98% of it. So I only end up receiving $1.22.5, right? $1.225 essentially. So remember, this is what I get, right? This is what I give. If I divide what I give by what I get my rates. You can do this for pretty much any portion of WACC. Just divide what you give by what you get, right? Magic formula, give over get. I am giving 5 cents no matter what. I am getting currently $1.22.5. Cool. So that means my cost of capital is 4.0863. That means for every dollar that I receive, I have to pay 4.0683 of that to the shareholders in the form of fixed dividends. Cool. So how does this look like in the WACC calculation? Same situation. It's just going to be, the terms plus the present value of that divided by the present value of the total times the cost of equity. And in this case, it would just be 25 million, right? Because 25 million is the fair market value right now. Fair market value is equal to present value. We need 25 million, not this bogus 20 million number. We need the new 25 million updated number over the rest of the total components times this cost of equity interest rate. And the thing is, this is equity. We're not dealing with the tax here. This 1 minus t, this tax rate that they gave, This is just to throw you off. Don't use it. Next up, we can calculate WACC is through ordinary shares, right? There are two main ways to calculate the cost of ordinary shares. There's something called the dividend discount model, which we have done previously. There is something called the CAPM, which we have also done previously. You can do both methods. So the DDM model, right? 2 years ago, you bought a company and they issued $100 million of shares for $1 per share. Today, the shares are trading at $1.25. The company has just paid an annual dividend of 16 cents per share, and the company tax rate is 30%. Assume the costs of issuing any shares are 2% after tax. Cool. How does this look in the WACC calculation if the expected growth rate of dividends is either 0%, which means a constant dividend, or 3% per annum forever? Cool, so let's look at that. So number one, really quickly, we had previously issued 100 million shares for $1, but today the shares are trading at $1.25. That must mean we have $1.25 million per share and 100 million shares. The present value should be $125 million, okay? Next up, we are issuing a dividend of 16 cents per share. So D null is 16 cents. Remember, anytime with DDM, you need to be very, very careful. The fact that DDM is D1 over R minus G. We likely in many situations will be given D null. So it needs to be times by 1 plus G over R minus G. This is how you would have to correctly do it, right? The company has just paid. D0, D null, just paid, right? D0 equals 0.16. So let's say if we just assume a constant dividend, right? Well, in that case, my PV is equal to PMT over R minus G. G is 0, so it's just PMT over R, right? R is also capital. You can replace it with either, right? And, just doing simple algebra, if you take your payment and you divide it by your present value, right, you get that 16 cents of the D null divided by the 1.225. Why? Because you incurred 2% costs. So this brings your rate is 13.0612%. Now let's assume that this was a growing dividend. Well, what would happen is you would have your rate, right, your discount rate, your WACC portion, your cost of capital, minus the fact that the dividends grow a little bit. This would bring your total, just solving through with the algebra, this would bring your total to 16.4531 per annum. Next up is we can do it using the CAPM approach, right? So for the past history of its share price, the company is found to have an equity beta of 0.85. It currently has 100 million shares outstanding at a price of $185 per share. Treasury bills are yielding 2%, and we expect that the S&P 500 index returns 8%, right? The tax rate is 30%. How is this going to look in the WACC calculation? Cool. So number one, we are given the fact that we have 100 million shares, and they're trading at $1.85, right? Trading at $1.85. So how much is the total present value of all these shares? It's $185 million. Just multiply these two figures. Cool. So now I know that my beta equity is equal to 0.85. It tells me explicitly in the question. My 0.85 equity beta. That's awesome. Next up is I know that my risk-free rate is 0.02. Where does it tell me that? My treasury bills, my risk-free rate is 0.02, 2%. Cool. Well, if you recall my CAPM equation, which I have right over here, this is CAPM. My expected return of the stock is equal to my risk-free rate plus my beta of equity over the excess premium, right? Excess return of the stock is equal to my risk-free rate plus the beta of the stock times the excess premium. And what is the excess premium? Well, it's basically the fact that the market is returning 8% and the risk-free rate is 2%. It's the difference of that. 8 minus 2 is equal to 6%. Cool, so now let's plug that in, right? The return of the stock is going to be equal to our 2% plus 0.85, 6 is equal to 7.1% per annum, and this is already in EAR terms. So what this will end up looking like is 185 million fair value divided by the total portfolio times 0.0711. There is nothing to do with tax. This again is a red herring. This is just to throw you off. Awesome. So now if you were to put it all together, let's say if we calculated that our cost of capital was 9.2% per annum, right? And we are contemplating whether a project that costs $20 million to enter and is expected to generate after-tax cash flows of $5 million per year for 5 years. Should we undertake the project? All right, well, actually, before we do that, first, what we should do is let's just compute our WACC, all right? So we have the present value of all over 4 kinds of things. They total equal 318. We have their cost of capital before tax, and we have our cost of capital after tax. Look, only for the debt portions, loans and bonds, is where we multiply by 1 minus 0.3. For this stuff, these are equal because their cost of capital before tax and cost of capital after tax for anything that is equity related is the same, right? Equals. However, cost of capital before tax and cost of capital after tax for anything that is debt related is going to be multiplied by 1 minus the tax rate. Cool. So now I have all of these weights and I have all of my rates. These are the rates that I'm going to use, the after tax ones. I can get this as my discount rate. Sorry, that was a little side tangent. This is the question, right? Let's say if our WACC, our cost of capital, is 9.02% per annum, and we want to see whether you're doing a project that costs $20 million and generate $5 million per year for 5-year cash flow, should we undertake it? Essentially, what we want to see is the IRR of this thing going to be greater than or less than our WACC, right? Now let's do a couple things. There's 2 things we can do. Number one, what we can do is, NPV analysis. Number 2, IRR analysis. Now remember, these are conventional cash flows. Why? Because $5 million per year for 5 years. These are going to be positive for the entirety of the system, right? So we can calculate IRR. We can use the IRR method. Now let's do it a couple different ways, right? So if I have my financial calculator ready, I'm just going to clear time value of money. Second, clear time value of money. What's going on is my present value essentially is what I need to calculate, right? What's going to happen is my N is going to be 5. My WACC is 9.02 is my interest per year, right? My payment is going to be $5 million. And remember, this is positive because it's going to pay it back to me. It's my payment, right? My future value is going to be equal to 0 because I want to see what my present value is. When I compute my present value, I get something like this, right? Now, the thing is, you always have to take the negative of this because your PV by default will return negative. Then to this, we subtract our 20 million initial investment minus 20 million. Cool. So this is NPV negative. What this means is we are losing $561,831.88. This is taking value away from the shareholders. This is a bad idea. But we can also do it with the IRR method, right? Let's calculate the IRR. I'm going to go to my CF function, cash flows. Wait, let me just clear work. CF, right? My cash flow one is 20 million. Enter. Cash flow one is 5 million. Enter. Down, 5. Enter. Down, 5. Enter. Down, 5. Enter. Down. Last cash flow 5. Awesome. Enter. By the way, let me just quickly compute NPV. I can go to NPV. My discount rate is 9.02. Enter. Down. Compute. Then I'm getting the same NPV, so I know I'm correct. But let me just go to IRR, and if I press compute, this is my internal rate of return for this project. What does this mean? Let me break it down conceptually, right? What it's saying is that this project is essentially giving me a rate of return of 7.93. After having thrown $20 million away at this project, after having received $5 million for 5 years, this is essentially the return I'm getting, right? This is the cost benefit analysis at the end of the day. What it's saying is, look, I'm paying someone else 9.02% to give me money. But this project, it's only giving me 7.93%, right? So, I'm getting 7.9%, but I'm paying 9% to someone else. So why would I do that? Why would I pay more and get less? That doesn't make sense, right? Really quick, easy numbers. Let's say if my WACC is 10%, so my cost of capital is 10%, and let's say if my IRR is 8%, right? Why would I pay someone 10 just so I can get 8? That doesn't make sense. I'm losing 2% value, right? What would make sense is, if my cost of capital is that same 10%, but let's say my IRR is 12%, right? It makes sense for me to get 12 and pay 10. That way I can pocket that extra 2% difference. So in this case, you have two methods to determine the fact that your NPV is negative. Also, your IRR is less than WACC, which means it is a bad project to take essentially. Now the thing is, this is kind of like a hard and fast rule they teach. However, next chapter we will learn about the fact that WACC can be moved up or down depending on the fact that different projects have different risk levels, right? Now, throughout this whole video, I've been referencing the fact that you can consider WACC and your discount rate as your opportunity cost. Now look at this. Let's say if my WACC calculation is 1 over WACC, right? This is my discount rate. Let's move, hang on, let me make it cleaner. Oh, there's space at the bottom, awesome. 1 over WACC, right? This is essentially what it costs me to have that capital that I have to eventually pay. Now the thing is, if a project is really risky, well then I need to punish my opportunity cost, right? This is my opportunity cost already. But if a project is especially risky, I need to increase my opportunity cost because, I am losing out on the opportunity of a safer project. The opportunity cost of a risky project is taking on a safe project. So therefore, I would actually end up increasing my I would essentially end up increasing WACC, right? Same thing if it's a project with less risk. You wanna incentivize that. You essentially wanna give it a pat on the back. So your opportunity cost would go down. Now, in the next chapter, we'll go over a couple models where WACC stays constant and your equity return and debt return will fluctuate. That would be the correct interpretation. However, we'll go through all those models and I'll make all that make sense. Awesome. So this is what I was talking about, right? Let's say if the risk of the company itself is this level, right? Well, if the risk of the project is greater than what the company can allow and you accept it, even if that return is greater than WACC, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, what our decisions is being made on is the fact that we are getting more IRR than WACC, right? This is WACC. Yeah, we're getting more IRR here. However, the risk of these projects is greater than the risk that the company allows. So technically, we are supposed to say no to these, right? And in terms of all of these, right? Like, yeah, our return of the project is less than WACC, right? Like WACC is bare minimum what we need, but we're only getting this much, so we should reject it. However, these projects have a lower risk than what the company allows, which means we should incentivize these. That's what I was saying with this portion, right? We need to either punish or incentivize WACC. And we do this by using the security market line of the risks and the beta, essentially. Yeah, so let's move on to chapter 9 then. I'm going to pause this one and then move on to the new one. All right, chapter 9. So I'm not going to recap WACC because if you want to recap, you can watch the previous section of the video. Okay, essentially, what's going on is hypothetically, typically our WACC, you're going to have some portion of debt and some portion of equity, right? Hypothetically, what would it look like if a company had absolutely zero debt and only equity? Well, my weight of my debt is going to be equal to 0. That means this whole term is going to be equal to 0. And my weight of my equity is going to be equal to 1, which means I'm essentially just going to have my WACC is equal to cost of equity, right? Simply what it means is if I have 0 debt, then the return I owe to the shareholders is basically the entire cost of capital for me, right? Because what other return do I have to owe? There are no creditors, there are no debt holders, so it's only the shareholders. So my WACC is my cost of equity capital. And what this means is if I only have one cost of equity, if I only have one cost of capital and it's my cost of equity, that means, a company is going to have some portion of some level of beta. That means, assuming a zero debt company, the beta of that company is going to equal the beta of the equity. Now, what is this beta, right? Going back to a linear regression model, all you would be doing to find the beta of a company is, let's say if you have X and Y, right? What you would do is on X, you would have the returns of the market, year one, returns of the market year two, returns of the market year three, right? It could be year 1 to 3, it could be day 1 to 3, it could be month 1 to 3. I don't care. You use whatever units, right? Y would be the return of the company year 1, return of the company year 2, return of the company year 3, right? And by return of the company, I simply mean like like their earnings per, like some kind of ratio essentially, right? Like how much they earn per how much they have, something like that. That's a good example to use. So you would have those X and Y variables and you would regress those on a linear regression, and eventually it would spit out a slope. Now that slope is equal to the beta of the company. In the situation where you have zero debt, that beta of the company would equal exactly to the equity of the beta. So the beta of the equity, I mean. So a little note on the WACC calculation. The interest rate components of WACC must all be expressed in the same way for the weighted average, right? So again, this is just a reiteration. Make sure everything is in EAR. Stick to it, memorize it. So a couple components of WACC. If you were to look at your bond yield, right, which is essentially like how much your bond is paying divided by how much the bond is being discounted by, right? This is the present value of the bond. Well, this was used to be an R, now it's a KD, right? In the Gordon growth model, your R now just gets substituted by KE. And your CAPM is basically, instead of having your return of the stock here, you just have your cost of equity. Now the thing is, this is the same, this is the same. These two things have changed, and let me really quickly pull up my where is it? My CAPM, right? We have our ERM minus RF, and we have RF here, right? That's the same. What's changed? The fact that instead of the return of the stock and the beta of the stock, all we have is the return of the equity and the beta of the equity. Now look, I said return of equity, I meant cost of equity, same stuff, same thing. All right, Modiglian, one M and another M and M, that's what I would call them. I don't know how to say their names, right? So they're assuming a couple things. Number one, they're assuming a world where tax does not exist. Pretty sweet world if you ask me. But essentially, under this assumption that taxes do not exist, they're making two propositions, right? They're basically proposing two theories. Number one, the theory that they're proposing is that the value of a firm is independent of its financial leverage, right? Let's look at this. What they're saying is that, we don't have to believe it's true. Let's just graph it out and let's see what happens, right? What they're saying is that the value of the firm, right, we can call it value of the firm, is unlevered, is going to be the constant. It's going to be same. It's not going to change. It's not going to go up and down. It's just going to be the same. Whether you have zero debt or you have, a large amount of debt, right? This is essentially, you move from a D to E ratio of 0 to eventually a D to E ratio of, well, it goes till infinity, but in reality, infinity doesn't really exist. But essentially what it means is that it's implying that the value of the firm is going to be equal to a constant value. Let's look at some capital structures, right? So this is a total slice of how you have a capital structure, right? These are both capital structures. I could throw in a third circle here and I don't know, have it split down the middle. These are essentially all capital structures. Whether I have debt, equity, what portion, it does not matter. All it's saying is that the total size of the circle is going to stay the same, assuming everything else is the same. It's kind of like this where, whether you cut a pizza into 4 pieces or 6 pieces, it's still at the end of the day the same pizza. As much as you'd like to say you ate 4 pieces, you still ate a whole pizza. So we've talked a lot about arbitrage in this video. Essentially what it's saying is that A market is efficient enough to the point where it does not let arbitrage exist. Why? Because if arbitrage exists, what is stopping any from buying low, selling high, right? And people buy low and sell high all the time, but that is due to legitimate reasons. Maybe like a piece of news comes out that actually legitimately causes the valuation of a stock to change. Sometimes the difference is just a mistake, right? We hope for that mistake to be pretty much zero because we would hope that an efficient enough market is speedy enough to automatically correct any price mismatches, right? Where, if it notices a price mismatch, it immediately corrects it. That's what we hope with an efficient market. Now, let's say if a levered firm and an unlevered firm would have different values, right? Well, then what would happen is, hypothetically, let's say if a levered firm had more value than unlevered, well, then why wouldn't someone just buy this one and then use the extra cash flow to buy this one, right? What would happen is it would slowly push the values like this, and then it just equals the same again, right? Versus, let's say if the opposite was true, well then, instead of this, now it's this. Well then they would use this extra cash flow to buy out this guy, and if enough people started doing that, the more people that start doing, the more the prices converge to this. So either way, you're gonna have an equal price of whether you have completely unlevered versus levered versus completely levered and unlevered, right? At the end of the day, we are saying that the price would be equal to zero. Otherwise, there would be arbitrage, and arbitrage is not welcome in this course. Cool. So, leverage increases equity return while WACC stays constant, right? So, this is our WACC equation, and some stuff has changed. This is the WACC we're used to. What's going on in this one, right? Original WACC here. What's going on? Let's figure out what's going on. Number one, we have our WACC, right? It's going to be equal to the cost of capital of the assets, essentially the cost of capital of the entire unlevered firm, right? You can forget this part for now. Essentially, think about WACC as being equal to the cost of the capital completely unlevered. Well, what that ends up equaling to is, let's say if you have the weight of equity times the cost of capital of equity, that makes sense, right? E over V is just the weight of E. That makes sense. We've seen this on our equation before. Plus the weight of debt times KD, right? Well, then what this ends up equaling to is, if you were to do the algebra, this thing becomes this thing. Now, I personally like algebra. I like deriving equations just to make sure it makes sense, right? This is what we started with, right? KU is equal to this guy, right? This is what we started with. Essentially, if you want to isolate for KE, what you would have to do is first, what I did was I multiplied first what I did is I took this side and I moved it over to this side, right? Now I have KU minus this guy is equal to that guy. Makes sense. Then I took both of these and I multiplied them by VE because I wanted to cancel out, because I wanted to isolate this. So if I multiply this by VE, it cancels out. So I just get KE on one side. And what happens is I multiply VE to each one of these terms, right? So VE times the cost of capital unlevered minus DE times the cost of capital of debt. Now hang on a second. How did my DV multiplied by VE turn into my DE, right? Well, if you look at it, what ends up happening is that part's pretty simple. My V's cancel out, it just becomes DE. What I'm saying now is, how does my VE go into like the rest of the thing? Because this thing does not have a V. This has a V. Where does the V go? It's pretty simple, really. So my V is equal to my D plus E, which is this. So I can just take my V out and put D plus E in it. Now, I've gone through this many times in this video. A plus B over C is equal to A over C plus B over C, right? So I'm just going to separate this into two little terms here. Everything else stays the same. And I'm going to multiply these out to KU. So I have DE times KU plus EE times KU. Notice how EE just reduces to 1. Minus the original DE times KD is equal to cost of equity, right? And then what I'll do is I reduce this to 1. Sorry, I just bring this over to this side. I swap this with that, just for simplicity. Then what I'll do is I'll factor out DE from each of these, so I get DE times cost of capital unlevered minus cost of capital of debt plus 1, right? Because this becomes 1 times cost of capital unlevered. And then this is my final identity. I just, swap it around a bit to make it look nice. Bring this to that side, bring this to that side. Yeah, cost of capital of equity is equal to the cost of capital of unlevered plus debt over equity ratio times the cost of capital of unlevered minus cost of capital of debt. This is exactly now looking like this. Cool. By the way, just so you know, in your formula sheet, you will have this. It's over here. However, just know that in a taxless world, what happens to this? It disappears. It's just equal to 1, right? So, KEKUDE, that's what we have, times that. KEKUDE times what we have is that. So, same equation. I've just derived it because I like deriving it. All right. So, what does this all mean? Sorry, this is proposition 2. Let me just go over that. What the second proposition means is that as you increase leverage, right, the greater the return to equity while the WACC stays constant. What does that mean and why is that the case, right? Look, so we have determined that our cost of capital unlevered is going to stay constant throughout, right? That is one of the assumptions that they're making as well. Next up, what's going on is our cost of capital of debt is going to stay the same as well, right? So if you have your cost of capital of equity is equal to that whole, equation we derived, it will look something like this. The reason being is, let's say you have let's say you have completely no debt, right? Well, then your WACC is just equal to whatever your cost of equity is. And your cost of equity is just equal to KU because this whole term will equal to 0, right? Now what happens when you start increasing the amount of debt you have? When you increase the amount of debt, the weight of this will increase, right? The weight of this will increase and the weight of this will decrease. So essentially, any contribution to WACC from debt will be offset by any contribution to this, by any detribution, to WACC by the decrease in weights of this, right? Look, if I increase my weight of debt, right, what's going to happen? My WACC should increase, right? And that makes sense. However, I'm also decreasing the weight of my KE. So it's like, I do this and then I do this. So it literally just makes an X and it cancels out. That's why we have WACC staying constant. Now, let's look at why the cost of capital for equity rises as the more debt we have. Well, if you look at something like your free cash flow to the firm, right? This is essentially what the cash flows that are generated that the firm gets to be able to pay off its debt holders and its stakeholders, right? This gets split up to be able to pay the debt holders, that's the D and H, and the shareholders, right? Now the thing is, let's say if in the case of no debt, right? If you don't have debt, that means you just don't have debt holders. That means 100% of this will belong to the shareholders. However, in this situation, what's going on now is we are introducing debt. Whoops, where's my back button? Yeah, so we are now introducing debt, right? That's what's going on. So what happens now is we can't completely ignore debt holders. What happens is that some of this free cash flow to the firm goes to the debt holders. Now this leaves less free cash flow for the shareholders. This increases their risk. This increases their exposure. Now, because basically they want to get some return out of it, right? But they have less money, right? Essentially, you have less money for the shareholders. This increases their risk. This makes them want to get a higher return. This increases the cost of their capital because you have less coming in. So if you just raise the cost, it should balance out, or at least that's what the logic is. And let's talk about the beta now, right? Let's say if you have an completely unlevered company, well, then what's going to happen is that your beta of your asset, essentially the slope of the company, is going to equal the cost of capital of the company, right? That makes sense. Now let's say if we have an equity beta and it's levered. Well, what's going to happen is that my beta of my equity is going to equal my cost of my equity, but now I'm going to have some other terms where I basically have a risk-free rate and then my market excess, right? So firm value is basically V equals D plus E. So the beta of any portfolio is the weighted sum of the betas of the assets in the portfolio. Basically what that means is my beta of my asset is equal to my debt to value ratio times beta of my D plus my E over V times beta D. Essentially, my beta asset is equal to the weight of D times beta of D plus weight of E times beta of E. So alternatively, if you were to mathematically rearrange this into that, you get something that looks like that. And the reason is if we use this, right, our assumptions say that as we increase our debt utilization, the cost of capital for equity should increase. If the cost of capital for equity increases, it's directly proportional to the beta, so the beta should increase, right? Now let's look at this. Let's say if hypothetically before you have 100K of equity, 0K debt, right? Then you do some capital restructure and you have 50K equity, 50K debt. This is a K. Sorry, my K's are drawn super bad. Right? So essentially what's going on is your beta of your equity is going to be equal to your beta of the asset plus beta of asset minus beta of debt. Now my beta of debt is 0. I don't have any debts. And also, even if I did have any beta of debt, it would have been 0 either way because my debt to equity ratio is just 0, right? So essentially what's going on is my beta of equity is equal to my beta of my asset. This term just cancels out, right? Because this is 0. That makes sense. My beta of equity of my unlevered firm, 0 debt, should equal to the beta of my asset. Now let's say if I do some capital restructuring, right? My beta of my equity, now my debt to equity is 1-to-1, and what this becomes is beta of equity is equal to beta of asset. By the way, in this course, we assume a beta of debt is equal to 0. In reality, it'll be slightly different, but let's say we just assume it's 0, right? If we minus 0, we do nothing. So it's basically times 1 now. And essentially what ends up happening is now our beta of equity goes up to 2. Before it was just 1, now it goes up to 2. And this makes sense because when I introduce debt, I have less money available to the shareholders, which increases the overall return that they want, which increases the overall risk that they want. Cool. So now let's say if we assume beta of debt equals 0, which is what we do in this course, then this is essentially like what I have derived here. Beta of asset is the unlevered beta with no debt and 100% equity. Beta of equity is levered beta with debt. Cool. So the reality is, this is what I was talking about. In Finance 201, debt has a beta of 0, but in reality, it's not perfect like that. So we're going to have a different amount. Also, government want taxes. Interest on debt is a tax deduction, and that reduces your tax bill by tax charge times the interest, right? So essentially what happens is the more debt you have, the risk it is for the bondholder because, the more of their money is tied up in your project now. So as you increase debt, for the most part, nothing happens and it suddenly starts to increase. Well, we know that our cost of capital of unlevered has to equal the same. We know WACC is constant. So if this guy goes up, then this guy's got to come down, right? Just to make that all equal constant. That's what that looks like. Bankruptcy costs. So essentially, the fact of the matter is that you can have bad reputations in business, right? If I have a bad reputation in business, for example, if I take on too much debt, well, that might signal to people like, hey, why does this guy need money? I thought he was doing fine. If he needs money, chances are something is fishy. I should probably, be cautious around him. That means, instead of being able to take out lines of credit, you might have to pay upfront cost. That's a cost because time value of money exists, right? Or for example, a direct cost would be that people just want to set a specific like a payment schedule with you, then maybe they bring in lawyers, etc. That would be a direct cost. An indirect cost is effect on suppliers and customers, right? Your customers, let's say, all of a sudden, if word gets out that you're a bit dodgy and if you're basically a bit essentially riskier than another firm, well then your customer is less likely to choose you, and that's an indirect cost itself. So bankruptcy costs, essentially what happens is that creditors will be anticipating the possible cost and inconvenience, and the firm loses the suppliers, customers, employees, receivables. Essentially, the firm loses value before the bankruptcy even occurs. So now let's look at government demands tax, right? The firm EBITs. So if we have a company that is completely unlevered, which means they, this is their earnings before interest and taxes, what'll happen is they'll take some portion, they'll give it out as dividends, and the rest of that, they'll give it out as taxes. Cool. Now what happens if something is levered, right? Now, keep in mind, if I have 100K in debt, well, then I get 30K back, assuming my tax rate is 30%, right? So essentially what's going on is if I increase this wedge of debt, right, I will be taking away the amount of taxes that I need to pay, and this wedge just gets transferred over to dividend to the shareholders' equity portion, right? The reason this works is my interest on my debt is a tax shield, so this wedge just disappears, right? This wedge from here disappears. Where does this go? Well, at the end of the day, you're paying less money to the government. The government does not like not collecting money, so this will end up being the interest income of someone else, and they will then pay taxes on that. But anyways, that's a side tangent. So what's going on is that your tax burden reduces when you increase the amount of debt you have in a business. The more levered you are, the better it is for your tax planning. Typically. Of course, you got to be smart about it though. So the value of the interest tax shield. So let's just say, let's take a perpetuity of it. How much do I save per year, and what is the cost of it per year? If I just divide those two, I get a perpetuity. So let's work out how much I save each year. How much I save each year is the rate that I save times the amount that I end up saving times the tax shield that I get back, right? Well, my rate is just my cost of capital of debt times the actual amount of debt I have times my tax shield, right? Cool, this is going to be my numerator, right? KD times D times TC. If I want to take this to perpetuity, I got to divide it by the discount rate. The discount rate is just KD. That cancels out. So it's pretty simple math. My present value in perpetuity of all of my interest tax shields is basically just the total amount of debt I have multiplied by the tax shield itself. If I have 100K in debt this year and I get a tax shield of 30%, well then in perpetuity my total savings are essentially just going to be my 100K of debt that I have in my company times my tax shield is essentially 30K, right? If I have $20 million in debt that I've issued and my tax shield is 10%, well, it's just going to be 20 million times my 10% of my tax shield, right? It's going to be equal to $2 million worth of benefit that I see, the value of the tax shield. And what's cool is that value directly gets added to the equity value. So Proposition 1 would tax the firm value with use of the tax shield, right? The more you increase your debt, you will get something called a tax shield, right? Hang on, let me use my cursor. Right? The more I increase debt, I will get something called a tax shield. If I have very little debt, I'll have very little tax shield. If I have a decent amount of debt, I have a decent amount of tax shield. If I have a lot of debt, I have a lot of tax shield. If I have this amount of debt, I have this amount of tax shield. That's simply that, right? And my VU of the firm is constantly changing, but then what I meant to say is my VU of the firm is constant, right? So my total value is my value of the unlevered plus whatever value I get from my tax shield in perpetuity, right? This makes sense. So the M in Proposition 2 with tax, what they're saying is that the return on equity becomes the cost of capital of equity is essentially the unlevered cost of capital plus your weight of debt times the amount that is left over after debt times the difference between the unlevered cost and the debt cost. The assumption here is that debt, essentially total debt, stays constant, not the D to E ratio of debt to equity. For example, if we let E get all the benefits as the firm grows, so E grows as the V grows, while D stays constant, right? Basically, V equals E plus D, right? If you want V to grow, either one of these has to grow. But if we set the condition that D is going to be constant, D is not going to change, well then E is the one that can grow such that V grows. And the amount that the value grows by is literally the exact same that the value of the equity grows by. And so essentially how this is derived is the fact that, let's see if you just look at this, right? Your total cash flow is essentially the cost of the unlevered versus times the value of the unlevered. This gives you the cash flow of the unlevered for 1 year before tax. And this is equal to the cost of equity plus the value of equity, right? And what ends up happening is you add in the cost of debt times the value of debt, and you divide these two by the fact that you're paying tax on them. You don't have to divide this by that because this is already after tax. And this total cumulative gives you the cash flow before tax of a levered firm is equal to the cash flow before tax of the unlevered firm. These two things by mathematical definition should be equal. You rearrange this, you get this thing, and you rearrange that a bit further, you get this thing. What it means is that my cost of capital of equity is equal to my cost of capital of unlevered plus my ratio of debt to equity times however much money I have left over after I pay my taxes times my difference in unlevered versus debt. Essentially what this slide tells you is the fact that you want your debt to equity ratio to be constant, right? Because when you do this, your cost of your return of equity will grow more because you'll have the same, because as your debt will increase, you will also have to increase the proportion of equity. And this leads us to our original WACC, where with WACC it will decrease the more weight of debt you have because it will start multiplying by the factor of after-tax earnings. So what ends up happening is this diagram looks confusing, but look at this. We have previously determined that the WACC is going to be constant. We previously determined that the cost of debt capital is going to be the same. Eventually at some point it'll look like that, and eventually at some point this will look like that, but that's all right. And we've determined the cost of capital of equity looks like this, right? Now let's look at why WACC with taxes looks like this. Now look at this. This remains constant. This remains constant, right? When I start increasing the weight of this, I start decreasing the weight of this. Basically, whichever weight you start increasing, WACC tends to move towards that. Here, my weight of debt is 0, but I've started increasing my weight of debt, so my WACC is moving towards my weight of debt, right? Think of it this way. Think of it as literally like, this happens to be your weight of debt. This happens to be your weight of equity. They're playing tug of war. This is the middle ground, little tug of war action. Essentially, they're just playing back and forth, right? If you increase the weight of equity, well, what will happen is, right? If you increase the weight of equity, then your WACC will, oh my gosh, sorry. Then your WACC will move closer to this side, right? If you increase the weight of debt, then your WACC will move closer to that side. Essentially, that's what's going on. As we increase the weight of debt, our WACC will start to move towards this, right? Now note, this will never touch it. It'll just move close to it. All right, so the combined realities, right? Now, notice at some point how I was talking about eventually this thing will end up going like that and this thing will end up going like that. Well, it can only go to the point where these 2 points intercept, and that's the end game. And this thing will start going up as well with that. Awesome. And this is just another version of this, but we have D over V instead of D over E on this axis. So the effect of taxes on leveraged beta. Let's say if we assume that the beta of debt is 0, then we have our beta of equity is equal to the beta of the unlevered multiplied by 1 plus the ratio of debt to equity, right? And if our debt to equity is 1, well then our beta of equity is just becomes 2 of the unlevered beta. And with taxes, what ends up happening is it'll be, let's say if you're paying 30% taxes now and your debt to equity is still a 1-to-1, well then what'll end up happening is your beta is roughly proportional to your beta unlevered times, well then it would be mathematically 1.7. So a little bit of a worked exercise. Suppose your company has $30 million outstanding in debt and $70 million in equity, right? So our debt to equity is 30 over 70, right? Weight of debt would be 30 over 100. Weight of equity would be 70 over 100. Cool? Cost of debt is 5% before tax. Cost of equity is 11%. Tax is 35%. You decide to issue 10 million more debt and use this to buy back 10 million in equity, right? Think about this, where, hang on. This was your total D to E, right? You had roughly 30K in debt, 70K in equity, right? Now what ends up happening is you buy $10, you get $10 more of debt and you reduce your equity by a little bit, right? Because you buy back some equity. So, this thing is still equal to 100. It's just the weights have changed a little bit. The weights have gone from 30% and 70% respectively to 40% and 60% respectively, right? Or at least that's what you might think. However, we need to realize the fact that we are getting a tax shield which will actually end up increasing some value of the equity as well. So the debt will be like 40 million, the equity will be the 60 million now, plus whatever new tax shield value we have, right? Let me make that a bit clear. The equity value was been like the original equity value minus whatever we gave to debt plus the value from the tax shield. So let's go over this example. Essentially, there's a 3-step process you got to do. First, you got to determine the before situation. Then you got to make it to the neutral base case, which is unlevered. Then you got to bring it back up, right? So you have your base case, you got to unlever it, and then you got to lever it back up again, and then this will give you your final answer. This is essentially the process on how you want to go about this situation. Good keywords to look is basically if you anytime hear or see or think of the process of essentially you're buying more debt and you're using this to buy back some equity, right? You're issuing more debt, you're buying back equity. Think about this process. You gotta first have your original, you gotta unlever it, and then you gotta lever it back up again, and this will be your answer proportion. Cool. So before, we had 30 million in debt, 70 million equity, 100 million valuation, cost of debt capital 5%, cost of equity capital 11%, taxes 35%, right? Simply just listing out the variables from the question. Nothing too special about that. My weight of debt is 30%, my weight of equity is 70%. Cool. So my WACC originally was 0.3 times 0.5 times 0.65, right? Because 1 minus 35% plus 0.7 times 11, I get this. This is not crazy. We have done this a couple times by now, right? Now the thing is, this is levered at a debt to equity ratio of 30 over 70. What we need to do is we need to unlever this and then re-lever to get to 40. Really simply, the formula you were looking for, if you're just a formula applier, is this one. Right? Now this is derived from, it was another formula, I believe, but all you got to do is if you simply plug your values, 11% cost of equity, 5% cost of debt, debt to equity ratio, your 65%, your 1 plus debt to equity ratio, 65%, you should get this number, right? This is going to be the next portion of the thing. Next, what you need to do is you need to re-lever to debt equals 40 million. So remember how originally we had 30 million of debt and 70 million of equity to get a total valuation of 100 million. Now we increase our debt by 10 million, so our debt becomes 40 million. However, what ends up happening is that we get a new tax shield because When you have more debt, your tax shield increases as well. So 35% of $10 million is equal to $3.5 million. This goes to equity, right? So your debt became debt plus 10 million. Your equity became your equity minus 10 million because we bought it back plus 3.5 million. So essentially it became 70 million minus 10 million equals 60 million plus 3.5 million is equal to 63.5 million. And your new debt to equity ratio is essentially 40 million debt over 63.5 million equity. And then you can calculate your new weights using this. And then all you need to do is, you remember this formula? This one? Simple plug and play here. Your cost of equity capital is going to be equal to your cost of capital unlevered, which you calculated in the previous question, or in the previous portion, because you know this isn't going to change. And what you say is that this is going to equal to whatever ratio of debt to equity I have now, times the tax shield, times the difference in my unlevered capital and my debt capital. This will help me get my cost of capital of equity, which is 11.614172 per annum, right? So if you were to calculate a new WACC from this, what you would do is, this is now your new cost of equity, right? Your weight of equities you've calculated here, your weight of debt you've calculated here, and your cost of debt is the same 5%, right? Except you just have a new weight now, and you would calculate a new WACC. Now let's see if this conceptually makes sense according to our graph. Previously we had a WACC of 8.675. Now we have a WACC of 8.38. So our WACC went down. Okay, let me go back to my graph, right? What did we do? We increased the amount of debt we have, so our WACC, it decreased, right? Checks out. The theory works out with the math, so we're golden. All right, so these are just some of the answer to that, and some practical choices to debt to equity, right? Where there's some things you need to consider. Some things like the capital structure, like what the economic theory suggests. The economic theory suggests that there's going to be like certain optimal levels of graphs on these that you would like to recommend. But also then there's some human behavioral factors, right? We typically have just if you have zero finance knowledge, you will typically have a negative connotation and negative stereotype about debt. We need to be aware of the fact, right? People don't always treat debt as good. Agency costs of debt, right? For example, we have agents and managers, and we want to align their interests with the managers and those of the shareholders, right? This was literally chapter 1. What happens is that the debt changes the manager's incentives. For example, a manager can just get more debt and then gamble it on a high risk project, right? What happens is that bondholders are not shareholders. And what happens is, if they gamble that money, right, and if they win, that's great because it's great for the shareholders. But if they lose, the shareholders aren't really affected too much, but the bondholders are pretty much screwed. So that's a bad thing. Another thing is that it is possible to change your various investment policies as a result of the firm having debt. And this is what is caused by like the behavioral issues, right? So for example, let's say, you have a loan of 40 million due next year, but your assets are worth only 10, including 10 million cash. So what you might do is, well, you know that you don't have enough assets to cover your loan. So the market value of that loan is only worth $30 million. So what a manager might do is you gamble the 10 million on a high risk project, right? 10% chance you make a lot of money, 90% chance you make nothing. And if you do the overall NPV of this, it is negative. On average, this will harm the shareholders' value, right? If you win, you keep your job. So essentially, you don't want to take a lot of high risk because it is bad for these guys, right? But being in this situation might cause you to. Another agency cost is that, let's say, same situation, you have a 40 million loan and your assets are worth 30 million but no cash, right? And let's say, you're given an opportunity to invest 10 million in a project that will give you 20 million with pretty much 100% guarantee, right? You should do it. If your cost is 10 and you're getting back 20, well then your profitability index is what, 2, right? So, but you don't do it because I'm out of cash, I got to raise more cash again, right? No. If a bondholder sees this, that you are pretty much guaranteed to get 20 million NPV, then you should obviously do this, right? In fact, the bondholders would be better off because they would actually be able to recoup their debt, and the shareholders would be better off. Agency cost example 3, right? 40 million loan, and your assets were 30 million, including 20 million cash, right? What you end up doing is, instead of paying back your loan with the 20 million cash and likely 20 million from selling assets, you instead take the 20 million cash and you pay it out as a cash dividend. So, it's nice for the shareholders. They get a little bit of pocket change. And, because you're a manager, the shareholders have aligned your interest with the firm. So you own some company, so your shares would have gone up too as well. And then after that, you just run away. So yeah, this was kind of a weird example. But anyways, now let's say if a firm is in financial distress because they have too much debt in the capital structure, if you issue more equity, who benefits, right? Issuing more equity protects the bondholders, so the value of their bonds holdings will increase. Whereas, right, existing shareholders lose value because of dilution. If someone owns 10% of the company and you issue more shares, let's say if you issue 10% more shares, well, their shares will decrease by 10% because they get diluted. Asymmetric information. So technically, managers know more about the company than either the bondholders or the shareholders, because their managers deal with the company every day. Shareholders only deal with annual general meeting or board of director meeting. Bondholders don't care about that. Bondholders just need their regular interest payments and they're good and they're chilling, right? The managers prefer to limit the amount of sensitive information, right? Because if you give sensitive information, usually sensitive information means bad things. So, people will think bad about your company, you lose credibility, you have tons of costs, indirect and direct costs that go up, right? And this influences the choice of funding, because with equity funding, you have to give a lot of information away. With debt funding, you don't have to give as much information away. So you can kind of see, depending on how sneaky and dodgy they want to be, they might start to pick a debt funding heavy structure than compared to something that is an equity funded structure, right? And essentially, so what this is explaining is that your managers don't want specific information to get out. So if they're in a situation where they basically need to pay something, they will first use their retained earnings, because no one will question the fact that a company is using its own retained earnings. Instead, it is almost pretty much expected, right? Let's say if they have insufficient earnings, what they're going to do is first they're going to get debt, because it is easier to get in the sense that they have to give less information away. They don't want to make themselves look as bad. Then they will lean into some issuing equity, assuming this and this isn't good enough. Let's say if they have extra cash, what they're going to do is they're going to first repay the debt and then they'll repay the equity. All right, so debt also focuses managers, because when you have debt interest that has to be paid before anything, right? Basically, your free cash flow to the firm, it gets split up between your debt holders and your shareholders, right? These guys have to be paid first. What it does is it prevents useless spending, right? Usually, people will have very exotic company cars. Well, I don't know about usually, but I've seen a lot of instances where people have very exotic company cars. They have Chipotle with extra guac and double steak or everything for lunch or whatever every single day, right? Essentially, they waste a lot of money. But when you have a debt obligation, right, where you have to take some of your free cash flow and you have to pay it off to debt holders, right, or bond holders, well, then this makes you a bit more reliable. It increases the cost efficiency. And there's a game of trying to find the optimal debt to equity ratio, right? Sometimes you might have too much. Sometimes it might be too little, right? If you're having too much, well, then you're going to have to pay a lot of interest, right? There's also financial distress, because debt can create negative connotations, right? Excessive risk taking, right? Because if you're very highly debt leveraged, although what that means is you need to earn a lot of money, because if you don't earn money, then you're not able to pay your debts off immediately, which creates extra pressure in your mind. Under investment as well. And the exact opposite of those is too little leverage. So your WACC is essentially that line we calculated. Now what ends up happening is that the cost of capital that is unleveraged ends up going up a bit due to the agency cost, right? Because the cost of capital is increasing due to the fact that there is some new extra cost that we have to account for. Also bankruptcy costs, right? So actually the cost of capital gets pushed up a little bit. What we can determine, if you wanted to take this function and you take its first derivative, you would get roughly something that is this value, or at least in this range. This would be the optimal leverage point. Because essentially the goal is to reduce this, right? Well, the goal is to reduce WACC. WACC is high here, WACC is high here, WACC is kind of low here. And it's like a saucepan shape. Exact opposite in terms of the firm's value. What do you want to do with the firm's value? Do you want it to be high or low? Obviously high. So if it looks like that, well, then you want it to be as high on this point as possible, right? And this kind of does end up looking like a saucepan shape as well, and you want it to be as high as possible on this graph. You could also take the first derivative of the value of the firm and make it equal to 0, and then you would get the tangent point that equals the highest point, which is the optimal leverage. Cool. So, there's some trade-off theory. Essentially, what's going on is that there is no such thing as something for nothing. If you want a higher value of the firm, what are you going to have to give up for it? You're going to have to give up the fact that you might have to be less leveraged, right? Or might have to be more leveraged. Or let's say if you want a low opportunity cost, which is a lower WACC, you might have to balance that out every day. You might have to balance it out essentially. So factors that influence optimal D to E. So, if you have more cash flows that come in, right, you are considered a safer entity, which makes it more enticing for banks to invest in you, to give you loans. So if your D increases, you have a higher debt to equity because more cash flows make it easier for your D to increase. Next up is you have high risk cash flows, right? Obviously, if you're a riskier firm in general, people will be less willing to lend you money, so you will have a lower D to E. And next up is you have high R&D spending. Basically, is you don't know if your research and development will pay off or not, right? If it doesn't pay off, well then, it's risky for the people lending you money because they don't know if they're going to make it back or not. So you'll have a lower debt to equity typically. Higher warranty costs as well, which lead to lower debt to equity. Past profitability. For example, if in the past you have never needed debt, and if you need debt now, well, why is the bank going to give you all that you ask for? They're going to be very critical. They're going to think that, hey, you've never needed it before. Why do you need it now? I think you might be overstating how much you need. Let me reduce that D to E ratio for you, right? CEOs' preferences and priorities as well, right? Sorry, CFOs. All right, so in terms of different theories, this is a graph you could look at where essentially electric utilities tend to have a higher portion of debt to equity versus something like software. You have lower of that. Summary of theorems. Essentially, Fisher's separation theorem suggests that investment decisions should be different from financing decisions. Next up, M&M proposition 1 is that the value of a firm is unaffected by how a firm is financed, right? It goes up with leverage. V of the firm increases as the D over V increases. Next up, the M&M proposition 2, right? The return on equity goes up with leverage while the WACC is constant, or the WACC drops with leverage towards the after-tax debt rate. Essentially, what this suggests is weight of debt, weight of equity, WACC. It will go to whichever side you increase the weight of more. If you increase the weight of debt more, your WACC will go towards the weight of debt, which will essentially mean your WACC decreases. Awesome. That is chapter 9. Now let's go on to chapter 10, which is like essentially how you get money, like the process of it and whatnot. This one is going to be a lot more theory focused as opposed to math focused. There is going to be some math, don't get me wrong, but the math here is significantly simpler. It's pretty much just a unit analysis. I'm going to stop my recording and I'm going to make a new one just so I don't lose this one. All right, let's go over chapter 10, raising capital. So essentially what a business cycle looks like is, you have an idea, you want to start a business, right? You need money. How do you do that? You get capital from investors, right? This will be seed capital. You'll use it to buy assets, which will in turn create revenue, which will in turn create profit, some of which will be given back as dividends to the investors, and some of which will be kept in retained earnings to further buy more assets, to create more revenue, to do this and then do that. Cool. Financing options, right? You need money to do a business. How do you get money? You can get money using this method, or you can get money using this method, or you can get money using a little bit of this and a little bit of that, right? How do you get money using this? Well, you can do something called a private placement. You can do a public offering. If you want to do a public offering, you can do this one or this one. If you want to get money using this way, you can do it this way or this way. Let's go over what all those mean. All right, equity financing. So sources of equity funds for startups, right? Number one is angel investors. So I'd say, if you have a brilliant idea, you'll often do something called a friends and family round where, you'll raise maybe 10K, 15K, 20K, right? Essentially money that the angel investors are okay losing, because these are the people who are at the end of the day going to be there for you, and they're just family members, and even if your business fails, they're still going to be there for you, right? Next up, you have venture capital firms. Is once you're able to use your angel investor funding to create somewhat of a minimum viable product, right? An MVP at least, or as long as maybe you're able to find some sort of product market fit, well then you'll go to a VC firm, which will eventually give you resources, connect you to high net worth individuals, all that stuff, right? And they specialize in raising money to invest in the private equity of potentially high growth young firms, right? You'll do something called like a seed round, right? Maybe you even have a pre-seed. Well, pre-seed is typically angel. Then you'll do a seed. Then it's like Series A funding, Series B, Series D, etc. Right? Next up is further sources of equity funding, where basically, for growing companies, institutional investors, right? Like institutional investors, for example, Sun Life Insurance, right? They will have some kind of investments, likely of some kind of company for equity, in the hopes that the company grows, so that way their equity ownership and the company grows, so that way their life insurance fund grows, right? Corporate investors. So this is typically for a strategic objective, right? Private equity is basically you look at unlisted investments and you kind of want to just like print money at the end of the day. All right, so credibility is often very important in investing, right? GE wasn't doing too hot. Well, look at this, 2008, no one was doing too hot. Buffett was like, hey, you know what? Take $3 billion. Guess what this does? This drastically boosts GE's morale. Other people want to invest in GE. This price goes up a little bit. Public or private? So some of the advantages of staying private is the fact that you maintain control. If I were to start a business right now, I can go on Alberta registries and get sole proprietorship, or incorporated, right? I would be 100% of the shareholder. I have 100% of the control and 100% of the say as to what goes on in the business, right? I get to keep 100% of the profits, and I am the only one making decisions, so I get to reduce compliance costs. Advantages of going public is, I only have maybe 20K to my name at most right now. Maybe if I raise like 50K for my family here and there, it's 70K. It's not a lot of money, but if I go public, well, people have a lot more money than I do. People have raised hundreds of millions of dollars by going public, so that's an option. Of course, it only works if my idea is worth investing into. And so essentially it also provides an easier exit for shareholders, because what it does is going public creates something called liquidity. When you go public, your shares become more liquid. Also, visibility of a company valuation in the market, right? You can see what the company is worth using something called a market cap. It's not the best predictor, but it's an average predictor. Also, forthcoming IPO is an incentive for employees, right? It incentivizes them to work hard to make sure that the stock goes up a lot on day one. Tesla Motors. So what happened once was Toyota or something. Yeah, Toyota agreed to invest $50 million into Tesla at a 2.5% stake and private placement. So let's go through a little bit of the math of this. Blank. All right. So, Tesla was worth something. What Toyota did was they bought 50 million of Tesla for 2.5%, right? That must mean that there is 97.5% of Tesla left at some specific value. All right, well, how do you see what that is worth? Well, the quickest way to do it is to simply divide by the fact that 50 million is 2.5% of something. So if you do that, 50 divided by 0.025, well then you'll get a total valuation of 2 billion, right? Another way to think about it is 50 over 2.5 is equal to x over 100%, right? So you do cross multiplication. 100 times 50 divided by 2.5 is equal to X. 100% times 50 million divided by 2.5 is equal to the same thing, right? Is equal to 2,000 million, which is 2 billion. Cool. So, pre-money and post-money. This 2 billion valuation is called a post-money valuation, right? And look, if you have $2 billion, 50 million is Toyota's, what do you have left that's not Toyota's? It's 2 billion minus the 50 million. You have 1950 million. That is the Tesla's, the correct term is Tesla's pre-money valuation, right? Pre-money, post-money. As clear as I can make it. Awesome. So exiting a private investment, right? You can do it a couple ways. Let's say if you own a share in a company, or at least some portion of a company, right, 10% of it, you can sell your holding to someone called an acquirer. They'll just buy your holding, right? Public offering is you would float the company on the stock markets, and this creates liquidity for your shares, and then you will be able to sell them to other people. And liquidation is basically if no one cares about it, if the business essentially, like, it taken away value from the world, like literally the world would be better if the business did not exist, if that's the situation, then just like strip the business, sell all its assets, try to scrape what you can by selling and getting the proceeds of the assets, and that would be the liquidation value. So IPOs, it's essentially the first time that shares by a privately held company become available, right? After that, if you want to do it, it's called an SEO, a seasoned equity offering. So a typical IPO firm will elect to sell new shares plus a portion of its existing shares, existing privately held shares, right? And most IPO involved underwriters who earn a fee. What they do is so it's something called the underwriter spread, and it's essentially firm commitment, right? What it means is if the underwriter guarantees to sell all of your shares, well, then what they'll do is, this is pretty good for you. So if this is good for you, they'll charge more money for it. And essentially what happens is, let's say, if you value your shares at $10 a share, what they'll do is these guys will buy, the underwriter will buy your share for $9.50, right? Maybe even $9.00. So, and what they'll do is they'll then use this price. They'll float the shares onto the market at the $10. They'll buy them from you from $9, and they'll profit that extra dollar, right? That $1 is called the underwriter spread, and this is essentially the cost per share of having an underwriter and doing a firm commitment. Next up is best offers, which is basically they'll try their best. They can't guarantee all the shares get floated. And syndicated is basically a bunch of different underwriters join together, and they take your entire and they take your company and they make it go public, right? Next up is something called a Dutch auction. We'll get into that real quick. But essentially, I've explained these. You can read through it if you like. Google IPO, read through that, a little bit of nice history lesson. How Dutch auction works is essentially you're first going to rank these in order of price, and then you're going to attribute however many shares they want based off of like the amount of price that each person said. So step one, order this by price, right? So the highest person is Ed. Ed would get all 200K of his shares. How many are left? 1 million minus 200K is equal to 800K. All right, boom. Out of the 800K, who is the next highest bidder? Well, it would be Cam. Cam wants 200K. Boom. Out of the 800K, Cam gets 200K. There's 600K left. Cool. Out of the 600K left, who is the next highest bidder? Looks like it's Betty. Betty wants 300K. Boom. Now there's 300K left. And who's the next highest bidder? It's Fiona. Fiona and Daisy, actually. They want a total of 500 shares, 500K shares. How many shares are left? There's only 300K. What is the ratio of how many shares are left to how many shares are wanted? It's 60%. So each Daisy and Fiona would get 60% of the shares they wanted. She would get 60% times 300K is equal to 180K. And Fiona would get 200K times 60% is equal to 120K shares. And the price that all of these shares get distributed at would be the $52. It wouldn't be $50 because Alf did not get any shares. If Alf got even one share, the price would be $50. But because the lowest value that the shares got distributed at were 52, the entirety of the 1 million shares get distributed at $52. So it's going to be essentially 52 million raised. Boom. That's a Dutch auction. Do the great chaser questions on that. Market reactions to IPO. So typically, markets, they experience a huge jump when it comes to an IPO. That means typically the IPOs would have been underpriced, right? And the firm has missed out on that capital. And the underwriters try to achieve this. Right, in terms of Facebook was considered a plop. They IPO'd at 38 a share, and they ended off with 38.23 shares, right? And they do this to reduce the risk of not selling all the issues, right? Important for all of the important for a bad IPO. For example, let's say if Facebook floated 100% of their shares. Now, in reality, they didn't do that. I don't know what percentage it was. Usually it's around 30% of the company gets floated onto the share market. Let's say if Facebook floated 100% of the shares, well, at least, only 30% of the shares flopped, not 100% of them. Kind of do that. Mitigate rationing effects, right? Because good IPOs are oversubscribed and an investor expects only a partial allotment, yet would receive the full order of a bad IPO. So what this part means is, let's say, if like the entire IPO was super bad, well, someone who bid really, really high, like a really high number of shares and a really high dollars, well, they would lose a lot of money because the share price would crash and they would own a majority of the shares, right? And also, if it was a really good IPO, well, then there's going to be people who oversubscribe to it. So people on average are going to get very few shares compared to what they asked for, and it's going to be at typically a lower price as well. So it kind of like mitigates both effects. Next up is the valuation for an IPO. Some methods include comparable analysis, there's DCF analysis, there's also discounted cash flow to equity analysis, right? The cost of an IPO is number one, a direct cost. For example, an underwriter spread, which was like that $9 versus like $9 versus $10. This is what the underwriter buys them for. This is what they sells them for in the market, right? That $1 spread is part of that 7%, right? Legal fees, lawyer fees, the lawyers always make money, underwriter expenses, etc., right? Indirect cost is basically, typically, on the first day of your IPO, the stocks are underpriced. This is pretty much to create hype at the end of the day. You can expect a 3 to 7% loss over there. Therefore, 10 to 14%, and I mean, typically it's that range, but it can get higher, but that would be the approximate cost of an IPO. All right, seasoned equity offerings. This is after you have already done an IPO, so you want to issue more shares onto the market. You do a second round of IPO technically. An SEO is just IPO round two, right? So what happens is an SEO can be directly onto the public market, right? It's kind of underwritten like an IPO, right? Same thing, the firm commitment and the best efforts happen. But another thing can possibly happen. What happens is the SEO can have a rights offering where, there are already existing shareholders because it had once gone IPO'd, or even before that, people would have been some kind of shareholder. So what it does is it gives them the option to buy some of the new shares that they're issuing through something called the rights offering. Basically, like for every amount of shares that they currently own, they'll get a certain amount of rights, and those certain amount of rights will equate to a certain amount of shares that they can buy. And so if it's renounceable, let's say if this existing shareholder did not want that rights offering, they don't want the new shares. If they're renounceable, that's great. They can sell off those shares to someone else, or those share rights. If they're not renounceable, then they cannot sell off those share rights, right? The shortfall may go to the public. Rights issues, right? So the firm issues rights to purchase new shares to its existing shareholders. It may be a 1 per right existing share, and you need N rights to buy, or 1 right per new share and 1 right per N shares that you own. So what I mean is, like, let's say you own 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shares, right? And let's say they are floating 5 new shares, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What they might say is for every 2 shares you own, you get one right, right? Every 2 shares you get one right, 2 shares, one right, 2 shares, one right, 2 shares, one right. Or what they might say is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 5 new shares that they're floating. Or what they might say is that each share is half of a right, right? Half of a right, that makes one full right, right? Half of a right. Yeah, I did kind of a bad idea drawing it this way, but essentially like you can either have you can either have 2 shares be one full right or each guy be half a right, and then so it just kind of like becomes that. Awesome, renounceable rights. So renounceable rights means you can transfer your rights, sorry, to other people, and you might even sell them on the open market, assuming the rights are listed. Non-renounceable means you cannot transfer them. You may exercise them or not, but you cannot transfer them. So the math of right offerings. The variables to consider are the total funds to be raised, the number of rights needed per new share, and the ratio of existing share to new issue shares. The subscription price of the offering, then the number of new shares. Cool. So let's go through an example, right? Firm ABC needs a further $4 million. It already has 2 million shares outstanding and they're currently trading at $10 per share. So we need to determine the number of new shares they need, the rights needed to buy a new share, the value of each right, and the cum rights and X rights share prices. If the subscription price is $1.10 and $2 roughly, right? What would happen to the value of a $100 shareholding if the shareholder A either exercises or does not exercise? So I'm just gonna use the pre-written notes from Canvas. All right, so let's go through this example. So essentially, the subscription price is $10. This is essentially how much the share is being traded at right now as well, but also the price of the share for a new SEO, right? So they have 2 million shares at $10 a share, so the valuation is 20 million, right? And after 4 million cash, the valuation total must be 24 million, right? If they already have 20, they need 4 more. Well, then 20 plus 4 is 24, simple math, right? So how many new shares do they need? Well, if they need $4 million and each new share is going to be worth $10, well, they need 400K shares, right? Again, simple math. So we have $24 million valuation and 2.4 million shares, right? The X rights are the share price. So $24 million new valuation divided by new amount of shares is equal to the new share price, which is, well, it's basically the same, right? So you can issue 2 million rights, which allow for one new share per 5 rights. In other words, basically, this is the amount of share you need, right? And this is the amount of shares you need to collect. This is the amount of shares that already exist. Therefore, for each share that already exists, you can issue 1/5 rights per share, or you can just say you need 5 rights to buy one share, right? The value of each right is equal to 0 because you pay 10 for the new share and it ends up at 10. So, 10 minus 10, you've made 0 profit. Okay, now let's say if the subscription is 8%, right? So if the subscription is 8, what ends up happening is that the total number of shares you need is, if you need to raise 4 million and you're issuing $8 a share, well, you need 500 new shares. So the ratio is for the 2 million shares that you already have versus and you need 500K, each share that you need must basically have 4 existing shares to get one new one of. So the new share price post-raising is basically This is your total new valuation divided by the amount of new shares is equal to $9.60 per share. So essentially what happens is you buy a new share for $8, and for every 4 rights at existing shares, you then have the new value of the share equal to $9.60. That means the value of each right is 40 cents, right? Why is that? Because, right, so essentially what's going on is you your shares are valued at 960 now, for which you paid 8. So your profit is $1.60. How many rights do you need per share of profit? 4 rights. So that means the profit per right is equal to 40 cents, right? Sorry, is equal to $0.40. And that's what that is. So come right is essentially the original price was $10, and it became $9.60. So it becomes, the come right is the sum of the new price plus the profit of the right attached, and that means the X rights is $9.60. There's tons of practice on grade history regarding these ones. I would recommend going through that. Right. So now let's assume that if someone owned 100 shares. What happens to that? So before, their 100 shares at $10 a share was total portfolio valued at $1,000, right? So now after, let's say if we exercise the rights. So the 100 shares means 4 rights to buy 1 new share. So they buy 25 new shares, right? They buy 25 new shares at $8 a share, and they spend 200, right? Because 25 times 8 is 200. Which means in total, they had invested in 1,000 here, 200 here. So the total would have paid 1,200, right? These 125 shares times 960 a share are equal to 1,200. So they pay 1,200 to get 1,200. It's basically break even, neutral, neither gain or loss. Let's say if they don't exercise the shares, they had their original 100 shares, and the share price now becomes $9.60, right? So they originally invested $1,000. Their portfolio was worth $1,000. Now it's worth $960. So they lost $40, right? Where did that $40 come from? By the way, it was either the price per right times the amount of rights they get is equal to that, or the new profit per share times the amount of shares that they get is equal to 40. At the end of the day, they equal the same thing. So the answer is, would you rather lose 40, right? Would you rather lose 40 or gain nothing? You would gain nothing. So the answer would be to exercise. So why does the market not like SEOs, right? SEOs typically signals negative news. Essentially what it says is that managers are apparently not acting in the interest of existing shareholders, which is why the company needs more money. Sometimes, actually not sometimes, pretty much all the time, people like to think of it as a negative context that a company needs more money. It could be for good reasons that the company needs money, right? But people like to have that idea of information asymmetry where, the managers just happen to know something I don't, therefore I shouldn't really trust them. Therefore, if they're getting more money, it's because they're probably in some kind of trouble, which means the company's doing bad. Right? Now let's talk about debt financing. There's private debt, which is basically like private placement of a stock, and it trades in a private market. Then there's public debt, which is issued publicly, like a public listing of a stock, for example, a bond. And so private debt, for example, you can go to a bank, walk into them, and ask for a mortgage loan. That would be a bank loan, a private debt, right? Syndicated bank loan, revolving lines of credit. This is kind of like a credit card, right? A private placement would be like a commercial paper, or a banker's acceptance. Public debt is essentially, you can have 2 kinds of debt. You can have unsecured corporate debt, which is basically notes and debentures, and you can have secured, which is basically it's backed by something. You are pledging something as collateral. What it means is basically on the off chance that you are not able to pay your debts, they would take whatever you pledged. So classifications of debt, you can have sovereign and corporate debt, private and public debt, secured and unsecured, money market, long-term, fixed rate, floating. Basically, there's all kinds of debts. Right? And international bonds. What that means is, let's say if you have a bond in Canada and it trades in Canada and it is in Canadian currency, that's a domestic bond. A foreign bond is, let's say you have an American bond that is traded in Canada in the Canadian currency. A euro bond is a bond that is traded in America in it's an American bond traded in America in Canadian currency, for example, right? And something like this would be like it's a Canadian bond and is traded all over the place in all sorts of currencies. That's essentially what that means. Debt financing. So essentially for smaller firms, it's intermediated financing such as bank loans is cheaper, right? It's way easier for you. Okay, if it's easy to do something, it will cost less. It's easy to walk into a bank and ask for a mortgage, right? Whereas if you want to go through bonds and everything, then there's a lot more paperwork, there's a lot more qualified professionals that need to be brought in, therefore your fees increase. So it's cheaper and easier for smaller firms to just do intermediate financing. For larger firms, on average, it will end up being cheaper for a public bond, right? Um, Another thing is that in USA, all public debt offerings of 10 million or more must have an indenture. Indenture is basically like terms and conditions on crack, like to the power of 10. Restrictive indentures basically it restricts the covenants in the more restrictive the covenants in the indenture, the less risk it is for the borrower, which means the higher the price of the bond, right? Basically, if I have a bond that has a lot of different, foolproofs or like safe traps that prevent it from just, being a junk bond, well then it's worth more to me because it's less risky. If it's less risky, I can pay more for it. If I can pay more for it, the company will be able to get more for it, right? Um, Embedded option. So basically, a callable bond is basically callable by the issuer at a particular date. So this is worth less because, um, let's say if I'm issuing you a bond, right? If I have the option or the right to buy back from you whenever, well, it's not really good for you because let's say if it expires in 10 years, you're missing. And if it expires in 10 years, and if I call it back after 4 years, well, 6 times 2, you're missing out on 12 interest payments. So it's worth less to you. Versus a puttable bonds is basically whenever you feel like it, you can sell their bond back to me. It will be worth more to you because the power and control is in your hands. Bond ratings, it's essentially um, really good, junk, default, right? Best to worst, right? Best, worst. This is essentially for your this is essentially your interest coverage ratio. It essentially means your earnings divided by your interest expense. For every dollar you have in interest, how much are you earning, right? You can see some of the really good bonds, they're earning a lot compared to their interest. They're able to pay their interest multiple times over in a year, technically. Versus some of the junk bonds is basically like, you're not even, for every dollar, you're only earning like 64 cents. That's what that means. That's bad. Sinking fund, like, for example, if I give you a $1 million, if I issue you $1 million bond due in 10 years from now, right? How do I guarantee that at the end of the 10 years, I actually have $1 million somewhere to give back to you, right? Well, I need to guarantee that, and I would do something called a sinking fund where I could appoint a treasury, or you could do it on behalf of me. And what that would mean is basically they make sure that I keep on saving some money and put it aside in a fund so that way I have the ability to give you $1 million in 10 years from now. This increases the value of the bond because it reduces your risk. A little summary. Some data. Awesome. So I'm not going to go through personal finance in too much detail. Okay, I'll show you what I'm going to do. This is personal finance. It's a 90 slideshow slides, right? If it's theory, you will read it. If it's numbers, I'll explain it. All right. Personal finance, various attitudes to money. That's essentially what this side is about. Financial literacy. Essentially, the more educated you are about your finances, the better ability you have to control your finances, which means the better it is for your, it's like you're a positive externality on the economy by knowing more about your finances. So you have some data regarding financial literacy in the G20 countries, and this is a little bit about like personal, right? So the thing is, right now at your age, you might not be worth too much and you might have a lot of owing, right? Well, your assets should equals liability plus equity, right? Now, what's happening right now at this age, this side is a lot, this side is not too much. But we forget to consider one thing, right? We forget to consider human capital, which is the present value of future earnings. Right now, we are young. We have a lot of time to compound our skills, right? We have a couple of years of university education ahead of us. We have a couple of years of professional certifications ahead of us. The more educated we get, the more value of our the more the present value of our future earnings increases. We forget to count this as assets oftentimes, right? That's exactly what human capital is. Something we all have. It's our ability to produce cash in the future. Some people have a higher human capital than others, and that's fine, right? This is going through some data of basically, you get more educated. This person has higher human capital than this person. A little nice motivational quote, right? Estimates of human capital, like you can see, like, the baker over here. This person would have high human capital. So milestones in life, right? Like essentially how you would plan about this kind of stuff. Planning and budgeting. Essentially, planning is reviewing all variables, and budgeting is trying to make it look like you're gonna make it at the end of the day, right? The goal is to have long-term savings, and how much is enough is basically how long do you plan to live? Do you really need like $20 million compounding the day before you die? There's actually an interesting book. It's called Die with Zero. It's essentially that concept is that you should die with $0 left in your total net worth, right? Because what's the point of having like $25 million sitting in the bank just earning interest a night or 2 nights before you die? What's the point? Why not have fun with it, right? Of course, there's balance. Balance is often a very crucial effect that people forget, and people underestimate it. You need to make sure that you are having fun, but you're also setting yourself up for success, making sure that you're making great value and utilizing your human capital properly. Life is short until it suddenly isn't. Uh, Sorry, I meant life is long until it suddenly isn't, right? Where chances are you will live for a fairly long enough age, right? Like, you'll at least probably see your 80s to 85s, right? So make sure you have enough money to last past this point, or at least up until this point. The rest, I don't know, put it in a will, give it to your kids or something, give it to a charity. So investment choices, right? There's various asset classes, right? This kind of links to chapter 6, the return you want and the risk you want. Debt, borrowing money, how much you need, and what method should you get it by? You should kind of do a little bit of research on this. So what do you need debt for, right? Figure that out, because there's going to be different types of loans that will appeal to different needs of debts and the different purposes it needs to serve. Secured, unsecured loans. For example, my credit card is an unsecured loan. I don't have anything pledged as collateral against it. A mortgage is a secured loan, because if I don't pay my mortgage payments, the banks will come take my house, right? Some common fees, right? Monthly account fee, over credit, right? Establishment fees, refinancing fees. You can talk to your bank to try to get some of these waived if possible. Joint liability, right? If two people are sharing a line of credit, then one of them is liable if they don't live up to their obligations, right? Credit files, Equifax and TransUnion have these two reports. Debt consolidation, right? What the quick summary of this is, you're paying so much debt on all of these things, right? How about, like, the total of this is what? 15 plus 12 is 27,000, plus this is 33,000, plus this is 41,000. Your mortgage is at 150K, right? How about you get 41K more of mortgage at a lower interest rate, which allows you to have a weighted average of something that is less? Because if you did not do that, you're paying a weighted average of these debts at the higher interest rates of almost 15%. You see how it's a good idea to reduce your 15% to something like this percent? Now, if you don't want to do that, there's something called the OPD law, which essentially allows you to pay a 5% APR with monthly payments instead of all of this weighted average. All right, making financial decisions. Essentially, all of these decisions, you have to first see is it a one-door decision or is it a two-door decision? For example, very few of us have had to make two-door decisions, right? Like, if you don't like the phone plan, you can very easily, if you walk through the door of a floor plan and you don't like it, you can very easily come back and get a different phone plan, right? Life insurance is a bit trickier, right? It might be more of a one-door situation, right? Comparing mortgages, if you don't like a specific mortgage product, you can walk through a different door. So essentially, seeing what your options are and how stuck you are with specific options. There's something called a Smith maneuver, which essentially creates a home equity line of credit in your house, which allows you to use that home equity line of credit, borrow against it, invest in something that generates income, and anything that generates income that you invest in through the interest payments is considered a tax deduction, so you get a little bit of benefit off of that, right? Comparing pensions, you should have a very clear definition of what the benefits that it gives you, as well as how much you're asked to contribute to those, as well as beware of financial scams. People like scamming them, right? Um, Picking stocks, right? Uh, Overall, it is recommended just go with something like the S&P. Most people don't have simply the brain power, for lack of better terms, but also the computational resources to really compute all of those fancy statistics that allow you to be a good quantitative. Behavioral statistics, right? There's different types of biases. There's different ways of framing things that kind of shift your behavior and also decision making. And there's some heuristics, right? Kind of be aware of these and see how these play an effect into your decision making regarding your personal finance, as well as how, if it's negative, try not to use it too much. If it's positive, try to use it more. Yeah. So yeah, a little recap of this is basically become financially literate. Learn the fact that you have human capital. Try to maximize this. Go to college. College is never a scam. On average, a college educated individual will earn in their entire lifetimes $1 million more compared to someone who is non-college educated. By the way, right, take a wild guess. What percentage of millionaires have a high school diploma? Most people think, oh, high school is a scam. I'm going to drop out, right? I'm going to do my dropshipping e-commerce business, and I'm going to, escape the matrix and whatnot, right? What percentage of millionaires do you think have a high school diploma? Google it. It's literally 99%. What percentage of millionaires do you think have a university degree, like a 4-year bachelor's? It's 88% of them, right? Statistically speaking, you're in the 88%. You're not in the bottom 12%. Actually, you're not in the top 12%. You're in the bottom 88%. And I think it's something like 55% of those people have gone on to even do a master's or above. 55% of millionaires have a master's, right? If you want to err on the safe side, just get your bachelor's degree. It will help you more on average. All right. That was Finance 201. All right, so that was the entire recap of Finance 201. I hope you liked it. I hope if you've been watching the video up until this point that it was at least able to provide some value to your life. I think I put in roughly 25 to probably 30 hours of work into this entire video. I have no idea how long it's going to be after I've edited it. My guess is probably like 7 or 8 hours. Anyways, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I was able to kind of teach the concept because it feels like I understand it a whole lot better now. And, some final studying tips that I'll leave you with is my favorite way to study and the way I've been able to. And again, I'm not endorsing this. Don't cram for tests. Try to, budget enough time to study every single day for equal amounts of time rather than, cramming. But essentially, if you're in some kind of situation, my favorite way to study is you take whatever concept, right? Take time value of money, take EBITDA, take free cash flow to equity, take whatever, right? Explain it to ChatGPT and ask it to correct you where you are wrong. Basically, if you can explain it, you understand it. That's this entire past couple hours. If I can explain it, then I understand it. Next up is take a PDF of quiz review documents and upload them to ChatGPT, right? And ask ChatGPT to generate you a quiz based off of the review document. I'm gonna delete this part. So what this does for you is you can ask it to generate you a 10-question quiz with theory questions and journal entries or something like that, right? Or I don't know, TVM calcs, something like that. And this allows you to practice the theory. This allows you to practice the practice itself. And something else I'll actually leave you with is actually how to learn with ChatGPT. Step 1, you get whatever concept 1 is and you ask ChatGPT to explain it, okay? If you understand the concept fully, then you have one of two choices, right? You can either move on to concept 2, that's great. Or let's say, if you don't understand the concept fully, what you want to do is you want to ask it to explain its explanation, right? ChatGPT is going to give you a long list of explanation. There's going to be some portion of that explanation you don't understand. Ask it to explain that explanation to you, right? If you do understand that explanation, yes, awesome. Move on to concept 2. If you don't understand it, keep on looping with this point until you get to this yes, right? Next up, let's say, you get it to explain concept 1. If you understand it fully, well, something else you can do, if it's an easy concept, just move directly to concept 2. But if it's a difficult concept, explain the concept to ChatGPT and get it to rate your explanation from 1 to 10, right? does it rate your explanation from 10 to 10? Basically, are you able to explain it perfectly, yes or no? If no, keep on repeating it, keep on explaining it to ChatGPT until it gives you 10 out of 10. When it gives you 10 out of 10, that's when you know you can move on to concept 2. And by the way, the reason I do all this video stuff is essentially I feel like this is how I'm able to provide value to the world. And if you want to find more of me, this is my little website. It just forwards to my digital business card. This is every way you could ever possibly reach me. I make content on Instagram. I talk about motivation, business, life advice, kind of just, whatever hot takes about anything I have. I have my LinkedIn. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. I post about my hot takes about the accounting industry and whatnot. And I post content on Instagram and TikTok about business, motivation, life advice. This is my handle on all platforms. A little shameless plug. I kind of have to include it. I made 7 hours of it. Least you could do is maybe, give some interaction. But then again, I made this video for you. Hopefully you were able to find some value out of it. At the end of the day, that's all I want. I want people to be able to come up to me after the final exam. And okay, this is really starting to annoy me, but like that video that cuts off. But anyways, all I want is for people to come up to me after the final exam in Finance 201 and tell me, hey Laksh, I watched your video. I thought it was great. I was able to learn value from it. I was able to learn some of the content from it. Originally, I think I would have gotten like a 60 or something, but with the help of your video, I was able to get my gold grade. If 10 people, 15 people come up to me and say that, I feel like this entire 25 hours of work that I have put into this video will have been worth it, right? I was kind of joking about that whole interaction thing. At the end of the day, this is just a resource for me to provide value to your life. Hopefully you were able to take away some value, and good luck on the final.